Should be good now.
Hey now! It's your boy, PSA Sitch, here with everyone's favorite audiophile, Adam Friended.
What's up, everybody? You guys missed a hilarious intro, unfortunately. I had Sitch and Stitches,
Oh
but
my
obviously.
God. I'm so disappointed. Adam was making turkey sounds and it was amazing.
I was trying not to make it turkey, but just like weird. David Lynch type stuff. That's what I was going for. But I did.
You sounded like a combination of a turkey and the nerdy guy from The Simpsons.
I don't know the nerdy guy, but
The scientist guy.
Wow.
You know, the guy, the guy.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just very disappointed that everyone missed this
Anyway.
amazing, brilliant intro. But
Messed up our intro.
right, very
Ouch.
sad. But today, I don't know if you guys know this. I don't know if you guys know this. You walked around outside today. I'm sure you walked around outside all week. Who am I kidding? No one actually goes outside anymore. But if you did go outside, I'm sure you walked outside and you saw that it was hot as hell, probably wherever you were. The sun was shining and people were going about their daily business and everything seemed totally fine. But what you didn't know was that there's a civil war right around the corner. Oh my God, everything's crumbling down. The world is on fire. We're all doomed.
You're scaring the shit out of me, Sitch. Is that for real? I mean,
well, according to internet pundits, that is real.
Wow. Really? Because I mean, I was just I was chilling, man. I went to the dispensary. I got my, I'm like lined up for the week. I mean, I'm ready to have some fun.
This is what I think the problem is. This is part of the problem. The media nowadays realizes that the best way to make money is outrage.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
And so it's like basically the media is designed to just get everyone so triggered 24/7. So they think that we're like living on, a match head and everything's about to ignite and the civil war is about to happen. And oh my God, we're just at this like needles, thins, razor thin edge. It's like, none of this is true. None of this is true. None of this is true. It's all BS. Everything's fine. The world will keep on spinning. America will keep on trucking.
Climate change, 12 years to live. Police are hunting down black people in the streets, Sitch. You don't understand. Things are terrible.
I know.
We're all gonna die.
I know. And it's just, the doomsayers, it just never happened. We made it through COVID. We made it through the housing crash. And we're going to be fine as a country, okay? Everything's going to be A-OK. Okay, everyone just needs to chill out. Everyone just needs to relax.
When Trump was president, Fox News seemed so reasonable, and MSNBC was going Russiagate. Now that Biden is president, I tuned into Fox News a little bit, and it's like deep state 24/7. I can't believe it. All they talk about is the deep state now.
Yes. Well, especially with the, oh my God, the FBI raid.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yes. Yeah.
They took the documents, Adam, they broke in the safe and they took the documents.
I thought the safe was empty. I heard the safe was empty, but
who knows? I'm sure we'll talk about the documents at a later point in the stream. To me, that's like the biggest to do about nothing. From all angles, essentially. But anyway, so today we'll be watching some Vaush, fan not favorite. What's the opposite of favorite? What's like a hated? Fan hated.
Yes.
Vaush, who is basically first we'll be watching a video that's all about sophistry. We had a conversation last week and before about what exactly sophistry is, and to me this is a very good example, so we'll be watching that. Then it's all about the impending civil war, the Republicans taking over, and after that, after the some Vaush clips on that, we'll be watching our good friend No Thought. That's right, No Thought is at it again this time telling us that, the Civil War is coming and voting doesn't actually matter.
Yeah.
So
The people who love democracy so much they want to see it in the workplace. Don't think democracy works. It's so annoying. It is so annoying. Why do these people get out of bed?
It's such a good point. If these people think that our democracy is so fragile or so on the edge of collapse that we're going to have a violent revolution, why do they think it's going to somehow work in their job?
Yeah.
It's just none of it makes any sense. Anyway, before we lose it, because it was before the stream and I don't want to lose it, Sketch gave us $20.
Yes.
Wait a minute. I took a picture of it. Let me paste it.
Did?
Yes. Sketch for $20 says, the channel I edit for full time just crossed the 1 million mark. Here's some return on all the free will you provide me with the last couple of years. Well, that's amazing, Sketch. Look at that. 1 million. That's awesome.
Congratulations. Yeah. We're almost to 1 million ourselves. We just have
that's right.
900,000. Well, hold on. Wait, no, we're not even close to 1 million.
We're right there. We're right on the edge.
900,006. No, wait.
So close to 1 million. I don't know what you mean.
Okay. I can't do math. Let's continue.
And A-Rog, thanks so much for the $50, says, welcome to the silent film era of the Sitch and Adam show. I miss the talkies. There you go. We should do the whole show, in silence, Adam.
I can't believe
with subtitles, and we'll have like a ragtime piano playing in the background.
I can't believe we've messed up that intro. At least we didn't get halfway through the video.
What do you mean we messed up that intro?
Well, we.
Okay. Anyway, let's get into the video. This video is titled Vaush Explains Conservatives Won't Change Their Minds.
Right. Yeah. It's almost as if they are using something other than their minds to make their decision.
Well, not only conservatives, though. So.
Right. Yeah. The chances of Vaush changing his mind are 0. So.
Right.
No people who are anti-trans right now are going to be convinced by this. This has always been the prerogative of slimeballs and cowards and the spineless. Every time there's some progressive thing, oh.
So, let me give the context here. Whoever edited this clip did a very bad job. Okay. Someone in Vaush's chat named Bernie Bro is basically arguing that they believe that in order for someone to be trans, that it requires more than just self-identification of trans.
What?
Okay? That's what they're arguing. That's the crazy argument they're profiting.
Self-identification is not real, they're saying.
No. They're saying that it should require more than self-ID to be trans. It should require a diagnosis of gender dysphoria. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. What a crazy idea. Oh my God. Can you believe someone would actually say that? No, people should be able to not just say to declare whatever they want to be.
Yeah.
Just declare themselves trees and attack helicopters or whatever gender or race they want. It requires a little bit more than self-ID.
I was listening to Andrew Sullivan's podcast this weekend, and guess what came up?
What?
And they talked about at length. And nobody said anything about the term gender ideology. They talked about gender ideology. I was like, Andrew Sullivan does not exactly seem like an insane person to me, right?
No.
Yeah.
But he is an evil right-winger, so.
Right. Yes, of course. Yeah, no.
So this guy in Vaush's chat, beyond saying that he thinks it requires more than self-ID to be trans and it requires gender dysphoria, he also says that he thinks that the self-ID argument is basically hurting the woke leftist socialist side of the argument. So that's what Vaush is responding to. He's saying, by us having to defend this idea that you can just self-ID as whatever is basically destroying our side and weakening our arguments.
Right. Self-identification, just to be clear, is the idea that you don't need gender dysphoria. Like if you're diagnosed with gender dysphoria, that's not self-IDing because
Right.
you have a medical condition that is identified, and yeah. That's the cutoff. That's
Right.
the distinction that I always make. Self-identification versus
Diagnosis
yeah, I don't
by
what
a
is the opposite side
doctor.
of that? Yeah.
And well, in self ID is the, if you recall, the Matt Walsh on Dr. Phil, and he says, what is a woman? And then they're like, well, anyone who identifies as a woman could just tell you what it means to be a woman. That's the
Right.
self ID argument.
The woman, Helen, I can't remember her last name. She wrote the book Trans.
Mm-hmm.
She talks about the politics around this and does a great job in that book of separating out self-identification is really what the trans movement is focused on getting codified into law.
Right. Right.
So,
Which
what is her name?
that would be pretty baffling if that was ever done. But...
No people who are anti-trans right now are going to be convinced by this. This has always been the prerogative of slimeballs and cowards and the spineless. Every time there's some progressive thing, you know, oh, surely the people who are organizing billions of dollars of political capital to destroy us would change their mind on that if only we stop doing this one harmless thing that seems to keep ticking them off.
See, it's funny that he mentions it this way because, and I looked it up, Helen Joyce wrote this book called Trans, and she talks about the trans lobby being funded by billionaires that are transgender females, trans females, that are these, these billionaires that are funding the self-ID movement, and they're actually, they want to basically keep out of the news because they know politically it's never going to pass, but they're funding,
Interesting.
Yeah, they're funding legislation to get self-identification codified into law, but they're not trying to reach a political consensus because they don't think the public is going to vote for this.
Right.
So it's funny that Vaush here thinks that all the money is on the trans hater side, and he doesn't realize that there's several billionaires funding the trans lobby. So he's got a lot of money on his side as well.
I'm shocked that there's several trans billionaires running around.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's pretty surprising. I didn't think there's that many billionaires or trans people. So to have have both of those is interesting. But
Helen Joyce goes into her book and lists them and goes into their political activism.
Names names.
She does name names. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So she's not doing like it's a deep state thing. She's like saying these are the people. Here's the legislation that they're supporting. Yeah.
Well, it's funny because you said that even the billionaires who are pushing for the, pro
self-ID,
self-ID stuff, even they know that the argument is horribly not persuasive.
Yes, yeah.
And so even they understand what Vaush doesn't understand, or what Vaush is pretending not to understand, that yes, this argument actually does hurt their cause.
She does a really interesting thing in the book. Helen Joyce does. She says all civil rights movements have been built around building public awareness, and that public awareness is what drives the voting populace that gets these civil rights laws enacted. With the trans movement, it's completely opposite of that. Like they don't want any kind of consensus. Well, they don't want it to become public knowledge because they know that consensus will never be there. Yeah, which is pretty interesting.
Well, and he's conceptualizing this completely wrong, which I mean, obviously he is kind of psychologically, mentally incentivized to think of this wrong because he's like, oh, we can't.
Everyone's against us. Yeah.
Yeah, well, everyone's against us. We can't give in to the evil liberals, centrists, or the right wingers, or whoever, because like there's lots of people that are anti-trans out there in the world who, the Matt Walshes and all those people who, their minds are never, ever, 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 ever going to be changed. regardless of whether you drop the self-ID argument or not. But that's not the point. You're not trying to sway those people. You're trying to sway the kingmaker.
Yes,
You're trying to
exactly
sway
right.
that sliver of people in the middle, or actually, the larger moderates who, for the most part, don't have strong feelings on this, don't really care. Maybe they're worried that, their child is in a friend group and all the kids in their friend group are saying, you should be trans. Being trans is cool. Or, they see this is kind of blowing up and maybe they're worried about that. But for the most part, it's just the moderates in the middle. And the moderates in the middle, to them, it doesn't make sense. It's totally insane that you can say, hey, I can just decide that I'm a man or a woman without a doctor, writing off on this essentially. And that's who you want to persuade. And if you go too far in your argument and you lose the moderates and you lose the middle, then the middle people are going to side with the more extreme people on the other side. And they're just going to say, no, get rid of all of it.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the thing, because is self, I don't see self-ID being anti-trans. You're still in favor of trans. You still support people who have gender
You mean
dysphoria seeking
anti-self-ID?
treatment. Yeah, yeah. Anti-self-ID.
Right.
Well, self-ID is just, you just pick it yourself, regardless
Right.
of whether or not you have gender dysphoria. Anyone can transition is the thing.
It's insane to me because we don't do this with anything else. Like, imagine if someone said, hey, I think I have ADD. I'm not going to go to a doctor. I'm just going to demand that I suddenly be given Ritalin or Adderall or some other medication that will change my brain chemistry without actually consulting a doctor. Like,
Right.
we don't do this with anything else. So it's so insane to me why magically, when it comes to the trans issue, that all of medical practice that we've established before now has to be thrown out the window.
Well, they're trying to get it so gender dysphoria is not considered a mental illness. That's
Right.
why. That's how they get the foot in the door there.
But even if it wasn't considered mental illness, even if say the APA creates a magical category that's never existed before, where they're like biological conditions that are problems but not mental illnesses or something. Like, you would still require a doctor to diagnose you. Why is it suddenly that self-diagnosis is totally fine with this one very specific issue that can have completely life-altering effects on you? If this was just about people wearing whatever clothes they want to wear and saying, hey, call me, a different name or a different pronoun now, this wouldn't be an issue. It's like, no. You want to take hormones and you want to possibly do surgery.
Right.
You need a doctor. Okay, it's very simple.
Yeah. It gets self-ID gets complicated because even if you don't go down that road, let's say you just want to socially transition, but you're not going to take hormones or participate in any sort of medical treatment. You still, if we enact in law that you can self-identify, you're still able to access women's spaces. And that's why some people have a problem with self-ID.
Well, that's another thing too, is that, that's a good point. Because I'm not really, I'm not afraid of, trans women going into the women's bathroom and assaulting, cis women or anything like that. But if you have a society where you don't even need to be, quote unquote, really trans, or you don't have to have gender dysphoria, where you literally just say, well, I feel like a woman today. How do you prevent,
you don't
men from going into women's spaces for nefarious reasons?
You don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but no, this is a problem. It's like with the extremist, there's just, they hate having to be practical. They hate having to compromise. They hate having to deal with people that just disagree with them. They're like, no. They're a child. They want to stamp their foot and say, this is what I want, and I'm not budging 1 inch. And if you don't do it, then you're a bigot.
Yeah. Yeah. Bigot.
It's not been. It is never. That has never worked that way ever. There have been people like you in every civil rights struggle throughout history. The civil rights movement, gay rights, 1980.
See, this is I already brought up the civil rights. This is a total difference between the civil rights movement. Like, yeah, sure, civil rights was trying to build a consensus. People were on board as soon as that consensus was achieved. You're never going to get it. This is not the civil rights movement. You're never going to get a consensus on this. This is insane.
And he's totally he's right and he's wrong. He's right in that there were people in all these movements that are like, hey, maybe we shouldn't do crazy shit because it's going to push people away from the cause.
Yeah.
And yeah, there were people like that in the civil rights movement, and they were right because they were talking about the Black Nationalists and the Black Panther Party and SNCC, and they were talking about the very radical leftists, and they were talking about the people that were rioting and causing all sorts of harm, because just like with Antifa, there was crazy leftists running around fucking up shit for Black people in the civil rights movement too.
Right, yeah.
And there were people in those movements like, hey, maybe we'll get more people onto our side if we don't do crazy shit like this. And then you had the Vaush saying, well, look at this fascist enabler. Like, oh my God, please stop.
Even the billionaires that have money put behind legislation, they want to distance themselves from the crazies too. They're like, just just keep it down, okay? We'll take care of this. Yes. That completely goes against Vaush's argument. The billionaires are on his side in this one. They're the ones going, Vaush, come on. We got the money, we own Congress. We got this one taken care of. You just chill. You're not going to build a civil rights type consensus. I get what you're saying, that the civil rights movement did have this separation, and it is kind of interesting because the separation of the civil rights was, the insane Marxists versus the, moderate Martin Luther King types who were like, we just want the same thing everybody else has.
Yeah,
they weren't separatists. And the moderates won, basically. Right. They won the civil rights movement. Here, it's a completely different dynamic because you've got, I guess you have moderates who, I guess that would be us, because we're just like, yeah, trans people are real. Obviously, people with gender dysphoria should be able to seek treatment, but I don't know about just, self-identification. Mm-hmm. And then you have behind the scenes people funding, the real money is behind the crazies. They're just not vocal about it.
Right.
Yeah. Is there real money behind the moderate position? I don't know.
No.
I don't think there is. Not. Yeah, exactly.
No.
Is there civil rights type support behind the moderate position? I don't know that there is.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Well, I think there is in the medical field. And I think the medical field is, still being resistant. We're seeing lots of changes in Europe. There's been complete overhauls and changes of treatment of gender dysphoria, especially kids with gender dysphoria in most European countries. So I think it's only a matter of time before that spreads to the U.S. and Canada.
Right. So you've got those forces that are going to be against the self-ID lobby, basically.
The problem with a lot of the woke stuff that's going on today, like in the civil rights movement, it seemed to be very clear to people that, like, here are the moderate liberals that are advocating for liberal civil rights, and here's a bunch of crazy Marxists.
Right, yeah.
And separatists. And, like, the distinctions between the two groups seem to be very clear. Now, obviously, people on the right back then, or people that were pro-segregation back then, regardless if they're the left or the right, because a lot of Democrats back then that were on that side too, they would try to conflate the two groups. But it seemed like to the average person, you could see very clear ideological distinctions between what group wanted what. Where today, part of the problem is that it's very unclear to most people that woke people or that wokeness and woke ideology is not liberal, is actually a socialist Marxist convention. They have no clue that this is going on. So you have all these liberals that are acting as useful idiots to promote this garbage.
Yeah, that's part of the problem, is that they don't realize that they're just in bed with the radicals. They think they've sold it as something normal.
Right.
But this is the thing. This is what's very interesting about this is that I don't think that public consensus is ever going to be reached. Like as soon as people are aware of what is actually going on, they're like, wait, that's radical.
Right.
I thought this was just helping trans people.
Well, even it seems like people are there seems like there is pushback and people are getting annoyed by it. They still don't understand what it is ideologically, so I think it's still dangerous because I don't think it will ever really go away till people understand what it is. But people are starting to get annoyed with it, and they are starting to push back. They're like, I'm tired of this crap.
Unless laws are passed before they do understand it, which is the scary thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like most of the laws that are being passed are anti-woke stuff now, so.
Yes. Yeah.
These every time. It has never, ever, ever worked. Ever. It has never happened. It's never once worked. It's not a facts versus feelings things. It
literally worked with the civil rights movement, the biggest movement of quote unquote, progressive liberal values in American history, probably.
Right. Yeah. That's the model right there.
Right.
And he's saying that never worked?
He's saying the idea that like you should moderate your
okay, gotcha.
beliefs and positions to try to win over people that maybe don't agree with you has never worked.
He thinks the radicals won the civil rights movement. He doesn't realize the radicals
and he said this,
lost. Yeah.
Yeah, and he said this explicitly, and he's completely wrong.
Yeah.
His conception of how the civil rights movement worked is just not based in reality at all.
Yeah.
Of gender and like the separation of gender and sex, none of these theories require a rejection of sex. Ironically, you're the one.
That's not true. Most of them do. Because, well, here's the problem. None of the people are even clear what they even mean. And I don't even think Vaush is even clear most time what he means by this. Because for 99.999999999% of human history, there was no such thing as gender. Or gender and sex was the same thing. There was no distinction between these two. Right. And so now we've come up, or some people have come up with this concept that, hey, let's separate sex from gender. And it's like, okay, but what exactly fits into that category of gender? What exactly fits into that category of sex? There's, the leftists want to put everything in the category of the social construct of gender. They want to completely deny the science.
Even biological sex, yeah.
Right.
What's the point?
Well, even some of them do want to say that biological sex is a social construct. But even the ones that will say that it's not, will admit that it's biological, most of those people still say, oh, sex is just your chromosomes or your genitals, and that people are basically born blank slates.
Yeah.
Which we know is completely untrue. Yeah.
Yeah. Your eye thickness disagrees, Sitch.
Who's actually enabling hate towards trans people because you are perpetuating the arguments the right uses to delegitimize gender theories.
I don't get.
See, look at this. If you're delegitimizing gender theories, you're endangering trans people.
By not adopting the self-ID argument.
Yeah, by not adopting our political perspective, you're endangering people's lives.
Yes, yes.
Do you know this thing where the term aristocracy came from? I guess where aristocracy actually came from. Like the not just the term, but the class. Evidently, aristocracy was all descendants of warriors or warriors themselves. And they got a special distinction because they risked their lives for society. So in society, you had dignity if you risked your lives, for the king or whatever. But normally, shopkeepers and farmers and stuff like that, they didn't risk their lives, so they didn't actually get dignity. That's why the aristocracy got dignity. And I had this huge aha moment when I discovered this, because I thought, this is exactly why the activists are constantly saying, our lives are at stake. You're threatening our lives, because it's like a stolen valor type thing. They're trying to get the kind of dignity and respect somebody gets when they actually put their lives on the line for a cause. But it's so phony. Everyone's like, your life is on the line? Get real. Come on.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I'm sure it's part of it. I think another part of it is also just it's like that's the cudgel and how you persuade people in modern times. You say, oh, because in our liberal society where free speech is tolerated by most, they say, oh, your words are actually violence because violence isn't tolerated. So they have to they have to do an Alice in Wonderland. They have to change it, switch it around, change it on its head, flip it over, say, oh no, your words are the violence.
You say modern times, but the moral intuition, I guess, must be ancient because.
Well, for a while now, yeah, that's true. For a while now.
Well, no, we do. I feel like we do give respect to people. This is why a lot of people have respect for law enforcement, is because they risk their lives doing a job. The same with military. Yeah. So we do afford those positions a certain amount of respect.
Well, I would assume with the aristocracy thing that you're talking about, it's also kind of like a dictator's handbook situation, because you have, the king, especially like you're talking about like thousands of years ago.
Yeah.
You have a king or a tribe comes in and they take over a land, they wipe out whoever they want to wipe out. And so the king is going to give, his top fighters and top generals like land and things of value.
Yep.
And then, but the problem is then, of course, if they just pass it down to their children, it's like, 3 generations later, maybe those kids have
they're not
been
risking
in a
their
war.
lives. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're not risking their lives. They're just fat and lazy. So
this is why the aristocracy started losing respect with the populace, because you can't pass that down to your kids, right? Everyone knows the kid didn't risk their lives. They just inherited the family name. Yeah.
There you go. You got to all be like Spartans, where they force everyone to fight, even the rich people.
Oh.
Get why people call you transphobic. You are just as sexist to cis women as you are to real women.
Yeah, seriously. You'd think they'd catch on to that. You can tell that a person has lost an argument, by the way, when they ask you to define the word woman. Reminder that in all the conversations I've had, I've never gotten a definition of woman from a conservative that included all women and didn't disclude any.
So the Bernie Bro guy says he asked Vaush to define what a woman is. And that's Vaush's response. He's like, I'm not going to define it. You're wrong. By you asking me a legitimate question, that means you're losing the argument, really.
Yeah. I was looking, someone did a really long thread on this what is a woman thing. And they have like the perfect response to what Vaush said. Like Vaush is looking for something that is an all-inclusive category, right? He's very, very clear there that he's like, if I can pick something that falls outside of your definition, then your definition is no good. And I just his ability to pick something outside the definition shows that he understands where the line is. Like, obviously there is a line if you're able to say, well, this is inside the line and this is outside the line.
Yeah, and well, it's funny because this is the sophistry right here. And we've heard this from Vaush, we've heard this from this is the line that everyone on that side uses. They say, oh, give me a definition of woman that includes every woman that's ever existed in all of human existence, which that's not how categories work. Yeah. And Vaush knows that's not how categories work, which is why this is intentionally dishonest. Because you can do this, the example I always have in my mind is ask someone to define a door. Say, can you define a door that encompasses all possible doors that ever exist and will ever exist? And the answer is no, it's impossible. You cannot create a definition of a door that fits this criteria. And if you are putting such a strict, if you're making it so difficult to come up with such a basic category like door, something that a 3-year-old understands, but here in your 20s and 30s, you can't understand what a door is because you're overcomplicating the issue, that means you're full of shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Because obviously, if humans on some intuitive level understand how language and categories work, you have to abide by that. If you're working outside, like you can deconstruct that to say, oh, well, isn't this interesting that we think this way? And that's fine. But if you try to deconstruct it to make a BS word vocabulary argument, because this is what's annoying too. This whole thing about like, what is a woman? It's trying to win an argument by just redefining terms.
Yeah.
They're not actually trying to win an argument based on some idea or by appealing to facts or logic or anything. It's just like, no. We're just going to redefine a word on a whim and we don't have to explain it. You know, fuck you. We can do whatever we want and you just have to accept it.
The argument over language. So it's so silly. I found the tweet. It's local distance, and this is number 41 in his tweet thread. So obviously it's a long thread. But when someone brings up borderline examples or edge cases and says, this example proves that we don't know where the lines are, the correct response is, the only reason you can think up cases that blur the lines is you know exactly where the line is.
Right.
See how this works? Yeah, exactly. They're like,
yeah.
But what about women that have like 3X chromosomes?
Right.
It's like, okay, well, obviously you understand it has something to do with the chromosomes. We're getting closer here.
So dumb.
I know.
It's so dumb.
And didn't include any non-women. It's never happened. The moment.
Oh, and he admits and keep it aware because near the end of this video, he sort of unintentionally admits that he understands that this criteria is complete nonsense.
Really?
That you don't need to have a word or category have this like precise universalistic criteria for categorizing things.
He self-IDs as a sophist?
Yes.
Nice.
Like the moment like anything like this, like they try to boil it down to like some kind of technical semantic disagreement is the moment they indicate they have nothing to say. A woman.
Wait, he
disagreement?
says
What?
He says the moment they try to boil it down to some sort of technical semantics argument. Okay, who's making the semantics argument here?
Oh,
is it the
yeah.
Is it
Vaush.
the side that is it the side that wants to completely redefine a word in order to win an argument? Is that the side making the semantics argument? No, Vaush says it's the other side.
Right. Somebody, I think in the chat, they say adult human female and trans people who identifies women.
Yeah, that's what Bernie Bro says.
Right.
Is an adult human female and people with gender for it. Is that no, it's not. Bernie Bro, how can you possibly say a woman is an adult human female and also trans woman with gender dysphoria? Your anti-science fifis arguments will never work on me. I have scientifically defined woman to arbitrarily mean this other thing. I don't mind.
I mean, that is a terrible argument, but this is a defund the police thing, and this is why this is so annoying. You know, you have the extremists come out and they say, defund the police, and you go, whoa, defund? You want to get rid of the police? That's crazy. And then you have like a bunch of leftists and even moderates say it doesn't mean to actually defund the police, even though that's what those words literally mean. It actually means, oh, this very complicated series of steps that we actually want to divert funding away from the police and to give it to civil workers who will show up when people are crazy, blah, 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 blah. Like, and it's like, no. If that's what you meant, why the hell is it called defund the police?
Right.
That's obviously not what the origin of the term was. And it's exactly the same thing with this trans women are women, because it's like, well, wait a minute. Trans women are trans women. What are you exactly trying to say when you say trans women are women? Well, you're trying to say that there's no categorical difference between a woman, a cis woman, in parentheses, and a trans woman. That's what's being said there.
True.
Even if people like Vaush, well, if you ask them that, they'll say, of course there's a difference. But it's like, well, then why are you using that language if you acknowledge that there's a difference?
Why? I don't understand why we can't just say trans women or trans women. And I mean, we've worked on society to the point where people don't hate trans women.
Yeah.
So what's the diff?
Because they want to abolish gender. And they really want to abolish sex too, to a large part, I think. Even if they won't admit it.
Right.
Because that's exactly it.
Scary.
If
I'm
trans
scared.
people are so...
This is
if trans people are-
scary.
It is. Well, it's like if trans people are, I mean, you brought up a great point. If trans people are so accepted in our society, why do you have to do this BS where you say trans women are women? What does that mean?
Right. People do kind of want to know if you're dealing with a trans woman or a trans man, people, I think, innately kind of want to know. I saw, Taftaj.
Mm-hmm.
There's someone on Twitter, and it's a woman, got really angry because they thought they were dealing with a biological woman, and they found out that Taftaj is trans.
Mm-hmm.
And they were getting super triggered and mad at Taftaj.
Why?
I mean, people
This
want to.
recent?
Yeah, I saw.
It's funny.
Yeah, I saw Taftaj had tweeted about it, and I do. I mean, I don't know that I would have that. I mean, obviously, if I was dating the person, I'd probably feel like, oh, well, it would have been nice to know this, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm just having an interaction with them on Twitter, I don't care, right? Like if I thought someone was a real female, I'm going to get canceled now.
Cis.
A cis female. Yeah. Cis is the politically correct terminology, right? A cis female, if you thought you were talking to a cis woman and it turned out to be a trans woman, and you were just, I mean, I guess maybe if you said something odd, maybe if you were talking smack about how you hate trans people, that would be a bit uncomfortable, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. It's weird. I think unconsciously people do think,
No.
do you not want to go there? Or I mean,
No, I looked up Toph's Twitter because I wanted to see what the
did you find
tweet
it?
Well, no, I'm immediately hit with news.
Well, wait, this was on, she has two. She has,
I just typed in Toph on Twitter.
I know.
I click it. It's just immediately.
Yeah. So she has one, I should have warned you ahead of time. She has one that's like, I follow the one that is safe for work. I don't follow
Where's
the one
the
that
safe
is
for work one?
not safe
If I
for
type in her
work.
name, literally the first picture that shows up is new.
I know, yeah. It's
So,
yeah.
where's the safe for work one?
You can tell from the nudes that she's trans, right? I mean,
Oh, yeah, you can tell from the news that she's trans. Yeah.
so yeah. I don't know the Twitter, but
I thought this was the right one because it says, she follows you. I'm like, oh, this is probably the right one. It's like,
no.
No. Okay.
So yeah. You're obviously looking, so you're not paying attention to what I'm saying. But I'm saying,
I'm trying to find the politics one.
If you're talking, well, I think unconsciously people think they do the math in their head. They're like, can I hook up with this person or not?
Mm-hmm.
And if unconsciously they're thinking yes, and then all of a sudden it turns out to be a no, I think they get bitter about it, even if they're just talking about the weather.
I don't think it's that.
Okay.
I think it's that. I don't think it's that. I think it's that. I think what's going on is our brains are wired in such a way that they want to quickly categorize things.
Yes.
Into neat categories, and this is part of we have to fight when it comes to bigotry. And so if you're interacting with someone and your brain is trying to categorize them into the little box and it can't figure out where
annoying.
they go,
yeah,
it just immediately stops people from being able to engage and understand.
Right.
You can't even talk to them because your brain's just like, wait a minute, how do I categorize this person?
There's the three categories that the brain does automatically, and this is from Joseph Henrich's research. The categories are ethnicity, which doesn't necessarily mean race, because obviously there are ethnicities that are all similar race, and ethnicity, sex, obviously, and age. Yeah. So that's the one they do wrong on me all the time, the age one, the categorization. They fuck it up. But their brain doesn't
Right.
stop. They're like,
Right.
but I do feel sometimes that I'm going to be in a Taftaj situation where I'm like, well, this is really how old I am. And they're going to be like, you fooled me. You fooled me. You bastard.
CT says, I can tell you why people want to abolish gender or want to ignore the biological differences. I know exactly why. Well, tell us, CT. Don't leave me hanging in suspense. Okay. Why? Why? Exactly.
CT has read Helen Joyce's book too. So
Yes.
you should read Helen Joyce's book. You really should.
I should.
Because there's what chapter is it? She has a chapter that just breaks down the politics, and it's just, oh God. After you read that chapter, you have to take a shower. It's like you feel so disgusted. Like, oh
I just want to be clean.
Yeah. It's so bad. It is so bad. It's just straight up evil. It is evil. It's evil and anti-democrat. It's all the things that Vaush loves. Authoritarianism, forcing your will on innocent people.
Hold on a sec. There is a spider, a tiny little spider on the Sitch plushie.
What are you, afraid?
Now I gotta kill it.
Why?
How dare it ruin the sanctity of the Sitch plushie with its spider?
Why? Sitch wanders across the room.
It's right here. How dare you? How dare you? Get away from my... Unless you're a hot spider girl, you're not allowed to be on the Sitch plushie, okay?
You're so bad.
Dialogue always in the chat. Says you both literally made the argument about how groomer is political and not literally saying leftists want to groom kids sexually, but you can't see how defund has multiple meanings. Really? Well, first of all, dialogue always, if you recall, whenever we've talked about groomer, we've both said that part of the point of the term was to invoke the double meaning intentionally.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. That first of all, it is true that groomer is often, very often, I would say, even like much more before the groomer conversation, 9 times out of 10, if you use the word groomer in a conversation, you didn't mean sexually. Okay. But even that aside, we both said that was the point. Okay. We acknowledge that. This is a problem. Dialogue always like misremembers something we said, or he remembers half of it, and then he accuses us of being hypocrites or lying afterwards. So with defund the police, the people were lying about it. They did not acknowledge that the origin point of defund the police was crazy leftists who wanted to literally get rid of the police, and they ran interference for it. So that's the difference, dialogue.
Well, also the defund the police, the miscommunication works against you. In the groomer situation, the miscommunication works in favor of the conservatives who want to call you pedos. Because they can always say, "Oh, no, we don't. We don't mean it that way. It's protection for them." Yeah.
Yes.
Where how is defund the police protection for you? Because you literally.
Well, if you believe the police are fascist squad of killers, I guess.
Right.
Did you see that?
It would be like if you had if you had the, fund, what do they want to do instead of funding police? They want to fund therapists.
Social workers.
Yeah. So it would be like fund social workers, but that was misconstrued as defund the police. That's what it had, this double meaning as defund the police. It doesn't even make sense.
Right. Did you see, do you know who Keffels is?
Yes.
So Keffels, if you guys are not aware, is a very far leftist, crazy asshole. Who?
Well, I like Keffels. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. I'm a big Keffels fan.
You don't? I mean, yeah, her videos are amazing. What do you? You don't like Keffels?
I mean,
how do you not like Keffels? Everyone loves Keffels. I
like her as a lol cow, if that's what you mean.
Look at Sitch. Calling Keffels a lol cow? Really?
But so her
didn't
claim
she launch a GoFundMe and raise like 50 grand?
Well, I'll get to that. So her claim to fame is that she goes to people on Twitter and she goes ratio, and it ratios them if they
Right.
say something she doesn't like, and it's the most pathetically lame thing you've ever seen in your entire life.
Really?
It's the most cringiest to just say ratio and then you ratio someone and you're like, okay, I don't like it's the most like vacuous, socially parasitical, disgusting thing that's just completely devoid of meaning. Normally, when you ratio someone, it's like, oh, someone says something and then you say something of actual value that counters the point,
Actual
right?
substance?
Yes, you say,
Right.
oh, this person is wrong because of X, Y, Z.
Right.
So, but anyway, so apparently she had been swatted a few days ago, and supposedly, she totally lied about it because she's like, oh my God, supposedly, she's like, oh my God, I woke up and there was like a police rifle in my face. And they just dragged me out of my house screaming, and I almost died, and I was in tears, blah, blah, blah. She's like, this whole like horrible thing, like, oh my God, the police. Holy shit, you hear that? That's
Wait.
the
Yeah.
whole house vibrating. It's the weather police swatting me. But she's like, oh, the FBI busting through the windows. They rappelled down from the ceiling and they just put guns in my face and I was so scared. Okay, she totally plays it up. And she's like, oh, I have to raise all this money for my legal defense and I have to raise money to move because I'm going to SWAT again. All this, crying, blah, 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 blah. Turns out that that's all BS. That she was
What?
swatted. That she was swatted in terms of that someone did send a fake call to the police about her, but that the police knocked on her door, and that whoever she lives with opened the door, and the police were like, "Hello, we received a call about this," and then Kefla was like came to the police, and they just had a polite conversation, and then they took her down to the police station, and they talked, and then they let her go and dropped charges because they realized that was fake.
Wow.
So
She's all talking like it's the intro to Brazil.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. No, it's like the ending to Brazil. That's what she's talking about.
People are dropping from the ceiling.
Right, exactly. So it's just the total grift.
Right.
Such a grift. But
Yeah. Wow, I
anyway,
can't believe you don't like Keffels. That's
I don't understand this meme that you're doing.
no, I don't have an opinion on Keffels really.
Okay.
I don't watch Keffels content or any. I know that isn't she at war? Isn't Destiny at war with Keffels?
I think so. I think a
Right.
lot of people are at war with
I think
Keffels,
Keffels got Destiny banned from Twitch or something, and then Keffels got banned herself for similar reasons. And Destiny was laughing about it
right.
as she was crying about how this is my livelihood. So, yeah.
This is called Cullivar, and here's for anyone. People send me videos during the stream. You
Yeah.
understand that like I can't listen to a clip while I'm streaming,
Yeah.
right? So if you send me a clip, type to me and explain to me what the clip is.
This is the sound of you doing that.
Yeah, you go, Sitch and Adam, I sent you this clip. This is what happened in this clip. So if we want to
Right.
bring it up on stream, I know what it is because I can't watch it right now.
Yeah, of course.
So
Look at
In
that.
chat, I mind boring people. You can ban them. Do you think you could get Matt Walsh in the What is a Woman?
oh, but I don't know if you just missed it. He just banned that guy.
Did he?
Yes.
Wow.
Defined woman to arbitrarily mean this other thing. I don't mind conservatives in chat. I mind boring people. You can ban them.
He said you can ban them. I don't know. Was it the guy though?
No, they're talking about the guy.
Right.
Because because I was looking, he never shows up again in the chat.
Oh wow.
So Vaush banned a guy for saying that even though he's in favor of protecting the rights of trans people, he thinks SelfID is stupid. That person's banned.
Right.
There you go.
Ouch.
No dissent is allowed. Not even the most minor of dissent.
Do you think you could get Matt Walsh in the What is a Woman point if you debated him? Well, no, because they don't actually want to talk about it. It's not a conversation they're capable of having. Conservatives are deliberately ignorant to the...
That would be interesting. I don't know if Matt Walsh would want to talk to Vaush at all, but that'd be an interesting conversation.
Yeah, I'd watch that. Sure, that'd be great.
The point that they're not capable of talking about any of these issues. Can you go over circular arguments, like, real quick? There's no such thing. Guys, there's no reason a definition can't be circular. Not that my definition of woman is, but it doesn't have to be. People start pretending there are all these, like, rules about what a definition can be. There aren't. Words can mean literally anything.
I mean, what's the point of... I mean, R.I.P. philosophy, right? If words can just mean anything.
Gabagoop, gabadoop.
Yeah.
Darby
Yeah.
Chigamine, Ride Davidors. Kipples, Northland.
Right. Very...
Orbit Gum.
Very informative.
Orbit Gum. County. Male Soda. Book.
Circular reasoning.
Cup CD. Vitamins in eyes makes grass fire.
How come they never say triangular reasoning?
I don't even know what that means.
Why? I mean,
I just said a whole bunch of gibberish and I don't know what you're talking about.
wouldn't triangular reasoning work too?
What do you mean?
Well, it goes in a circle-ish. I mean, it's just an
I see,
angular
I see.
circle.
Right. No, but it's just this is the dumbest. Okay, first of all, the reason that we try to stray away from circular definitions is because we want definitions to actually provide utility and use and meaning.
Right.
Okay. Something that even Vaush, he pivots this all the time. He's like, well, the whole point of language and definitions is to provide utility in our society. But now it's like, well, you can just throw all that away because words can mean whatever I want them to mean. It doesn't matter. That's literally not true. That's literally not true. That's one of those things that a Dunning-Kruger person says they think it's smart, but it's not true. Words cannot mean anything. Words only have meaning if other people know what the fuck you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
If I make a bunch of gobbledygook mouth sounds like I just did, it doesn't mean anything to anyone. And thus defeating the entire point of communication.
Right. Yeah. They don't want to communicate though. They want to obfuscate. Look at that, like a champ.
There you go. I'm impressed at him.
I was looking up Ibram. Doesn't Ibram X. Kendi have a circular definition of racism? Everyone was calling him out. Yeah.
Ibram X. Kendi.
Yeah. Remember the definition that he gave? I don't think I found it. I think someone pulled this out of his book. Franklin Marshall. Ibram X. Kendi defines racism as racism is a marriage of racist policies and racist ideas that produce and normalize racial inequalities. Is that, I mean, that's the definition, I guess.
Well, it's not a circular definition. It's a definition that uses it so it doesn't define anything because it uses the word in the definition.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. That's stupid. That's so stupid.
That's from How to Be an Anti-Racist, though, because he gave a talk, and the definition that he gave in the talk was obviously circular.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't find it. You're better at
hilarious
at the Google than me.
Right.
The reason we choose definitions and use them is to serve utility. But they never get to that.
Look, you got it right.
Fine, but that's if you say, okay, can you define what a floorbow is? And they say, well, a floorbow is a very large floorbow. Okay. Oh, well, it's just, you said it could be circular. I'm using the word to define itself. Who cares? It's totally fine.
Yeah. Floorbow, huh?
Yeah, a floorbow. You don't know what a floorbow is? Adam doesn't know what a floorbow is.
When you drop your bow on the floor, is that a floorbow? I'm winging it here, but
no, a floorbow is a very specific type of exercise. You know, you remember Ty Bow, Billy Blanks from like 90 years ago?
Yeah.
Floorbow is like that, but you do it on the floor.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Right.
that point in the argument. I wish I could get to that point in an argument with a conservative. Like, do we think it would be better to use woman in a way that includes trans women as opposed to only referring to cis women, you know? But they...
Okay, there's a reason you can't get to that part in the conversation. Because the conversation is broached in a dishonest way. If you started with that question, Vaush, then the conversation could actually be about that. But you don't start with that question. You start with already declaring that a trans woman is a woman.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
That they're indistinguishable.
So you're trying to this is why, but this is insane. He's like, I can never get to this part in the conversation. It's like, but that's intentional on your guy's part, is to never get to that point in the conversation. You're trying to just say, oh, we're declaring this to be true, accept it.
Right, yeah. Yes.
They can't get to that point because they would lose that argument or because they're not smart enough to have it. So instead, it's like, well, actually, woman can't mean that because woman means that. Like, that's not how definitions work. We choose these words. We construct these definitions. And nobody ever defers.
Why did they say Pluto's not a planet? I mean, if we just choose whatever we want to choose, why didn't they just say, hey, fuck it, Pluto's a planet?
Yeah, why did they screw over Pluto? Why?
It's almost like we construct words and categories based around things.
Right.
And then when information comes in, we say, hey, maybe this thing doesn't fit this category. We say, oh, okay. We don't just say, well, words mean whatever we want them to mean, so fuck it.
Let's just change the category.
Yeah.
We don't want to hurt Pluto's feelings.
Right.
Pluto might get upset.
That's right.
Guess what? Pluto doesn't even know that we exist.
You don't know that.
Pluto doesn't know its own. Pluto never thought it was a planet.
Listen. How dare you speak ill of Mickey Mouse's dog? Okay, he's a loving and kind individual.
What happened to? What is Pluto now? Just like a snowball?
Yeah, it's a space snowball. Yes,
I like it. That's
what it is. That's what Pluto is.
We call Pluto random debris now. Random space debris.
I think it's called the dwarf planet. So there you go.
We're the ones who lost out. Our solar system lost an entire planet.
I know.
We thought we were big shit. Now, not so much.
Not so much.
We were trying to get to 10, and we lost a fucking planet.
Or like, there's a planet X out there. We're gonna get to 10. Nice round number, 10.
We were at 9 planets. Now we're at 8. What the fuck?
Going the wrong. I tell you, Adam, society's going in the wrong direction.
It is. What next? 7?
Are you gonna get rid of Uranus next?
Yeah, exactly. Huh? What happens to my anus next?
They're gonna say, listen, too many kids in elementary school are making too many butt jokes.
Right.
We need to get this planet out of here.
They're gonna start calling the gaseous planets clouds.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitions to refer to like a colloquial, broader understanding of something. You know, definitionally, like that's not what definitions are for. It is a true and important criticism.
Okay, even if everything he's saying is true, if a word meant something for 99.9 repeating % of all human fucking history, and it meant one thing,
right?
And you want to change what it means suddenly now at the 0.0000001% hour, you need to provide the argument for it. Okay, you're the one who wants to change it. You need to provide the argument for it.
That's a giant update. Everyone has definitions in their heads.
Yes.
That you can't just, this is why people get pissed. You can't just change the definition. There's not like a software update that goes out to everyone. Oh, we're using a different definition now. Okay, let me update. They don't know.
And they're also dishonest about it because the question is never answered. Well, why do you want to change the definition?
Yeah.
What's the purpose of that? What are you trying to accomplish?
We want to make trans women feel better. That's what they never. Why don't they just come out and say that? Listen, trans women get really depressed that they're not just categorically the same as cis women, and we want to fix that for them. That's the goal, right? Am I
that is
incorrect
the goal, yeah.
about this?
Right.
I mean, I feel like everyone kind of knows already. Isn't that the goal? I mean, yeah, that's the goal, right?
That is the goal.
To say that they're trans women are indistinguishable from, like, if you had a trans woman and a cis woman, you wouldn't be able to tell them apart. You wouldn't be able to distinguish them in any way, shape, or form.
I'm going to change the title of the stream to Vaush sells Sophistry and Civil War.
Oh, really?
That's a good title, right?
I guess. I mean, we're kind of in the middle of a stream and you're already
Who cares?
retitling.
Listen, do things on the flow here. Okay.
Right. I like it.
Definition that is entirely self-referential is pointless. It gives no meaning. Is definition wrong? Even if a definition is pointless, that doesn't mean it's not a definition, Rivera Life. You're falling for their bait. A definition.
What? What?
Let's go. Wait, you gotta listen.
I mean, what's the point of a definition if it's pointless?
That is entirely broader understanding of something. You know, definitionally, like that's not what definitions are for. It is a true and important criticism. A definition that is entirely self-referential is pointless. It gives no meaning. Is definition wrong? Even if a definition is pointless, that doesn't mean it's not a definition, Rivera Life. You're falling for their bait.
What?
So, well, he didn't even address the question. The guy says a definition that's just entirely self-referential is useless.
Floorbow,
which is true. Yeah. Right. Floorbow.
The perfect example.
Right. A floorbow is a large floorbow.
Yeah. Well,
but
a
then
small
he doesn't.
Floorbow is a floorbow too. So
that is true. But he doesn't even address the point. He just says that's not true because definitions can be whatever we want them to be. Well, that wasn't what he said.
Yeah.
That's what he wasn't said, Flash. I mean, technically, anything can be whatever we want to be for using social categories of language. Okay. The question is, do they provide some utility? And that's what his point is. It provides zero utility.
Self-referential.
This is why people.
Yeah.
Right.
Circular definitions have zero utility.
This is why people were mocking Ibram X. Kendi's racism.
Exactly.
Definition.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Come on, Vaush. Vaush got kind of destroyed in that woman debate this was the Ogwood debate. Vaush didn't leave that debate and go, oh man, I really stepped in it here. I need to reevaluate my strategy here. You know what he did instead?
What?
He didn't post the video on his channel.
Oh.
He ran. He ran. He ran.
Definition doesn't have to be meaningful. It doesn't have to be useful. We want them to be meaningful. We want them to be useful. And as it stands, I don't think woman is a useful definition outside arbitrary social categorizations. Even if woman only meant...
Oh my God, he's brushing his fucking beard.
He does it like, it's so weird. Because, first of all, because this was edited so poorly, I had to actually go find the stream to see, to understand the context. And there's so much beard brushing that's edited out.
Really?
I don't know why he's just like obsessed with brushing his beard. It's so weird.
Wow.
Like, I understand if, I don't shave every day, right? So I get some stubble, I get a little bit of a beard. So I understand, like, sometimes, you're touching your face, right? You're stroking your little beard. You're like, okay. But I've never, to like take out like an actual brush.
I know, like a head brush.
Yeah.
He's got this giant, it's like a horse brush. He's got brush in his beard.
Well, you know how he goes about horses, so.
Did you get that at the veterinary?
Well, it's very weird. The whole thing is very strange to me. He does it multiple times. Like, he's so concerned. Like, what is he doing? He's sitting in a chair talking to people. Why does he think, like, what is he doing that he thinks his beard is getting so wildly unkempt in like this 5 minutes?
Not only that, he's like a little postage stamp in the corner of the. So can I blow him up or?
Do what?
Do you want to see the video game? Sometimes you're like, people like watching the video game.
I mean, it's better than watching Vaush, I'll be honest. But...
Okay. I mean, he's doing a little brushing show here. It's kind of entertaining. Let's get to, I feel like we're at the verge of some sort of breakthrough here on definitions.
Like a tag that people got assigned to determine how they treat others and how others treat them. That would be nothing but self-referential, but it would still mean something. Like, think of it this way, guys. Think of it like a tag in like a coding language or whatever, okay? Even if woman literally only meant that a person was a woman, if we had a broader cultural understanding of what women should be treated like relative to men, then it would carry meaning even if the definition was entirely self-referential.
This is such fucking nonsense, because how would you teach that to children?
Right.
That would be like, the class would take 3 weeks. Like, what the fuck? You'd be like, a woman is a woman. All the kids would be like, uh-huh.
What does that mean?
Yeah,
But
exactly.
what is a woman? Well, a woman is a woman.
Right.
But what is a woman? Well, a woman is a woman.
Yeah. Like, the kids would be just like, you can't give us like a hint?
Imagine an alien coming down, okay, to Earth,
Right.
and you're trying to explain to it, and you're like, well, there's men and women. I go, oh, what's a man and what's a woman? Well, a man is a man, and a woman is a woman. No. But what is a man and what is a woman? Well, a man is a man and a woman is a woman. I don't understand what you're not getting here.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
Even if woman only meant person who is a woman or who identifies as a woman, if we have broader social ideas about what a woman should be treated like, or what like categories they should fit in, or what attitudes or beliefs should be assigned to them, then that definition has meaning because of adjacent cultural context. Why does the definition of woman matter when right-wingers call us queer people pedos without betting an eye? Well, the truth is it doesn't. I don't care about a consistent definition of any of this shit. There are no consistent definitions anywhere. Literally, like, go look at, like, any definitions when it comes to, like, nationality or...
So he admits that well, according to his worldview, there are no consistent definitions for anything. Okay. So then when he asks someone to define a woman that includes all women, he's asking them to do something that he knows is not how words or definitions even work in the first place.
Wow, you're right. He totally outed himself.
Yes. Now his responses would probably be something like, well, that's my position. The people who are giving the trans women are not women argument,
Do believe
they
in
have a different
definitions. Yeah.
definition of what a definition is. And it's like, okay, that's true. But they don't think that all definitions are universalistic because that's not how definitions work.
Yeah, obviously. Words can have multiple meanings, and often do.
Well, it's because, like, using the door example, okay, you could, like, if you were to really sit down and try to define door, first of all, you couldn't create a single sentence, or, you know, if you want to create something that included literally every conceivable door, you'd have, like, 10-page definition to the word door, okay, which obviously is stupid, and that's not the way things work. The way most definitions work is there's like a bell curve of doors and doornesses, and right in the middle of the bell curve at the very top is like your most stereotypical idea of what a door is, and then it kind of moves down, and there's various types of doors and qualities of doors and things that are sort of doors but maybe not exactly doors that kind of fit along the bell curve, but we all still recognize as a frickin' door. And that's how categories work.
Yeah.
history or race or ethnicity or gender or like anything anywhere. And it's like, yeah, a lot of definitions are just like nebulous concepts that have a lot of cultural and historical baggage that people...
This is such bullshit, Sitch.
I know.
This is such garbage.
Well, this is your sophistry.
Definitions range. I mean, there's scientific definitions, there's legal definitions, there's all these different ranges of definitions, and Vaush is just throwing all of those away as if they don't exist. It's
right.
Come on, Vaush. This is sophistry.
People use to generally refer to ideas, because all we're really doing when we use these terms is trying to like get people's attention on a set of basic ideas. Like very rarely do people parse out hyper-specific definitional. Yeah, there are technical definitions, Kultira, but those are usually set within a given framework. They're not like referential. They usually have pre-established parameters that you're like referring to. Like here's a okay, to pull an example from chat. Yeah. Can somebody give me like a consistent definition for nerd that doesn't self-reference?
Oh god, I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. It's just so dumb. It's so
Isn't
dumb. Yeah. Because it just, even if the example's correct, it doesn't mean that you're correct about the definition of woman.
Well, he's also confusing something because he asks them to define what a nerd is and what being cool is, and he says, "See, you can't define those things."
Right.
And it's like, well, first of all, that's not true. You can define those things. He's confusing. He's diffusing. He's confusing like what it means to be cool with what is like what exactly is determined as cool.
Oh, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, for example, like I would say a definition of a cool person is a person deemed by their peers to embody desirable social attributes.
Yeah.
That would be my definition of cool.
Yeah,
Now,
you thought about this because the definition of cool is subjective by different people. That's why.
Exactly.
And you're
But
trying to
that's-
get around
right.
that.
Well, no, because this is where he's confusing. So he's saying what the criteria to be cool is different than the definition of cool.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
good. I like how
And
you
that's-
did that.
And it's the same thing with nerd. Like nerd generally means, a person who, likes things that are considered, well, I mean, it's been, the concept of nerds had changed so drastically in the last 10 years or so. But before then, the definition was really based around like, oh, a person who likes things that are generally considered antisocial or not as socially acceptable by the normal mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure you could break it down even further than that. And what those exact things are, the exact nerdy things are, is different than what it means to be a nerd.
I just looked up the definition of nerd. It's pretty funny.
What is it?
An insignificant student who is ridiculed as being affected or boringly studious. The second definition is unintelligent but single-minded expert in a particular
Right.
technical field or profession. Look at that. Nerd.
That's funny.
Someone considered boring because their obsessive hobby or narrowly solitarily interests.
That's a
What?
good definition. That's a great definition. That is what I would consider a nerd.
Someone considered boring because of their obsessive hobby or narrow solitary interest. Yeah.
Right.
That is
now,
pretty good.
That's a good definition. To me, that's what it means to be a nerd. And like I don't like the whole we're taking back nerd, movement and all that stuff. But what exactly the interest is will, be very
Change.
different.
Yeah.
Change for each person.
They got around it. Yeah, exactly. Vaush. Come on now. He's just obfuscating. He is.
He is.
That's exactly
He
what
is,
he's
yeah.
doing.
Yes.
He's just running. He's like, oh my God, you can't do the simplest thing in the world.
I like in his chat, someone says, Vaush, I think the quote, what is a woman, is banking on the conservative audience's hatred of intellectualism. For the conservative audience, they never need to think about gender beyond biology, and to say anything beyond that makes them angry because they have to think it's magic.
That's some pretty deep rationalization there.
Right.
That's some pretty juicy rationalization.
Mm-hmm. So it's like I can create a bunch of sophistry BS about something, and if you don't like it, well, it's because you hate thinking.
Is it
Okay.
useful to waste all this cognitive energy on sophistry? I kind of feel like it's a waste.
Well,
Could be devoted.
what do you mean
to-
by useful?
I guess it's useful in winning political arguments, but
Exactly.
I mean, it's not useful in advocating for universal health care or right?
That's all second, Adam.
Oh, okay.
None of that matters. Okay. We're in a culture war.
Right. We got to own the conservatives.
The
is what
conservatards,
Vaush is
yeah.
thinking. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Includes all people who would be called nerds, but discludes people who would not be called nerds. Like you're literally never going to find an answer to that. What about a loser? What about someone who's cool? Like literally. Isn't wouldn't the best definition of whether or not someone is cool or what cool is would be self-referential, wouldn't it? Or you would
No, I just gave a definition of cool. It's not self-referential. nothing can. This is why this is so dumb. It's like it's if something was purely self-referential, how would people even perceive to understand it?
They wouldn't.
Right.
Yeah. That's the problem.
The only things that I can think about that are purely self-referential are things that are entirely like physical experiences. So, for example, like color. You know, like you can't define what blue is. But that's because it's not a concept. It's just a color that you see with your eyes. But blue itself is not a concept. It's not an idea. Those are the only things that are not concepts or ideas are the only things that are not self-referential.
I'm looking
That I
it
can
up.
think of.
Blue.
Yeah.
Of the color intermediated between green and violet, having a color similar to that of a clear, unclouded sky.
Right.
Well, they couldn't throw in during the day. Come on.
Right, there you go.
Having a color similar to that of a clear, unclouded sky at night would be black. Okay.
There you go.
Black with white dots.
But see,
get
but
it
like with
right.
like if you had an alien and they said what is blue, you say it's this color, and you just look, you hold up a picture
Yeah.
of it, assuming they could see in your light range and all that stuff. But
Filled with melancholy and despondency.
there you
Now
go.
I can relate to that definition right
There you
there.
go.
Blue.
would have to use a there isn't a synonym for woman, but with cool it would be like, you know, somebody whose behaviors or mannerisms are thought to be popular or whatever. Like it would have to be some kind of self-referential thing. There'd be
This is so funny. He's like, see, it's completely self-referential, and he starts listing off a definition for cool, and in mid-sentence he realizes that he
It's
can give
not.
a definition of cool that's not self-referential.
He messed up.
Yes. And so he stops.
but with cool it would be like, you know, somebody whose behaviors or mannerisms are thought to be popular or whatever. Like it would have to be some kind of self-referential thing. There would be no end to the loop. You would just
Popular, huh? Interesting. I know
Oh my
popular.
God.
I know what popular means.
I know.
It
It's
means something
ridiculous.
different than cool, right?
Right. Unless his argument is so vacuous, well, he's saying that, like, well, if you describe cool as like traits that are popular, then you have to describe what popular is. Then you go down a forever chain of, words. He might be making a sophistic argument of that extreme. I wouldn't be that surprised.
Yeah.
be like consistently referring to adjacent terms. Very contextual, but like nobody cares about this. And you know,
Did you know that technically all definitions are circular because all definitions use words?
No. This is
That's the
so
argument he just made.
This is so silly.
That's the argument he literally just made.
That doesn't mean circular.
I mean,
They have to use the same words.
No, Adam, you don't understand. Since all definitions are just using words that are synonyms, it means that technically all definitions are just, circular.
No, that's not how that works. They're not using synonyms in every definition though. Popular
Well,
is
not
not
exactly,
a
yeah, sure,
synonym.
right.
Popular is not a synonym for cool.
No.
Popular
You know
is
what?
a component of cool, but
Right.
yeah.
it doesn't matter. Language is imprecise. That's one of the things that makes literature really cool. The impreciseness of language means that there's more flavor in how we understand it. There's more art in how it's.
So he just said language is imprecise. So he said language is imprecise. He's acknowledging that his ask of people to define woman with all universal women, in the category is a BS ask, essentially.
Right, because of the imprecise nature of language.
Right.
Right. Yeah, he's admitting it.
It's applied, and that's cool. I'm totally here for that. The only reason the right's making a big deal about the woman definition business, which they also can't answer, by the way, is because they're doing it in an effort to dehumanize trans people. That's it.
That's not true.
If I think there's a difference between a cis woman and a trans woman, I'm removing their humanity. I'm saying that a trans person ceases to be human. They become some kind of object.
Well, their argument is that they're doing it to dehumanize cis women. They're
That
both
is an
making
argument,
they're
right?
both making the argument that they're
Right.
doing it with dehumanization as the byproduct.
When I say a trans woman and a cis woman are categorically different, I'm really saying that I think a cis woman is a human and a trans woman is just a chair to be sat in.
Yeah.
Just an inanimate object. Yes.
What's the matter?
Have you sat in a trans woman today, folks?
No comment. It's so weird that people want to die on this hill. Why can't we just say trans women are trans women and move on?
Because it's like defund the police. It's exactly like defund the police. It's bullshit. They're trying to push something far more. They're mop and bucketing. It's a classic mop and bucket.
It is. Yeah.
Classic mop and bucket.
We don't mean defund the police. Well, we really do.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, whoa.
Right.
But I guess, I mean, yeah, it's bad news.
They're like, trans woman or woman, trans woman or woman. And then you show up at the gates and you're like, what? And they're like, I'm just saying. Like, wait a minute. Put that mop away, okay?
Frankly, even their own, like the adult human female definition also can be broken down like almost infinitely. Adult, obviously in the West we say like 18 plus. Does that
Oh my
change?
God.
No, Vaush. Vaush. Remember your history, Vaush. Remember your history.
No! No! Don't do it! Don't do it, Bob!
What are you doing?
No!
Oh, no. How bad does this get?
Well, and there's a reason he focused on adult too, because when you talk about female, this is the Brett Weinstein always says, well, female is a human that produces ovum.
Right, yeah.
Or ova or whatever. So
Scientific definition of
Right.
female. Yeah.
Change, like depending where, like is it the exact nanosecond your 18th birthday hits? Is it girl to adult? What does adult mean? Where is that line? Wouldn't they just say exceptions don't disprove the rule? See, that's not the thing. That's not the way definitions work. If they say like, oh, the definition works except for exceptions, then trans people get to be the exception. Oh yeah, women means
no, they don't. That logic doesn't track at all.
Yeah.
So first of all, the concept of exceptions proving the rule means that it essentially means that like, oh, if something is repeated constantly, like for like 99% of the time or the majority of the time, and someone points to the exception and they say, see, this means that your rule is wrong. You say, well, wait a minute. The fact that this thing is repeated almost everywhere, except for this like tiny handful of times that you can pull out, that proves the rule is true, or at least generally true. Right.
Yeah.
And so
I've heard that. The exception proves the rule is the saying.
Right. And so if you say, well, wait a minute, that means that trans women get to be exception. It's like, well, no, it doesn't. You have to give an argument why you think it is. Just because something's an exception doesn't mean, like you could say, like someone could say, listen, I think cars should be defined as women. And you're like, well, no, they shouldn't. They're completely different. And then he goes, well, listen, their cars are an exception to women. Okay. And so if the exception proves the rule, cars should be part of the definition of women.
I mean,
Like,
all
no,
ships,
you have to actually.
all sea vessels are women, though.
There you go. Right. You have to actually prove why you think this exception should be part of this category.
Did you know that they used to name all hurricanes female names, and then someone got chapped and they started naming them male and female names?
I did know about that. Yeah. I don't know when you.
It just makes more sense that they're female
actually,
names.
when did they change it? Because I know, like in the 70s, I think they were already calling them male names.
Oh, they were? 70s is probably when they would have changed it.
That is kind of funny. When did they
Just-
start using
in there.
1979? There you go.
They started alternating them.
1979.
The women
I mean,
are
listen,
like,
when you-
listen, why are all hurricanes named after women? And
mean,
the
listen.
guys were like, it just makes sense.
You're like, listen, you're talking about a large, loud, tumultuous,
Yeah.
destructive,
Yeah. Keep going. You're doing
liquidy,
great.
very moist
Right.
entity.
Right.
It just kind of makes
Right. I mean, it is a home wrecker, right? I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that
literally
wrecks-
a home wrecker.
that destroys your home. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Come on, ladies. Step up. Take responsibility.
It's adult human female, and also there are trans women, and like, yeah, that's the exception. Like, that doesn't work. They have to provide a definition with no exceptions. But
No, they
anyway,
don't.
Are trans
He's
women
never
adult
explained
human
this.
females?
No, they're not female.
They're not
female.
female.
Is a sex classification.
Female's a biological term.
Right.
Right.
like so adult human female, so that's adult human. Like, so by human, does that mean that anything that isn't human can't be a woman? If that's the case, colloquially, why do we refer to non-humans as women all the time in fantasy and sci-fi?
See, he makes a good point here. I started thinking about Deanna Troy. Isn't she, I guess maybe she's not a woman. Deanna Troy on Star Trek?
Yeah,
She's what?
she's an alien.
Shit, what? She's some other. She's
Well,
like,
no, she's a half betazoid, half
right.
human.
So she's only
human.
half woman.
There you go. She's only half woman. Yeah.
Right. But her
Right.
mom is not a woman. Her mom's the betazoid, right?
Right.
Is it really betazoid? Is that the
That's what they're called. Yeah.
betazoid?
Betazoid. Yeah.
Okay. I feel
I
like
didn't
that.
make
I
it.
think there's an implied definition there.
Are you
What
saying
are
that,
the, what are the
betazoids
betazoid?
are all betas?
Have we seen betazoid men yet?
Uh,
I feel like maybe we have.
have we? I'm sure. Yeah, there's one up. Yeah,
Is
I think there's one
Zoidberg a
episode that
man?
we see a betazoid man. Yeah, that I can remember.
Is Zoidberg a man?
He's male.
I mean,
of
he's
his
a
species.
He's a.
Yeah,
Is he? I don't even know if he's.
isn't he?
They did one episode where I think
Does he lay eggs or something in one episode?
I think he does. I think he might be.
I see. I see.
Yeah.
This is such a dumb argument. Why do we call elf women women? Well, first of all, very often you say elf woman, so you are literally adding the qualifier.
Just so
He's about
people
to-
know.
Right,
Okay.
like it's so funny. He's like, why do we call elf women women? It's like we just called them elf women.
Right.
Genres. I know that sounds like a dumb concept or whatever,
It
but
is.
if like the human part of adult human female was that critical to our definition of woman, why do we effortlessly refer to like dwarven women, elven women, or like futuristic sci-fi robot ladies as women?
So it like
I'm calling my robot woman a woman. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say, Sitch.
it's so dumb. This is so dumb. Oh my god.
Can
And it's
you-
funny because like in Lord of the Rings and even in Star Trek, that I can think of, if someone says someone is like a man or a woman, very often if it's like an alien species, they say like, "Oh, you're a
A betazoid woman.
betazoid woman," or no, or you're a Vulcan, those Vulcan women, or those human woman, or those Cardassian women. Like they very often,
Right.
well, if they're not talking about their own species, they almost always add like the qualifier before it.
Yeah.
Klingon, those Klingon women. So it's like it's literally disproving his entire argument.
Those trans Cardassian women.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. See,
How dare you?
that's what we need. It's the new Star Trek needs to be more progressive. We need to have alien species where they're like a trans alien species woman.
Right.
That's
They
what we
should
need.
do. I mean, all the Klingon women kind of look trans anyway.
Wow. How dare you?
Well, I mean, I'm just being
Listen.
honest.
There's some hot Klingon women, Adam. You need to stop it. Okay. You need
Really?
to stop your
Sitch right now is Googling hot Klingon women.
Klingon women. I tell you, there's a couple. There's a
Right.
couple.
Yeah.
Okay.
As women, doesn't that mean that where's the line there? If you're so insistent on a perfect definition, then how do you parse that?
New concerning beardless Vaush photos dropped on the sub. Could you shave your beard to address these allegations?
Absolutely not. Never. Haters and losers are coming after me with fake news, but I don't let it get to me.
Adult human woman to every conservative, 2-year-old and up.
Not to mention, speaking out.
Oh my God. They're throwing the pedo label at the conservatives now.
Star Trek Discovery has multiple trans. Oh, really? Wow. I didn't know that.
Of course. Come on. You know that shit's woke.
I know. I mean, there's the episode from Next Generation where Riker falls in love with some quote unquote female alien,
Right.
but her species is they're not supposed to be gendered,
Right.
and so she has to it's like reverse trans. She has to become ungendered, in order to fit into her society. So
Interesting.
Outside of sci-fi and fantasy, what about mythology? Christians do not believe that God is a man. Like, Jesus is a man, but God is not a man. Why do they refer to God as he?
This is just so stupid.
isn't this so dumb?
It's like we have to make this complicated because we're hiding the fact that we just want to sneak this definition. It's so nefarious. It's so dishonest.
I know.
Just why can't they just come out and say, listen, it really upsets trans people that they can't be in the category, completely in the category. They don't want this distinction because it makes them feel bad.
Right.
Why can't they say that?
Well, I don't know, in Christianity, in Judaism, at least in Judaism originally, I don't know. I mean, my very hippy dippy, Jewish temple I was part of didn't believe this, but originally in Judaism, they did think that God looked like a human male. That when God said he created people in his own image, that was literal.
Okay.
So, that's why
Throwing
the
down
Jews,
the theology here.
right? But that's why the Jews, you know how there's 10 tons of Christian artwork?
10 tons?
Yeah, there's all this Renaissance paintings of
Yeah.
Have you ever wondered why there's very little Jewish artwork and paintings and sculptures?
I figured Christians were mega Chad artists.
There you go. Well, so when there's there's the famous sculpture of Moses with the horns, all the paintings and sculptures of
The Renaissance.
of the Torah stories or the Old Testament stories were made by Christians because Jews back in those days, especially, believed it was blasphemous to try to
graven
draw
images.
a picture
Yeah.
of God. Yes, try to draw a picture of God. But since they believed that God created humans in His own image, they also said, well, it was blasphemous to draw any picture of any human.
Really?
Yes.
Look at that, just shitting on the art.
And
That's
so,
not cool.
that was a big thing too with what's his name, Pontius Pilate, who in the Bible, Pontius Pilate is supposed to be sort of magnanimous, but in actual history, he was supposed to be kind of a huge asshole, and he intentionally would fuck with the Jews because he didn't like them. And so normally, when the Romans were ruling over Judea, the Roman army would have, they'd have sigils on their platoons, and often they would be animals, but sometimes they'd be Ares or Apollo or some god or something. And so normally the platoon that was stationed in Judea, in order to not piss off the locals, they would always have an animal sigil. But since Pontius
What's
Pilate,
a sigil?
the little logo on the
okay, insignia.
on their an insignia, I guess. Yeah, it had some insignia. But since he was such a dickhead, he intentionally brought in a platoon of soldiers that had an insignia of a face on it to just piss off the Jew.
A human face.
Yes. So
It's the Calvinists are the Christian sect that were picked up on that part of the Old Testament. We're like, we can't make any pictures, any idols. It's idol worship.
right.
Yeah.
Well, and then also, I guess that also became in Islam. Only I assume it only applies to Muhammad. It doesn't apply to all humans. So
The Renaissance is so amazing. All Renaissance art is so kick ass.
well, it's part of probably why Judaism had such a hard time catching on.
Right.
You can't even draw pictures like the
Well, they don't proselytize either. That's like,
well, that's part of
that's
it,
the
yeah.
biggest part.
Right.
If you think about it, art helps a lot with proselytizing. It does. Look how fucking cool we look. Look at this. Look at this ceiling. Don't you want to be one of us?
Yeah, you go into like a church and
Yeah.
there's Jesus up there and Mary and all this, beautiful artwork, and then
You give people this religious experience and you go, you could be like this all the time. Why don't you hang out with us? We're cool.
Well, and also you could say like, listen, you're praying to like this guy, and he looks like a guy,
Right.
You can see his face in your mind when you're praying to him. In Judaism, it's like, I don't know, well, you're praying to like a light ball. You're praying to something you can't really perceive. So
Not only that, they're like, you're gonna learn to read Hebrew.
well, that's true. It's that's a big annoying thing.
It's like, wow, I have to learn another language. I mean, I'm kind of busy.
Well, don't the Catholics do that? Don't they have to learn Latin or whatever?
Do they? I don't know. I'm not Catholic, so.
I thought you were raised Catholic.
No, Baptist.
Oh, that's right, Baptist.
Southern Baptist, yeah. It's pretty laid back. They don't, I mean, they trip out about you playing your records backwards, but that's about it. they didn't, I was like, they didn't like my one of my favorite records was Holy Diver by Ronnie James Dio. They did not like that album cover.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, whatever. Come on. It's cool.
And there are plenty of mythologies all throughout time that refer to their deities as men and women, even though they're not. Like, what about the Greek mythology?
He literally said, what about? Since this whole segment is whataboutism.
Or what about, like, the Roman gods? Nobody's ever had an issue calling Thor a man when Thor is literally a god. So if human is like a big kicker for this definition, why do you keep applying man and woman to non-humans? Isn't that weird?
Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? Weird? No, it's totally normal.
And then obviously when they say adult human woman, like female in this case is being self-referential, because conservatives use woman and female as synonyms. So when they're like, define woman without being self-referential, and then they define it as adult human female, they're being self-referential because they use woman and female interchangeably.
No, stop. How is this so stupid? Okay.
Yeah.
A female means someone who has XX chromosomes generally, and produces ova, right?
I looked at the
Ovum or
definition.
whatever.
An animal that produces gametes, ova, that can be fertilized by male gametes, spermazoa.
Right.
Yeah.
And so a little girl is a female, a woman is an adult female.
Yeah.
Okay? It's not the same thing. It's so stupid. This is so stupid. This is just peak sophistry nonsense.
It is. I'm so glad. I'm so glad we have a working definition of sophistry now. I feel so.
You feel so unburdened.
Complete. Yeah.
You feel completed.
Of course, in that case, like, they will, with a straight face, say a woman is a female, and then they'll be like, well, what's the definition of woman? Well, an adult human female. Okay, well, what's a female? Well, a female is a female. Like, yeah.
What the fuck? Did I not just read the definition of female?
Well, see, but that's why they add human in it, because the definition of female applies to non-human animals.
But what about females that can't produce ova,
Right.
Sitch? What about them? What about those exceptions, huh? What about
Hera?
Their ova maker is broken. What about them, huh? What about them?
What
do you
about
call them?
Hera? She's not human. She's a goddess.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
What
Do
about
gods even
hermaphrodite?
produce ovum? Yeah, what about hermaphrodite?
Well, she can produce ova and spermatozoa.
Exactly.
What about her? What about him? Him.
Like, XX chromosomes. Okay, then, like, so what about the exceptions? What about chromosomal abnormalities? Okay, well, those are exceptions. Okay, so can trans people be the exceptions? No, the exceptions can only be the exceptions that I choose. Doesn't feel...
Can cars be an exception? I think women, I mean, you drive, women drive you crazy, right? So shouldn't women in cars be the same thing?
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, why are we making, if we're going to make exceptions?
Why can't women be hurricanes?
There you go.
They should be.
There you go. I agree. Totally. Like, this is such a, and also here's the problem too, is that like under, before the trans argument entered, someone's talking about a woman or a female. Okay. And there are exceptions because someone has a chromosomes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They were all things that were rooted in biology.
Yeah.
And so now suddenly with this argument, the Vaush wants to change it to include all these other non-biological things. And then he acts like, well, what's the big deal? We always had exceptions. Like, well, no, we had a very limited, we had a very small limited set of exceptions that were all rooted in some sort of biological issue. And now you want to change that to something social.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Why?
No.
Female
So
generally
mean.
refer to sex, though. In that case, it's not self-referential. Yeah, but they don't believe that sex and gender are separate things. Otherwise, they wouldn't define woman as adult being female.
Excellent editing.
I do like how the clip just sort of fades out with him just rambling on. It's like,
course.
until this day, Vaush is still rambling sophistry. If you listen closely in the wind, you can hear the sophistic ramblings of a madman.
This is the only way I watch Vaush.
Words or whatever we mean.
I'm so glad that you've discovered the Vaush clip channels now. It's like just enough sophistry to
Democrats like
entertain you.
Yeah, because you're right. Like on a lot of for his main channel content, he doesn't clip. Well, he does sometimes, but very often he won't clip the craziest stuff.
Of course not. Yeah.
Right.
But the clip channels were like, this is the gold right here.
This is it. I found it.
One of these has some really weird cuts. And I can't tell if he just never gets to the point or he stops midpoint and they don't cut out the whole first half of the point that diverges into some other topic. It's really strange. I'll point it out, but
okay. Well, for this next video is called Vaush addresses if liberals will always side with fascists.
right.
And I have to read it like that because it's capitalized. So
He's coming for us. I mean,
are
Should
we
we-
the fascists?
should we define liberalism before?
Sure. I was gonna read some super chats, but you can.
Okay, do it up. You read super chats. I'll pull up my
Potato,
definition.
thank you so much, Potato, for being outside the simulation.
Potato, geez. I hope you're like killing it in the stock market or something. Boy, he's all.
right.
I think he gifted another 50 subs too.
And Potato that's right. Potato also just gifted 50 memberships. Oh my God. Thanks so much, Potato.
Yeah.
Our uncle, Potato. Thanks so much. For 2 months says, didn't know Sargon was doing audio for this show.
What? What
Because
happened?
there was no audio in the beginning.
Oh yeah, Sargon has gotten in trouble. a couple
Rumored
times.
the audio. There you go. An actual American flag. There he is. I'm crying and saluting for $20. He's back. America's back, baby. Says I haven't been able to do my weekly tithe in a little while. Been busy with disc golf tournaments.
Wow, disc golf is a lot of fun. Have you ever played disc golf?
I didn't even know what disc golf is.
It's where you throw a frisbee and try to hit a pole. It's like golfing, but with a frisbee and a pole instead of like.
I've never done that.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun if you're.
I
if
suck
you
at
like,
frisbee, so.
I'm great at frisbee. That's why I like it. I love it.
Awesome. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. I'm looking at pictures of it.
Turning frisbee into a sport Frisbee's so much fun. And they found a way to make it competitive, which I like.
There you go.
So it's just like
Yeah, see-
golf, except you're throwing a Frisbee to hit a pole instead of like trying to get a hole.
I understand.
A
Yeah.
ball in a hole,
Right.
yeah.
You know, just throwing a Frisbee back and forth to each other, that's not fun. 'Cause
No.
There's no competition there.
Of course, yeah.
You have to defeat your enemies.
Exactly. No, that's how it's done.
Hitting Polish people with discs. Is that what you're doing? You're hitting Polacks with Frisbees at them? That sounds like a hate crime.
They should, yeah. They should make it like shooting at people. Like they should have people running around. They should make it
there you
like
go.
paintball. That's what they should do.
You have people running around in a course
Yeah.
and hit one in the head with a Frisbee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they have to
but
fall down dead.
There you go. But I always watch the VOD, as you all should. Let's have a great stream. And S-Class, say it with me, folks, is the best class.
Yeah. Oh, I don't like that part, but
Also, smash that like button, folks. Smash it. Smash it. Break your mouse button, break your keyboard, break your computer so everything's just broken because you hit that like button so hard.
sweet.
Majin for $20 says, howdy, my timely zucchinis. This is a question for everyone who could help me. I need a good anime-related podcast that isn't full of leftists or soft leftists, or it will focus my hand to make one, or focus my hand to make one despite hating my voice. There you go. If anyone knows any anime podcasts that doesn't have dirty leftists in it, type in the chat. Let Majin know. I'm unfamiliar. I don't listen to any anime podcasts. So,
Yeah, I don't either.
and for $20 says, "Hey, it's me, the and from Sitch and Adam."
Wow.
There you go. It's the official and. I didn't know. Wow. Okay.
Wow. Welcome.
The secret third co-host.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't make it again. I was too busy swapping babies at the hospital to see if the parents noticed. Just remember, the and aggregation is the best team. So there we go. We have a new team.
The and team, huh?
The and team, yes. The and aggregates. There we go.
The ampersigners.
Yes. Anil in, thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 2 months, says, when a rights in mass are violated, that justifies
When our
revolution.
rights.
Okay,
When
that
our
makes more
rights
sense. Yeah,
are...
when our rights in mass are violated, that justifies revolution. That makes them different than a government-granted privilege.
That must be on natural
The
right.
natural rights thing. I don't think I think the way you should conceptualize it is not that the government grants rights. And I think this is a false dichotomy. That if you say, well, I don't think natural rights exist, then the argument is, well, then government grants rights. I don't think government grants rights. I think it should be conceptualized that the government protects rights that we as a society deem worthy of protecting.
Yeah, I always say that the only rights that you have are the ones that you fight for, but
So
I think that's true, right?
I agree so. Become the Knight for $20. Hey, Become the Knight. Says the brains wants to quickly categorize things quickly as a survival tool. That's true. It's a part of differentiation, one of two opposing forces of the knowledge instinct. It is normal and healthy and shouldn't be shamed. Well, that's true. And obviously, the fact that we do it and have it means that it's very beneficial to our survival, and we couldn't survive without it. Because the same software that categorizes like how you perceive visual shapes to understand that something is moving quickly at you is the same software that like wants to shove people into easy to understand boxes. So it shouldn't be shamed. However, if you want to have free will, you have to understand how that software affects you prejudging people or even judging people often incorrectly. So it's a balancing act.
You have to fight against it sometimes.
Yes, difficult balancing act. Solidoge raiding the Mar-a-Lago. Well, there you go. I don't know if you guys didn't know this. Solidoge was the FBI agent who kicked the door down to Mar-a-Lago and planted all those documents that they then picked up later. For $20 says, Vaush saw that one episode of SpongeBob with Wombo. and based his whole life philosophy on it. Also, I DM'd Sitch a great 6-minute video of Sargon going full cringe on Trump and claiming Trump is a hero a la Luke Skywalker. It's a much watch.
Really? Wow. Maybe we'll watch that on
out.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Although Carl will show up in the chat and give us a hard time.
Well, there you go. That'll be a fun stream. Vinny the Doberman, thanks so much for being a free will seeker. That's right. Fan favorite Vinny the Doberman. Been a free will seeker for 2 months.
Really?
Says, yes. Says DMX Sugma. Hashtag Doberman supremacy. There you go.
Sugma means suck my dick, right?
That's what it means.
Okay.
Become the Knight for $20 says, regarding rigid definitions of doors, we do not even have a rigid concept of what a door is. Our psychology requires them to be opaque, so we know how to perceive and understand them in an infinite number of scenarios.
What about a sliding glass
depends,
door?
I guess it depends on what you mean by rigid. I would say we have maybe not rigid, we have a general concept of what a door is. That I think it's pretty close. I think it's pretty close, even though there's lots of versatility.
What's at the top of the hierarchy of doorness? I think it's being able to go through it.
Well, I think the visual is at the top of the hierarchy.
It's an entrance or an exit.
I think even before that's just the visual. That classic rectangle wooden brown door with a little round handle.
Right.
That's the top of my door hierarchy.
I mean, a tank has a door on it too.
I understand that. But I'm saying, you said, what's the top of your door hierarchy? That's top of my door hierarchy.
What about car doors?
Yeah, but to me, the visual of in my mind, the visual of the door is the top of the hierarchy even before the concept of what the door even is.
I wonder if there's more car doors or house doors in America.
Well, well, I guess you'd say, okay, how many houses are there? How many cars are there? Cars you would multiply by
there are multiple doors on both, though.
Yeah, exactly. And then houses. Well, I guess that's true. You can't. That'd be very difficult to figure out.
I know, but I'm curious now.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's a competition.
Right.
What if it's exactly the same?
4 doors, more whores. Listen.
Yeah. Works for houses too.
Lucky 4 doors.
More doors, more whores.
There you go. Lucky Cloud Co. Thanks so much for joining. Discipline equals freedom. And Greg, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 2 months. Says Biden couldn't define a door, let alone open one. There you go. Great Shield, thank you so much for the $20. Says Adam, is it okay if I call you Dad from now on? I want to see if I can psyop you into having kids. Don't worry, Sitch. I won't call you Mom. Well, thank you.
No, don't call me Dad.
Don't call Adam Dad.
That's so weird.
That is weird. It's a little strange. Listen, Adam doesn't want you to call him Dad unless you're a hot woman, okay? A hot female.
A hot
woman. A hot
adult.
You have to be an adult.
Female.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. There you go. Then you can call Adam Daddy.
My wife might not like that though.
But you can let her dictate definitions. Come on.
Right.
We can make words whatever we want to make. Okay. So anyway, this video. Now we're going to get to the Civil War territory.
I know this is one that really got me angry.
Vaush addresses if liberals will always side with fascists.
Democrats love fascism. I've said this before. I think that it betrays a poor imagination on your part if you think that the behavior of the Democrats has to do with duplicitousness. It's not Democrats being...
Okay, so listen. At least he's saying the Democrats are not duplicitous, right? That's a point. Is that a point?
Duplicitous to what? I mean, I don't know.
Like they're not duplicitous in nature. They're not dishonest in nature. They're not liars in nature.
Is that what duplicitous means?
Yes. It means you're a deceiver.
Is that what it means?
Satan. Yes.
Marked by deliberate deceptiveness, especially by pretending one set of feelings and acting under the influence of another.
Right. So, okay. That's good. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad. The bar's low. I'm glad.
being secret buddies with fascists. It's really not. Liberals are just like that. You don't understand it because you're young and a radical, which is good. You should be a radical. But the liberal political mind state is one which believes that there are fundamental, universal elements of civil. They think they.
That's it right there. He was like halfway through what? And then we went to a completely different topic. He never goes back to it. It's like, this is his definition of liberals. What the fuck?
State is one which believes that there are fundamental, universal elements of civil. They think
it's such a horrible cut.
I know.
I'm like listening. I'm going, listen. Okay, fundamental, universal, civil, and what? I mean, what? What do liberals believe that's fundamental and universal and civil?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how does that sentence end? Did he just not?
He just didn't finish it.
What happened? This is important. He's calling us out. What the fuck? What is something universal that, individual rights is the bedrock.
Universal individual rights. Yeah.
Yeah. So is Vaush not for universal rights or individual rights? I feel like if you're for self-ID, you got to be for individual rights.
I don't know. Socialists are generally for group rights, not for individual rights.
I think they are for individual rights. I think it's a bad reading of Marx to see anything that they advocate for as collectivism. Is it collectivism if you want to take money from rich people to bolster your personal individual rights? I don't know. I always think of collectivism as like, I'm going to sacrifice for the group, but that's not what they're advocating for. They're advocating for other people to sacrifice for them,
right?
So that they can increase their individual rights. That's not really collectivism. This is why people don't like the idea of collectivism, because they see right through it. They're like, sure, it's about us all working together. Really, it's about me working hard and you taking my money. I like things the way they are, where, we keep track of who's working hard and who isn't working hard. Yes, I like that system.
They think that the right people will always win out in the end. That taking the high road always leads you down the right path. That abstemiousness carries its own rewards. That patience and deliberate, virtuous abstemiousness always pay off because...
What's abstemiousness? What the fuck?
I don't know.
Does he read a thesaurus before he goes to bed? From the guy who can't even define what a woman is. We have to look up abstemiousness.
Restraint.
Oh, you found it?
Yeah.
What's it mean?
It says marked by restraint, especially in consumption of food or alcohol.
Oh, okay.
So there you go. It means liberals don't eat a lot. First of all, I don't know where does this come from?
Restraint? I don't know.
No, but his definition of liberal, he just pulled this directly out of his ass. I don't know what the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah, I've came up with those 6 things when we debated Sargon on this. Individual rights, freedom of speech, equal protection under the law, property rights. Ooh, Sitch, does Vaush like property rights?
No.
Tolerance of conflicting beliefs. Sitch, does Vaush like does he seem tolerant of conflicting beliefs to you? I don't think so.
No.
Knowledge is based on evidence. He's halfway on that one. I did add a 7th after having that talk with Carl, and is meritocracy part of liberalism? Because I've started listening to every single conversation about liberalism with this, trying to better define it myself, and meritocracy comes up a lot.
It does, yeah. That's a good addition.
Yeah. So I think maybe the normal human intuitions, what we start out with in nature, is nepotism. And nepotism That doesn't get society very far.
No.
Yeah. Meritocracy gets society a lot further than nepotism.
All right. I'll be right back. Keep it going.
You're going to miss the good part.
There's an alligator trying to break into my house. Okay.
Is it really?
Of course.
Shoot that thing.
I'm getting the gun.
I want an alligator head. Can you like saw the head off and send it to me?
I will cut the head off. Listen, I'll fashion you an outfit, an alligator skin outfit.
Cool.
Okay.
They used to sell alligator heads at Disneyland. I never got one. I should have got one.
Are they real?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Well, let me get you a real one.
Alligator heads are pretty amazing.
People who are uncivil, people who break the rules, at the end of the day, they lose. They are Pete Buttigieg. Think about Pete Buttigieg. People for whom politics is not about historical materialism or about power, but rather...
See, when I listen to this, because he's talking about this like in the context of protesting and whatnot, I just fundamentally everything he's saying goes against his other main argument that he loves democracy so much that we need to get democracy into the workplace, because the whole idea behind protesting is to a show of democratic force. You're basically saying, look, I have all these people's attention focused on this issue, and they're all going to vote in the next election because they're willing to turn out here on the street to tell you how pissed off they are. Obviously, they're willing to turn out at the polls. That's the purpose of protesting. It's not, we don't live in autocracies where protests turn into palace coups and we pull out the leadership and off them in the streets. That's the old version of protesting that's been modified in the first world democracies to as a show of force, democratic force that is going to oust you from office in the next election.
About, mason jars, unshrouded light bulbs hanging from ceilings, and pithy Obama-esque speeches about hopes, virtues, lights, justice being touched from the hill of the America's life's whatever. Yeah, go watch The West Wing if you really want. If you really want to see how liberals think, go watch The West Wing. Or you know what?
I think Sitch actually likes The West Wing. I think he watches that regularly. I'm not a big TV watcher. I never really have been. So I just haven't really seen The West Wing.
You know what else you can, because a lot of you haven't watched The West Wing. Have you ever watched Parks and Recreation?
Now, Parks and Recreation, I've watched a lot of Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec is hilarious.
Imagine Leslie Knope taken out of her universe and put into ours. Imagine how dejected and impotent and weak she would be, constantly being tread upon by people who don't give a shit about her or humans in general. That's what, like, the liberal is. The best liberal is a well-intentioned, pure-minded weakling in a world of lions. That's what they are. That's the best of them. The best of them, virtuous people who do not know the game that they are playing, who don't understand the world that they're in. Oh.
See, this comes off as so disingenuous when you think of it in the context of Vaush saying things like, I love democracy so much that I want democracy in the workplace, because the implied understanding there is that democracy works, that he has faith in democracy, he has faith in democratic ideals. But then right here, he's saying, oh, liberals are totally, naive about the real world, and democracy can't work. Democracy doesn't work. And we have to be ready for that. Liberals have drank the Kool-Aid on believing democracy, on having any kind of faith in democracy or the democratic process. Those two ideas are completely contradictory. So is Vaush, pick one, Vaush. Do you want to give up your democracy in the workplace? You want to give up your worker co-ops, your signature program, the program that you're always raving about? Or do you want to give up the idea that democracy doesn't work? Which one is it? One of those has to go. Please stop being contradictory on the internet.
Of course, this is a varying thing. There are liberals who are fully aware of the threat of fascism. This is obviously sort of a gradient. I'm talking about the...
See, the threat of fascism, I think, is very, very real. I think the problem that I have with people on the left and leftists in general is that they emboldened the fascists. Everything Vaush does plays into the giving the fascists more power, more political power. You're basically throwing your credibility away in the political realm. And that, not only that, you're creating a system where the darkest elements on the right are going to be against society. They're going to be emboldened to do radical things that are not healthy for any of us. So stop provoking fascists is the lesson here.
Pure liberal right now, the archetypical liberal, the platonic liberal. It doesn't make them an ally to fascism, not always at least. It doesn't make them a bad person either. It just means that they aren't really aware of the nature of power. They aren't really aware of the stakes at hand. They have too much faith in the institutions, too much trust in the historical inevitability of the prevalence of the civil and the decent and the noble-hearted. Some of them...
See, that completely false from where I sit. I mean, maybe some liberals have that naivete. I feel I have a very strong understanding of power, how power works. One of the reasons why I'm so against wokeness is because I do feel like it elevates this kind of nastiness that I think can create a situation where more fascist elements in society are emboldened to act just as nasty as the woke people act. And that's a very real thing. But I guess Vaush would respond by saying, we have to get nasty before they get nasty. Why? Why do we have to get nasty? Why can't we just be chill?
Will be allies to fascism. But unfortunately, I think liberal is just too broad of a term.
God of Plague in the chat says, Gator 1, Sitch 0. Yeah, what the hell? Did we lose Sitch? Is this it? Guys, it's over now. All that talk about S-Class being best class, I think it was just hype. I think maybe Gator class is best class. There is no chill. I'm in a weird... I mean, I get it. There's a lot of young people on YouTube. When you're younger, you're getting your life together, so things aren't quite as stable. I'm older. I'm in a much more stable situation, so it's easy for me to say society is just fine. It's much harder, and I worry about young people. I do. We're in a situation now where, I worry more about housing than anything. Young people need affordable housing, and I wish the Vaushes of the world were more interested in advocating for affordable housing than that we were on the verge of civil war because Republicans want to round up trans people. It's such a phony issue. It's such a dumb issue when there are real issues that people on the left should be focused on. Yeah. Well, actually, people on the right should be focused on that too. Housing should be, that's family values right there. Affordable housing for families should be a thing. Houses need to be commodities again. They need to crank those things out like hamburgers so the price comes down instead of treating them like rare works of art. So it's the kind of thing you put in a safe and keep for your retirement. It's an investment vehicle for my retirement. That's not the way to be.
Term, you know? Liberal refers to will be allies to fascism, but unfortunately, I think liberal is just too broad of a term, you know? Liberal refers to so many things. It's the philosophy of the Enlightenment. You know, the Enlightenment spawned so much of modern economic, political, and philosophical discourse that, like, liberal can refer to so many things. Are there liberals who are primarily interested in the maintenance of their businesses and will vote primarily on tax legislation? And
See, I don't even think Vaush knows what a liberal is. I mean, I really started thinking about this because we're doing the talk with Carl, and a lot of people on the right are, you know, they're anti-liberal. So I really wanted to dive into a definition that I felt worked. And Vaush hasn't really touched on any of these things. Obviously, Vaush is not a liberal. And I think Vaush is not a liberal because he disagrees on property rights. But he must agree on freedom of speech. He must agree on individual rights. He must agree on equal protection under the law, although we are going to listen to a clip where he says we don't have equal protection under the law. But it is a value that we aspire to. He's not really even like, Vaush, do you even know what a liberal is? Adam, look it up.
little else? Yes, there are. I don't know if you could fairly call one a liberal who would collaborate with the Nazi regime back in the 30s or whatever, if it meant saving your business. I think there are liberals, and then there are people for whom liberal society is convenient. Does that make any sense? This is very common with fascist coups. They appeal towards a sort of embittered or greedy or desperate upper class. Usually the bourgeois side with the fascist revolutionaries or the fascist coup because they were promised, compliant labor conditions, to put it lightly.
Vaush slipping in a slavery reference there. He's saying they want slave labor. That's why they side with the fascist elements. What a ding-dong.
But I don't think those big business people who side with the fascists, I don't really think they're liberals. Like, I don't think these people are all gung-ho, tolerance, progressive, and then the fascists come along, and then they're like, oh yeah, we're totally okay with death camps, just keep our taxes low. I don't think they're liberals, really. I think...
So he did touch on number 5 there, tolerance of conflicting beliefs for liberals. So he got one.
I think they're mostly apolitical outside their own power and self-betterment, and when chips are on the line, like, they'll do anything to maintain that. But that's not an ideological bias towards liberalism. That's just surfing the Kali Yuga of liberalism until the next wave comes along. The only reason I'm saying this is because I think sometimes, like, the discourse gets a little bit muddied when people are like, well, liberals side with fascists. Well, not really. The fascists kill liberals, It's more like oftentimes the liberals are too weak, inept, or naive to do anything about the fascists. And there are people who weren't openly fascist, who felt it easier to work with liberals beforehand, who will then find it easier to work with fascists when the opportunity presents itself.
It's so weird to say that liberals are too weak to deal with fascists. I mean, I'm pretty sure liberalism won against the actual fascists in every way, shape, or form during the fallout of World War II. We've talked about it many times on the show. How, first of all, they beat the actual fascists of Nazism in the war. And then when they split up the spoils of war, the communists, who turned out to be just another side of fascism. I think a lot of times leftists conflate authoritarianism and fascism, but there is a real authoritarian component to socialism and communism. They don't, they want to they're not tolerant of other belief systems. They want to force their ideology onto people, and that ideology is the state owns everything. Individual rights are not a thing in communism. They because of the property rights. They want to they don't want people owning property. They don't want people becoming wealthy. They don't want people striving to become wealthy. So that happened after World War II. You know, the Soviet Union picked half of Europe and formed the Iron Curtain. All of those places became not nice places to live, and all of Europe flourished. So the test has been done.
Liberals are often useful idiots, or inept but well-meaning allies. And they can be made, what's the opposite of inept? Ept? Disinepted? They can be made competent allies under the right conditions, I think, you know? I think it's also... Oh, adept! Of course, adept. Inept, adept. What an odd... A lot of old liberals are hard to move, though. That they are. But keep in mind, folks.
Okay. The alligators have been dealt with.
What happened?
Well...
Please tell me you got pictures.
So this time of year, mid-August in Florida, this is known as alligator swarming season. Okay.
Swarming.
Yeah, so the alligators, people don't realize this. Alligators, they engage in swarming behavior. So this time of year, you know,
Isn't
they all
that
try
mating behavior?
Well, they're not mating. They're trying to get to where they're going to mate. Well, actually, no, they've already mated, but they're going to where they're going to lay their eggs, and so they swarm. So you get like these entire herds of alligators will just like go across neighborhoods, and they just, you know, they'll eat any pets or bird or anything in their path. You know, they'll trample all over your lawn and cause all sorts of problems. So you got to get out there and you got to kick them out of there. You got to push them into the street. So they're somebody else's problem.
Sounds like bullshit to me.
No, I even killed one for you, and I was gonna send you the head, but now.
Did you
I
really
don't know.
kill an alligator?
Of course.
What'd you do?
I shot it. What do you mean? What I do?
You have an alligator gun?
I have. Well, it's not an it's a gun. It's not an alligator gun.
It's not. It'll work on anything.
It works on anything.
It's not specific for alligators.
I do not have a gun that only works on alligators. So.
Wow. Okay.
So I was dealing with that. So sorry, but hopefully the alligator swarm has been dealt with, and it won't crop back up later in the stream.
Everybody thought that the alligators killed you.
Have some faith. Have some faith. I will not be brought low by a simple alligator.
Right. Well, Vaush here is trying to define liberal and doing a piss poor job of it. So,
okay. Look how much faster you get through the video when I'm not around to just interrupt every 2 seconds.
I almost took a nap.
I'm impressed.
I just put the video on and just listen to the video, guys. It's all in there.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, I did my commentary. I mean, do you want to do some, or do you want to back it up, or let's continue?
I don't.
Yeah. Okay, good.
We got a lot of it. We have a lot to get through.
Look at the French resistance, you know? Look at the revolutionary cells within Nazi Germany, you know, France.
He's basically said that liberals are just too weak to deal with the fascists. And
right.
That, you know, we really need this brand of woke progressivism to provoke the fascists into the next January 6th. That's what we need.
Well, Daniel just sent me something. What I was going to say about this is that, and this is what is so ridiculous, socialists are far closer to fascist than liberals are.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah.
Socialists and fascists are more like socialists have more in common with fascists than socialists have in common with liberals.
Yes, big time.
They both believe in group rights over individual rights. They both believe the state should dictate all moral and economic questions.
Yeah.
They both believe in a very strong centralized authority. They're both anti-individual property rights. They're both, and I said already, they're both anti-individual rights. They both believe a clear good-evil dichotomy with constant fear of subversion
Oh
to
yeah, that's a good
justify
one.
good like government squelching people. So that like this whole, that's why I'm glad, I brought this up last stream when we were talking about the history of the USSR. We've allowed, for no fucking reason, we've allowed the commies to pick up this narrative that it's the commies that always fight the fascists. It's the commie. This is a total lie. This is a 100% lie. You know who it is that fights the actual fascists?
The
It's the
liberals.
liberals.
Yeah.
You know what the communists did when the Nazis invaded? Do you know what the communists did, Adam, when the Nazis invaded?
They helped them.
They said, yes, please.
Yes, they did.
They said, oh, the Nazis are invading? Well, let's join forces with the fucking Nazis. The commies literally joined forces with the Nazis to invade Europe.
Yep.
So don't give me this bullshit. It is the commies are the only ones fighting the fascists. Bullshit. It's the liberals that are fighting the fascists. You guys are fucking liars and you're stolen valor.
Yep.
The only reason that the commies and the fascists even fought was because the fascists, shock, surprise, betrayed the commies. Oh, who could have possibly predicted this?
Yeah. And Vaush was saying that liberals don't understand how power works.
I know.
Yet, I mean, I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of how power works. I brought this up too. After World War II shook out and the commies took Eastern Europe and the liberals took Western Europe, what happened? What happened there? Western Europe thrived and Eastern Europe stagnated.
Died.
Yeah.
Yep. Because what did the commies do? They sucked all the resources out of Germany that they could, and they shipped them back to
East Germany. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, even it goes on to this day. Right now, Ukraine is like, please no, we want to go with the cool people. We want to go with Western Europe, right? We don't want to be with the Eastern Europe people. And Russia's like, no, you're Eastern European.
I mean, looking at Berlin and Germany is a good example because not only did the West and Europe want to build up West Germany because they wanted to prevent World War III from occurring, but also because under capitalism and under liberalism, they're both incentivized to create strong, stable trading partners and strong, stable countries for economic reasons. Under communism, there's no financial incentive whatsoever for them to build up East Germany at all. Zero. Right. And guess what? They fucking didn't.
Of course. Incentives matter.
Yep. No, they're going to do it out of the kindness of their heart. Okay.
No, that doesn't happen. But listen, liberals are the naive ones, okay?
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Listen, we've only had strong, stable, liberal governments that have produced the best outcomes in all of human history and the strongest, most powerful countries in all of human history. And all the communist countries all fall into authoritarian nonsense, garbage, and fall apart. But liberals are the naive ones.
Yeah, of course.
Because this time communism will work. I bet you. I promise you this time will be different.
Sitch, you just don't understand how power works, okay?
Oh, okay.
You're so naive.
Right.
The fascists are going to take advantage of you. It's all about the fascists.
I know.
Poland, Northern Africa, Italy. Look at what was going on there. Are many of these groups leftists? Yes, they are. Many of them were socialists, but not all of them. In fact, probably a minority of them. The majority of people who were fighting on the ground in revolutionary cells against the fascist occupation were probably liberals. They were just...
See, even Vaush now. Even
he
Vaush
admits it.
has to. Yes.
He admits it.
Yep.
Nazi. People misunderstand. Being anti-fascist doesn't necessarily mean being a socialist, you know? You could be a liberal and be ideologically opposed to fascism. In fact, being a liberal means you are ideologically opposed to fascism. I think being a socialist makes you a better anti-fascist because you're better able to critique the underlying material conditions that lead to fascism, and you're generally more...
Even though you support like all the things that they, all of their policy prescriptions you're in favor of.
Right. I was going to say, like, this is such a bad argument because, first of all, let's look at the track record. Okay. Liberalism has a far better track record against fascism.
Right.
Socialism has a better track record of producing fascists.
Yes. What's authoritarianism? I said this while you were gone. I feel like a lot of times they just conflate fascism with authoritarianism.
Yes.
And communism is authoritarianism.
Right. But even fascists,
right?
A lot like this has happened in Germany. The communist and the quote unquote threat of communists was used by the fascists to seize power.
Right.
So, it wasn't the threat of the dreaded liberal that allowed the fascists to fearmonger. It was the commies.
No one's afraid of the liberals. I wonder why.
No.
How come no one's afraid of liberals?
Because liberals are based.
Has to do with tolerance.
Yep.
Well, we have to be intolerant. We have to be intolerant of intolerance. Sitch.
Well, it's funny because if liberals were to adopt that idea,
Marcuse,
the paradox of tolerance, and the intolerance of tolerance stuff, then basically that would mean
they wouldn't be liberals anymore.
Well, no, I would say that like you could construct basically you could construct an argument where you say, okay, we are tolerant to everything that fits within the liberal framework, and anything that exists outside the liberal framework we're intolerant of, right? And if you were to do that, that would mean that we would be intolerant of communists.
I don't how you wouldn't necessarily be able to do that and still have like the laboratories of culture.
Well, you could do it to some degree. I mean, this is sort of, you could go back to John Locke's, whole liberal rules only apply to those who are operating within a liberal framework, essentially.
Right.
If you're operating outside a liberal framework, you're trying to draw men into the state of war, and then you can use violence against them. So now, I'm not saying I don't think commies should have free speech. I'm just saying that if we were to adapt their own principles, then they wouldn't be allowed to speak, essentially.
Commies wouldn't get free speech.
They wouldn't get free speech. If we were to adapt this whole, intolerant of tolerance.
Wouldn't we lose a lot of lolcows, though?
We would.
I mean, we'd have a dearth of lolcows.
Right.
Wouldn't be good.
Aware of the nature of power and the accumulation of material power, but you can be a liberal and an anti-fascist. I don't think those are mutually exclusive at all. I say this to remind all of you that Democrats, while they do suck, are a particularly inept wing of the supermajority of this country, which is liberal.
I will say, though, at least
he just said we were a supermajority. Did you catch that?
At least that's true. At least Vaush is better than no thought, aka
Really?
Second Thought. Well, Second Thought believes that liberals and fascists are the same. And
you're right. Yeah.
he believes that you scratch a liberal and a fascist place. So I'm surprised to hear Vaush even say all this stuff, because a lot of his bread tube brethren are far more extreme in this rhetoric than he is.
He's trying to dial it back. He's starting to realize, listen, I'm in the crazy part of the internet here. And I'm like, the Fortress arc is not working out for him.
I mean, I don't think he's not trying to drop. I don't know, because he's still pushing this civil war. Republicans are going to put us in camps, stuff.
Because his chat is forcing him to do that.
Well, we should talk about, maybe we'll after this, we'll talk about the tweet.
Did you respond to him in a tweet?
Yeah.
Did he respond?
No,
Okay, good.
of course not.
Good. Good. I don't want you to get in any internet fights.
What do you mean? Our show is based on internet fights. What are
Oh,
you
you're right. Why didn't he respond?
How dare, I know. That's why.
He must be scared.
Must be.
Come on, he's saying nice things about us. Let's
Majority
continue.
of this country is liberal. This country is full of liberals, and these liberals are ideologically opposed to fascism.
God bless. Of course, they're ideologically opposed to fascists. Now he's going to be like, now conservatives, on the other hand, are fascist. I mean, okay, are they? That doesn't. Maybe some.
They want to enact the LGBT genocide, Adam.
Well, that is fascist.
You know, how effective they'll be in any real dispute, to an extent, comes down to us. We are shepherds. Ever since...
See, this framing is insane. Like, you have these crazy leftists provoking the fascists into confrontation. And then they're saying the liberals are the problem. What?
Well, they're not. See, I wouldn't even frame it like that. It's not that they're provoking fascists into confrontation. You have these crazy leftists that are activating the fascists.
Yes. Yes.
They're activating them by all this, whiteness is bad. White people are bad. We need to get rid of whiteness. We need to get rid of property rights. And then you have the whole, we need to get rid of, the concept of sex and gender. And kids should be able to just self-ID and transition, blah, blah, blah. Like, you're just activating all these people to say, whoa, 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 whoa. We need to do something about all this insanity. We need to clamp down on all this stuff.
Yeah. 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 Of course. That's exactly what I'm saying.
And people
but then to look
always...
at the liberals and say, oh, the liberals don't know how power works, and you guys just, you guys need to step back while we start a fight here. What?
Listen, you don't know about material conditions. You don't know about conflict theory. So therefore, you don't understand how power works, okay?
I mean, most of our show is talking about selectorate theory, which is it was based on how power works.
No. Selectorate theory is bullshit. I don't know if you know this.
Selectorate theory is the theory of everything.
No. You're wrong. Okay. Everything is just conflict theory, and the rich just pay off the politicians. Okay?
What is conflict theory?
Conflict theory is the idea that history is just a series of battles between the haves and the have-nots.
Oh, okay.
Essentially.
Yeah, basically, commie theory.
Right.
I mean, that's not really true. Well, it kind of is, in the fact that with economic freedom comes political freedom.
Mm-hmm.
But the key is to get a lot of economic freedom into a lot of people's hands, so you get first world democracies.
Right, but that's what they don't appreciate, is that we've crafted a society where now people are incentivized. Like, obviously, there are people that are still incentivized to be greedy shitheads, but we're still incentivized as a society to try to have as strong middle class as possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's something we haven't really had before.
When societies break down into autocracies, they really do have no middle class. It's the haves and the have-nots.
Right.
And the haves are the ones with political power, and the have-nots have no political power, and often no economic power either. As soon as you start building a middle class with economic power, you start that economic power turns into political power. I mean, This is why the commies got so pissed off. They were like, everyone's getting rich and happy off of capitalism. And they're never going to revolt.
They're all lulled into false consciousness by being able to buy stuff, Adam. Well, you have to wake them up.
That's good, right? I mean, you want a strong middle class. The
No,
left
you don't.
used
Not
to
if you want the revolution.
the left used to always talk about the middle class. How much do they talk about the middle class anymore?
0.
Never. You never hear them talk
That's
about
a
the
good
middle
point, yeah.
class.
Right.
Bernie Sanders built his whole first campaign on the struggling middle class. We're losing the middle class.
Right.
Two Americas, the haves and the have-nots. Yeah. That was
Now it's
something that we
just-
used to worry about. Now it's like,
Right.
now the middle class is so, well, I mean, well, how's the middle class doing? I'm not sure I even know, because I'm too busy worried about whether or not, you know, trans athletes can compete in fucking the Olympics.
Right.
What
right.
happened?
Well, everything now is about the oppressed minorities,
Well,
whether
but
it's economic or racial.
this could be good
or
though.
LGBT.
Like the middle class might be so strong that they don't need anyone to advocate for them.
I don't
People
think
are
that's what's
worried.
happening.
Well, so has it become the haves and the have-nots, and the haves are just arguing over whether or not trans women can compete in Olympic sports,
Yeah, I mean, I think
and the have-nots just have checked out?
I think part of what was Trump's key to victory was that the Democrats basically gave up on the white middle class. And they said, you know, we're going to try to win by, you know, throwing white people under the bus and, you know, win on this minority coalition and white guilt. And I don't think that's a winning combination.
Yeah,
That's
but
a winning ticket.
the Republicans are the party of the middle class now, though.
Right, which is bizarre from where they used to be like 10, 15 years ago.
Well, the as long as the incentives are aligned, and there's some evidence that the incentives are aligned between the wealthy and the middle class.
They are to
Everything's-
a degree.
Yeah,
Right.
not always, but mostly.
Mm-hmm.
The great battle between fascism and socialism began, you know, the real war. It has been the prerogative of socialists and anarchists and anti-capitalists of all kinds to guide public attention against fascism, to lead that effort, to convince people, to educate people. Are we appreciated for it? No. Do we often succeed?
So this is not the goal of the leftist, the socialist, is not to protect society from fascists. Okay. The goal is to say that society is succumbing to fascists, so we need to turn to socialism because liberals are too weak to fight the fascists. That's what the real goal is. So everything, this is all bullshit that he's saying right now.
He's pretty much said that straight
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's the goal. The goal is to manufacture fascists.
Right.
At least in
yeah.
this scenario. You know, there's not a bunch of fascists running around in America, but
The goal is to turn regular rank and file Republicans into fascists.
right. So that you can turn people on the left into socialists to say,
Right.
listen, the liberals cannot fight this menace, okay?
Which, I mean, citation needed. What the fuck?
Right.
I mean, we're doing fine fighting the fascists.
They want to put the LGBT people in the death camps, Adam. That's your citation. Haven't you been paying attention?
That's not, you can't cite that's self-referential. You can't cite a Vaush video for
Oh, okay.
them wanting to put people into death camps.
Can I
You have
cite
to-
a Vaush tweet?
No.
Oh.
You have to cite actual evidence of Republicans going after trans people. You're like, the Don't Say Gay bill.
hmm
Adam, you're so naive. You have no idea how power works. It's like they have this completely skewed view of reality. And suddenly we're the ones that don't understand how power works. It's like you can't even tell what's real. Man, you can't even read the fucking crime statistics.
I know.
Oh shit.
No, we get our asses kicked from time to time. But it is still our job. You know, socialists, anarchists, union leaders, and organizers, have been prominent in anti-fascist action in America.
What do unions have to do with fascists? Such a non sequitur.
I mean, the fascists were that's what corporatism is. They were kind of big on unions and stuff.
Just because you call CEOs fascist doesn't mean they're literal fascists, Vaush. It doesn't. That's not how that works. Okay. Just because you think capitalism is fascism doesn't mean that it is.
America for as long as that has been a thing, prominent in resistance cells across occupied Europe, prominent in denazification of Germany. It's just something that we seem to keep finding ourselves doing. So take pleasure in that role. Make it your job to talk with liberals and convince them. Why do you think I've been adopting the rhetoric that I have over the past couple of weeks?
Yeah, please talk to us. That's what we want. Come talk to us.
We're not liberals, Adam. We're evil conservatards. Okay?
Vaush fans.
We're carrying water for the fascists.
Vaush fans, come talk to us. Come on. We're nice.
Well, considering the stream we just watched after this, someone was trying to moderate the conversation and he banned them.
That's true. What was that, Bernie bro? Come talk to us. You're welcome in our chat.
Oh no, I'm gonna ban you because you're trying to moderate an opinion here that the leftists have. So you're banned. But we need to talk to liberals, by the way.
Role. Make it your job to talk with liberals and convince them. Why do you think I've been adopting the rhetoric that I have over the past couple of weeks and months so aggressively?
It's so funny. This video, we're watching these videos in reverse chronological order. So this video is older than the previous video we just watched. So he's all like, we need to talk to liberals. We need to get them on our side. And then, meanwhile, in the future, in modern times, someone's like, listen, Vaush, you're making an argument that's going to push liberals away. And he's like, shut up, banned.
I don't think he really thinks about that kind of stuff.
Get out of my fuck. He's worried about if it wasn't for this trans stuff, that's like 80% of the far right. When I say, I don't mean conservatives, I mean like the far right. 80% of the far right is being motivated by trans stuff.
Well, they're being provoked by the trans stuff because they have kids and they're worried about their kids being gaslit into thinking they're trans when they don't have gender dysphoria.
Right. So he's literally not even so future Vaush is not even taking past Vaush, or present Vaush is not taking past Vaush's own advice.
Look, and it's not only that, if your argument is that the kid doesn't even need to have gender dysphoria to be able to transition, what reality are we living in? Right?
Right.
Wow. Okay.
My primary concern is not entertaining or appeasing or educating the socialists in my audience, because you are socialists. We already agree. I know where you stand. My interest is convincing liberals how bad things are capable of getting, so that they will be more aggressive advocates for their rights and for...
This is so stupid because I see it as Vaush literally provoking the thing that we're worried about. And that we do understand and we are worried about it. And he's acting like, no, we don't care and we're not worried about it. You're literally fucking starting the war, you moron. You moron.
For our rights, should that ever be necessary, which it most certainly is. That's what I care about first and foremost. So just keep that in mind.
Vaush is he's like a character out of a Greek play. Okay, the fates come down and they're like,
democracy.
They're like, Vaush, you have to be careful because in your future we see fascism. He goes, oh no, and so he spends all this time trying to fight the fascism. But his actions of quote unquote trying to fight the fascism is what creates the fascist in the future. Yeah. Yes,
that's exactly what's happening. Yeah,
right.
We're stuck in a Terminator script here.
Yeah.
It's very sad because you can't get through to him. He doesn't understand the basic dynamics that are going on here. And he also, he's talking about fighting for rights. Well, the rights that he's fighting for are just, he doesn't understand the ramifications of those rights. Like, you could conceive of Vaush fighting, like they want CRT in the classroom. They want, gender ideology to be taught to kindergartners. Like those are the rights that he's fighting for. Those are the rights that are going to provoke the shit out of people. That are going to activate anyone who has any kind of authoritarian tendency. And I mean, I've read some studies that say it's as much as 30% of the population. You're just activating those people. Those people are going to say, oh yeah, well, I'm voting for the next fucking tyrant that's going to just, clear you guys out of here.
Right. Exactly.
This is the thing that literally brought Hitler to power. It's fucking nonsense. God, it's so evil.
Well, but I mean, that's the problem, is that, through all the veneer of logic and reason, I mean, he's all just working backwards from what fits his ideology, what he wants to be true.
Yeah.
Even though all of history has literally shown us the opposite.
Yeah.
Guy, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 2 months. Says plenty of leftists advocate for affordable housing. Most of their solutions make housing less affordable.
Unfortunately, that's exactly right. Yeah.
Yes, true. Unfortunately,
the thing they're so stupid because, and maybe it's just a blindness to. There's so many of them are anti-capitalist, so they can't see clearly the values of capitalism. So the way to solve the housing crisis is very simple, right? There's high demand and low supply. What do? You raise the supply, right? But they're like, no, let's create rent control. It's like, you fucking dumbass. You dumbass. That's going to lower the supply. What incentive is there to build houses if they're rent controlled? It's so terrible. It's so terrible. Yeah.
Green Ante, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months. Says 6 shooting Sitch is based. Get them gators. Thank you.
Did you really get me a gator? That's so awesome.
Yeah, you said you wanted, didn't you?
I do, yeah. Did you got one? You killed one? Can you just kill them indiscriminately? People don't care?
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. It's not, I guess you're totally allowed to kill alligators.
Do they have a thing where they're like, you have to do your citizen's duty and kill like 15 or... We need 15 gator tails per household.
No. See what? Well, not for alligators. There's certain snakes, that they actually
species.
that are like invasive species. I think you're allowed. Not even allowed. I think they like. Well, I don't know if it's always. There was a time period where they'd actually pay you for killing. I don't know what kind of snake. It was some kind of snake. It was like a boa constrictor or a python. I don't know what kind. Some kind of snake that, people get these pet. This is like the dumbest thing ever. People buy these pet snakes, and then they get too big because these snakes become giant. And like, I'm just gonna let it go in the wild. And you're like, oh, okay. And these giant wild snakes roaming, the state. So
fun. Love it.
There you go. So actually, it's normally illegal to kill wild alligators, but if you do it in the special alligator swarming season, then it's allowed. So you have to be very specific about it.
But you got me a gator head, so.
Well, that's why normally I just tase them.
Is that what you did for real? You tased them?
No, this one I shot.
Did you really shoot one?
Yes, I have my grandfather had like these big like revolvers, like the gunslinger in the Dark Tower movie.
I can't tell if you're being serious.
And you go,
this is so badass.
You go out and I play that song from Fallout New Vegas. I got the big iron on my hip, and I'm like, well, alligator, do you feel lucky?
Yeah, make my day.
And you know what the alligator says?
What?
It goes.
They hiss.
Why hiss. Alligators hiss.
Bite your leg.
Yeah. Well, you keep your distance. We don't walk up to it.
But I thought you were shooting him point blank range. I thought you were like gun in the
No,
face.
what? Okay, do you know how a gun works?
Yeah, that's
Why would I shoot an alligator point blank?
This is my problem with old Gage Grosskreutz. I'm like, Gage, what the fuck? Guns shoot at a distance. Like, why are you running up to him? He has a gun in his hand. You dumbass.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, see, listen, I'm smarter than Gage.
You
okay?
don't pull your gun out when you
I'm
get
not
up
gonna
there.
run up to the alligator and
You
then get
fall
my legs
back
bumped
and
off,
pull your
okay?
gun out, you dumbass.
Yeah, I'm like, listen here, Gator. This ain't Gator country,
Right.
okay? This is Kane's country. Now you get off my property. And then it goes, and I'm like, you got to count of 10 to stop hissing and get off my lawn. And then it doesn't. And then you go, all right, listen, castle doctrine.
Did you?
Bam.
Yeah.
Bam, bam.
Stand my ground. Did you shoot him in the
Exactly.
eye hole? Don't
No,
mess
I'm
my.
not-
Shoot him in the heart. Don't mess my head up. I want that head.
Well, yeah. So I shot it like in the forehead, but you won't. It's just a little hole. It'll be fine. I think it looks better that way because then when you get it, it's like you can clearly say like that's how it died. You just got this hole in the head.
Can you post a picture of this dead gator? Where's the gator now? Did you put him in the garage?
Yeah. Well, I have a little like I have like since this happens often,
How many
So-
gators have you bagged this season?
I shouldn't say, but it's like a big annoying thing. I actually bought. They have these like freezers you can get, but they're
Throw
like
him
long.
in the
They're like
gator bin.
they're like long what's the horizontal freezers that are like on the floor. You
Yeah,
just put the gator
I know what you
inside.
mean.
Yeah, because you don't want to like it's a hassle to chop them up every time. But then it's a hassle because you freeze it and then it gets frozen. So you actually like if you want to be lazy, it creates more work in the future because you freeze it and then obviously you can't cut it when it's frozen. So you gotta like let it like melt.
Do you eat the gator burgers?
Yeah, gator meat's great.
Do you really?
Yes, you never had gator meat? It's good.
This is so amazing. It's gator season. You're bagging gators and freezing them. You're gonna eat some gator jerky later.
Yeah.
I can't believe this.
You know, you go in the neighborhood, people like they stick a giant, they stick. It's like in Hawaii with the big luau's with the pig. It's like that with a gator,
Really?
like in the middle of the neighborhood. Yeah.
A gator cook-off.
Yes.
Wow.
hmm Yeah. No, it's a whole thing.
For some reason, I just can't believe you. I can't.
Listen, dude.
I feel like
have
I feel like
I
you're
have a
bullshitting
trusted
me.
co-host here, chat, and he just. How am I supposed
Chat,
to
are
have
you
a show?
Chat, are you
How am I
buying?
how am I supposed to have a show when my co-host doesn't even trust me? Okay.
Chat, are you buying any of this?
How am I supposed to have a show when my co-host is just doesn't even trust? Wow.
Look at this
I-
gaslighting of the century. That's right. Yeah.
Yes, Adam is gaslighting me. This is terrible.
Alligator tastes good.
Thank you, Cat. See, Cat Branchman knows.
Gator tail is delicious. Wow.
Cat knows what's up. It is.
Okay.
Nighttime Lime, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian says, it's my birthday and I'm giving you money because that makes sense. Fascism is socialism in decay, not liberalism. True as fuck. Thank you so much, Nighttime Lime. And happy birthday.
Yeah. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, yeah. And you're so
Wow.
right. Fascism is socialism in decay, not liberalism. True. Very true.
Socialism in decay. I mean, socialism, yeah. Never works. Always turns into fascism. Always turns into authoritarianism.
Guy for $20 says America was plenty intolerant of communists for decades.
True.
That
yeah.
suggests liberalism can do just fine while being intolerant of commies, in my opinion. I agree.
I mean, wasn't that the conservatives? Talking about McCarthy, right? The McCarthy
Yeah.
era was driven
Well,
by
not just McCarthy, but
McCarthy was a conservative, though.
yes.
So how's Vaush feel about that? The conservatives seem to be fine dealing with they're dealing with the commies. Never mind. Vaush doesn't like that.
C. Hennessy, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 5 months. Says there's an actual Python killing tournament going on right now in the Everglades. Such there you go. It's Python, yeah. A team is about to have a Python killer king and 10 G's in the bank. True. There you go.
You're not allowed to fire a firearm within city limits in Los Angeles.
Wait, really?
Yeah. So that's, I
How
guess
does that
this
work?
is why. I mean, you can't go out in your front yard and just fucking blast a gator. I guess.
Well, okay, wait, hold on. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure where I live, you can't just like go out and start blasting, a gun in the air or whatever you want. But like, if there's a use for it, that's legal. It's
Right.
different.
Yeah. There's a gator on your lawn. You had to shoot him.
Right.
Could you go out there and just, if there's a swarm, could you just get them all?
Start mowing them down.
Gator
You can do that.
shooting contest.
I wouldn't recommend it because that's a lot of dead gators to deal with.
Right. I guess you're right.
You know,
I just kick it out in the street.
That's what you try to do with most of them. You zap them with your cattle prod to like go like away.
Right.
You got to keep the swarm moving essentially.
Oh wow.
But it's good to keep one for the meat. So for the neighborhood cookout.
Right. Yeah.
Hayden Dill, thanks so much for being a Freedom Seeker for 2 months. Says gator tastes like chicken. For the house, that is true. It tastes a little different. I don't know how to describe it.
Everyone always says that everything tastes like chicken.
Well, chicken's just like that's how we think of like a general meat flavor, I guess. Right.
I like steak, but
yeah, but steak has a specific flavor. I would say that I would describe gator is kind of like a combination. It sounds weird. I'm gonna say it's a combination of chicken and like lobster/crab. Because it tastes like a meat, but it has that kind of like aquatic taste to it, if that makes sense. Like that, like a little bit of a fish flavor. Hayden Dill also says, for the housing problem, I'm actually working with a problem in mind for my architecture thesis. Any architect thoughts? Not me. You tell us. You're the architect. Work on your architect thesis.
Any architect thoughts in the chat with a future architect?
This is the
DMs are open.
DMs are open. I know Scott M's talking about this all the time. His thought is, and I don't know if this is going to be true, he thinks that basically we're going to live in a future where you're going to be able to like 3D print like house sections, like Lego bricks, and you're going to be able to like just build your own house essentially, like by yourself. And all you'd have to do is have a professional come in and do like the wires and plumbing and stuff. But the actual house you could build yourself slowly over time, like a 3D printer.
Wow.
Which I don't know, be interesting. I don't think we're there yet, but
I think Sammy G is weighing in on the Gator controversy here, trying to boost your credibility.
Sammy G, thanks so much for being Order of the Enlightened for 5 months. Sammy G says it's a Floridian custom that the groom wrestles an alligator for the bride's hand in marriage at the altar. Should he fall, she marries the gator instead. Should he win, the gator gets cooked and served to all the guests. That is true.
Sammy, I'm not sure that bolsters his credibility much.
What do you mean? That's exactly how it works in Florida.
What I'm starting to sense here is that Floridians like to tell tall tales. That's what I'm thinking.
I don't know what you're talking. Listen, it's wrestling gators is far easier than you think, Adam. Okay, and a lot of guys cheat though. Okay. Because a lot of guys, if they're not really in shape, they'll wrestle like a small alligator. Right?
Have you ever wrestled a gator?
Of course.
This is such nonsense.
What do you think I had to do for my bar mitzvah?
I want to see pictures. Pictures or it didn't happen. I feel like this is bullshit.
Well, first of all, I can't. If I give you a picture of 13-year-old Sitch wrestling an alligator for his bar mitzvah, I'm be doxing myself. Okay?
Yeah, that's true. You can show me the picture. I know what you look like.
Okay, so. I'll show you the picture.
And then I could at least tell the chat, okay, this is real. But you probably just got it Photoshopped.
You, an artist, should be able to tell if it's
Yeah.
Photoshop or not.
I'll probably be able to tell.
Right. But no, so for my bar mitzvah, and this is a custom in Florida. This isn't a Jewish custom. This is a Florida Jewish custom. Is that for your bar mitzvah, they'll have you wrestle a adolescent alligator. She's like, you defeat
This
the
is
adolescent alligator
real?
to enter manhood.
No
Yes,
way.
this is real.
Okay, I'm Googling.
I think gators are kosher.
Florida gator bar mitzvah.
Are alligators kosher? Wait,
Florida gator.
alligators kosher? I think they are. Oh, they're not. Never mind. It says all reptiles and amphibians are not kosher. I take it back. Well, I guess that's why at the bar mitzvah they didn't eat the alligator. You just wrestle it. You don't even kill it. You just wrestle it. You defeat it, but yeah, normal. So it's very rare that a man loses his wife to an alligator. I mean, it happens, but it's very rare.
Florida gator themed bar mitzvahs.
Though, like in modern times, they allow do-overs. So I don't think in like the last 30 or 40 years, anyone's like lost their wife to an alligator because they can get a do-over. But
This sounds unbelievable to me.
okay, listen, this is because you live in Sissyland, Sissifornia, doesn't mean that a real man, okay,
I mean,
a real Florida man doesn't wrestle an alligator.
We got people getting carjacked here every day. It's not like we don't have.
Yeah, but you just let it happen.
I mean,
You know why you have people getting carjacked every day?
people fight back.
Because you don't wrestle alligators. If you did, you'd have a little meat on your bones. You'd be like, I can wrestle an alligator, I can wrestle a guy. And then you get shot in the face because the alligator have a gun. So maybe it's a bad idea. Oh, look at that. It's our good friend Vaush. Vaush for $20. Thanks so much, Vaush. Vaush says, I am the hope of the omniverse. I am the light bulb in the darkness. I am the bacon in the fridge for all living things that cry out in hunger. I am the Alpha and the Omega. I am the terror that flaps in the night. I am Son Goku, and I am a Super Saiyan.
Wow.
Thank you. Vaush is going to save us. Vaush as Son Goku, as Dragon Ball Z Abridged, will save us from the fascist menace. Thank you so much.
Cool. Thanks,
Guy for
Vaush.
20.
Thanks, Vaush.
Guy, thank you, Vaush. Guy for $20 says House Committee on Un-American Activities also investigated fascism, which was a significant threat to the U.S. pre-World War II. In 1934, investigated a fascist plot called the Business Plot that was confirmed by General Smedley Butler. Interesting. I don't know anything about that. The Business Plot.
We foiled a fascist plot here in good old America.
Apparently. Are birds kosher? Yes, of course they are. Chicken's kosher. Owls are kosher. Actually, I don't know, because owls eat crazy shit. Are owls kosher?
Kosher. That just means the way that they kill it is a certain way.
No, if a bird kills other animals to get its food, then it's not kosher. So predatory birds are not kosher.
Really?
There you go.
That's where they draw the line?
Apparently.
So chicken is kosher because... I mean, chickens will eat anything, though. They'll eat other
Yeah, that's kind of
chickens.
bullshit. I mean, I guess they would say... Because chickens eat, like, bugs and stuff. And mice, if they can, if they're small enough. But I assume, they say, oh, well, you can have chickens. You just don't feed them, like...
Do you eat kosher?
No, not at all. To me, it's silly.
Gator's not kosher, right?
Gator's not kosher. It tastes good.
Because they eat other animals.
Yeah. Well, also, and it said all reptiles are not kosher. So.
What? Oh. Interesting.
Can't eat no lizards.
I don't eat any reptiles.
I mean, besides gator, I don't eat reptiles.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had frog legs a couple times. Frog legs are pretty good.
I've never
So I
had
guess
frog legs.
amphibians, but
Never
frog
had
legs are pretty
gator.
gotta get on it, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's move on to the next video. This is Republicans are laying the groundwork for civil unrest. Oh my God.
Sounds like a lie.
They're laying the Adam. They're laying the ground.
They're putting down the train tracks. Oh no.
Democracies only function if people who vote, people who participate politically, are receptive to reality. If you're not, if you're unashamedly not, what you're essentially saying is, discourse is not a tool that can be used to sway me off bad positions. You will have to use other tools. What other tools do you want people to use on you exactly? How can you expect to convince anyone, or even participate politically at all, if you can't be swayed off your own position? It's not possible. It cannot be done. You all.
Now, this is very magnanimous. Do I believe that Vaush lives according to this principle? Do you think Vaush can be swayed off of his position based on rhetoric and discourse?
All of his positions are just, they're correct and principled positions. Sitch obviously he's come to these after a lot of thought.
Of course,
of course. Self-reflection.
Yeah. Of course, yes, of course. Okay. Well.
Right.
You all agree, don't you? And do you think this is different? The purpose of a democracy is literally to facilitate civil discourse so people with disagreements can form compromises and arrive at conclusions that serve people's interests to the best possible extent. People who...
So, I'll give credit. I agree with that. I think that's a good conceptualization.
Well, that's liberalism.
That's liberalism, yeah. That's liberal democracy. True.
Yeah.
True. It doesn't work under the socialist framework of things.
Well, you have to have, in order for that to take place, you have to have freedom of speech, so there can be a civil discourse.
Right.
You have to have a tolerance of other beliefs, because other beliefs need to be, you have to always accept that your beliefs could be incorrect and there could be better systems of behavior and living out there.
Yes. Well, it's weird because I'm surprised to hear him say this, because under socialism there's no guarantee
of freedom of speech.
A freedom of speech, or even beyond a guarantee. There's no inherent moral prescription in socialism or communism for freedom of speech at all, which is why very often all these communist countries don't have freedom of speech.
Right.
Because they don't care about individual rights.
Yeah, freedom of speech is the ultimate individual right. Yeah.
Who cannot be convinced by empirically, factually true things are for...
This is a guy arguing that the definition of woman is unclear. That so destroys his credibility on anything. This is why
are you saying Bernie Bro is right?
Yeah, fundamentally, when you want to come out here and talk about empirical fact and evidence and stuff like that, dude, you already blew it. All that's meaningless if you're a fucking sophist.
Well, that's what's so weird, because it's like, oh, this all sounds so magnanimous and good, but then it's like, wait a minute, your own positions don't follow any of this at all.
Yeah, science is the first thing that you throw out the window when you're like, oh, but I need to make an argument that trans women are women. So now, fuck all that empiricism. Language is just iffy. It's like, okay. Jeez.
Forfeiting their participation in that process. They're ousting themselves. They're essentially saying, this process is not the mechanism by which I want to hold power. I want to hold power intrinsically. I want my power to come from an authoritarian, non-communal, non-committee driven place. Because democratic processes are something that I'm not receptive to. I think that my language...
But this is also... CRT falls into the same exact trap, because they say, democratic processes are a failure, and that the only way for us to get what we want politically is to impose it on people.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a good point, because CRT is basically like, oh, as long as black people are the minority in the country, white people will always subjugate them forever, essentially.
Right. Yeah. Even
And so,
though
yeah,
we
how's
have this
democracy
thing,
supposed to work under that?
even though we already have this thing called the Bill of Rights that protects minorities. I mean, that's what makes America
Well,
great.
the Bill of Rights doesn't protect minorities, but like, Civil Rights Act
It ensures their rights
and
of.
amendments that were passed later and stuff.
Yeah, I guess you're right because of slavery and whatnot. They didn't get the same rights in the Bill of Rights. But didn't civil rights give them the Bill of Rights?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, some people argue that there's a difference between civil rights and they act like the Bill of Rights is authentic rights and civil rights are something different. I don't know that I buy into that.
Here is a little bit hampered in large part because I don't really believe many Republicans can be moved at this point. I really do think like we need them to be shown the photos, you know? I think what we need, frankly, is mass arrests of all the people for whom we have provable, empirical, undeniable evidence participated in an attack on the democratic process. And they need to be laid to trial. And then, frankly, I just think that the Republican Party should be basically de facto expelled. It is the political party that attempted to coup the country.
This is such bullshit.
I like how the beginning of this is all like, oh, you always have to keep your mind open so you can convince people. So it means live in a liberal democratic society. Oh, I think the Republican Party should be outlawed.
Well, it's
Like,
just
well, that turned around very quickly.
it's just, are you paying attention to January 6th at all? Is it the entire Republican Party wasn't in favor of January 6th? The whole thing was, I mean, there were Republicans against it.
Well, and that's what is so insane about this. And then the last video of Vaush that we'll watch after this is he keeps making this claim. The Republicans tried to coup the country. And it's like, well, wait a minute. A small group of people who happened to be Republican, tried to, you could say, coup the country.
Right.
But the majority of Republicans
Gave them
said
the middle finger.
no.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why it didn't fucking happen. You didn't have Republican states throwing out the votes. And
Can you
declaring Donald
imagine
Trump.
if the
You didn't have Mike Pence declaring Donald Trump the victor. You didn't have Mitch McConnell declaring Donald Trump. Who are these Republicans?
if they had done that, I mean, it probably would have worked. I mean, that's the sad thing.
Well, I don't know. I would be saying, okay, well, then we are in this weird civil war situation.
And I would be terrified of that Republican Party.
Right.
That Republican Party would throw away its credibility like immediately.
Yes, right.
Yeah, but Vaush is acting like the Republican Party did do that, and that's so far from reality. It's crazy.
Right. The only people that were on board with that, besides Trump, were the people that had no power to actually change anything, who were just trying to score political points.
Yeah, yeah. Sidney Powell and all these like low level Republicans. They weren't even really. They were outsiders to the administration, basically.
Well, but I mean, there were some, Republicans, senators, and House people, but I don't know if they were just parroting the election fraud claims. I don't know if they were actually saying that they were in favor of. I'm sure some of them were in favor of throwing out the ballots and stuff.
Like they're
but
just
I'm
catering
curious
to their electorate.
Yeah, I'm curious if they were the vote that would change it. I don't know. I'm curious how many of them would actually pull that trigger. I think very few would have, but that's just my thinking on the issue. I'm sure there were a couple that would. But.
Vaush's dream world.
Yeah.
He just wants to make it sound like the Republican Party has already lost all credibility when, I mean, obviously this was a good thing for the Republican Party.
Well, I don't know. What was a good thing?
Well, that they didn't, Trump wanted basically them to throw out the electors and turn it over to the Republicans in Congress for the election. That never happened.
They didn't do it. Yeah.
The Republican Party stood and like Mike Pence. Sure, there are a bunch of people who are mad at Mike Pence, and if the Republican Party as an institution had gone down that road, God help us all. Fuck.
Yeah.
I don't think that's unreasonable in the slightest. I don't like. Frankly, it's just perfectly straightforward when you just think about it. Like for a second, allow.
Here's a big question for you.
Mhm.
If the situation is reversed, and it's just the same exact situation, but it's Democrats instead of Republicans. I don't know that the Democrats don't go down that road, which is fucking scary.
I don't think they. I mean, it's kind of like with having Gore.
Well, that first of all, that was 20 years ago.
Right.
We're in a completely different place now, and the Democrats would be saying, we have to go down this road because we're fighting fascism. The end
I
of the
think
world is coming. We have to
I
cheat.
think you would have the AOCs and the squad would be saying that. I don't think Nancy Pelosi, I don't think state legislatures would be throwing out votes and doing any of this stuff.
One would hope. I
Sure,
don't
but
know.
I don't. They wouldn't win an election. This is like if you had a state, Republican or Democrat, where people voted, and the state legislature just says, "Oh, we're going to throw out all of your votes and just declare this person to be president." None of those people are going to be in power very long.
I mean, this could
And
happen literally if Trump gets a nomination and it's a situation where Trump is going to go back into office, and we've already had January 6th. I mean, I feel like they would definitely be swap the electors.
there would, yeah, but there would be cry for people to say that. I just don't think it would actually happen. It wouldn't materialize.
Yeah, but would the Democratic Party unite to go down that path?
I don't think so. Not at all.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we can't really know until that bridge is crossed.
Mm-hmm. It's so outside of. I mean, it's the same thing with Trump with Republicans. It's so outside of the accepted norms. That's why Republicans are like, "I'm not going to do this." Like, do you have evidence for these claims?
Right.
Because first of all, you'd have to understand what exactly would be. They can't just do it. It has to be framed. There has to be a narrative that's framed that
Right.
allows it to be acceptable.
The narrative would be we're fighting fascism.
No. It would have to be, that there was wide scale, that Donald Trump somehow rigged wide scale fraud that changed the votes, right? And it's not really conceivable. How would that narrative even function or work, especially after the last election?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're saying that they wouldn't have the evidence. I'm saying that
they
they
wouldn't even
have the
I'm not saying
narrative already. The narrative is
it's
that,
not the narrative is not we have to stop fascism. Okay. The Democratic Party is not going to say we're going to become not a democracy anymore because of Donald Trump. There has to be a narrative that says, there's a reason, a valid reason for which we're throwing out the votes that has nothing to do with ideology.
Dude, it would make it up. They'd say Russiagate, Russia.
None of that's going to, that didn't work the first time.
Right.
There's no narrative that can be constructed because since the Republicans can have the argument that they can always push that the institutions are corrupt against them, the Democrats can't really push that narrative. They have no framework to bring the claim in the first place.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you keep saying narrative, but I think you really mean whatever the evidence is.
Well, no, I mean, the evidence is irrelevant. You need to the narrative. So, like for Trump, the narrative was the election was rigged, right?
Right, but Russiagate,
that,
the narrative was the Russians interfered in the election and caused a bunch
right.
of
But
people.
even with the Russiagate, it wasn't that the Russians were like hacking the votes and changing anything. It was just that they were putting out propaganda that was changing people's minds or something.
Right. Yeah. Nebulous.
So, right. That's not enough to throw out votes as, there was propaganda. I mean, like,
yeah,
you need something far more direct. Like Russia was hacking and changing the votes. This is a future I just do not even remotely foresee having any possibility of materializing.
Right. Okay, good. I don't want to see that future anyway. Trump it's looking like Trump is going to run.
We'll see.
Yeah, I know. It's getting weird.
When you owe me $500, we'll see.
It's getting weird. It's like he's going to announce any day now.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I have to wait till Iowa anyway, so.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to rub it in the whole time he's campaigning.
I'm just gonna sit here like a Zen Buddhist master.
Right.
I'm gonna say,
Just
we'll
take
see.
it.
We'll see. And when right before the primary, the day before the primary, Donald
He
Trump
drops out.
I'm just gonna look at you with the smuggest look a human could ever smug.
The smuggest of smugs. How dare you? That's going to be horrible.
And I'll just send you, and I'll have the chat just spam phone emojis.
I'm going to be, why? Oh, you
Because I
called
called it, bitch!
Oh, God, that stream's going to be great. Iowa.
I'll have a phone call sound effect on the soundboard ready to go. I'll just be nothing but phones ready.
This is a great bet because it is. I mean, it's really in the news all the time. Everyone's wondering if he's going to run or not.
Mm-hmm.
He can't. Trump has to be the first to announce. He really does. So, yeah, I think he's going to announce soon.
Why do you think he has to be the first?
Because he wants to blow people. He wants to dissuade people from getting in the race. And if people get in,
maybe
people right now are contemplating whether or not they want to get into the race based on whether or not Trump is in the race. So
right, that's a good point. Yeah,
if DeSantis announces before Trump, I'm not sure that's good for Trump.
well, it doesn't matter because when he announces, he'll suck all the energy to him anyway. But it matters in terms of, I guess, as you're saying, preventing other people from entering. But maybe that's not really a concern. I mean, I think Trump's going to try to exist in this nebulous space of will he, won't he, for as long as he can.
Well, but Pence is going, yeah, I think I can beat DeSantis, but it's going to be a lot of drama with me and Trump.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Pence is definitely looking at his run compared to whether or not Trump is in the race.
Maybe.
Yeah. I'm sure he's not talking to Trump about whether or not Trump is running. Tim Kaine came up as, I think it's Tim Kaine, came up as a potential running mate for, oh no, that's not. Tim Kaine is a Democrat.
Isn't Tim Kaine a Democrat?
Yeah. I don't know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about.
Is it Tim Cook, maybe? No, not that
Whatever.
guy. That guy's a cheap. That guy
That's the
runs
Apple
Apple.
guy.
Yeah. I'll look
Whatever.
him up. Play some
your
video.
mind to be freed of all of the stupid liberal aphorisms and all the cry bullying from the Republicans. Think about it for like 2 seconds, you know? So there's a political party in the country that, with very few exceptions, worked together and reinforced itself in an effort to overturn the democratic process and install a dictator.
Okay. He just said a party with very few exceptions. Wait, if that's the case, then how come it didn't work?
Yeah.
How come nobody supported Trump on this? Like literally nobody supported Trump on this. At least anyone that could make it actually materialize into reality.
God, I wish
Supported Trump on it.
Vaush would respond to Mitch McConnell's speech on the floor of the Senate after January 6th. I really do, because man, Mitch McConnell just tore fucking Trump a new one.
Yeah.
I was so surprising to see. I was like, oh man, he even pissed McConnell off. What the fuck? Stone cold Mitch McConnell's after
I know. His wife was in the fucking cabinet.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this is fucking delusional, Vaush.
Like, yeah, you know, if Pence was on board with this, if, you know, Clark had been made the head of the DOJ and he's sending out letters to the states and the states tried to overturn their votes, then maybe I would be on board with this message. It's, oh, okay, we're in this crazy world. But none of this happened. Trump tried to do all this stuff, and everyone said, we're not doing that.
Vaush doesn't know any of this stuff, too. I mean, he's
No.
got to be completely uninformed on all of this stuff.
He does, you're right. He doesn't understand the logistics of any of this stuff. All he does is he looks at a poll that says, 50% or the majority of Republican voters think the election was stolen or something. That's all
Right.
he's basing this
Yeah.
off of in his mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course they're going to. Why do they think that? Because Trump came out and told them.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
what the fuck?
Exactly.
The people in the Republican Party, Sean Hannity included,
Yeah.
say you got to stop doing that, man. What the hell? What the hell? When Sean Hannity is telling you, you might want to change your message a little bit
Right.
here.
When you've lost Hannity.
Yeah, when you've lost Hannity, how can you say the entire Republican Party is on board with this?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is all just bullshit.
Oh, yeah, I guess maybe that should be dispelled, I guess. Yeah, maybe. A little bit. A smidge. Seems reasonable when I say it like that. I mean, that is what happened. And if they want to have a political party, they can just do one that's not, like, fascist. The Democrats would never dare. Yeah, I'm aware.
What is okay? You're very right. You said last video we watched this. You said so often communists they use the word fascist to mean authoritarian.
Yeah, of course.
And because like even so what Trump tried to do to make himself president against the vote, or even if Trump wanted to make himself president for life, that has nothing to do with why is that fascist? You could say that's authoritarian.
It is authoritarian, yeah.
And I think the reason they do this is because since the communists have created this total bullshit myth that communists fight fascists, but in reality they supported fascists.
They hop into bed with them as quick as they can.
Yeah, right.
To take over Poland.
The liberal West Europe tried to reach an agreement with Stalin.
Yes.
But they were like, listen, you can't go invading other countries. And he's like, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Hitler, what do you say? And Hitler's like, you can invade whoever the fuck you want. And then he's like, I'm going to be with this guy.
I like the way that sounds.
I like the cut of your jib, Hitler.
Exactly.
And so since they've created this like fake narrative that communists and fascists are somehow like mortal enemies that always fight each other.
Right.
But they know on some level, even if it's unconscious, that all these communist countries end up becoming authoritarian shitholes. So maybe that's why they conflate fascism with authoritarian, because they want to basically they want to create as much distinction as possible away from communist authoritarianism. So that's why they never use the authoritarian word. They always use the fascist word.
Or they're just dipshits who really don't know the difference.
They could be both.
Well, I always think of fascism as having an ethnic component to it.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing their best to say, Trump was a white supremacist, that there's like an ethnic component to Trumpism. No matter how many Proud Boy videos come out with black guys, it's like...
Right. Well, fascism does have an ethnic component to it, but not in an American sense, like a white, black, Asian sense, but in like a European, the Italians are Italians, the Germans are Germans.
Right.
The Swedes are Swedes, like in that ethnic sense, then yeah, fascism definitely has that.
Right. Tim Scott was the guy I was thinking of.
There you go.
Tim Scott's a black guy, so that's why if Tim Scott was Trump's running mate, it would do a lot towards the fine people myth.
Oh, I thought you said Pence wanted Tim Scott.
No, obviously Pence is not going to be Trump's running mate again after.
No, I thought you meant Pence was going to. I thought you meant Pence was going to run for president, and he wanted Tim Scott to be.
Trump. Tim Scott came up as a possible running mate for Trump. Yeah.
I see.
For a new running mate. Yeah.
I don't know anything about Tim Scott whatsoever. So.
Tim Scott spoke at the Republican National Convention, and his speech was pretty good. I don't remember what was in it, but I do remember thinking, okay, well, this guy's obviously got presidential aspirations here. And I remember because I was arguing with you at the time that Republicans nominating a black guy would just go so far and giving the fuck you to Democrats on the race card.
I didn't disagree with that.
Yeah. Well, no, I know that you agree. The contention was whether or not, I mean, the thing that we're always trying to suss out is like how many racists are there really in the country?
Right.
Like the fact a lot of people thought the racism was so bad that Obama would never get nominated. But then he did. We were like, oh, wow, racism is really down. And then he got elected twice and everyone was like, wow, okay. Racism must be at an all-time low. And then obviously all the critical race theory people were like, God damn it. What the They were like, just because Obama was president doesn't mean racism is dead.
Yeah, that's true. Here's an interesting story. We're talking about Tim Scott. This just came out yesterday. Barry Weiss claims that the New York Times asked Chuck Schumer whether or not they should publish an op-ed by Tim Scott.
Really?
Yeah, here's the article. The New York Times has repeatedly denied, so they're denying it, obviously, the explosive account from former Times journalist Barry Weiss that a senior op-ed editor instructed a colleague to check with Senator Chuck Schumer before running an op-ed from Senator Tim Scott. But a second source with direct knowledge of the matter has backed up Weiss's story to this publication called the National Review, which I don't know anything about.
The thing that I remember about Tim Scott's speech was it was very anti-woke in a way that...
Well, that's not surprising.
Well, obviously, but if coming from a black guy, the anti-woke message, I think hits Democrats differently than coming from a couple white guys.
Mm-hmm. The source quoted a message sent by a senior editor at the time insisting that the New York Times check with Schumer, even providing an email address to Schumer's press representative, Justin Goodman. The second source confirmed Weiss's account of the story, shared the content of the message that contradict the Times statements, and reaffirmed Weiss's account. That's interesting.
Well, they got a bunch of blowback when they published that article from Tom Cotton. Remember?
Right.
So I wonder if it's related to that.
Fascinating.
His book is called America, A Redemption Story, Choosing Hope, Creating Unity, Senator Tim Scott. So
if the National Review has some email or some article, we should definitely post that so we can see, because that would be insane. The New York Times is asking a senator whether they should publish another senator's op-ed.
Well, and asking a Democratic senator when he's
of course.
Tim Scott's a Republican.
Yeah, obviously,
it's a little. I mean, that plays into the whole narrative that the Democrats control the media.
Right.
Yeah.
Or that the media is just a machine
biased
that's
for the
working
Democratic
for
Party.
yeah, that's just working for the Democratic Party. Yeah.
If you asked Vaush right now who controls the media, Republicans or Democrats, what would he tell you?
I don't know, actually. I have no idea.
Oh, I think he'd tell you Republicans.
You think? Maybe.
Of course, yeah.
Maybe.
Well, he'd say Republicans and neoliberal Democrats, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
The neoliberal Democrats. Yes.
Would that cause a civil war? People being arrested legally for illegal things that they did, following by like anti-Republican legislation. Listen, at this point, like the massive political conflict is essentially inevitable. It's really just a matter of whether or not you want to start on the front foot or the back foot.
What?
Would you
What?
It's inevitable, Adam. The civil war is inevitable. Just arrest Donald Trump, Adam. Just arrest him. Start on the front foot. You will start on the back foot.
I'm a little. I mean, does it have to? I'm a little busy, Sitch. Come on,
You have your schedule busy.
Yeah, I got shit going on.
Listen, I'm drawing the comic. I don't have time to like
I got the
participate in Civil War.
I got the comic going. You know, I'm starting to think about book 2. I mean, I got plans. I got shit I want to do.
What he's laying out here is the very dangerous ideology and justification that all the shitheads give to basically create the future that they're afraid of. So that they're saying, like, they're so afraid. I'm so afraid that this guy's going to kill me that I have to kill him first. Right?
Yeah.
That's essentially what he's saying. So he's like, oh, I'm so afraid of the right-wing civil war that I have to be the one to start the civil war first because I might as well be on the offensive. And it's like, okay, but you just created the problem in the first place.
It's so sad.
It is. It's such a dangerous ideology. It's such a dangerous way to look at the world.
We are watching this very closely, and I find it kind of offensive that he thinks liberals are naive. Because I mean, we're keeping an eye on this shit. We've set certain delineations over. Okay, this would be, troubling if this event took place.
Right.
I don't necessarily know that Vaush has made delineations like that. I mean, if he's saying we should worry when Republicans start rounding up trans people, I mean, okay, that's a good marker.
It's too bad. It's too late. Then you understand when they start rounding up trans people to put them in the camps. It's too late.
Okay,
you're already lost.
I agree. It is probably too late at that point. We should probably do something before that takes place. But let's start laying out the steps so we can. Right. What would be the first step on that path? And don't say gay bill, you motherfucker.
I was gonna say, well, no. The first step is saying that trans women are not women.
Fuck you.
The second step is the don't say gay bill.
Fuck you. See, all of these steps are not even. I mean, I can't even take them seriously.
I know. It's just
this has no credibility.
Like, it's almost impossible to imagine a near future, okay, that in America, the government is going to be knocking on doors saying, are there any transes in here? We're taking you to the trans re-education. Like, can you fucking imagine anything remotely like that? No. Even like the closest that we've ever come to that in modern history was the Japanese internment camps.
Yeah.
In the 40s, when we were in the middle of a war with Japan after they bombed Pearl Harbor. Okay,
we're so far away from that.
Unless the country of Transistan, unless Transylvania is going to declare war on America and they're going to blow up the White House, I don't see how the government's going to be coming. Like, it's just so. It's without fathom. Okay, it's so unfathomable to imagine this nightmare scenario world that Vaush is placing together.
Even if you look at like Matt Walsh's movie, we both watched Matt Walsh's What is a Woman movie. That led me to believe we're further away from that scenario than I had even imagined before watching that movie. Because think of all the people he talked to that were obviously in positions of authority, power and respectability. And they just completely have drank the Kool-Aid on all of this stuff. Like, the idea that there are people in power that want to round trans people up. Who? Where? What? Who are these people?
Right.
Yeah. You should make that. You should make that documentary, Vaush. I thought that documentary would get a lot of attention. It would.
You're right.
All
it's going to violate all the norms of America.
The reason why Matt Walsh's documentary works is because he puts the little thing in the bottom of the screen that says, like, lead of, the gender department at Harvard. It's like, this person has a respectable post. If you made the opposite video of that and had the guy who's talking about rounding up all the trans people, it would be like prisoner at San Quentin. It would be like, Rando on Twitter. It's like the people who have that position don't have any authority or power, any institutional authority or power.
Right.
Yeah.
YouTube commentator.
YouTube commentator, exactly. Yes. And even, I mean, are there even people on YouTube like that? I mean,
Oh, sure.
Yeah, but they're generally anonymous.
I don't agree. I'm pretty sure both Fuentes and Doyle would be in favor of like rounding up the transes.
Right. Okay. So he could use Doyle and Nick Fuentes, and in the bottom right hand corner it would say Nicholas Fuentes, white supremacist. Right. I mean,
right. Yeah. Exactly.
So you're making my argument. You're literally making my argument.
I know.
So okay. Who were the people? I was astounded by the people who were in the positions of power that Matt Walsh got for that movie. Was just, oh my God, this is like, this is insane.
Well, this is why. I mean, this is part of why this is so crazy. It's just like there's such an institutional capture by woke academics and by people who are just afraid of the woke mob, and like, how is this going to magically transform into the LGBT death camps, in the near future?
It would have to happen after total societal collapse. Like it would have
at which
to
point
be.
Then who cares? Like the society's already collapsed. We have bigger issues,
Yeah, exactly. But so if you say that, if you think about it logically, you're like, okay, we're so far from that. That would only happen if there was societal collapse. You say, okay, what would be the sign of societal collapse? Which, I mean, a lot of people are saying that's going to happen. Tim Pool thinks the Civil War is coming.
The Civil War!
Jonathan Haidt, who I respect, is nervous about this shit.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are respectable people who are nervous about this stuff, and that's what makes me think, okay, we have to, you have to say, what are the markers of political decay?
Do you think that when the next election rolls around and Donald Trump doesn't run, do you think most of these people are going to chill the fuck out?
Well, I'm not. I mean, I want my $500, so.
Because I think for a lot of people, it's really the fear of Trump that they're worried about.
I think Trump is going to run.
Okay, but okay. Say hypothetically he runs and loses. You think Haidt and some of these other people are going to be like, chill the fuck out?
Maybe, hopefully.
Okay, we'll see.
Would you rather the great conflict begin after they've seized power or preemptively when you're in power? Me personally, I think it's better.
That's it, guys. Even though
Shit.
prediction requires a complete reversal of the order of things, now that we have the power, let's use it to enact the first strike.
Well, how can he be against January 6th when he's basically talking about doing the same thing?
I know.
It's so ridiculous. Do you think the January 6th thing, Vaush would tell you that Donald Trump wanted to maintain power so he could, support white supremacy or whatever. I think Donald Trump just wanted to stay in office because he was terrified of being a one-term president.
Yeah, right.
I think it's all 100% a status play. I don't think he was doing much in office anyway. He wanted to be. He's terrified. Obama is going to look at him like, you're a one-term president, dude. Fucking get in the back, right? That's what Trump is afraid of. That's why he's going to run again.
To have fights when you can win, but a lot of conservatives also assume all the bad things will go away on their own if left to the states. I genuinely do not believe they believe that. The only reason you would ever say, hey, let's get rid of this federal human right and just let the states handle it, all 50 of them. And like the only thing that when people say like leave it to the states, what they actually mean is like, we want to have as many states as possible not have this human right, If you already have all of them respecting a given right. And then you're like, well, we should actually have it be done individually. The only possible outcome of that is either all 50 states on their own pass legislation to mirror the prior federal one, which isn't going to happen. And to my knowledge, has basically never happened.
I hate the fact that people like Vaush never acknowledge that both sides are fighting for human rights. It's like the right to life is the most essential right. So it's
well, he made a whole video, I think, I don't remember if we watched it or not, about how the Republicans don't really, they're lying. They don't really care about the life of the baby. It's all bullshit. They just want to control women's bodies, blah, 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 you know.
We did watch it.
Right.
That insanity. Yeah.
Okay, like, the logic of that is so insane. Like, all these people are so invested. They have so much energy in this, in being pro-life and being anti-abortion. All the energy is really because they just want to control women's bodies, whatever that means.
Yeah.
To what end? What, like, what does that even, what do you mean to control? Why do they not want to control women's bodies to make them get vaccinated? Why is it only on this one issue of abortion that they're very concerned about controlling women's bodies?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. They don't get it. But, you know, we're the ones that are naive. Yeah.
Yes, of course. No.
Or you have states' pockets of inequality that you are trying to cultivate. They're naive and wrong, but a lot of them are legitimately too stupid to understand that we're correct. Yeah. What is a conclusion that can be taken from all this? By guns, of course. Not gonna lie, I strongly think you're dead wrong. We've had photos of the concentration camps at the border and hundreds of corpses from people from ICE mocking said people/bodies. Oh, yeah.
It bugs me. And I mean, Vaush is a professional streamer, and Hassan does this as well. What the fuck? Why they're obviously like reading under their breath to themselves. Why? I mean, you're on a show live.
Why do they mumble? Yeah, what they're responding to. Yeah,
it makes me suspicious that when they're alone, they read that way. That they can't read in their head. That they have to talk to themselves as they read, because that's the way you read when you read aloud to yourself.
Well, you know,
what the hell, dude?
It's interesting. There's people who, when they read anything, their mouth or their throat will, even if they don't make any sound,
yeah, I know,
will move and make the shapes. I don't know. I've never been able to figure out if I actually do that or not.
Really? I mean,
I can't tell. I can't tell. I mean, I read pretty quick, and I've heard that if you move your mouth, it makes you read far slower.
Yeah.
So.
I don't move my mouth, but then I'm not really the one doing the reading.
Yeah,
I'm listening, so
yeah,
I really don't know what they're going to say next.
I think the reason that Hassan and Vaush do it, I mean, I've read quickly sometimes if we're trying to get to something else. So maybe it's just a time thing, or maybe it's that when
they're not even reading quickly though.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe it's just that they don't know if they're going to agree with whatever someone's saying. So they're like, maybe they don't know how to prepare themselves emotionally to what's about to be said. So they kind of just like mumble it in case it's something that's attacking them.
That's good. That could be it. Yeah.
That would be my guess.
That's a good assumption right there. Like, let me dial this back a bit here.
Right.
Yeah,
it's like a friend or foe distinction. You're like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
There's much that can be done. Listen, what do you guys want me to say? What do you want me to get my YouTube channel banned? You all know perfectly well what I think is going to happen in this country. All right? All of you are perfectly well aware of the.
So there's Vaush admitting that he can't actually say what he actually believes because it violates the TOS and he would get his YouTube channel removed.
Why?
But he's the one fighting against authoritarian fascism. The one who can't even say what he thinks should be done because it'll get him banned from YouTube.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Why do you want to scare the shit out of your audience?
Because it's a good way to make money. What do you mean?
I guess, like, is it? I mean, it doesn't
Yes,
seem
of
very
course.
ethical to me.
Wait,
This is the
what
thing that bugs me.
ethical?
Yeah.
Adam. What are we talking about?
Well, this is the thing that bugs me about the mainstream media. The mainstream media wants you to be fucking terrified your entire life so that you'll vote every 2 years. It's ridiculous.
Well, I actually think it's changed somewhat. I think the mainstream media for many years in the country was based around making you afraid so that you would keep watching or buying newspapers. I don't think it had anything to do with voting. I think it was just purely financial. But now they've realized that outrage sells better than fear. And so now they're designing to make you angry all the time.
Right.
I want to show you actually, I don't know if you want to bring it up now. This is related to the second thought
The
video
no
that
thought.
we're going to watch. I found in my research for second thought.
Can we call him secondhand thought? What do you think?
For secondhand thought, I found a newspaper cover from 1969, and you can bring it up and you could say, do you think back then the fear mongering was less or more?
Oh, I'm sure it's off the charts.
I said it to you on Twitter. I don't know if you want to bring it up now or when we watch the video.
Oh, let's have a look at it. What do you think?
Okay.
Get ready for a heavy laugh. Wow. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. Here it is. Cop slain. 7 others shot. Fourth bombing in New York.
So,
sees
a
four
bombing.
Yeah.
This is a Chicago newspaper. Okay. Like it says, gun battle erupts. Report heavy sniping. 1 civilian killed during shooting. Then the next one says 7 find explosives. 7 injured in blast. Apparently, there were just bombs going off randomly in the 60s or the 69.
Yeah.
And then under that, bandits rob money van of $1.3 million. So I don't know. It just seems like the fear mongering was pretty high back then, too.
If it bleeds, it leads, right?
Right. So I bet it's funny. I bet you have no idea how this relates to the secondhand thought video.
No.
He might be one of the most, I don't know if it's dishonest or stupidity. He's either one of the most dishonest or negligently stupid people to make videos in BreadTube. He constantly just says things in either dishonest ways or leaves out key information. More than anyone else we've ever watched, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty disturbing.
Anyway, let's continue.
Fact that I think that Republicans are going to attempt another coup, dismantle our democratic processes, and build camps, all right? You all know that. I can't keep repeating that. You all ask me, you know? What if we can't buy guns? Buy hammers. And don't buy guns if you have mental health issues. The real answers are the same as always.
There you go. Look, you have a popular political pundit telling everyone to buy guns and hammers to fight the revolution.
Right, yeah. The thing that bothers me about this doomsday shit is these people should be focusing on getting their lives together, not preparing for the fucking end of society. Like, how do you motivate yourself to achieve some higher goal if you literally think America's going to be in flames in 3 years? Like, you're going to waste 3 years of your life on this shit. You should be thinking about, what do I want to do?
No.
Yeah. Should I be a doctor, an attorney, a tradesman? What's going to work for me? How do I figure out how I'm going to get a family and a home? Like, what the fuck?
Adam, this isn't, listen. You don't have time to be a doctor or a family. There's a revolution. You got to start prepping for the revolution, Adam. It's here.
Yeah, but this is how you end up, in your mid-30s going, what the fuck did I do with my life? I listened to Vaush and talked about having the revolution that never came. It's so sad where this leads. Do you disagree?
I disagree. I think this leads to a happy future with fully functioning, happy adults.
No. This leads to rage posting on Twitter. This leads to like, actually, it's all just a bunch of bullshit, because as soon as somebody gets a girlfriend or a boyfriend, they're like, I'm not watching Vaush much anymore. I have to get a job now. I'm engaged. Yeah.
All right.
Go out and campaign, all right? Talk to people. Like, go look for...
Talk to us. It'll be fun. Come on. We want to talk to you. We do.
Do you think this is going to be effective? Talk to people about how the Republicans are going to throw the LGBT people in the camps.
It doesn't. This is so weird.
I know.
This is so weird. Most of the time, I think society functions best when political parties come out and say, this is what we're going to do with you. They have like an aspirational message. Mm-hmm. When we're drifting into don't vote for them because they're fascist, how is that going to improve society? It's not.
For local representatives that you can talk with. We have a whole canvassing that we're going to try to tip off. In this case, the primaries matter infinitely less than the generals, unfortunately, but we're going to do what we can. Talk to people. Join orgs. Join the SRA. Join the DSA. Work with Democrats. Democrats in office.
So, you said join the DSA.
Yeah. Democratic Socialists of America.
Remember one of our very, very early streams?
I do. It was one of our most popular streams.
One of our most popular early streams was we were watching it was a committee meeting,
right,
the DSA, and the meeting gets completely sidetracked for, I think, an hour?
Right. Over
because
pronouns.
People are arguing about saying people's pronouns correctly. And then they start arguing about whether clapping, like the act of clapping, is too triggering to people with PTSD.
Yes.
So if people could snap or hand wave without making a sound, then we would really appreciate this. Yeah.
How are you supposed to get the energy up?
No, listen.
If you can't even make noise.
The people that are going to fight off the dreaded evil fascist Nazis that are going to take over our country are the people that are too triggered by the sound of fucking clapping.
Yeah. Yes.
These are the people that are going to fight off the fascists. I'm very convinced.
But the liberals are too soy to handle it.
Right. They're like, listen, you're going to have the DSA guy. He's going to be, Arnold Schwarzenegger buffed up on steroids. He's going to have a bandana. He's going to have a skull of a skull necklace of fascists around his neck. He's going to have a giant, he's going to have 10 AR-15 strapped to every limb. He's going to be shooting them all in the streets. He's going to be an unstoppable machine, just tearing down the Nazis. And then the Nazis are going to unleash their secret ultimate weapon to destroy the DSA super soldiers. The slow clap. No! Clapping! My one weakness! My kryptonite.
A round of applause and they all fall down dead.
They all fall over going, my safe space, my safe space. And then the Nazis just come over and shoot them in the face one at a time.
Yeah. Give them the gator gun.
Give them the gator gun. That's right. Yeah. Good job, DSA. Good job. You really fought the fascists well.
Are far better than Republicans, even if they are not fully the solution, okay? At the end of the day, here's what you have to understand, okay? Past a certain point, you continuing to watch my content when you're like, what should we do, is self-harm, okay? That's what you're doing.
Oh, he admits it. Good. Oh, at least we're all on the same page here.
Yes. Vaush is literally one crazy person, one crazy stochastic terrorist away from being banned from everything.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Like all he needs is one crazy fan of his to go off and do some crazy violence, attack somebody, and then they go they open his social media and they're like, oh, the guy that attacked this local, Republican RNC state building is this giant Vaush fan, and look at all the crazy shit Vaush is saying. Like that's all it's gonna take.
The media would
And then he's
hide
just
it.
gone. I don't think they would. I don't think they would.
They might though. That's a scary thing.
He's not big enough for anyone to protect him in the mainstream media.
You would hope.
Well, no, because the mainstream media doesn't like Vaush is stealing their eyes. BreadTube is the Twitch and YouTube political space is stealing the eyes of mainstream media and the focus from mainstream media away. So I don't think they'll have any problem throwing any of these people under the bus.
Is Vaush still trending on Twitter all the time? I mean,
Probably, but Twitter's a different animal because Twitter's part of social media and
Right,
part
but-
of a different space. Yeah,
but it seems like they would suppress it because they're like, oh, this
Twitter
is our
might,
guy.
but I'm talking about mainstream media. Twitter's
Right.
not the mainstream media. Twitter's its own animal.
Matt Walsh is trending.
There you go. I wonder what Matt Walsh is doing.
I don't know.
On mine, my trending is Hebrew. I don't know why Hebrew is trending. I don't know why Hebrew's trending for me.
Oh yeah.
I just Twitter know I'm Jewish.
Why is
What's
Matt
going
Walsh?
on here?
When I click on Matt Walsh trending, the first thing to come up is Kefla's.
Okay.
I remember when Kefla's had like 2,000 followers, and now Kefla's is at 122,000 followers.
Yeah.
Kefla's blew up overnight.
They have it's really weird. All these leftists, they'll blow up on Twitter, even if they have very low followings on YouTube or Twitch.
Right.
So Twitter is definitely dominated by leftists. But
yeah.
why is Hebrew trending I click on it and there's nothing happening. It's just a bunch of completely random posts that have the word Hebrew in them. Twitter is anti-Semitic. I don't know. I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. How does Twitter know I'm Jewish?
There's a tweet by. Did you set it to Jewish or something? I mean, I'm kind of wondering myself.
Oh, you're right. Here's the problem in my settings.
You have the settings.
It said Jewish mode on, and I have it on this whole time. Oh, let me turn that off. Okay. This makes a lot more sense.
Matt Walsh has a tweet. I'm obsessed with stopping people from mutilating and sterilizing children. I'm obsessed with this because I'm not a degenerate goblin like you. Who's he responding to?
Who's saying this?
Matt Walsh.
Matt Walsh is saying this to someone?
Yeah, Governed Arkea? I don't know who that is.
Let's see.
Looks like he's going after the trans again. So he's like, that's why he's trending.
Is this a recent tweet? Where is this?
I just clicked on Matt Walsh trending. Oh no, I guess it's August 12th. That's like a few days ago, right?
Oh, okay. Wait, let me scroll down.
We can just go on with the video. We don't.
I want to see this tweet. I want to see Matt Walsh is calling someone a goblin.
Yeah. Evidently, I mean, well, no, actually, this was something the Surfs retweeted. Yeah.
The Surf. Wait, did he? I'm so confused.
Surfs is retweeting.
Just send
Matt
it to
Walsh.
me. Just fucking DM this to me. Whatever you're looking at.
Okay. Press play on the video. I'll DM you.
Okay.
All right. You know what you should be doing. You can literally Google local political candidates and call them. You know what you can do. You just don't want to do it. What you want is for me to calm you, but I can't calm you.
Yeah, what you should do, guys, here, what he's telling you to do, he says call your local Democratic congressperson and tell them, listen, I know the Republicans want to put us all in death camps, and I want to work for you to make sure that doesn't happen. And be sure to emphasize the fact that they want to put you in death camps. That's the real selling point for the congressperson. Can you imagine? the congressperson's going to be like, we kind of have all the staffers we need right now. You crazy.
You're gonna be like, listen, can I campaign for you so that we can stop the Republicans from putting the LGBT people in death camps? I'm like, I don't know if I want you to be the face of my
my campaign, exactly.
campaign to voters by knocking on doors.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna pass on that one.
Yeah.
But thanks. Do you have any money you can give me? I'll take that.
Yeah. They're like, no, I gave all my money to Vaush.
Oh, okay. One of those.
Yeah. Another Vaush supporter.
Yeah.
How come Destiny went out and canvassed and stuff like that? How come Vaush hasn't done anything like that?
And it's funny because he actually, when he did that, all these people on the left attacked the candidate, and they basically forced the candidate to disavow Destiny.
Really?
Yes.
What a bunch of dumbasses.
Yeah, people.
Why would they do that?
Because they're shitheads. I don't know.
They didn't want Destiny to gain any.
Because they want
any power or status. Yeah.
Right. Cancel them. That's all they care about.
Yeah, you're right. They really are they're like the crabs in the bucket embodied.
Yeah.
They really are, aren't they?
That's a good comparison, yeah.
They're like, Destiny, oh no, look, he's getting political power. Pull him down in the bucket. Pull him down in the bucket.
Yes, good.
The bucket knows all.
Are as bad as you think it is. As you think they are. Possibly worse. You want reassurance, but I have none to offer. If you want action, then you can take it. But I can't force you to take action. I can't force you to go to your local Dems office and go door to door and try to convince these that actually it's not good for the world to end. You know, that's on you.
Can you imagine, like, half the doors you're knocking on are literally Republicans?
Well, and also, I mean, he's really setting himself up for potential problems if some crazy person does something.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's going to say, like, well, when I said action, I said knock on door to doors. It's like, yeah, but you just got off of, like, you literally transitioned from, you know,
buying guns
and hammers. The Republicans are going to enact genocide to, you guys need to go out there and commit action. So, I'm just saying.
Yeah, door to door.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's not good. There's going to be some manifesto coming out.
Yep.
And it's not going to be talking about Lauren Southern.
Nope.
It's going to be talking about Vaush.
If you want motivation, then look, the canvassing stuff is going to be dope, okay? We're going to have a website add-on and everything, all right? We'll make it like a video game. We'll work on that. We'll make it happen, okay? But when you ask me, like, well, what should we do? Like, again, like, what am I supposed to say to my local officials? You don't talk to your local officials. You talk for them. You advocate on their behalf for canvassing.
Holy fucking shit.
Can I spread the good word of the Republican genocide?
You totally called it.
I did.
He wants him to actually go out and represent for them.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm representing your local congresswoman who wants you to know Republicans want death camps.
Phone banking or text banking. You can talk to them if you want to challenge them on something. But you know what? If you guys want to talk to your local officials, then all you need to do is go and stir up a ruckus at all of the public events held by your local Republican officials. If you live in a red area and you don't mind that much being a rabble-rouser in that area...
Oh, no. He's telling them to buy guns and go to the Republicans.
Well, no. That's not what he's saying.
He's saying be a rabble-rouser.
No. He means... Wait, hold on. That's not what he's saying.
Text banking. You can talk to them if you want to challenge them on something. But you know what? If you guys want to talk to your local officials, then all you need to do is go and stir up a ruckus at all of the public events held by your local Republican officials. If you live in a red...
Stir up a ruckus.
Interesting.
What does that mean?
I don't know. What does that mean? I'm not sure.
That doesn't sound good.
No.
Remember that guy who stirred up a ruckus at the congressional baseball game?
It doesn't
It
sound good
didn't
after
end. It
the
didn't end well.
after the guns, hammers, and genocide talk. Not good to talk about setting up a ruckus. I agree.
Right. He moves straight from go canvas for the Democrats to stir up a ruckus at the Republican stuff.
Yeah.
Gosh, this is not good. This is not a good direction to go.
No.
You need to get some backpedaling going here. Now, I'm not saying you should apologize, okay? I wouldn't go that far.
Adam would never suggest anything like that.
But you should probably backpedal a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
You should probably acknowledge. First of all, what you want to do is you don't want a what is a woman controversy going over the word ruckus, okay? You want to really define your terms clearly here, right?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, ruckus could mean a lot of things.
That's true.
A lot of very dangerous things. Let's see here. Ruckus. An act of making a noisy disturbance. Now, I don't like the sound of that noisy disturbance. I mean, that sounds like gunshots to me. Like, I do not like ruckus. Vaush, clearly you need to tell your audience that you want a very orderly and peaceful disturbance. I mean, maybe just avoid the disturbance. The whole disturbance doesn't sound very good.
I don't know. That didn't work for Trump.
What do you mean?
He said that, and yet.
Oh, he said peaceful? Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. And they raided his home.
Well, okay, let's not be pushing the fake narrative.
Sitch. It was a total raid.
Oh my God.
It was an FBI raid. I heard it on Hannity. It has to be true.
Okay. The Civil War's coming. The FBI is raiding Donald Trump's house. Oh my God. They're planting everything. They're stealing January 6th documents.
I heard the safe was actually empty.
They're cracking the states. The Civil War is approaching.
Red area, and you don't mind that much being a rabble rouser in that area, and there are local Republican candidates that are going and doing like little debates, sometimes they're doing, talking to a public or whatever, go there and call them out on every terrible thing they've ever done or said. Yeah, join the DSA. And again, if you want to fight against that, the best thing that you can do is to participate. Really. Join the DSA. Look to your local chapters. Most of you are probably in proximity of one.
Or you could join the Sitch and Adam channel. We're a lot more funny than the DSA. Well, it's competitive. I got to be honest with you. The
DSA is pretty funny. It might be unintentional.
They're a bunch of lol cows over there. I'm not going to lie. Right. We've had our laughs at the DSA. So, yeah, okay. But you don't have to join to get those laughs. Here, you can share those laughs with us.
That's true.
Yeah. Vaush, what are you doing? Send them over our way.
The SRA. Take a look at it. Might not be a chapter near you. Still, give them a look. Get involved. Talk with people. Go and look at actionable causes in your area.
Oh, no. Actionable causes.
I know. He really shouldn't have started with the gun stuff. That kind of just paints everything afterwards in a very violent, negative light.
Actionable causes.
Yes.
Don't we call actionable? What is actionable intelligence, Sitch? What is? What does that? What does that make you think of?
It makes you think of drone striking.
It does. I feel like there's a lot of dog whistling going on in this video here.
There could be.
Now he's talking about actionable intelligence. This is not good. Sitch.
Well, he didn't say intelligence. There's no intelligence anywhere near this video. But...
Well, he said actionable causes.
Yes.
I'd say genocide prevention is a pretty actionable cause.
I guarantee you that if you live... Oh, don't get me wrong. The DSA is in a rough spot right now, but your participation can only make it better. A Vaushite DSA is a strong DSA. There is some local cause, some environmental, political, economic, something, that is just desperate for well-intentioned, smart young people like you.
Vaush viewers. You lost me there. You lost me on that one. It's so bad.
For old people, to get involved. They want that more than anything else. Their eyes will light up as they see you. You will make friends. You will gain experience and awareness that you did not think were possible. And you will begin to believe in the ability for individual contributions to have positive effects on large problems. Okay?
There you go. Okay. So our last Walsh video, before we go to secondhand thought.
Sitch, that was insane.
Yeah.
A few months.
Listen, it just keeps on keeping on. Okay?
Why does he keep going down that gun path? It's just so... God.
Because, Adam, the Civil War is approaching.
Well, we got one more Vaush video. Vaush explains Republican Party should be banned and outlawed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Roland A. Ramirez, thank you so much for the $20, says, is Nick really that bad? All he wants to do is put women in hijabs, and all Dole wants is for women to not be able to read. It's not that bad. There you go. There you go. Thank you, Ronaldo. Or Rolando.
I mean, for me, it's really the racism stuff, but I think racism is evil. Call me crazy.
There
but
you go. Adam is fine with misogyny. He's just anti-racism.
Misogyny, okay. I mean, has a warm spot in my heart. It really does. I feel like, why do we have to look, we should be able to get along with, our brown brothers in fighting the women.
The true enemy.
Yeah.
The Wyman, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Why can't blacks and whites unite against women?
There you go.
No, women are, I'm obviously kidding. Women are our friends as well. So, yes. Can men and women really be friends?
Yes.
It's an open question, but let's just assume, let's just assume for the sake of argument that they can.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's a good question.
And we'll be friends with them.
Goro Sarah in the chat says, do the trans women have to be in the hijabs, or is it a workaround?
The trans? Oh, yeah.
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know.
You think the Matt Walshes of the world would like the trans women in the hijabs?
Women are friends, not food. There you go.
Sammy
says, all I'm hearing is Adam's wife is going to make him sleep on the couch tonight. Ooh.
What? How do you know I don't want to sleep on the couch? How do you know it's not my
of course, it's my choice.
How do you know it's not my personal choice?
Of course. She hogs the covers. I'm more comfortable on the couch. Yeah, of course.
Look, every wife likes a husband that's a little bit misogynistic.
There you go.
Makes for a happy marriage.
Women aren't real. Has anyone ever seen one? That's true. That is true.
You should Google that.
Vile Van Gogh, thank you so much for the $20, says, what do you guys think of Destiny resorting to, quote, it's not necessarily society's responsibility to continue civilization, position to win a debate. Enough people politically adopt this reasoning. Could it lead to civil war? Well, I guess I'd have to see what is the context that this position is being.
Yeah, what was this debate?
Yeah, what was the debate about? I mean, you could send it to me on Twitter or something. Vile Van Gogh. I'm not sure. I kind of vaguely remember this statement being said at some point, like way in the past. But I think it's I think that's like one of those things that's like it's descriptively true, but prescriptively would lead to horrible outcomes. I do think obviously morally society should be responsible to continue civilization, or society should be responsible to continue human life in the society, and blah 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 blah.
We should make things better for the people that come after us as well.
Sure, right. Well, I agree. Was it about birth rates? He says about birth rates. Well, birth rate's a little different. I mean, we're not yet at a point where like it's like if we were at a point where birth rates were declining and and we didn't have immigration or something to fill that gap. I mean, I believe completely strongly that society would start to advance a position of trying its best to incentivize people to have children.
Yeah,
That
we
would
should do
that would
that.
100% happen. Yeah.
We already do that. Like the child tax credit is real. I mean,
But it would be kicked into overdrive
yeah, they
if
should.
there was some. If there
If you
was
have
some,
more than 3 kids, you should pay 0
Right.
income tax.
Unlike Russia, we wouldn't just sit idly by like idiots. We're facing demographic collapse. The U.S. would start the evil capitalist U.S., which requires more and more people to be born, would
Yeah.
really start pushing for
We'd make
people to get
abortion
busy.
illegal. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
That would be the first step. Oh wait, I think we already did that, didn't we?
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Be fruitful and multiply.
I don't know if it's in this video or it was a different video I watched where
Is
I
this
think
the one we just
where was
watched?
it? I watched a fuck ton of Vaush content.
Vaush
Anyway.
explains Republican Party should be banned and outlawed. Did we just watch this, or is this the next video?
It's the next video.
Okay.
It's about a similar topic. There's a video, I don't remember if it's in this one or it's a different one, where Vaush says that Jordan Peterson would have made arguments in favor of slavery if he lived in a time period where slavery was a thing. If he lived in like 1700s America, Jordan Peterson would have advocated for slavery and he would have used the Bible to do it.
I mean, is he working for the Daily Wire at the time?
Yeah.
I mean,
Good question.
I have to
That's a good question.
I have to know because
That's a good question. You think that changes the outcome?
Is the Daily Wire, is Matt Walsh going to advocate for slavery? Probably. I mean, I think probably.
I don't think you should consider Matt Walsh and Jordan Peterson within the same category of thinking.
Is Doyle going to advocate for slavery? I mean, I think he might still right now. I'm not sure that he doesn't today. Nick Fuentes, is he?
Yeah, but how dare you put? First of all, I don't think you should even compare Matt Walsh to Doyle or Fuentes.
Okay.
And I don't think you should compare Jordan Peterson to any of the three people.
I mean, is he trending in that direction though? I mean, would the Daily Wire? I don't know that the Daily Wire wouldn't be supporting slavery back in and condoning it with the Bible.
I don't think Ben Shapiro is going to be supporting slavery if he was in the 1700s, but that's just my guess.
I don't know. I really don't know, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I mean, Ben Shapiro still supports the gold standard. Ben Shapiro.
There you go. If you support the gold standard, then anything's up for grabs. Is that what you're saying?
Well, he would make the same illogical arguments for slavery that he makes for the gold standard. He'd be like, this is what works.
I see. Okay.
I thought you said you don't support banning political parties, even if they're Nazis, because that violates free speech. I don't think I believe in banning political parties because of their beliefs. I do because of their actions. The Republican parties, as far as I'm concerned, have forfeited their position in a democracy by like attempting to overturn the electoral results. I think that's totally.
See, this is
yeah.
Fuck.
Right.
This is such fucking nonsense.
Right.
This is
because
go ahead.
Because Donald Trump tried to do a bunch of shenanigans, and the other Republicans in positions of power didn't go along with it. That means the Republican Party should be abolished. Okay, but the logic really makes sense there.
Yeah, Democrats.
I'm pretty sure I'm okay.
There were Democrats that supported Russiagate, which turned out to be a bunch of fucking nonsense bullshit.
Well, first of all, I don't know why you're doing your favorite thing in the world.
Whataboutism?
Yes.
It felt
Secondly,
like the time.
I don't even know what has anything to do with anything. But
I'm just saying that just because part of a party loses its mind doesn't mean the whole party loses credibility. It's like just because a small portion of some group makes the whole group look bad doesn't mean that the whole group is bad.
Right, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, and with Russiagate, I mean, there's varying degrees. I mean, there's a difference between saying like, I think this should be investigated, and then after the investigation saying, I don't believe this investigation, he's a Russian mole or whatever.
Yeah, well, there are a lot of people that happen to.
Right.
Yeah, but it doesn't destroy the entire credibility of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of Republicans who would say, oh, yeah, it does.
Sure, of course.
Because they're playing this game. It's the game of, paint the whole tribe as the most hideous elements of it.
Yes,
Yeah.
Adam's Law.
Yeah. That's not Adam's Law, but I think that's Adam and Sitch's second law or something.
What's Adam's? Oh, yeah, yours is the straw man.
90% of political talking, 99% of all political talking points are straw man arguments of the other side. Yeah.
Well, you said
It's
was
gotta be.
Sitch and Adam's Law, not Adam and Sitch's Law. Look at that.
Adam
You tried
and
to sneak.
Sitch's Law.
You tried to sneak a fast one on me.
Well, I guess it is Sitch and Adams or Adam and Sitch's law. We've never really haggled over that, but let's throw it in with the $500 debate.
No,
The
no, that's what we should
$500
do.
bet.
That should be Sitch and Adam's Law. Adam and Sitch's Law should be completely different. Just to make it really confusing. There's a Sitch and Adam's Law and an Adam and Sitch's Law.
All right, I look forward to the Adam and Sitch law. Yeah, but you understand what I'm saying. I mean, this is what he's trying to do.
Right.
It's bizarre to me because this is exactly. I mean, this is what the racists do with the criminal stuff, with the criminal stats. Yeah.
Right.
This is what everyone does. Yeah.
Sure, I'm okay with. I think I'm okay with banning any anti-democratic political parties. I think democracies have to.
That's obviously this guy is so far out of his league here because all of the January 6th stuff, the Republicans are, go democracy. What the fuck?
Well, and from the last video, if Vaush's position is we need, while we have positions of power,
I know,
to enact anti-democratic, laws and arrest, Republicans and ban them and all this other stuff. I mean, he's basically just said, I guess he should be illegal at this point.
Yes, you're throwing democracy out.
Right.
What happened to I love democracy so much I want it in the workplace?
Right.
Like, oh, well, we have the power. We should probably just, get rid of democracy.
Listen, Vaush loves democracy the same way Sheev loves democracy. Okay. He holds it very close in his wrinkled heart.
Right. Sheev?
Yeah. Sheev.
Who's that?
Senator Sheev. I love democracy. Senator Palpatine.
Oh.
From the Star Wars prequels. His first name is Sheev. You didn't know?
I had no idea. No. Palpatine, I know.
I remember when it came out.
Sheev Palpatine?
Yes.
Really?
I remember when it came out when George Lucas said his first name is Sheev. Everyone was like, "What the fuck, Sheev? Really? The ultimate bad guy's first name is Sheev? Okay."
Sheev
Palpatine. Yes.
I mean, he looks
Sheev.
like a schmarmy. Like he doesn't look like a badass at all.
No.
You
think Sheev is a badass name?
No, Sheev is like, yeah.
They're saying it's appropriate.
I mean, he looks like he hangs out.
He looks like a Sheev. Is that what you're saying?
He looks kind of like a molester. I mean, he looks like a chomo.
I love democracy. That's why we have to use democracy to crush our opponents who want to take democracy away from us.
Yeah.
Make me chancellor for life, and I will protect democracy forever.
Yeah. Ouch.
Preserve themselves.
I do have a lot of faith in democracy. I feel like you do
Me
too.
too. I do.
Yeah.
And in a democracy, if you are... Sorry, bucko. If you're an anti-democratic party in a democracy, then you'd better succeed with a coup and nothing else, because you are not weaponizing our system to your own ends. Not a shot. Nope, 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 nope.
I mean, I don't I mean, obviously, I don't agree with this being Republicans, but I don't disagree with the concept. If there's some political party in America that would be advocating for the destruction or removal of democracy, I don't think they should be a thing. I don't think they should be allowed. I'd say, fuck you. No.
Yeah, that's sort of against. I mean, it's like a political party coming out and advocating against equal protection under the law, or just like,
Right. Right.
yeah,
Nope.
innocent
Get
until
out.
proven guilty. Like,
Right.
so many, I mean, that's tough because I feel like the Democrats are advocating against like freedom of speech and equal protection under the law to some extent. I mean, obviously, yeah.
Sure.
It's sad. Maybe
It is.
Well, I guess they're the only thing we have.
Oh,
I don't want to be in a one party state. Obviously,
No, that's the worst scenario.
yeah. Two parties is bad. Well, this is the thing too. I don't know. Is it better to have three parties than two parties? Because then you're not even getting a majority. I feel like
Yeah, I
two
don't
parties might be the sweet spot.
Maybe.
Three
I would like
parties
for
is
there to be
how.
more parties.
Isn't that how Hitler came to power? Like they had two parties and then a third party opened up and they needed.
Yeah, the socialists split the moderate.
Yeah.
vote,
So then
yeah.
they only needed like Hitler came to power like 30% of the vote.
Well, the guy who appointed Hitler came to power specifically.
Right.
Yeah.
And then he came to power through shenanigans, but
Right.
there's 30% of our population are authoritarians.
Right.
Do we really want to have an election be able to be won by only 30% of the population? And if you get like a fourth party, you're down to 25% of the population can control the electorate. I mean, I don't like those numbers.
Mhm.
Maybe two parties is a sweet spot.
Maybe. I don't know.
have them go full Zelensky. Yeah, do a Ukraine. Dude, what Ukraine did was based. The political party that they made illegal was literally siding with Russia and was saying and was like suggesting they nuke Kyiv. Like, you know, I think it's as a believer in
I have zero problem with Zelensky banning pro-Russian parties when they're being invaded by Russia.
Yeah, when they're at war with Russia.
Right, they're literally in a war with the country. Fuck you. But I don't know what he's talking. I could not find anything about this, about the party that he banned advocating for Russia to nuke Kiev. I don't know what that's in reference to. I couldn't find anything about that. If anyone knows what Vaush is talking about, let me know.
democracy. I actually think it's okay to outlaw a political party when they side with the country that's invading you and suggest nuking the capital of your country. You know, I am okay with that. Guys, remember back when the based-ass Union and Lincoln ousted all of the Confederate senators, you know, from Congress? Back when the Confederacy seceded, they were like, yeah, goodbye. And they, like, kicked out all the Confederate representatives. That was cool. Resurrect Sherman. Yeah. Nazis are, by definition, anti-democratic, of course. So, you know. When do you become an African anarchist? Well, I was already an anarchist, and then I voted for Biden, so. Do you think we can realistically pursue expanding early childhood care, education, healthcare for pregnant mothers off the back of this? I mean, you can, but, like, that feels like treating the symptom rather than the cause type of deal, you know? As long as the Republicans have political power, our rights are constantly under threat. You know, like, we can make things better under those circumstances, but right now, ousting the Republican Party is by far the most important thing that we need to do. There's no getting around that. I honestly...
So we've constructed this worldview where, first of all, he's comparing them to countries that are in the middle of the war, okay? Yeah, Ukraine's literally being invaded by Russia. Civil war in America is obviously the civil fucking war in America. So he's comparing this to Republicans now and laying out a framework where he's saying, as long as the Republicans have power, we will never be safe. They will always be infringing upon our rights.
What are the rights that they want to infringe upon?
Exactly. I guess abortion and LGBT rights, I assume. I don't know what else you could be referring to, but
Right. Sure. Okay.
whatever happened with that gay marriage bill? Did it ever pass? The gay marriage bill. The Democrats handed
Oh, I
the
remember that.
Republicans this fucking easy win. And then the Republicans wanted to alter some element of it. I don't know. I don't know whatever happened with that. Oh.
Wow.
Which Republicans voted against the Respect for Marriage Act? They already vote on it?
I remember you telling me about it. I didn't even know it was happening.
Oh no, this is in the House.
Are you getting married, Sitch?
Why are you asking me this question?
There's a rumor floating around on Twitter that you're
Why are you we're getting married, Adam. Why are you asking me this like you don't know?
We're getting that's
You're gonna officially become my work wife, okay?
that's not happening.
Yeah, it's not happening. News to me, buddy. I'm so glad I can't get the deposit now. Can you give me the ring back, please? The ring made of alligator hide that I worked so hard on. You know how many alligators I killed to make the alligator tuxedo for you, Adam? And how many alligator teeth I fashioned into that jewel?
I want to wear that tuxedo. That's
no, you don't. If you don't get married, you have to get the tuxedo back.
I didn't read the tweet. I just saw the comic. I didn't even really read the comic either. Sammy G's stirring stuff up on Twitter already.
Oh, of course she is. No, she was just the comic was just about
yeah, the battling the gator,
batting the alligator. Yeah, right.
I'm surprised there's a comic of a guy marrying an alligator.
Well, he's not. He's battling the alligator. What are you talking about? He's not.
What is really happening in this comic?
It's me battling an alligator to get married. What do you mean? Listen, Adam? Are you worried that I'll let the alligator win? Is that what you're worried about, Adam?
I'm worried that there's.
You're worried that an alligator is going to have its way with you.
I'm worried that somebody out there is making a comic of a guy marrying an alligator. I'm worried about the decline of society. Because this comic exists.
I don't know what you're talking about. I think you're overreacting.
Is this one of these reviewer animes?
You mean like Interspecies Reviewer?
Interspecies Reviewer. Do you know the plot of Interspecies Reviewer?
I'm aware of the plot of Interspecies Reviewer. Yeah.
It's not good. Come on, let's get back to this.
Okay. I honestly feel like one of the most effective things that you could do against Republicans right now is weaponizing patriotism. The thing is, like, the Republicans are so far right that in a lot of ways, politically, they're, like, way regressed from the Founding Fathers, you know? The Founding Fathers were liberals, you know? The Republicans are theocratic fascists. There are so many...
Does he pay any attention to what's actually going on in politics? I feel like maybe the answer is no to that. I don't see how do you have these opinions.
Wait, what he's about to say is very funny.
So many ways. I've said this before and I'll say it again. But if you got the entire Republican Party today, time warped them back to 1776, and had them explain to the Founding Fathers what they believed in, all of them would be shot and thrown in the river. Every single one of them. None of them would get out of that. They're done.
Okay. If you had all the Democrats and all the Republicans, and they went back in time and they explained to the Founding Fathers what they both believed in, I'm pretty sure the Founding Fathers would kill all of them. Completely. You think the Founding Fathers, first of all, it's so weird that Vaush conceptualized this as like a one party thing. I mean, does he think the Founding Fathers would be on board with like gay marriage and transitioning people?
Well, no, I know they would.
In the 1700s?
They would shoot them and throw them in the river for that.
Yes.
Obviously. But what would the Republicans say? What would the Republicans say that would get them shot and thrown in the river?
I think all the economic stuff.
What? They're shooting them and throwing them in the river for economics?
I think they would, yeah.
They explain, but first of all, Republicans are not in favor of progressive taxation. So, would they be mad about that? What, you don't like progressive taxes? Like, it seems like.
I think they would be more aligned, obviously, with the Republicans.
Name one thing that the Republicans would say that would get them shot and thrown in the river.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
I can't think of one thing.
Right.
Like, marriages between a man and a woman. Okay.
Yeah, you could be right.
And,
You could be right.
and I mean, if the Republicans said slavery is bad, maybe they're getting shot and thrown in the river, right?
Well, a lot of people didn't believe in slavery back then.
Right. They would be like an abolitionist.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I don't want to. George Washington had his slaves freed after he died.
Right.
Yeah, he had that written into his will. So, I mean, he's not going to shoot them and throw them in the river over that. Yeah. Yeah, what's Vaush even talking about?
I don't know. They're theocratic fascists, though, so.
But, I mean, most of the founding fathers were deists, but they were obviously respectful of religion.
Well, I don't think most of them were. I think the big names we think of
are deists.
Like Jefferson, Adams, Washington. But I'm pretty sure most of the founding fathers, or most of the people, who were in the first, Senate, or in the first House, the first...
We're all Christians, yeah.
Yeah, the first administration, I'm pretty sure most of them were probably like devout Christians.
I don't know what Vaush is talking about.
So, yeah, I don't. It's very weird that he said that. It's very weird that he said that.
Yeah, tell him, Vaush, explain to them what a map is, and then see what happens. That's the one that's really gonna. That's the one that's gonna get you shot.
Well, he doesn't. I'm assuming Vaush doesn't support maps, so.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, the left is the one talking about the map. So.
Well, let's not do a Sitch and Adams law, okay?
No, okay, not everyone on the left.
I mean, I think it's a tiny, tiny minority of people talking about fucking map shit.
Right. Well, I'm just using it for the thought experiment about what gets you shot and thrown in the river. I'm just saying that's one of the things that gets you shot and thrown in the river. I'm pretty sure
being pro-gay, pro-trans, pro-race mixing gets you shot in the 1700s. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Like, it's just absolutely not. So I feel like, I don't know. I feel like we might have a better shot if everyone just wore like a trifold hat or something. Because you can't let Republicans weaponize patriotism because they don't give a shit about America. Like, there are some founding principles.
How do they, I hate it when he does this. They don't give a shit about America.
Right.
Then why is the military and law enforcement predominantly Republicans if they don't give a shit about America?
Right. Well, people primarily are more motivated by order, obviously, and structure, which is more of a right-wing moral foundation. But this is why this is funny too. Is like the left needs to play to patriotism. I mean, first of all, I think both parties should play to patriotism because I think that breeds a better social environment for our culture. But he doesn't understand. Like if he understood, height and moral foundations, he'd understand why this won't work. What he's suggesting, that like, the left is gonna snake patriotism away from the right. That will never happen.
I think this is pure projection, though. The reason he's able to say they don't care about the country is because he doesn't care about the country. Like, he just can't imagine someone having those intuitions.
Well, he cares about the country. This is the thing. He cares about the country. He just cares about it in his own weird way. And since and the reason that would never work, where the left can snake patriotism from the right, is because the left is always more motivated by a forward-thinking idea, and the right's always more motivated by a past-thinking idea.
Right, the tradition.
And the tradition is always going to play to that. Like when you talk about patriotism, you're really talking about tradition.
Yeah, you can't. Patriotism doesn't work on. Well, maybe it does. I mean,
It does
I can
work.
imagine
Right.
a future
Sure.
America that's badass where we're all.
Of course, but
Yeah.
it doesn't have it doesn't function exactly the same way.
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm saying. The left, I mean, the left can be patriotic, sure, but it would never snake patriotism away from the right. I don't think that's even possible
Why do we love America so much?
because we're enlightened centrists.
I mean, I feel it in my heart.
Right.
I just feel like America, I feel so grateful to be born in America there's so many terrible places in the world that I could have been born.
Exactly.
I have so much gratitude.
Exactly.
I'm overflowing with gratitude that I don't think a lot of people feel that.
America's bad. I don't know if you noticed that.
Well, I wasn't raised by, like, my folks aren't wealthy by any means. So, I mean, I wouldn't say I had a privileged upbringing, but
Sure.
I do think of it as privileged and just safety and security of America.
Right. That's because you're comparing it to other countries.
Yeah.
Right. Which
Yeah.
is what you should do.
Yeah, I read a lot, and you read some of these places and you're like, my
Oh my
God.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh.
thank God.
Right.
Yeah. Sierra Leone in the 90s. Not really a great place to be. Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah, you want to talk about rounding people up in death camps and stuff like that. That's where it happens.
Afghanistan.
Yeah.
See
Afghanistan.
the history of that.
Yeah. Rwanda. Not a great place to be. Yeah.
Or what about the other day when in Tijuana, the cartel didn't the cartel take over like
Yeah.
a city or something for a day?
Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. Ouch. Scary shit.
That America was, kind of, in a way, pioneered. And I do think those are important. Even if the Founding Fathers were massive hypocrites, you still fight for the idea, right? The energy you could get from the rolling the Founding Fathers are doing in their graves be enough to power the whole country. Yeah. With Republicans controlling the Supreme Court, they can do anything. Anything. You realize that, right?
So we're about to learn that Vaush doesn't understand how the separation of powers works. Okay,
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Ready for this?
That's it. Any law that gets passed could be appealed up to the Supreme Court, and they could give some insane ruling on it. They can do whatever they want. There aren't really, like, checks and balances on the Supreme Court, Not in the way there are in other, president can veto congressional stuff, people can, they this, they that, but...
He's so bullshitting. Like, he doesn't even really know. He's like, I can do this. Does he know that bills have to pass the House and Congress?
I would assume.
I don't know that he does know that.
So this is a bafflingly weird argument. He's
Right.
like, because the conservatives control the Supreme Court, they can just overturn any law and there's nothing anyone can do about it. Okay. Does he not understand that Congress can just pass another law?
Right.
And the Supreme Court says this law is unconstitutional. The Congress can say, oh, and then they just pass a slightly different law.
Well, they have to stay within the framework of the Constitution.
Of
The
course.
thing is-
Well, until it gets ruled.
well, that's another thing they can't just do anything because they have to find whatever the law is unconstitutional.
Of course.
Yeah. And
that's
not
what I
only
mean,
that, there's this long process that someone has to bring
A lawsuit.
a lawsuit.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So go through the lower courts.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a whole big deal. But this is like, and it's funny because it took me like 2 seconds. I literally Googled, time. I forget what I exactly typed in, but it was something like, times when Congress, ignored the Supreme Court. And there's an article that popped up and it was like, hundreds of times in which the Supreme Court threw out a law and then Congress just rewrote the same law and slightly changed it to address whatever the Supreme Court was complaining about. And it was just all these countless examples.
Really?
Like, yes,
That's
this happens.
interesting.
It happens constantly.
Right.
This happens all
Because they wrote the
fucking
law
time.
incorrectly. They wrote the law badly, right?
Yeah, or they write
It was
some
unclear.
they write some the law has some ambiguity into it or some issue with it that the court doesn't like. And so Congress just says, oh, okay. So they just rewrite the same law again, but they change or fix whatever the thing is that the court doesn't like. And bada bing, bada boom, there's a law again. And Vaush doesn't even understand this fucking general process.
Well, yeah.
Legislation.
Yeah.
Vaush thinks that, like, well, once the Supreme Court rules on something, well, no takesy backsies, then Congress just says, well, the Supreme Court ruled on it. We can't do anything.
Yeah, they could write a law about abortion because abortion isn't even in the Constitution. Like, how could you say it's unconstitutional?
Well, so with abortion, it's interesting.
Because they'd be like life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Well, so the question would be, what would be what would be the justification for that? And would it be under the Commerce Clause, like a lot of things? I don't know the answer to that. But even if, and this is again where Vaush, I guess, doesn't understand how like our process of laws works in this country, even if Congress wanted to pass a law that they didn't have the constitutional authority to pass, that's why we can amend the Constitution.
Right, yeah.
And then the Supreme Court can just go fuck itself. The Supreme Court can't say like, well, the Supreme Court can't overrule an amendment to the Constitution.
Right. Yeah, the Constitution's the big dog, the bottom line. Yeah.
So, like, this is just so weird. He just doesn't understand how any of this works.
Yeah. Well, I hope the Republicans don't make a constitutional amendment saying we should round up trans people because that would be
that's what's going to happen.
It would be then the Supreme Court couldn't even do anything.
Right. Yeah. Remember when the Republicans in Bush, they want to have a constitutional amendment against gay marriage?
They did. They wanted to say, yeah. They were like, we don't need Congress writing no law. We're going to get a constitution.
Well, I mean, Congress is obviously involved with like making an amendment to the Constitution, but
no, it's the state constitutions or the state legislatures that ratify the Constitution. I don't even think Congress is involved. You get each state has a legislature, and they get 2/3 of the state legislatures to ratify it. Yeah, they fucking completely cut Congress out of the loop. They're like, fuck you, Congress.
So an amendment may be proposed by a 1/2 vote of both House or Congress.
Okay.
Houses of Congress.
So obviously they're involved there.
Well, no, it is too. Or if 2/3 of the states request one by a convention called for that purpose.
Right.
The amendment must then be ratified by 3/4 of the state legislatures or 3/4 of the conventions called in each state for ratification.
That's the way they do it without the Congress.
Yeah. Right, you can do it without Congress, yeah.
But bam, look at that.
Nice.
Yeah. What should we do? Let's do something crazy. I have an idea. You know how they talk about the gold standard? Let's do the diamond standard. What do you think?
Yeah, you're right. Why are we bothering with golds? That's for chumps.
I know. Diamonds.
Right. Diamonds are
forever. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Think how cool it'd be. We can put a little diamond on the dollar bill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's just run the whole country on crypto.
Yeah.
Sitch and Adam crypto. What do you think?
But let's have a free will standard. How about that?
Yeah. I mean, there's not enough.
I think we'd run out of money very quickly.
Yeah. Why would you want to constrain the money supply that much? It'd be terrible.
The Supreme Court, their rulings, that's that, you know? They are the check. That doesn't seem smart. Well, to be fair...
God, I love it. I think 50% of Vaush's chat is there just trolling him.
I know, right?
That doesn't sound very smart, Vaush.
Well, it's so funny how, like, for a very long time, you had the Supreme Court is pushing more for, like, liberal left stuff. And it's like, oh, that's fine. But then as soon as it becomes, like, pushing for right-wing conservative stuff, it's like the Supreme Court has too much power. What are we going to do? It's like, oh, okay.
I mean, this is kind of the problem with Roe versus Wade. I mean, this was before either of our times, but I can't imagine being in a situation where something as controversial as that was settled by the Supreme Court. I mean, it's got to be uncomfortable to be on the other side of that. I never
Well,
really thought about it because
wasn't that how segregation was first settled before the Civil Rights Act?
was it? I don't know.
I
That
don't
was
know
like
the
way
timeline.
before my time. So
Was it? I thought you were around during Brown versus Board of Education.
no, I missed that one altogether.
Yeah, Brown versus Board of Education was in 1954. So yeah, so that's a pretty big thing.
I mean, it is. I mean, equal protection under the law is, I would say, the bedrock of the Constitution.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know.
Fair to the founding fathers, okay? Judicial review was not something that was originally enshrined in the Constitution. Dude, that's the ultimate, like, judicial review what we have to do is we have to remake the end of Aladdin, okay? Right now, the Supreme Court is like Jafar, you know, where they're the most powerful wizard, and then it's like, but a genie gave you your powers. You'll always be the strongest wizard. Will be weaker than the weakest genie. And then it's like, you're right. For my third wish, I want to be a genie. And then it's like, ha! And then he's like, goes back in the lamp or whatever. Spoilers, by the way. That's what we need to do, okay? That's what we need to do. Because Jafar is like the Supreme Court, and what we need to do is judicial review their judicial review. What if there were like a majority Dem court and they were all base Democrats and they judicial review the judicial review? And they were like,
What the fuck is he even talking
Wait,
about?
hold on. I'll explain.
yeah,
One second.
actually, upon reviewing the Constitution, we found there's no constitutional legitimacy to the concept of judicial review. And it's the equivalent of like them like nobly sacrificing themselves, you know?
Okay, this is literally one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard Vaush ever say.
Yeah.
This is the perfect example of like a little bit of knowledge makes you stupider.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
So judicial
you looked
review.
up judicial review, obviously.
Right. So judicial. Yeah, I guess you just heard this term. So judicial review is the court's ability to determine whether a law that was passed is constitutional or not.
Right.
Okay. And so there's an argument that the power of judicial review, which is what we think of as generally a lot of courts' primary job,
Yeah, interpreting the law.
right, is not actually a power explicitly stated in the Constitution, and is a power that's implied via, I think, like Section 3 and 7 or something of the Constitution.
Right.
Now,
Okay.
if you read through it, I don't think it's possible that the founding fathers didn't intend for judicial review to be part of the Constitution. That seems to me like it's fucking insane, but okay. I know there are some countries that don't have judicial review, which to me seems totally insane. But anyway, so Vaush is saying that we should get rid of the Supreme Court's ability to determine whether laws are constitutional or not.
Well,
Okay.
who is going to do it then? I mean, that's kind of a job that needs to be done.
Nobody. This is why Vaush is literally the dumbest fucking idiot alive. Okay. Even if you agree with this concept of this weird legal argument about getting rid of judicial review, basically, if you got rid of judicial review, all that means is that if the Republicans controlled Congress and the president, they could just pass whatever laws they want. And there's absolutely no check. There's
Right.
zero checks.
Well, the whole idea
They
behind
control
the
both Congress.
Yeah, the whole idea behind the Congress is, or the Constitution is that you're limiting the government's power to
Right.
fucking enslave you and like
Right.
take away your freedom of speech.
And this is why this is insane to me. If there's no part of the government that says, hey, you who passes the laws, you're violating the founding document of our Constitution.
Right. You've gone too far.
Or of our country, yeah. You've gone too far. To me, that's like just a horrible, that to me is opening the door for such fuckery and power grabs. And it's insane to me that Vaush, who's just so terrified of the Republicans taking over, is like, we need to get rid of judicial fucking review.
Yeah.
This is just the dumbest idea ever.
They could pass the no trans people law. And
Yes.
they would be like, well, you don't really have protection under the Constitution for marginalized people.
Right. They say, well, fuck you. We
Yeah.
decide not. I mean, this is totally insane to me because I'm sure if you went back, or I'm sure if you like look at now, if you were to wager, if you were to look at all the times that judicial review is being used, I can almost guarantee you it's being used far more to help, liberal progressive values than conservative values. I could almost guarantee you that if you were to break it down right now.
I mean, that
We
just
even talked about the Brown versus Board of Education, getting rid of segregation. That was because of judicial review. Like, this is insane to me.
aren't, but
Roe v.
aren't,
Wade the first time. Well, not the first time that was, but
aren't all
I guess it was.
all Supreme Court cases are evaluating legislation against the constitutionality of it. That's the whole purpose of the Supreme
Well, there
Court.
are other. So basically, if you got rid of judicial review, all the courts would do would be they would determine whether the executive branch correctly did whatever the law said it was supposed to do. That'd be their job, essentially.
Okay, I get it. So the courts are also determining whether or not someone broke the law, but judicial review is determining whether or not that law is even constitutional,
Valid,
whether or not
yes,
that law
right.
is valid. Yeah.
Yes. So
Gotcha.
basically,
Okay, that
if
makes
you had no
sense.
judicial review, the courts literally only exist to check the executive branch.
Right, yeah.
And there'd be no check on the legislative branch, except
Right.
I guess a veto. But if it passes a veto, then there's no check whatsoever.
Right.
So,
So
except you'd have to pass another law some point in the future to invalidate the previous law.
I mean, this is what makes even following the Supreme Court interesting, because Congress is writing these laws, like laws on Second Amendment rights, laws on freedom of speech, laws on all the things that really
Right.
affect our lives. And the people bring cases to the Supreme Court because they want to say this law infringes on my rights granted in the Constitution. Yeah, that's what makes
Well,
those
see, but that's
cases
what's crazy
interesting.
too. Like,
That can't
I don't
happen
even-
anymore.
yeah, like if the federal government passes some law
Right.
and that you believe violates your rights, and how do you have no recourse as an individual, because you say, oh, well, the government came and they illegally searched and seized on my property, so you sue the government, and then the courts say, well, the government just passed a law that said that they can do this, so you're out of luck. And it's like, but wait a minute, that violates the Constitution. And they say, well, that's not our job to determine that, so fuck you.
The last big Second Amendment case was District of Columbia versus Heller. And the District of Columbia passed a law saying that you couldn't get a gun to basically protect yourself, but there was all this crime going on in DC.
And wasn't it a ban on handguns or something?
Yeah. Yes. You could get one if you got a permit, but the permits were so hard to get that people who legitimately needed a gun for self-protection. I mean, I think the Heller versus District of Columbia was this nurse who took it upon herself to like chase drug dealers out of her neighborhood, and then all of a sudden she became like a target by
Right.
the gangs. So she's like the perfect person who'd want to get a handgun, right, to protect themselves, obviously, but she couldn't get one.
Right.
So, but I mean, obviously, if you don't have judicial review, you've got no way of challenging. I mean, she basically said, I have a Second Amendment right to protect myself. Oh, I guess not.
Well, and I don't even know how this would work. If you're saying that the Supreme Court, I mean, if you're saying that the federal, I don't even know, because I don't even know because Vaush never explains any of this shit, because I don't think
Right.
he understands any of it. But because also, how would this work? Would federal court have judicial review over state courts to make sure state courts are following the federal Constitution?
Yeah, what are they? Are they even obligated to follow the Constitution? Yeah, this is just whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
Vaush learned
the
a
whole
new
thing's
word.
preposterous.
Yeah.
Right.
Vaush
But
learned a new word, and he's like, "Well, we need to get rid of this thing."
the real thing, the real reason why this is like the dumbest idea, the dumbest thing I've ever heard him say is because you have, decades and decades and decades of the courts helping, the left essentially. And then suddenly now, all it takes, and this really shows the short-sightedness and the stupidity of someone like Vaush, all it takes is literally one court case. And suddenly he wants to throw the entire Supreme Court in the trash can.
Because
Of Roe v. Wade being overturned. Which, by the way, Roe v. Wade only exists in the first place because of judicial review.
Well, and I mean, the logic too is pretty strained on.
Listen, we need to get rid of the Supreme Court cases judicial review because they got rid of Roe v. Wade. Well, but Roe v. Wade only exists because of judicial review. There was no law that said that, abortions were fine.
Right.
Shut up, Sitch.
Not only that, it wasn't even something out of the Constitution. They were like, yeah, it's an implied right to privacy.
Sure, but
it's
that's
just implied. You got to read between the lines.
Well, but
here.
listen, they say that's the same thing with judicial review itself. They say it's implied. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh well.
But I mean, to me, I think it's far more implied than abortion, obviously. If you read the Constitution, I don't even understand how it's supposed to function.
So they're supposed to spell it out in the Constitution that it doesn't say somewhere that the federal law can't make laws. I guess the whole Bill of Rights.
It does say that.
Yeah,
it does say that. You're right, but it doesn't specify.
So it's not just implied.
It doesn't specify exactly
the court structure.
Yeah, it doesn't specify the exact way in which this
is the Supreme Court laid out. I mean, it's been so long since I read the Constitution, I can't remember. The Constitution is a very curt document.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not. I mean, the Second Amendment is like 2 lines.
Yeah, right. Well, there's an interesting article I read that was talking about how the majority of the founding fathers and the overwhelming majority of people who were signing, who were ratifying the Constitution originally, they all had numerous statements supporting judicial review in other places. And there's only I think 2 out of all of them that was against the concept of judicial review. So.
Out of the founding fathers, do you remember who the outliers were?
They weren't people that you would recognize by name.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't like a Franklin.
No, there's some nobodies.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Franklin's a badass.
And I'm not even sure. I mean, as I said, you read, when I read the section of the Constitution, I don't understand how you could argue against judicial review. I don't even understand how it was supposed to function without judicial review. But I just think it's hilarious that Vaush is one bad ruling that he doesn't like, and he's willing to literally. This is the leftist. We talk about how the left is offense and the right is defense when it comes to changing culture and society, and how you need both. Because if you want to change things too much, you're going to get rid of things that work, and you're going to lead to destruction. And if you don't want to change anything, then you're not going to be able to adapt to new things that crop up in your environment, and that's going to lead to destruction. Yeah. And Vaush is literally the perfect encapsulation of the 2 left. We have this institution, the Supreme Court. It provides one ruling he doesn't like, and he wants to just destroy it, essentially.
Yeah.
Just throw it away. Okay. Just throw it away. Even if it will harm him in the future. Even if it will harm him in the future.
Yes, yeah. No sense of humility whatsoever.
I know.
Sometimes history jumps up and punches you in the face. You gotta have some humility. I don't think Vaush reads or wants to be informed. I think he's just a bullshit artist, to be honest with you. I think he reads the chat.
Yeah.
You and I keep each other interested in things going on. Yeah, exactly. It is nice to be able. I mean, it's nice to have a friend that you follow politics with. because you get it's a lot more fun than all by yourself. That's for sure. I mean,
Well,
I
it's
have
better to
followed
have someone that
politics.
can like you can bounce your ideas off of.
Of
obviously.
course, yeah, yeah. I mean, I've always had friends that I've talked politics with. A lot of times, I mean, you might be the first friend that I really like. We agree on just about everything. Like I never really had that. All my friends that I would talk to about politics, I usually just disagreed with. And I think
What do you mean? You want to have you had your poll before the stream. We violently disagree.
I don't think we do really. I mean,
You want the parents to be able to vote for their children.
look, I think I'm making progress on that one.
I don't think you're making any progress on
Listen, I said before the stream began, we talked a little bit about this, and I said, so the policy is, should kids' votes count, and should their parents be able to vote for them until they turn 18? And in proportioning representation and in cutting up counties for districts, kids count. They do.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make any difference to you whatsoever. I mean,
No.
I thought it was no. Oh, it's no taxation without representation.
I think what you're. It's not that we agree on all these political things. I think it's that we agree on a fundamental way of looking at the world.
Yeah,
through sort of a general evolutionary sense, a moral foundation sense.
Selectorate theory.
Selectorate theory.
MMT,
we agree on sort of like
MMT.
Like
where are we not disagree?
Yeah, right. We agree on a lot of like the tools in which to look at the lenses in which to look at through the world, even if we come to different conclusions about different political questions.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. Yeah. It's just so unfair. I don't see why your fairness, cheating intuition isn't just. I don't see how. I don't get it.
Anyways, let's continue. Let's continue with Mr. Judicial Review.
They're like, actually, we've read the Constitution and we don't exist. And they get put back in the bottle or genie lamp or whatever. No power to enforce, though. They can give any ruling they want. It doesn't matter if the rest don't decide to enforce. Yeah, but that doesn't really matter when we're talking about state-level stuff, right? Because there are always going to be red states that are always going to enforce the bad stuff. Also, deciding to ignore...
I don't know why. Someone in the chat is saying EFAP is cringe. I don't know what this has to do with... Why are they talking about EFAP in Vaush's chat?
Oh, in the Vaush's? I thought you were talking about our chat. Our chat is saying that we should touch tips and that this is getting really gay now.
I mean, I think, Adam, if we wanted to make it ungay, we should definitely touch tips.
No.
Just kind of like cut through the awkwardness of it.
That would cross the gay line.
Right. So there's someone
that would cross the gay event horizon.
I don't know why you're such a homophobe, Adam. Okay, just touch tips with me. Listen, there's nothing gay.
Look, it's nice to have someone that you can talk politics with, that you're not like convincing them to vote in the next election with you.
Right.
Which
I'm
I
just
do
trying to
feel
convince
like
you to touch tips with me.
I do feel like a lot of friendships that are based around politics are really people trying to get them
coalitions.
To build coalitions in the next election.
No,
which is
true.
just
That's
fucking
true.
nonsense. It's like, that is so icky.
Listen, if it's not gay, if it's a three-way, right? So why is it gay if suddenly you remove the third person? That doesn't make any sense.
Who said it was a three-way?
I'm just like hypothetically.
Talking politics?
Okay. Anyway, in the chat, in Vaush's chat, there's a guy named Vaush fan, so maybe it's a fake fan. It says, Vaush, at Vaush. I don't know what the first part of this was. It says, and as for EFAP, they lost their shit when Dunkey said he liked The Last of Us 2, and both EFAP and Sitch and Adam.
Oh, holy shit. We're in Vaush's chat? Wow.
And almost all of their shit scumfuck pals rarely, if not almost never, get the criticism they so rightfully deserve. And long story short, these grifters insulted the fuck out of you. Also, they consider their opinions on art to be objective.
Oh
And
shit.
think Avatar: The Last Airbender is a 4 out of 10. LOL.
That's hilarious.
There you
Wait,
go. There you go.
not all of us think art is objective, okay?
Yeah,
That's a Mahler thing, guy.
they've conflated Mahler with Sitch and Adam. But there
Right.
you go.
That
I like that we're
debate.
shitbag scumfuck pals. So
Well, I mean, friendships aside, that debate over objective art is still in flux right now. So, but I guess what we do, I mean, I feel like we have kind of insulted Vaush for being
we've never
uninformed.
insulted Vaush. What are you talking? We've never insulted Vaush. Ever.
Vaush is extremely uninformed and probably doing tangible damage in the world. So,
Okay, maybe we're insulting Vaush a little.
yeah. Look, you got right back to it.
I was trying to see I couldn't find the previous chat.
How do I get that up? I feel like I want to screenshot it, but I don't know.
Don't worry about it. It's not that important.
It's
Don't
fun,
decide to
though.
enforce. Yeah, but that doesn't really matter when we're talking about state
It's fun.
I just want to see if there's a follow-up.
It's fun.
level stuff, right? Because there are always going to be red states that are always going to
Uh-oh, someone chat says Jay's friends with a knowing emoji look. Jay's friends.
They're just trying to start shit.
Right. Vaush gay marriage has some protections under the 14th Amendment. That's what's funny too, is that, I mean, basically the executive branch is trying to argue, and I think the Supreme Court actually, that's what's actually hilarious. Judicial review is what protected discrimination against gay people. Was judicial review. There's no law that says that.
Yeah, of course.
But no, we got to get rid of judicial review. Everybody.
Equal protection under the law. I mean,
right.
Is that implied in the Constitution? I don't know, but
it's so funny.
Protecting gay people is the whole gay marriage thing was decided based on equal protection under the law.
Right.
I mean, I listened to that. That's one of the few.
That was judicial review.
Yeah, it's one of the few Supreme Court cases that I listened to. They had a couple that was tangibly harmed by not being able to get married. And they wanted to get married, and it just seemed like you listen to that case and you're going, this is just wrong. This is just wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tearjerker. I'm sure it would make John Doyle cry. I'm certain of it.
Stuff. Also, deciding to ignore the Supreme Court isn't exactly like an easy thing to do. You know, that's not it. Well, I take that back. It's easy to do if you're a Republican. If you're a Republican, ignoring the Supreme Court and waiting for the legislation to get like promoted by Republican advocacy groups until it gets turned into another Supreme Court case, that's actually based in red pill. Jackson did it.
Mahler makes good videos, but he hangs with a bunch of assholes on his blank podcast.
I mean, true. That's true.
I'm not an asshole, Sitch. What are you talking about? Don't throw me in. Don't throw me in.
That's true.
You say that sometimes. You're like,
you're missing.
I'm a nice guy.
Vaush, a socialist leftist, is about to praise Andrew Jackson, of all people, for not listening to the Supreme Court.
Because he abolished the bank?
No, because
central bank.
Remember, I forget what case it was. The Supreme Court said something to Andrew Jackson. He said, fuck you. Do what I want. I don't remember what this.
Andrew Jackson caused the largest depression in American history by abolishing the national bank. All because he didn't like bankers. Mm-hmm. Like, he's the ultimate authoritarian. Old Hickory. Was Andrew Jackson a Republican or no? He's a Democrat. He's where the Democrat donkey started.
Yeah, he's kind of a piece of shit and an idiot.
He was also the one who was working as a military spy at age of 12. Why?
Yeah, it's crazy. He
but
has a
why
very
could-
crazy life.
Why
you know?
he couldn't vote, but he could work as a military spy? What a
Oh, that's
fucking
interesting. Right.
what a bunch of bullshit. I was busy reading the chat. I'm going to back it up a little bit. Now that I've realized they're talking about us in the chat, I'm like very fascinated.
There you go.
Then committed, voted by.
Remind me, Destiny said something that was very doomerish that I want to talk about before we go.
Oh, okay. I don't know what you're talking about, but
Republican advocacy groups until it gets turned into another Supreme Court case. That's actually based in Red Pill. Jackson did it and then committed a genocide. Yeah, I guess we need to learn from Andrew Jackson. Wait, seriously, Vaush? The Supreme Court of America is run all by Republicans? Well, it's 6-3. And a majority vote is what rules on these cases, so.
right. Someone in the chat says, I hate SCOTUS with a burning, searing passion. They're stealing everything I hold dear, tearing democracy asunder, attempting to establish a Christian theocracy, and all the Democrats can do is whine about bipartisanship. Really? One fucking ruling, and the Supreme Court is tearing democracy asunder and establishing a Christian theocracy. And we have to get rid of judicial review.
We already have a woke theocracy.
Okay, this is so like the fucking drama queens in Vaush. Oh, the drama. Oh, that's where the Christian Oh my God, they returned Roe v. Wade to the states. The Christian theocracy is here. Our country is falling apart. Oh.
I wonder where they learn this doomer behavior. The sky is falling. Yeah. This apocalyptic attitude. I wonder where they get it from.
Here's what I don't get, okay? Why is it 9 judges when it should be 9 members of the jury? Or maybe it should be 108 members of the jury, like 9 times.
Oh, how's that jury going to bring back a unanimous verdict? That's never going to fucking happen.
Right.
108 jury members? Pfft. Hasn't he seen 12 Angry Men?
General amount, because it's usually 1 judge. So you take that up to 9. So take 12 jury members up to 108, okay? And for every massive constitutional case, they just find 108 random dipshits. How good would that be? That would be...
People who know nothing about the law.
That would literally be the dumbest fucking thing to ever happen in, like, American history.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, first of all, I guess he doesn't understand. Juries are not supposed to determine questions of law.
Nope.
Juries are supposed to determine questions of
facts. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Judges are supposed to determine questions of law, which is why the Supreme Court doesn't have a jury on it, Vaush.
Yeah. Exactly.
So much better. Basically, you get chosen for supreme jury duty. That's what it...
You have a guy in his chat named Unironically British. Vaush, please forgive me if it my European speaking, but it seems kind of retarded for 5 people to get infinity power as long as they're all buddies and special seats. These people are so... This is how uninformed and moronic Vaush's chat is about the Supreme Court.
Well, Vaush's job is to inform them, though.
Right.
So he's doing a bang-up job.
The Supreme Court has unlimited power. They just slam their little gavel down and suddenly all the gays get put into camps. Okay, I don't know if you know how the courts work, but okay.
Can you imagine the Supreme Court picking a case that has anything to do with the gays being put in camps? Like, oh, let's do this court case.
Yeah,
like they get thousands of cases.
Yes.
Proposed to them, and I think they take like 90.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
That's not a lot.
It would be called supreme jury duty. You'd see that in your mailbox, and it's like, oh, time to go to a 6-month course in constitutional law. You get paid a ton while you do it. You go over there, and for like 6 months, you get to be the big poobah.
I can't believe I'm looking in his chat. I'm wondering, there's not a single person who's like, Vaush, what the fuck are you talking about? Judicial review has led to like a lot of liberal, progressive causes. I shouldn't say liberal. A lot of progressive causes in American history that you would like. And I don't see a single person saying this in Vaush's chat. They're all just repeating and parroting the same thing he's saying.
Yeah, that's their job. They don't want to get banned.
Oh, okay.
Supreme Court agrees to hear 100 to 150 of the more than 7,000 cases that it's asked to review each year.
Right.
Yeah.
Someone in his chat was like, "Vosh, should we leave the country? I'm scared." Like
No
he's just
way. No way.
ratcheting up the fear.
No
It's just so
way.
disgusting. Yeah.
Yes, you should
of
move. You should
America.
move to Sierra Leone. It's very safe there.
Absolutely. There's nothing we can do, right? Even if we were willing to use violence,
Move
right?
to
Whoa,
Ukraine.
violence. Who said that?
Oh,
Like if
wait
we
a
did
minute.
anything. The big poobah of America. Absolutely. There's nothing we can do, right? Even if we were willing to use violence, right? Whoa, violence. Who said that? Like if we did anything, they can be argued to be used against.
I see. It's so disgusting too. He's like, whenever someone brings up violence, he's like, "Oh, why are you bringing up violence? I've never suggested anything." Turn to camera, wink, 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 wink.
That's pretty scummy.
It is. It's so scummy. It's
Yeah.
disgusting. But see, maybe this is why, they think everyone's like a secret Nazi who's
Because
hiding their
they're
power level.
basically secret Nazis.
Yes, because they're all secret Nazis hiding their power.
It's kind of, I mean, it's so weird.
Yes.
It seems like Vaush is willing to commit violence for his political beliefs, which is just.
What do you mean seems? He said that he has. He said that pretty explicitly.
Like, what? That's just so. I mean, it obviously everyone would be pushed to violence at a certain level, but
Sure.
are we? I feel
But
like
that's the
we're
question.
pretty far.
What is the level? Yeah.
Right, yeah. I mean, are we talking about going to civil war over like the progressive tax rates? I mean, is it the mandate to buy health insurance, which I think that got even struck down. I thought that was determined unconstitutional. I mean, I guess they're willing to do this over the abortion stuff. They're saying.
Constitution, so a lot of libs will tie Republicans, wouldn't they? To be clear here, the powerful and wealthy and their families and friends will never have an issue getting an abortion. Laws don't apply to the wealthy. They just don't. They as a matter of course, they just don't. Yep.
Did you hear that? Laws don't apply to the wealthy.
I mean, the FBI just searched Trump's house. I mean, it seemed.
This is what drives me crazy. Okay, you have the leftists saying our country's on the brink of a civil war. The laws don't apply to the rich. The right-wing evil Supreme Court is going to tear down our country and enact, theocracy. It's going to be fascism. And then you have the rightist saying the exact opposite. Oh my God, our country's on the brink of a civil war. The deep state is completely infiltrated with leftists. They broke into Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago and they stole documents. Oh my God. It's just like, oh, you both can't be right. You understand that. You're both you both can't be right.
This is two movies all the way. Yeah.
Oh, I hate it.
Both of these movies are bad though and very unrealistic. I don't feel like I'm being taken out of the movie many times. The willing suspension of disbelief is not credible in these movies.
Would you say that these movies are not very
consistent? How dare you? How dare you? I have a thing to ask Mahler. I don't know if we're going to be on long for Mahler to show, but I have a consistency question that I've
interesting.
I've cooked up.
Let's play them easy. Do you think that's what like the infrared types are trying to do, like the Pat Soak guys, the patriotic socialists or whatever, where it's like I'm a communist by having political beliefs indistinguishable from fascist Russian government officials, and also I have an American flag behind me. Yeah, Marxist Washingtonianism. God, that's funny. Yeah, that's why they like Trump. Yeah. I feel like this is primo LARPing, but I feel like somewhere out there in the great cosplay cosmos, okay, there is in fact a dope aesthetic, which is a mix of like Spanish anarchist / like Russian Red Army militant peasants mixed with like Revolutionary War era American colonists, Somewhere out there's an aesthetic of like American patriots that are all wearing like, red bandanas.
Disgusting. Wow.
Got your disgust intuition all riled up there.
Very riled up.
It's all just an aesthetic to Vaush.
That's the thing. It's our revolution via aesthetics, essentially. That's what's being advocated for. It's so stupid.
Oh yeah.
Whoa. What?
Oh, because it's age restricted.
Oh no! What?
Yeah. Oh no.
First of all, I'm sort of happy this video is age restricted.
I did notice that it was age restricted.
I didn't notice that at all because I'm signed in on my YouTube account. Uh-oh. Wait, how are we going to watch this then?
I guess we're not. I mean, I don't necessarily know that we can. Which kind of sucks because, I mean, I looked up that paper.
Okay, wait a minute. Oh, what the fuck is going on? Are you doing something?
I'm not doing anything. What do you mean?
Stop. Are you not pressing anything?
No, of course not.
Okay. On your screen, you have a thing that says open?
I have a thing that says browser extension required. Install extension.
Okay, do that.
Really?
Yeah.
What's going to happen though?
You're going to have a browser extension so we can watch this video.
Did you do it?
I already have it.
You already have the browser extension?
Yeah, I've had the browser for a long time. Because on mine it says, this website is in no way associated with Watch Together. Please decide for yourself whether you'd like to open it. It says open. And if I click open, it brings up the thing and we can watch it. But every time I pause it, it like goes crazy.
Oh, it does?
So, yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I mean, I'm not in Chrome though.
Just open in anything.
Well, I don't know if I can install the browser extension in this.
Can you? Well, you can try. If not, then can you route OBS through Chrome?
Okay. I'm trying.
Okay, well, you work on that.
Super chats.
I'll read some super chats. Yeah. Mr. Tickle Truck, thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 2 months. Says I've been here for years, and all I have to show for it is a few months membership. Oh, and I'm in the comic book. A-Team is the dream.
True. Yeah.
ICC. Mr. Tickle Trunk's in the comic. Wow. Okay. Cool.
Yes, he is.
The Mossad, thanks so much. The Mossad. For being 2 months free will seeker says the Juminati's third law. The Sitch can't handle the Mossad. There you go. The Mossad keeps wanting to show up keeps wanting to talk to us on stream.
Right. Okay.
About something. Nate T, thanks so much for the $20, says Vaush reminds me of Jean-Paul Marat. He was a radical during the French Revolution. He called for people to be uncompromising and for the execution of the loyalists, all while staying in his house, soaking in a tub of lotion. That's funny. I think, wasn't he in a what's that cartoon history channel called?
I'm not
That's
sure.
so good.
I'm focusing on
Oversimplified.
This extension.
Yeah, I think
work out.
I think when Oversimplified talked about the French Revolution, they talked about that guy. That is very, very apt for Vaush. Oh, thank you, chat. Mad Rhetoric saved us. He says, I'm pretty sure the pause on the top left of the window is the functional one in that extension. You are correct. Okay, awesome. That actually works. Thank you so much. Wouldn't have been able to do it otherwise. Why do I don't understand this. Why? I literally always miss Investigator One Quim super chats. I don't know why. It's only with him. I don't understand it. It's so weird. It's like some magic happens with his name that makes my eye just skip over it. I don't understand. I'm so sorry. I don't know why. It's so fucking weird. Investigator One Quim for $20 says, Adam, I've started listening to the Dictator's Handbook, and it's good, but I noticed that you have made some mistakes explaining and using ideas presented in the books, such as conflating the terms autocracy and monarchy.
Okay.
So there you go.
He doesn't specify between. I mean, the whole book is between small coalition governments and large coalition governments, and monarchies are by definition small coalition.
Okay. What's the difference between autocracy and monarchy?
Well, it sounds like he's just a monarchist, and he's basically saying there's a difference between autocracies and
I don't think Investigator One Quim is a monarchist.
Oh, he's not? It's Investigator One
so.
Quim? Come on, Investigator One Quim. I mean, now I feel bad.
I mean, an absolute monarchy would be an autocracy, right?
Reread the super chat. I'm trying to get this.
I know you're trying to set up
that. Yeah, so I'm gonna have paying attention here. Like it's
Adam, I've started listening to Dictator's Handbook and it's good, but I noticed that you have made some mistakes explaining using the ideas presented in the book, such as conflating the term autocracy and monarchy. So, I mean, when an absolute monarchy would be an autocracy, but you can have like a constitutional monarchy or other monarchies that would not be autocracies, I assume.
Well, I mean, it depends upon what you're. I mean, is a constitutional monarchy really a monarchy in the sense that that's what the monarchists are advocating for? I don't think so.
I mean, it would depend on what form of monarchy they want, right?
If you're advocating for a monarchy that, for all intents and purposes, looks exactly like a first world democracy, like okay,
sure.
I mean, yeah, I don't. Is it really a monarchy then? I mean,
well, I would say
technically England is a monarchy, right? But I wouldn't call England an autocracy.
Right. Yeah, I would say, I don't know. There's got to be a better example of you think Adam's saying something somewhat incorrect than this one. Or maybe I should say a more substantive example. This seems to be parsing
in the book. In the book, they talk about autocracies and democracies, and they specify that autocracies are small winning coalition governments where 200 people or less control all of the power. They make all the decisions, right? Democracies are about millions of people participating in the political process and deciding who leadership is going to be. I think 75 million Americans voted for Biden in the last election. Was it 75 million? I know they're like everyone's.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know the number out there.
Everyone's incredulous about that number, but
yeah.
So, in a monarchy, do you have a? I mean, are we taught what monarchy, as in the monarchy in Great Britain right now? Okay, obviously that's a different situation because I wouldn't even really call it a monarchy, but I realize other people do say, like, Adam, Great Britain is a constitutional monarchy.
I already solved the problem. Absolute monarchies are autocracies. Otherwise, they cannot be.
Is that the difference? It's called an absolute monarchy.
I don't know. Investigator One Quinn says autocracy selectorate is large and the winning coalition is small. Monarchy, the selectorate is small and the winning coalition is even smaller.
Yeah, that's an autocracy by definition.
No, he's saying in an autocracy, the selectorate is large and the winning coalition is small. In a monarchy, the selectorate is small and the winning coalition is smaller. Oh, I understand.
Yeah, but it's a winning coalition that separates it between an autocracy and a democracy.
I don't actually agree. Yeah, I don't agree. I think the selectorate is just as small in an autocracy as it is in a monarchy. I don't know why you'd say otherwise.
Well, he's saying because it has to be the royal blood, it has to be with royal family, that you can only... Well, I mean, are you talking... There's like three sets. There's the selectorate, there's the interchangeables, and there's a winning coalition. So
The monarch and the absolute monarch and the autocrat has the same selectorate. I don't understand why you're saying that the selectorate is large in an autocracy. But anyway, I just try to get the watch together to work.
I'm not even. I mean, I'm totally baffled by.
Forget the super chat.
I can't seem to get it. I can't seem to get it to work. So.
What do you mean?
It's not working. I see it.
Can you open? You see what?
I see the watch together room, and it's.
Oh, did you download the add-on?
It pops up, and it's like create a room. Well, and I got into our old room.
Yes.
But I still get the pop-up that says I can't.
Can you share your screen to me?
I think so.
Without showing the world?
I think I can do that, yeah.
Okay. Let me walk Adam through this, everybody. We're gonna do it together. It's a team. We're gonna fight the boomerism. Okay. Yes.
I can't. It's not gonna let me do it. So I don't need to share my screen to be able to tell you it's not gonna work.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna send you a screenshot. This is what
I'm competent in how computers work. So I mean, I don't necessarily know.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, the reason it won't let you do it is because it wants it wants to verify your age. So it wants me to sign in to something.
Okay, this is what my watch together looks like.
Okay, are you sharing yours?
I just sent it to you on Twitter.
Okay, good.
So you know what I'm looking at. Okay. Is that what yours looks like?
Let's see here. Yes.
Okay. What happens when you click open? What happens?
It goes to another thing that wants me to sign in to my YouTube account.
Okay, so do that.
Well, I don't have my password or anything.
Oh my God! Just sign. Okay, find your Find a password.
All right. And sign into my YouTube account is basically what you're saying.
You don't have to sign in through Watch Together. Just on that browser, open YouTube and sign in on that browser.
Well, I don't use this browser for anything other than
I understand that,
the Watch Together.
But you can. Okay, but it's fine. You can. You don't have don't you have on? Okay, what browser do you have YouTube on that you normally use?
I have it on Chrome. I really feel like you should just read super chats and
wait, just listen.
I don't need your help. I really don't. Like, I'm competent.
Wait a minute. I thought you were trying to do Watch Together through Chrome.
No, I use the whack other browser because.
Oh, okay, right, okay.
Because it's like.
Just get the password. Chrome has your password saved.
Yeah, I have to do that. It's like a big fucking pain in the ass.
Anyway, okay, I'm gonna read super chats while you stop being lazy.
And the super chat is?
I'm looking for it.
Brian's like, yeah, my password is actually 123. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, exactly. Me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the password for my luggage.
I mean, I'm wondering if I can just maybe switch over, but I don't know if Chrome has my Watch Together, has my password in there. So,
Goro Saros, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 5 months. Says, quote, Mr. Washington, I think we need to pull out of the Middle East. Who gives a sheet about the Middle East? That'd be interesting, yeah. XHunter00 for $20 says, Vaush just said something so dumb I had to super chat for the first time for your stream. A-Team reigns supreme. There you go.
Wow. I'm like not really paying attention to super chats as I'm working on this. So.
They just gave you an A-Team. Don't worry about it. Solodoge, thank you so much. Solodoge joining. I thought you were a member, but I guess not. Solodoge finally joining the Free Will Seekers. Thank you, Solodoge. Oversized Trash Panda, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 4 months. Says, Did you see Peter Zahan on trigonometry? It was an interesting conversation, even though Zahan went very unbased on free speech at the end of it. No, I'll have to check that out.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunate. UM536 vids, thank you so much for joining the free will seekers. Thanks so much. Were you able to sign into YouTube?
Just read super chats, okay? Like it's not.
I want an update.
Why?
Because I want to know.
You're such a.
Such a what?
I moved over
Such
to
a what?
Chrome browser.
Just because we get married, suddenly you think it's attacking me? My mother warned me about women like you.
I don't hear any super chats being read.
I'm waiting for you to give me an update.
It's not looking good, but I mean...
Tell me what happened. Did you sign into YouTube?
Why are you... I mean, is it the end of the world if we don't watch this video? I feel like, who cares, really? But
yes, I want to watch this video. What do you mean?
You're so desperate. You could have downloaded it and re-uploaded it by now.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
I can't. It doesn't matter. Wait a minute. If the video is flagged for age restriction, you can't... How are we going to re-upload
it unlisted.
And potentially get a strike or a flag or something?
I mean, it's saying that I have it on Chrome, but it's still here. I'm trying. Just read some super chats and chill out, okay? Chillax already. Stop nagging me. Stop fucking nagging. Look, it says it's in there, but I mean, I moved over to Chrome now.
Right.
I'm in Chrome and I'm working on it.
Okay, but maybe I can assist in facilitating this process.
Did
you ever think about that? Did you ever question that ad?
Let's see here.
Oh my God. Okay, I guess I'll start reading. Well, first of all, let me download the video.
This episode is brought to you by Curiosity.
Because I didn't... Let's see, where's my video downloader thingamabobber?
Okay,
here it is.
So now we have it like in a completely different browser. Is that what's going on here? Can you... Does this make it play for you? Oh no, I guess the play is at the top here.
Get free access to Nebula, the streaming platform.
So is that it? When I hit play, do you hear it? I'm at 5 seconds. Where are you at?
Built by all your favorite YouTubers.
Did it just play for you?
You sign up for Curiosity Stream at the link below.
Did it just pause for you?
Yeah, Curiosity. Okay, I'll work on getting this.
Okay, it works. Oh my God.
Stop being a little baby. Read some super
disaster avert. Oh my goodness. Why are you so sensitive? Disaster. What's happened? Oh my God.
Why am I so sensitive?
You're so sensitive. Oh my God. You're so sensitive. You would think I asked Adam to apologize or something.
You better not ask me to apologize. Hold on, I'll be right back. Read a super chat.
Okay, listen, he's running away. He's getting out of here. Just look at this guy running away. You can just watch an OBS and have only Adam pause. That's true, but that would be somewhat annoying to do. But yeah, okay, it's fine. We got it. Adam is emotional about the wedding. Yeah, listen. That's true. You're right, Sam. Adam was very controlling about the wedding. He wanted to choose all the colors. He wants to choose the floral arrangements. He wants to choose all the food. He wants to micromanage every little thing. And I'm like, Adam, just relax. Okay. Let other people assume some roles and responsibilities that'll make you feel better. But he just couldn't do it. Okay. He just couldn't do it. So you're right. He's a little stressed, but he'll calm down. It'll be okay. Why is video age restricted? That's a great question. Well, I would hope the video is age restricted because basically Second Thought is advocating against voting and democracy working. Because the video is called Why Peaceful Protests Won't Solve Anything.
I was building computers when you were just a little baby in a diaper.
Listen to this guy. So I would
Need your
I would
help.
hope I would hope that's why it's age restricted. Now, it could be age restricted because, well, I don't think he shows any footage of violent protest. So it so I don't know, maybe I'm curious. He doesn't have a pinned comment talking about it or anything, so no clue. Anyways, are you ready to hit the button? Are you ready to watch this bad boy?
Of course not. This is a
Why?
whole new system here.
It's a whole new world.
Well, look. I mean, it's relatively similar to the old system, actually. I mean,
Well, I
okay.
think if you're advocating for, if you're saying that peaceful protest won't solve anything, the obvious implicit follow from that is that you're saying that we should have violent protest. And advocating for violence, I mean, first of all, I think advocating for violence directly is obviously against TOS. Maybe implied advocating for violence gets you age restricted. I don't know the answer to that question. It's a good question. Well, we'll watch it now and we'll try to parse out what is the age restriction element there. I'm not sure.
Why peaceful protest won't solve anything.
There you go.
What a piece of shit.
Right?
Why would you make a video entitled that? Now I know why you... I mean, this video is infuriating.
This video is crazy, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
But it's okay. Listen, he's on Curiosity Stream and Nebula.
Right,
Okay.
yeah. Nebula. Great. Let's go.
This is a small protest. Of course, it's not the size that matters, though, it's what you do with it. And what was done with this protest is really quite interesting.
That's why he got age restricted, because he made a penis joke right in the beginning of the video.
Yeah, I doubtful, but I mean, we kind of have at least one penis joke every live stream, and we
That
get
is true.
monetized all the time. So
What you're looking at here is at most
age
about 100
restricted.
people gathered in front of Brett Kavanaugh's house protesting. Back in May, Politico leaked the Supreme Court's decision on Roe v. Wade early, and understandably, people gathered outside conservative justices' homes to voice their anger. They did what protesters do and have always done. They chanted rhyming slogans.
I love how it's understandably. They went straight to the guy's home. It's like,
Right.
okay,
Right.
understandably, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, all right.
Help
I mean, it was like a leaked draft. It wasn't even real. We didn't even know if it was real at the time.
Right. Well, it turned out to be real.
It did, but
It's still kind of crazy. We never found out who leaked it or why.
yeah.
held witty signs, and drummed on plastic buckets. Again, this is what it looked like. But what matters isn't so much the protest itself, it's what happened afterwards. A lot of people weren't fans of what they saw. The guy who took this video, Douglas Blair, got invited on Fox News and called it
genuinely one of the scariest things I've ever witnessed.
And he wasn't the only one. As soon as this video went viral, the condemnation started pouring in. Republicans called Democrats hypocrites for not denouncing this heinous act of violence, with barely enough time to get the words out before the Dems proved them wrong. On Twitter, people did the same thing. Liberals and conservatives alike put their 2 cents in, begging protesters to be sensible and, quote, be civil civically, as one conservative pundit put it.
I like that it's like
Yeah, don't kill anyone.
he's upset that people. First of all, it's funny because I read like a whole article about this. It like he doesn't live alone. Okay, he doesn't live in an isolated hilltop somewhere. He lives in a
his
neighborhood.
family is there.
Right, but I'm saying he lives in a neighborhood with all these other people. Okay, so you have a bunch of protesters coming into a neighborhood full of people and just shouting and yelling and marching through the streets.
Yeah.
And it's funny because like the article was talking about how a lot of the people that lived in the neighborhood were pro-choice, but they were like, listen, can you not like scream and yell? Like I have children who are trying to, live here.
Yeah.
And the protesters are like, fuck you.
We're
It's
trying
like,
to be
no.
civil.
Right.
We're trying to be civil, short for civilized.
Right. No, you should just be able to go outside people's houses and yell at them, 24/7.
Because they did something you didn't like.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
And also, how is that even like? What does this even accomplish?
Nothing.
Is Brett Kavanaugh going to change his mind because you're yelling at him?
I brought this up while you were fighting gators.
Yes.
Because protest has a completely different meaning in autocracies. Shout out Investigator Onequim. And democracies. In democracies, I feel like protesting, the reason you can have a civil protest is it's really just a show of democratic force for throwing their butts out of office in the next election. And I mean, I feel like people kind of got the message when they saw the protests over the Supreme Court stuff. Democrats were like, this is fundraising manna from heaven for us. Of course we want to throw them out of office. So, but in an autocracy, you're protesting really to muster the energy to do like a palace coup where you're literally going to throw the people, take them out and behead them in the streets.
Mm-hmm.
So he's advocating for protesting autocracy style, not democracy style.
Right.
Which is part of my problem with this. I don't want to live in an autocracy.
No, I agree.
Yeah. Protest, but you don't need to go to the guy's house to have a show of democratic solidarity that you're going to throw Republicans out of office in the next election, right? That doesn't have to take place at his house.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, shouldn't you be trying to get he's not going to change his mind. Like, do people think that, if we go protest outside Brett Kavanaugh's house, he's going to change his mind? We're going to make him so afraid of us, he's going to rule the other way. Like, what is the thought process?
He's going to say, oh my God, they spray painted my sidewalk. I'm changing my opinion.
Yeah, right. Like, shouldn't you be like advocating for trying to get your representatives and senators to pass legislation codifying abortion rights or something? Wouldn't that be the actual productive move to do?
But look at the title of this video, Sitch. Why peaceful protest won't solve anything.
Course, right. I'm so sorry.
I did watch this video ahead of time, and it is infuriating because that would be the logical thing to do if you weren't a fucking moron. But evidently this guy is a fucking moron. So he's not going to do the logical thing. And he uses our favorite study, that Princeton study. Well,
yes.
Actually, it's a Cambridge study. I keep calling it the Princeton study. It's because I think somebody said Princeton study and it stuck in my head, but it's from Cambridge. Where, that study it says that democratic organizing actually works. It does work. Peaceful protesting is part of that democratic organizing. I would argue it's a essential part. This is why we allow in our system, we have this, isn't it a constitutional thing, the right to peacefully assemble? That's like a thing in the Constitution, right? It's been a while since I read the Constitution, but yeah, peacefully assemble. It's when you're not peacefully assembling that the problems arise. Yeah. Keep it peaceful, guys.
How dare they? How dare they?
Well, this is why this video is age restricted, because he's saying, no, it doesn't. Never works. Doesn't work.
Yep.
You have to do the palace coup, guys. That's going to make life so much better for us. Listen, your second channel with the hot rods is not going to last long after the palace coup. I'm telling you.
Came out of the woodwork with the same take. Protesting outside a justice's home is unacceptable, and the conversation became about how people protest, not why. Moments like these are the bread and...
You're right. I'm so glad, thank you so much, Second Thought. No one in our country has been talking about Roe v. Wade or abortion rights. Like, that conversation has just been totally eclipsed by this protesting outside of people's house conversation. I mean, I didn't even remember that people even protested outside Brett Kavanaugh's house until you brought it up. That's how much it completely dominated the conversation about Roe v. Wade. I'm so glad you pointed this out.
Great point. Yeah, great point. I mean, we're still talking about Roe v. Wade.
What a fucking idiot.
Nobody remembers. I mean, there probably isn't even any protests out there anymore.
No. I didn't even remember this. At first, when you're showing clips of this, I'm like, is this when they were first talking about putting Kavanaugh on the bench? What is he even talking about? And I was like, oh, that's right. Like months ago.
Yeah.
And butter of American politics. Every time a protest happens, conservatives stoke fears about the woke mob and liberals tone police, asking protesters to rise above and not slip into the barbarity of bullies like Trump.
I wish they would tone police. I really do. I wish they would. They're out there saying, oh, mostly peaceful arson going. It's like they're not tone policing. They're making excuses for rioters. I don't see any tone policing going on.
Yes.
The Dem and Republicans use protests as a way to try to call each other out, while simultaneously sending the same message to demonstrators. Stop protesting like that. We don't like it. U.S. politics.
Yeah, I know. Like, oh my, stop burning shit down. Stop going into people's property.
Yeah.
We don't like it.
Stop.
How dare they? Stop
doing things that's going to make problems for us in the next election.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know who didn't do this? The Romans. Very often you'd have this is actually what happened. So you'd have this weird cultural thing in a time period in Rome where if people didn't like something some senator did, like a mob would basically accost the senator and start yelling at them, and very often trying to murder them.
Really?
That's when they're walking outside around the city. And so of course, once that becomes this weird cultural facet, people's political opponents would then weaponize this by hiring mobs of people to go attack other senators and make it look like it was just a random mob of the people that did it.
Really?
And so senators had to walk around with bodyguards and shit.
That's fascinating. Wow.
Yeah, it's this is why you don't want to have this, this situation.
They weren't yelling big booty Latina, were they?
They were not yelling big booty Latina.
Okay.
But maybe if they would, that's the real thing. If they had been yelling big booty Latina, that would be the real violence.
Right.
Be the real violence.
Yeah. No. I think that's where this video goes, right? This is why peaceful protesting won't work. You have to yell big booty Latina.
Yeah, is a second thought in favor of that?
Oh, I wonder. Yeah, probably
that's
not.
The question.
Huh?
Is rife with this kind of stuff. We saw it with the BLM protest 2 years ago, the Women's March before that, and at least as far back as the 60s when MLK was leading the movement for civil rights. Every time.
First of all, we didn't see this with the Women's March. I could be misremembering. I don't remember the Women's March leading to riots.
Yeah.
Or arson.
Yeah, the pussy
Did
hats.
that happen? Am I forgetting the pussy riots?
Yeah.
The pussy hat riots?
The pussy hats were non-violent, okay? They were annoying.
They were cringe. I mean, technically cringe is a form of violence.
No. Cringe is not. No, cringe
feels like it makes
cringe
me
is
when
fine.
I see cringe, it makes me want to inflict violence on myself.
Cringe is a form of entertainment. You've got it all wrong. You've got this all wrong.
I see.
Sitch.
I see. Yeah. Okay. No, I think when my body cringes and tries to cringe itself into a little ball, I think that's a form of violence.
Cringe is technically an aspect of disgust, right?
Yes.
That's what the cringe is from? You're like,
yes.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
How dare you wear that pussy hat in public? Ugh. Ugh. Yeah.
But with the BLM stuff, it was, it's not like, oh, these people are protesting. Fuck protesters. Like, oh, there's people protesting, and then there's all these people burning buildings and looting.
Right. Yeah.
But let's you can protest, but let's not burn buildings to the ground and riot and loot and destroy entire neighborhoods. A shocking idea, I know, but
yeah, he's going to advocate for that, I think.
Maybe.
He's like, yeah, you really don't get things accomplished unless you burn down a few Supreme Court justices' homes.
Burn down a few targets, yeah.
I don't feel like that really is going to help, though, to be honest with you.
Is secondhand embarrassment something born of disgust? Maybe we should call him secondhand embarrassment instead of second thought.
Secondhand thought.
Secondhand embarrassment, that's too much.
Time a protest creates even the most minor disturbance, which is the point of a protest. The wheels kick into gear. People get all up in arms and start talking about the end of democracy. And
I don't know, I'd be pretty pissed if like my neighbor is some asshole that people don't like, and so for a week people are yelling at my neighbor, and I have to deal with this now.
Yeah,
Why do I have to deal with this shit?
exactly. Yeah.
The
You-
need
your
for
gator
civility.
got out.
Yeah.
We got a gator problem today.
so-called comedians like Bill Maher run segments titled Bring Civility Back into Politics.
Okay. So let's talk about this. Let me bring up. I actually went and found this Bill Maher segment. Okay. Now we can't watch it without getting hit because unfortunately Maher is always shitty about this.
Bill Maher's the worst.
Yeah.
Can
Or
you hear that
HBO.
car alarm going off?
That's
Oh,
on your end, isn't
Someone
it?
got it.
That
Yeah.
wasn't me. Yeah.
Must be the protesters.
Right.
Lit my neighbor's car on fire or something.
So, okay. So you would think that based on what secondhand embarrassment is talking about,
Right.
you think about what no thought is talking about, that Bill Maher has a segment where he's denouncing, protesters, right, for violently protesting. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not even remotely at all what Bill Maher was talking about. The segment Bill Maher says is, and I'll read it to you since I can't play it. He says, new rule, both candidates, talking about Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton in 2016.
Wow. That's ancient history.
Both candidates must sign a pledge that whoever loses the election in November, whether it's Hillary or whether it's Orange Hitler, ha ha ha, laugh track, actually has to congratulate the winner and concede graciously, because civility is nearly dead in this country, and we need to return to some basic level of bipartisan decency and respect for our political opponents. Otherwise, we're going to wind up being governed by those good-for-nothings on the other side, which is another joke.
Wow.
Okay, you might, and then he goes on and on about how the Republicans and Democrats need to work together, and our politicians need to be more civil to each other. And he kind of goes through, like, remember when, Obama was giving State of the Union and that guy said, "You lie," and all that other stuff.
Yeah. God,
Right.
That was awesome.
And so this whole segment, like, this is why this is so disgusting. He makes it sound like Bill Maher is talking about protesters. Bill Maher is not talking, nothing in the segment's about protesters. It's all about how politicians interact with other politicians.
Right. Yeah.
And yet it's just, I don't understand why he does this. He just constantly brings out of context stuff that's, I would say, is borderhand lying.
Well, he's a liar. Why don't you just say it?
Oh, okay.
Sitch? Yeah.
I guess.
It's either systemic lying or it's just he's a liar. It's one of the two, right?
Right.
It's
right.
hard to, generally when you're editing, the context of the clip. You've been searching for clips anyway.
What's the thing? How did he even get this clip?
Search protesting clips and see what comes up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure he searched protesting clips.
And politics Cory Booker go on talk shows to preach for a return into politics.
Okay, so we've got Cory Booker here.
Oh,
Stephen Colbert.
I backed it up a little bit because I think it skipped a little.
Oh, where are you at?
Here, just let it chill.
The call.
Oh, you're stopping it again.
The
No,
call.
no, no, you have to use the
Oh,
see
yeah,
at the top.
You're right. Yeah. Okay.
The call for civility suddenly becomes the news item of the moment. But that's not all. After years of this kind of high road,
If you're rewinding, it didn't rewind on mine, so you're gonna have to tell me where you are.
Well, I'm at 2 minutes and 38 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Are you in the same
Okay, that's
place?
right. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, okay, so we just leave it there.
I don't think my rewinding worked anyway, but fuck
It
it.
didn't,
Let's
yeah.
go.
No, but I want to say is so. This is. Let me read you part of the Cory Booker Stephen Colbert interview.
Okay.
Stephen
Good.
Colbert says, "You talk a lot about love of your country, love of your fellow man. You specifically said you don't have hate in your heart. You even said that you love Donald Trump." Dun, dun, dun.
Cory Booker said that? Wow.
This is Colbert saying this to Cory Booker. This is 2019.
Right.
And Cory Booker says in response, "Well, my mother taught Sunday school, and she taught me love your neighbor. No exception. She also said never let someone pull you so low you hate them. So I'm not going to let Donald Trump control my soul. I believe in this election more than ever. What I believe in is that we need more than ever is grace in this country. What's happening in our politics right now is undermining our ability to get things done. We have people who believe the forces tearing us apart are stronger than the forces that are binding us together. I think patriotism means love of the country. You can't love your country unless you love your fellow countrymen and women. We don't always have to agree. We don't always agree, but we have days, and we might have days where we don't like each other, but we have to come to the point in America where the biggest aspiration is tolerance. The reality is that you and I share a common destiny and that we need each other.
God bless America.
We are a nation that was founded, written literally by imperfect geniuses who wrote this country because we're not a theocracy. We're not all the same race. We're founded on a nation of ideals, and our founders knew that. It was a tough way to find a country. But as big as these ideals are, we have to have a connection to each other to make this nation work. So that's what Cory Booker said, that this guy says is bad.
Well, it's bad because he said he loved Donald Trump, and of course he hates that part. But
okay, saying that we need to put aside our differences and come together and not hate each other's guts so much. Try to come to some sort of, we're all in this together. We're all in this boat together. That's bad. That's bad. Okay, I understand. It's a bad thing.
He's got the best bisexual lighting of all time.
He does have good bisexual lighting. That's true.
What? How is this? What is he complaining about? I feel like you got a whole extra room there. You got a bitchin' studio going.
Yeah. He's got a nice phallic-looking microphone stand in the background.
What's the problem, guy?
Yeah.
You got some nice studio lights.
He's mad that his car channel never took off. Okay. He's been, he's a victim of the system. Nobody likes his car channel.
Is this just a grift for him? Is that what's going on?
No, I think he's just an insane moron.
Right. He's the useful idiot. I think doesn't he call us useful idiots in this? I think
probably.
He does. Yeah.
The appeal to civility has basically become the Democrats' entire political platform.
Where the fuck? What dimension do these people live in? The appeal to civility has been the entire Democratic platform.
Yeah.
When Joe Biden ran, what was Joe Biden's first campaign ad? Was it an appeal to civility, or was it Donald Trump said that there were fine people in Charlottesville?
It was Donald Trump loves Nazis, and we have also. Right. I mean, there's that clip of Maxine Waters that everyone points out. You have to make them uncomfortable. If you see them out in public, you have to go up and bug them.
Yes.
And I think AOC said the same kind of stuff. Yeah.
This is so disgusting. Like, he's like, I'm going to cherry pick, some Democrats saying good things, like don't protest at people's houses. Don't, let's be civil to each other.
More of that,
let's
please.
Not kill each other.
Yeah.
Right. And then I'm going to say, first of all, that's all good stuff. I wish everyone was saying that. I wish all Democrats and Republicans were saying that. They're fucking not saying that.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's pretending like this is the mainstream narrative right here is we all need to be civil with each other. I don't, what the fuck world, like, does he actually, is he so fucking delusional that he thinks this?
Yeah, it is delusion.
This is insane to me. And I hear this repeated so much by socialists. They're like, oh, all the liberals care about is civility. Which is code word for we want to have a violent revolution, basically.
There's this just so weird because in the violent revolution, like this guy dies day one.
Yeah.
There's just no way.
You don't think he's making it?
There's no, he's like food. He's in somebody's freezer. It's like, come on.
Okay, maybe.
Platform that's best summarized by Michelle Obama's famous "When they go low, we go high."
How
The Democrats
terrible.
have become incredibly attached to the idea that following strict social and institutional conventions makes them morally superior to the rest of the rabble. Whether
Yeah.
I can't even. Well, first of all, it's funny that he's showing Nancy Pelosi the "fuck you, China, I'm going to Taiwan" as an example of this.
Well, and she tore up Trump's speech. I mean,
Yeah, right. It's not. Yeah, I would not say Nancy Pelosi is exactly the avatar of civility.
civility or you know, institutional tradition. I don't know.
But
doesn't seem like tearing up the speech is like the tradition.
right, but let me go back for a second because what he said was fucking insane.
And then going to Obama, like, please, Obama's been gone for 4 years.
I know.
He doesn't even. And then Michelle Obama.
Michelle, but it's not even Obama. It's Michelle Obama.
These people are not even on the public stage anymore.
How dare a president's wife say, you know, when they go low, we go high? How dare people strive for, you know, to be better moral people? How dare they?
Yeah, but that was
How dare liberals do this?
This was all before the age of Trump, when I kind of feel like people are like,
right.
shut the fuck up, Michelle.
Yes.
Now it's
Right.
we're on the verge of fascism. Like, we tried the we go high. It didn't work.
Right.
Yeah.
we go high. The Democrats have become incredibly attached to the idea that following strict social and institutional conventions makes them morally superior to the rest of the rabble.
If you don't follow social and institutional
Conventions.
conventions, then you're a fucking criminal. What is he talking about?
Yeah, you are part of the rabble.
The fuck you're not a rap. First of all, he says rabble, which he means like I don't know what it fucking means. I don't know if he means normie by that.
No, rabble is of troublemaker.
Okay, like
Rabble,
yeah, rabble,
a
rabble,
disorderly
rabble.
crowd of people.
Right.
Disparaging term for the common people.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Mob.
I think he means it like the common people.
Yeah.
But, right. So if you don't follow like social and institutional conventions, first of all, I don't even know what that. I mean, that's such a broad category.
Mhm.
But in the context of this being civil, then yeah, if you don't follow that and you want to promote violence in politics, then yeah, you're a dipshit piece of shit, horrible human being, and you should be thrown in jail. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I mean, does he support Donald Trump not following the institutions and trying
January
to become,
6th.
President again?
Good
Even though he
question,
lost
yeah.
the election. Like, what the fuck
Yeah.
are you talking about?
He must be a Donald Trump lover because he's like, oh, Donald Trump threw all the conventions away.
Yeah,
He tried to force his vice president into like giving him a second term.
yeah, right. Is he in favor of that? I mean, that's throwing away all the social conventions and institutional conventions, right?
Well, he's basically saying we should do that before they do.
Oh, where did we hear that before?
Yeah. Vaush.
Whether that's the protesters the wrong way, or the Republicans they chide for bending the rules and being rude. We saw this philosophy of procedural superiority during Joe Biden's campaign.
Okay.
When Joe
This
Biden
is
lied like a
so
motherfucker.
funny to me. Okay, this is so funny to me. He's chastising Joe Biden for this appeal to civility and high roading. Okay,
Right. As Joe
Wait.
Biden is lying about Donald Trump.
this is literally yes. So I looked this up. We are living through a battle for the soul of this nation. This is the thing where he talks about Donald Trump said there's fine people on both sides.
Yeah, it's a fucking lie.
He literally has it. Like the thing on screen is going against the words he's saying.
Yeah.
He's just too stupid to realize.
Yeah. Well, he believes the fine people nonsense. He thinks that's.
But
that's
even if he
true.
did, or even if he does, that contradicts that Joe Biden is just trying to adhere to these civility politics.
Well, I mean, I guess you're right. Even if it is true, it's not
Right.
very civil.
When he consistently reminisced about the old days of civil, principled political arguments, Joe longs for a time when, quote, the Democratic Party still had 7 or 8 old-fashioned Democratic segregationists. You'd get up and you'd argue like the devil with them. Then you'd go down and have lunch or dinner together. The political system worked.
Is that in that ad?
No, this is not that.
Yeah, what the fuck? He shows an ad and then he shows some other thing that he said that's not even related to the campaign.
In a completely different context.
Yeah, that's completely dishonest, dude.
Oh,
You're
it
fucking
gets-
being way dishonest.
Oh, no. Don't worry. It gets worse. So I went and found this comment. Let's see. Where is it? Okay, so I went and found this comment. And I actually found the video of him saying it. This is from 2017. He is in Alabama. And he's speaking in favor of the Democrat senator who's running for the seat in Alabama, Doug Jones. Do you remember who Doug Jones was running against in Alabama in 2017?
No, tell me.
Do you remember the man Roy Moore?
Oh no.
Remember Roy Moore?
Vaguely.
Yeah.
What was the scandal that he got into?
He didn't he like have sex with or sleep with an underage person, or there was something weird about some like pedo shit?
I think I'm thinking of someone else.
Oh, okay. And in 2017, Roy Moore was accused of inappropriate sexual contact by 9 women. 3 of the women said they'd been sexually assaulted by Roy Moore when they were aged 14 and 16 and 28.
Wow.
So there you go. One said, yeah, so there you go. So that was Roy Moore's, the Roy Moore scandal. But no, so he's basically Joe Biden's giving this speech, and he's basically just talking about for the first part of the speech is a joke because he's talking about how like he was, the guy who headed up his committee was a Democrat, but he was a segregationist, and he said he would help Joe Biden stump in whatever state he was in, and Joe Biden's like, I'm pretty sure if you came out and spoke in my favor, you would make me lose. And so he's like, well, okay, I'll speak against you then if that will help you. And so that was sort of like the joke of what he's talking about. But regarding this, okay, so let me bring it up. So you see what he wrote on the quote, the Joe Biden quote that's up here?
Uh-huh.
He left out a line. Okay.
That's where the dots are? No way.
No. He left out a line, not where the dots are. So let me read you the full quote.
There's two sets of dots, but
right. He says, Joe Biden says, I've been around so long that I worked with James Eastland, referring to a segregationist senator from Mississippi. Even in the days when I got there, the Democratic Party still had 7 or 8 old-fashioned Democratic segregationists. You'd get up and you'd argue like the devil with them. Then you'd go down and have lunch or dinner together. The political system worked. We were divided on issues, but the political system worked. You like that he cut out that we were divided on issues part?
Where did he cut that out of?
At the end.
So he didn't even put dots.
I know.
What a fucking liar.
And the whole point, if you actually listen to Biden's, speech that he's talking about with Doug Jones, and it's funny because then he goes into this whole thing about how like Roy Moore has a shitty record on segregation, and he's a racist, and blah 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 blah. And he starts praising Doug Jones for going after the KKK, which apparently he did in his earlier career, and all this other stuff. So the idea that Joe Biden's harkening back to like being happy about segregation or something is ridiculous. But the whole point of what he was saying is that, even with people that we had very strong disagreements with, we were still able to come together because of our political system, because of our political institutions, and create a functioning country. And this guy's saying that that's bad.
A functional country's bad?
I guess.
He just has really strange political beliefs that he knows will never come to fruition because nobody wants the things that they want, and they're super butthurt about it. So that's why they complain like this.
Well, this guy's a fucking 100% bougie, I'm assuming, child of rich parents.
Yeah.
Because of the car channel.
Feels entitled to lie.
He just, LARPing at revolution, essentially, was what this guy is.
You all remember those great times, right? When the political system worked so well and it was full of segregationists.
It is kind of amazing that in our country, we were able to destroy an institution like segregation with our political, governmental, legal process without requiring like a second revolution or something.
Yeah.
Isn't that show the power in how amazing our system is?
Yeah, most people perceive the legal process as procedurally fair. I'm not sure that they perceive a violent conflict in the same way.
Right.
Yeah. This guy, I mean, he's really perfected the smug look. He looks very smug to me. Don't you think? I mean, he's got this look when he says this, like,
yes,
I'm so right. I'm so correct about this.
If he had like the big glasses, he would look like a living smug Wojak.
Look at this smug look he does on this transition here. Ready?
Times, right? When the political system worked so well and it was full of segregationists. The thing is, buddying up to segregationists aside, this sentiment that
buddying up to segregationists.
Joe is playing on seems reasonable.
He's completely crafted this narrative.
I know.
Which, I don't know, was it? I guess.
Listen, Joe Biden in the 60s should have pulled out a shotgun and started assassinating the segregationists in Congress. That would have really had the country change in a positive direction, guys.
He should have just had a peaceful protest.
Or I know, he should have just, when there were segregationists in his party, he should have just pulled down his pants and taken a dump on the table in front of them and said, "Fuck you, I'm not working with you. You should burn in hell." I'm sure that would have really created a positive, legal, social change in our country.
Yeah, it's very easy for people like this to say.
Yeah. A bunch of people who've never been in positions of power, who have literally no concept of how any of this works, sitting in their bedroom
with their
bisexual lighting and their fancy cars that they loan out to drive around.
Tried to explain the nitty-gritty of politics.
Yes. They want to he's explaining to you how the sausage is made. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Reasonable to most people. At the end of the day, we all want to live in a world where we treat each other with civility. A world where every conflict gets resolved with violence or intimidation is awful, and wanting respectful debate to take precedent is normal.
Oh my God, it's like suddenly he understands everything. Yeah, my God, what's going on?
He went to government class. Great.
Yes.
I'm glad.
The brain got turned down for a second.
Better than normal. It's ideal. But that's not what this is. These calls for civility are not made in a vacuum.
No.
And they aren't made with the goal of real democratic resolution in mind. These are cynical demands to do politics through government. An institution politicians know will kill these demands for justice.
Wait a minute.
What? I'm confused here.
Let's go back.
What's the purpose of government then?
Wait.
and they aren't made with the goal of real democratic resolution in mind.
So he's saying they're not made for democratic resolution, okay? Which means that you vote on things, right? Democratic resolution.
Yeah, no, I made
Okay.
an argument that the whole point of protesting was a show of democratic force.
Right.
Now he's saying that's nonsense.
These are cynical demands to do politics through government.
These are cynical demands to do politics through government.
What is voting if it's not politics or government?
What the yeah. So he's, I guess, advocating for politics through street violence? What is he fucking saying? What is the alternative? What does he mean? He's chastising them for doing politics through government.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole fucking point.
What, are we supposed to have a duel for the next president?
He's like, listen, I saw that movie Black Panther. That was really good. I really like the part where T'Challa had to fight the other character, Killmonger, and then that was determined who was president of Wakanda. That's what we should do in America.
Killmonger,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
We got to do it
There you go.
Killmonger style. It'll be great.
Yeah. Right. How dare we do politics through government? Ugh. What do we live in, a democracy?
You're just a deep stater, Sitch. You don't understand how cool it could be.
I see.
An institution politicians know will kill these demands for justice. A place
The government kills calls for justice. I don't know if you knew that. But
What?
I don't even know
mean,
what that means.
I thought, what about justice for the unborn?
There you go.
Oh, shit.
Ouch. Big ouch.
What about justice for the unborn, huh?
Hmm.
How about justice for them, for those little tykes?
where they will be watered down at best and outright discarded at worst. To understand what I mean,
So we have. So this is why I guess his video is age restricted, because he's saying we shouldn't be doing government through politics.
He's basically advocating for a coup here.
Yeah, he's. I mean, what is the alternative then? A violent coup?
I guess he's pro January 6th then.
Is Pencil Top here going to be leading the charge to take out our government by force?
You mean Eraserhead?
Is Eraserhead gonna what exactly? Like, this is so.
I know, it's bizarre.
Is he gonna be wearing that outfit? Listen, when he picks up a gun,
Yeah.
tries to coup the government, is he gonna be wearing that outfit?
When I put on my gender studies professor sweater, I know I'm ready. I'm ready to go out and do some cooing.
What is that?
I'm ready. I'm ready for a violent revolution.
Is that a shirt or a sweater or a sweater? Is it a combination of the two?
Yeah.
What is that collar? Is that a hoodie or is it just like a weird collar? I don't know what's going on there.
You've obviously never taken gender studies if you've never seen a sweater like
I've
this.
never seen a shirt like that. No,
A sweater.
a sweater.
Sweater. Excellent lighting, though. Where'd you go, Sid?
this is not
Oh, I pressed play on the video instead of I pressed in the wrong place.
Oh, you got it. It messed
hold
it up.
on. Yeah, let me go back.
Back
Okay.
it up. All right. 420.
the appeal
Nice.
to civility tries to.
Oh wait, this is like five head intelligence right here. Okay.
We first need to ask how this whole process works. First and foremost, the appeal to civility tries to draw strict boundaries between what is considered civil and what is considered violent.
That's good. I like that. Yeah.
Oh my god! Wow, that's big brain time.
That's important, right?
Very important.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, I wouldn't be able to figure that out on my own.
Touching people, spitting on them,
Right.
knifing them, that's considered assault.
Right.
Yeah. Using your words, calling people names, misgendering
Violence.
people, that's not.
Violence. Genocide.
Yeah. No, that's usually just considered freedom of speech.
Genocide. You're
No.
wrong. You sound like a fascist.
I wonder how he feels about misgendering. I wonder if that's considered violence or not. Considering he's got this video age restricted because he's advocating for violence.
Right.
I guess misgendering is not a problem.
This is not a new process, and it's interesting to see where the lines are drawn by our politicians. Inherent to the idea that civil acts like voting or being elected and debating in Congress are preferable is the idea that they are not violent the way protests can be. But of course, it doesn't take much to see how wrong that is.
What?
When protesters gather on Kavanaugh Street, they are doing so precisely to resist violence carried out by the
That looks like the most violent crowd I've ever seen. Sitch.
Yeah, I know.
And by that I mean they don't look violent at all. It looks like
They're just annoying. Yeah.
yeah. It looks like they eat donuts for breakfast.
the government. They are protesting losing their rights, the guarantee of full control over their body.
Oh,
There you go. Full control over your body.
Right.
They've lost full control over their bodies.
right.
Gone.
Yeah.
Vanished. In an instant.
What happened to it? Where'd it go, Sitch?
I didn't know that Second Thought was so against vaccine mandates. Like I just didn't know. He believes in strict bodily autonomy. Okay.
Voluntary vaccinations
Right.
only.
It's funny because he's like, so his argument is the government is enacting violence because they've kicked Roe v. Wade down to, first of all, they haven't even, the government hasn't, well, the federal government hasn't even outlawed abortion. They kicked it back to the states. So
Right.
first of all, these people should be, if the people live in a state where it's illegal, they should be protesting their state, right?
Yeah, we're fine here in California, guys.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
we can have abortion up until the 5th year of life. So
There you go.
We're good.
Well, it should be up to 18 years,
Yeah.
but honestly. No, but so he's like, this is why I hate this argument. It's why the abortion one is such a sticky one, because it's like, okay, well, what about the rights of the fetus? And when do those start?
yeah,
At what point do those start? Yeah, when does personhood begin? And
There's
none of that
no good
enters this
polling on
equation.
this. Yeah.
Right. Because the pro-life person says, well, wait a minute, you're enacting violence on the fetus.
Yeah.
Why is that not consideration here?
Sitch, come on. I saw a video on the internet that told me women should be able to do whatever they want with their bodies.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
They're protesting the explosion of unsafe abortions and the predictable rise in deaths that will come with it. According to one study, that's going to look like a 21% increase in pregnancy-related mortality across the country, which will be even worse for people of color. With
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
33% increase in pregnancy related mortality among black people. What does that mean?
I guess they mean,
Does that mean the woman dies because she can't get an abortion?
yeah, I assume. Now, I don't know if that means, I don't know if that means that they're going to try to get an abortion
Right.
through like non kosher methods and that leads to death, or
Well, if it's one person a year that's dying now and it's a 33% increase, that's not
well,
even
that's
a
true.
whole
I guess
noth-
that's the question.
that's not
yeah.
even a whole nother death. It's like only a third of a person dying.
Let's see what it says. It says, I find in the first year. Wait. And let me read the abstract because he has it on screen here.
Oh, you
I
can
didn't
read
actually-
that? Holy cow.
I didn't actually read the study. I should have, though.
Yeah, who cares?
Well, let me see. It says the number of estimated deaths following a total abortion ban is determined by assuming 3 conditions: that all wanted induced abortions are denied, that each abortion denied leads to 0.8 births, and that there is a corresponding increase in exposure to pregnancy-related mortality. I find that in the first year of such a ban, estimated pregnancy-related data would increase from 675 to 724, 49 additional deaths representing a 7% increase.
Well, okay, so they're just saying there is a certain percentage of more pregnancy-related mortality already, and since the birth rate is going to go up, that number is going to go up with the birth rate proportionally to what's already happening.
Yeah, but wait a minute. This is like, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to read the whole study, but this abstract makes this study look idiotic.
Yeah, totally
Okay,
idiotic.
because it says, first of all, It's making assumptions that all wanted induced abortions are denied. That's not true. That's not how it would work in America. There's a bunch of states where you can get an abortion.
Right.
Okay.
And even the ones where you can't, there's probably an exception for the life of the mother, where
Yeah,
that's probably
of
the
course.
majority of the reason there is some
Right.
sort of, because the mother's like, no, I want the baby. Like, I'm willing to risk it. Like,
Right.
that's the situation.
And I would be curious of how they concoct the number that they concoct for
Well, I'm sure that's,
the estimation of increased mortality.
well, I'm sure all of the current pregnancy-related mortalities have to do with the mother getting in some sort of complicated pregnancy where her life is at risk, but she's willing to take the risk because she's like, I want the baby.
I'm not
Which-
sure. Yeah, I don't know.
That's the tough. This is why ultimately I am pro-choice, is because
Right.
I mean, there are complicated situations. I just don't want the state, like the woman, the doctor comes out and says, listen, you've got a weird pregnancy here, and you've got, you know, a 20% chance it's going to go bad on you.
Right, and I mean, I
And
read
you-
you the article about the
Yeah.
horrible thing with a woman who became
Exactly.
blind.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
You could abort the baby, or you could roll the dice. And they're
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
that's the decision you want them to make, right?
Right.
You want them to have that ability to make that decision. But I do think 3 months, what is that? I'm always bad with 12 weeks.
Yeah.
I feel like 12 weeks is an eternity to, like, you should have made, I guess a lot of women say, well, you don't even know in the first month. I mean, 2 months is enough time to get an abortion, right? What the fuck? Time's a waste and speedy.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I think that like morning after pill and stuff like that kind of make this a moot point.
Right.
But I guess if you're not,
Well, some of them want to ban that, but that's crazy.
yeah.
The
Anyway.
33% deaths. That is on top of the fact that the US already has the highest maternal mortality rate in the imperial core. People are protesting the imminent prospect.
And he doesn't say anything about why we have the highest. I mean, I wonder why that is.
Prosecution and possible imprisonment of hundreds, if not thousands of people. Complications during pregnancy will become more fatal than they were before, with last resort use of abortion as a treatment suddenly off the table in many states. Femicides will go up. This means
What is a femicide? Femicides?
They're like a homicide, but it's a fem instead of a hom.
Is that like when a feminist kills themselves, it's not called a suicide, it's called a
The
femicide?
femicide. Right.
I don't even know what that is.
thousands of preventable deaths and told preventable suffering. For millions of people, the end of Roe is a sudden, tremendous upsurge of very uncivil, very predictable violence, and a protest in front of a justice's house hardly comes anywhere near it. But if you listen to the way Democrats and Republicans talk about the government, at least in its ideal imagined form, it would never seem that way. The government is never held responsible for this kind of violence. It's always the protesters that are violent. The principled debates in the assembly, the decisions made by the Supreme Court, the enforcement of laws by judges and
The government is never held accountable for violence. I don't know if you know this. The government's never been held accountable for violence. Ever. Ever.
Really?
Ever. No one's ever been voted out of office. No one's ever gone to prison. No one's ever been sued. The government's just never been held accountable for violence, ever.
Really? I mean, they.
Yeah, remember when that government official put his knee on someone's neck
Oh,
and they died, and then the government official,
Derek Chauvin?
did a backflip, and then he did 3 backflips and then clapped 3 times, and he was let go, and he's not in jail.
That guy's in prison right now. So
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't know about that.
Some say he was unlawfully convicted. Femicide is a hate crime broadly defined as the intentional killing of women or girls because they are female.
There you go. I don't know how restricting abortion rights are going to lead to increased femicides, unless
Well,
he's saying
I'm thinking
that.
the opposite. I mean, normally it's the abort. Like a lot of people who want boys abort girls. So
No, but I'm assuming what he's suggesting is that, since I'm sure he doesn't think that pro-life people actually care about fetuses, he thinks they just want to control, women's
Okay.
bodies. So therefore, any deaths that result from that are femicide, essentially.
Okay. Interesting choice of words. Government
poor choice of
violence.
words.
Overly militarized police forces. These are all just procedures. It's civil, it's well organized, it's legitimate, and therefore, even when the consequences are brutal, it's not even really violence. Kavanaugh doesn't deserve all this violence on his doorstep. He deserves to live a normal, peaceful life. All he did was vote in a way that you didn't like, and there's nothing violent about voting. It's easy to see how the contrast between angry people yelling and people in suits talking quietly reflects this idea. And that's the image politicians like to invoke when they're talking about civility. But the state has never been a non-violent institution. The American government especially. For starters...
Oh my God! It's almost like there's this thing. What is it called, Adam? What is it called?
Monopoly on violence.
The
Is that what you're
phenomena
looking
of violence,
for? Monopoly
right?
on state
The
violence.
phenomena of violence.
Don't teach this guy how MMT works. He'll lose his
Oh
fucking
my
mind.
God! The government has a phenomena on violence. Wow. Listen, I think that's wrong. Okay, I think individual citizens should be able to just enact violence on each other.
They should have the phenomena on violence.
We should all have the phenomena of violence, okay? Even though if everyone had something, it wouldn't be a phenomena anymore. It'd be an almana. I think we should have an almana on violence. I think, listen, you know what we need, Adam?
Mm-hmm.
We need a purge, okay?
Yeah.
We need one day of the year where everyone could just do whatever they want, get all the phenomena of violence out of the way, and just go crazy.
One day a year where we don't have the purge, or one day a year where we do.
Oh, that's it. Maybe we should
Like
have one day of the
one day
year where we
off?
don't have the
Yeah.
purge. Yeah, that would be better.
Yeah.
Because then all the
keep
other
us
days of
on
the
our
year,
toes.
the state would have the phenomena of violence, and we can't have that.
Yeah.
No.
We have to keep that for ourselves.
This is so dumb. Did you know that the state has the monopoly of violence? Isn't that wrong? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
1.3 million subscribers.
Because he used to not make political content. That's how.
Really?
Yeah. Every time we watch a video, you ask this question.
This is insane.
And then we go through the back catalog and we find out like when the transition occurred.
Oh, he's trans? That makes
That's right.
sense.
Yeah, he's become politically trans, yes.
It says 12,000 likes.
Yeah, no, I mean the video has 100,000 views.
Wow. That's not
Crazy.
a lot for a 1 million.
Well, it's a lot for an age-restricted video.
Well, I guess you're right.
That's
12
about subverting democracy.
That's 12,000 people who straight fascists.
Right, right.
Here, I'm clicking dislike. Fuck this video.
Some comment says, this is hand downs one of the best videos you've ever made. This video at its core is about how what is and isn't legitimate is decided only by the authority of the ruling class in a given society and not by some system of absolute or even relative morality. It's authority all the way down. Amazing work.
What a dipshit.
It's amazing.
I'm so angry right now.
Mhm.
Can I bring up my clips from the study?
We're not there yet.
Okay. God, I can't wait.
The liberal regimes most of you watching this video live under are entirely the product of bloody, violent revolutions. Like,
Do you like that he says we live in a liberal regime?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We don't live in liberal democracies anymore. We live in regimes.
Yeah.
Liberal. Did you know that your country hundreds of years ago killed natives? Does that mean that your country, that you're a hypocrite now? because your country government has a monopoly on violence because they killed natives hundreds of years ago?
Hell
You
no, I
hypocrites?
wasn't born then. I'm not a hypocrite.
Did you
Jesus.
know this, Adam? I don't know if you knew this. I mean, this is a well-kept secret of American history that we killed a bunch of Native Americans.
I've heard tell of that story.
Okay.
I'm not sure I believe it, but
I heard tale long ago in a far-off dusty room by a mysterious stranger that I didn't know if he was quite trustworthy. He said, "Come, Sitch, sit next to me by the fire, and let me tell you a tale about how hundreds of years ago the Americans killed Native Americans in a brutal, horrifying fashion." And I said, "You are a liar, sir. I've never heard such tales in my civics or government or history classes. America was founded by Jesus. Jesus flew across the sea after he was reborn, and he said, 'America, I dub thee the greatest country in all of human history and the universe.' And thus America sprang forward, and George Washington flew out of Jesus Christ's brain, just like Athena sprung from Zeus's mind. And George Washington said, 'Give me liberty or give me death.'"
I'm from Jesus' mind.
I'm from Jesus's mind.
You know, Jesus.
And that's, my friends, is how America was born.
Jesus did wander around Utah for a while. I remember the Mormons told me about it.
Yes, and then Jesus met with a guy named Joseph Smith.
He
said, "Joseph, here's some golden tablets. I'm going to bury them in your backyard. Can you dig them up in a few hundred years?" And Joseph said, "Well, I'm not even born yet, but okay."
Yeah. Jesus is cool. Jesus has been in America lots of times.
Right. I'm actually, I was taught in my public school that Jesus, the soul of Jesus, like once you become sworn in to president, what actually happens when you sit in the chair at the Oval Office, like it's kind of like Arthas and the Lich King. In World of Warcraft, Arthas puts on the Lich King armor and he sits in the frozen throne and he becomes possessed by the Lich King.
Wow.
But whatever president sits in the chair at the Oval Office becomes possessed by Jesus.
Really?
Yes.
Holy. That's holy. Really holy.
Right. Very holy. And actually, well, it's not just Jesus. It's actually the Holy Trinity of
It's Jesus, Mary, and Joseph.
Uncle Sam, and George Washington.
Really?
They create the Holy Trinity of America.
God, Lincoln didn't even get in there. Wow.
Well, Lincoln came in after it. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Lincoln is like the Mother
is the
Mary.
backup. If Ghost George Washington is sick, Lincoln takes over. He's
there
like
you go.
sub.
They take turns. Okay, they take turns. They slip out. Yeah. And that's how
Maybe
the
that's
government
why
works.
they had to search Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate, because maybe he snuck Jesus out in his soul.
Well, that's what happened was Trump, he chipped a piece of the chair off because he wanted to steal the power.
Oh,
and he
I
hid it in
gotcha.
Mar-a-Lago. Okay.
Jesus probably went into Biden and was like, "No, this is too dangerous. This guy's gonna fucking die like any second. I can't. No, this is not good. I want to be safe. Put me back in the bottle. Put me back in the chair.
Kamala, come here. You'll have to do.
Put me back in the chair. Yeah." Kamala can't really talk, can she?
Yeah, exactly.
What's the matter with her?
I don't know. She's from California, isn't she? Or is she from Washington State? I don't know. Where's Kamala from?
I think she's from California.
Okay, that's the answer to the question.
She does sound like Stone Girl at a party, that's for sure.
Right.
We're almost to the
Those in France and the US. Nobody voted the king away or acted all that civilly. But that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Oh, look, he's
Oh
got
my
a freaking
God.
guillotine in here.
Yes. Did you know that America had to fight against a monarchy to become a democracy? Does that mean you're hypocrites now for giving the government the phenomenon violence? Because because in the 1700s they had to fight against the fucking king? You hypocrites?
That guillotine looks dull as can be. I would not. I'd be scared.
I think it'd be worse to get hit by a dull guillotine. Because maybe it would cut through your neck, but not all the way. It's just like half dead.
Yeah, that's not a good guillotine
That's not
right
good,
there.
no,
Yeah.
no. This is this is literally, 12-year-old book report. Like the 12-year-old child of the communist parents giving a book report about why
Yeah.
America bad. Like this is the caliber of arguments you'd expect from the 12-year-old book report.
I'm dying to know what this kid's parents do. They're probably like lobbyists or something for the pharmaceutical industry.
They're like super right wing. That'd be amazing.
They're lobbyists for the smoking industry, for the tobacco industry.
They're the CEOs of Philip Morris or something.
Yeah. No, it's got to be something horrendous.
Yeah.
He's like, holy shit.
Thousands of early Americans participated in the genocide of Native Americans that is still going on. Today, the state relies on the tremendous violence.
I mean, they're still genociding those Native Americans today.
I mean, not really. They got the casinos and I mean, they're trying to kill Americans with like shrimp buffets, but that's about it.
Of the police, the carceral system, and the military, with the US accounting for nearly 25% of the world's prison population and spending more money than the next 10 countries combined on its armed forces. There's more. Every day, the governments we live under choose not to end homelessness, poverty, and malnutrition.
Did you know that the government chooses not to end homelessness and poverty and malnutrition? The government chooses them.
Yeah.
Did you know that? Like on the desk of the presidency, there's a big lever and it says end poverty. Yes, no.
Right.
And Joe Biden's like, don't tempt me. I'm going to pull the lever. And Joe Biden weakly, he reaches his old man arm out. He grabs the lever. He begins to pull it to end poverty. And then he falls asleep.
Couldn't we just deport all the poor people and then solve it that way?
And then Donald Trump, he looks at the lever that says end poverty and he duct tapes it into the no. He duct tapes into the no section. He's like, no, we can never end poverty. I need people to be poor. Fuck the poor. I want people who are not able to buy shit.
This is
make the economy stronger and richer.
Propaganda.
Like, look, the government could just snap its fingers. What, Adam? I mean, the government should just build houses and give them to homeless people and end homelessness. Like, I don't understand why they don't just do that.
Let's just deport them to Canada and make it Canada's problem.
Oh, that's a good idea.
They have universal health care there.
Yeah,
we just need some buses. We'll just bus them up to Canada.
Right. Deport all the homeless to Canada. Yeah. I like this. Okay.
We should make t-shirts, deport the homeless. What do you think?
I mean, as he said, we should just solve this problem. The government can just solve this problem.
He didn't specify how we were going to solve it.
Right. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
This would solve it.
Yeah, it would. Look, you're Canadian now. We'll even fast track Canadian passports to them. We control that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess Canada might have to be involved in that.
Oh, is V Radio in the chat? If he wants to come on, do you want V Radio on?
Sure, I don't care.
Give me a ringing endorsement. He's like, yeah, sure, whatever.
What do you mean? Why? What are you talking about? I want Mahler to come on. I got words for Mahler. I got stuff.
Oh, I see.
But V can come on. Yeah.
Awesome.
Sure. Send him the link. I don't care.
Well, the offer's open to you, V, if you want to come on. I'll send you the link when I can find it.
I mean, the thing is,
actually, I don't know if you
V wants to come on and talk about pedo shit. I don't want to talk about pedo shit.
I see.
So, yeah. So maybe that's not a. Maybe I don't want.
Do you want to talk about pedo shit, V?
No.
We can talk about it later. Do you not want to talk about what's pedo shit he wants to?
He's making pedo videos and shit. So I don't know. He's like, I'm trying to keep my my morale up.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, I'll send him a link.
That's a level of cringe. It's a little too.
You can't talk about pedo shit.
It's not really cringe. It's more like Adam wants to kill somebody. Yeah.
Also, you have to make sure you have the watch together thing.
Oh, I know.
So you can actually watch the video.
Yeah.
What is V Radio's Twitter?
Neil something.
Neil something?
Yeah.
There it is. There it is. Messages.
Look at that.
Boom. There you go. Anyway, let's keep going. Press the button.
I'm pressing it already. Jeez, don't be so pushy. I'll deport you to Canada.
Despite these measures being well within our means, and in so doing, subject millions of
Well within our means.
Yeah.
Okay.
people to a more structural form of violence. Governments allow and often encourage fossil fuel companies to destroy local environments and rip through reservations with oil pipelines that have a historic record of failure. That's more violence. Without needing
This is a joke, right?
No, this is not a joke.
This is idiocy.
to go back very far, we can see that the liberal government we live under survived for generations by capturing and enslaving human beings.
Finally, real violence.
Yeah.
But I mean, why are you bringing up old shit, dude? Jeez.
Did you know that hundreds of years ago, liberal societies were not living up to their liberal values?
So a bunch of donut-eating college students are allowed to go kick in a Supreme Court justice's door because they're pissed?
Listen. This guy, Eraserhead, is basically like a slave. Okay. There's almost no difference between the two of them. I mean, if you think about it, right?
This guy's, I mean, he's probably the whitest person I've ever seen in my life. I mean,
His life is basically the slave life, Adam. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay.
He
He's
makes me
living
look
basically the
brown.
slave life. He's basically like one hair breath away from being a slave. Okay.
Okay, sure. Oh shit! I pressed
These
the wrong
same
button.
liberal governments also colonized entire continents, crushing their native populations without remorse. And once colonialism was
God, he's just. This is buzzword salad here.
I know.
He's just throwing it all at us. America bad, colonialism bad, everything bad, killed, enslaved, bad, bad, bad.
formally ended in many parts of the world, former colonies were kept under the imperial boot in a series of neo-colonial, neoliberal market reforms.
God, I was reading some book and they talked about. Well, actually, I think it was a podcast I was listening to, and they were saying there's the new difference in the world is between kind of places that have their shit together and places that don't have like established order and places that just are in chaos. And they gave an example of some place that a large percentage of the population had signed some request for basically America or England to come in and, be the government, which is literally colonialism, is it not?
Right.
And I can't remember if it was the American government or the British government. They were like, that ship has kind of sailed. Like those days are gone. Like we can't do that without everyone getting on our fucking shit. Can you imagine? But yet you have guys like this that are still acting like we're the bad guys. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, a lot of these places got left in pretty good shape.
Listen, I mean, we're all, we all know how much the British colony of Hong Kong desperately wanted to go back to China, right?
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah. No, they don't.
All those American colonies that are just crying out for freedom from American imperial.
Which ones? I mean,
All of them. What do you mean?
I mean, we were a British colony originally.
Right.
But we inherited a lot of our institutions from England, and thank you for that. So glad we didn't inherit them from the USSR.
Governments even carry out direct, very targeted violence against their own people in horrific acts like the move bombings that wiped out an entire block. Or the...
Okay, well, first we have to talk about the move.
Yeah,
bombing.
what is that all about?
Okay, I'm pretty sure he's brought this up before, because I know I've talked about this before, and I don't know. I think he's the only person that's ever brought it up. Let me get my link out. Okay. So again, and he always removes all the context completely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what am I hearing? Oh, I'm hearing V radio through.
Yeah,
I mean through the watch together.
They did the watch. He did the watch together incorrectly. Yeah. V, you gotta turn your mic off on watch together and come into the Zoom room.
Right. He's trying to figure out how to do the add-on thing.
Oh, so he doesn't. We can't hear us. He doesn't know.
I don't know, but I sent him both links. But anyway,
don't do that anymore. Always send the Zoom link first.
I did send the Zoom link first. I always send the Zoom link.
But don't send the other one.
Oh, I see.
Because then it messes them up. They're
it's
like
too confusing.
Yeah.
Okay. Click the Zoom.
How are you doing that? I mean, he's not in the Oh, you're doing it in the other thing.
First. Anyway, so Move was called the Christian Movement for Life, which was a communist cult in 1972 in Philadelphia. It was a weirdo cult that basically stocked guns, believed in having this weird like communal living. They were causing violence in the neighborhood and in the area. People were complaining because they saw naked children running around. They were like had all this trash and garbage strewn about everywhere. It was like a big, it was like this. It was like growing into a weirdo Waco situation, essentially. And so the government said, hey, you're violating all these laws. Basically the city tried to evict them. And they said, try to evict us and we're going to shoot you. And that's exactly what they did. They got into all these firefights with the police, essentially, when the police tried to enter their property. And
what city was this?
Philadelphia.
Okay.
Philadelphia in 1972.
1972. A whole block. Right. Huh. Were they commies or?
Yes.
Okay. So they're communists?
They were like very far left anarcho-communists.
Right. They didn't believe in clothing for children.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when police attempted to enter the house, a shootout occurred. One police officer was killed. 16 police officers and firefighters were injured in the shooting.
Wow.
Anyways, so when they tried to basically... So then the city doing the dumbest, craziest shit ever. Basically, when they were trying to force them out of their house, this cult essentially out of the house to arrest them for various crimes, they refused to come out of the house and they got into a gun standoff. The police, in the dumbest fucking move ever, the local police dropped a bomb onto the house from a helicopter after they had been in an armed standoff for 90 minutes.
Ouch.
So not a good idea. Very horrible. The bomb killed a bunch of people in the house, obviously, and then the fire spread and destroyed 65 houses nearby.
What the fuck?
It's a horrible, horrible fucking clusterfuck.
So it started with one house and then it ended up burning a whole block down?
It was like an apartment complex or something. Right. They like that the whole cult owned, and they dropped a fucking bomb on it. So
they meant to destroy the whole block.
I don't know what the fuck they meant. It's like a totally batshit insane.
I mean,
thing.
This looks like San Francisco housing, where the houses are just like, touching one another.
Right.
Can you guys hear me now?
I can.
Hey
yeah.
now.
What's up?
What's up?
Yay! What's up, man?
Do you know about the Move bombing? Are you familiar with this?
No, I was just listening to that. It sounds crazy.
Yeah. So, but the thing that's weird, it's like, okay, so obviously you can criticize the government for doing this, or the local government for doing this, totally insane. But he's always so completely disingenuous because he always removes why it happened.
Yeah, the context.
Yes, in the context. And there's this crazy cult people that were basically breaking the law and refused to leave. So.
Right.
You said they were
Makes it sound-
anarcho-communists too?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes. They didn't believe in they want to go back, well, it's like beyond that. They want to go back to a hunter-gatherer society or something.
Oh, the term for that is anarcho-primitivist.
There you go. But they wanted to live in a weirdo communal group, so yeah.
Right.
Cool.
But they were black, so that means that the police were racist against them. So
Well, of course.
there you go.
They're looking towards a minimum number of gunshots that police have to receive before they're allowed to fire back. I think they're going to default at about 5,
Right.
and you're allowed to shoot back.
They killed a
Right.
cop. I mean, they did shoot and kill one police officer.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
I don't know if you guys ever watched Neo and Realist. Did you watch that, like those videos of that weird group of black people who felt that they were part of their own sovereign nation or something, and they got stopped by the cops? And they're
No,
like
what group
trying
is
to
this?
talk to the cops like they were
Sovereign
like they were a
citizens?
foreign country or something, and they were flying a flag. Somebody else was able to identify it, but anyway, like they didn't fight the cops, but they were all really heavily armed, and they just said, we're just, using our right to free passage, and yeah, they ended up all getting arrested. I'll have to dig that up. It's been a while.
Oh no, it's like sovereign citizen on crack stuff.
Right, and I guess they thought they were their own African country or something. I don't get it, but I mean they were peaceful. I'll give them that.
That's
You
true.
know,
That's true.
But like they all had like AK-47s, so the cops are like, what are you guys doing? So anyway.
Air block, or the removal of Fred Hampton in his sleep. Government.
Okay, let's talk about Fred Hampton. Okay.
Fred Hampton.
Yeah. This is kind of this is crazy. This is actually a crazy situation. So Fred Hampton was one of the leaders of the Black Panther Party in Chicago, I believe.
Okay.
That's where this took place. And this is like totally crazy. This was where that newspaper article that I showed you came from.
Okay.
So this is in the let's see, what year is this?
Cop slain, 7 others shot. Does that have to do with Fred Hampton?
Yes. So again, this is in 1969. Geez, all this crazy stuff going on in 1969. So basically in Chicago in the late 60s, all this violence is breaking out between the Black Panthers and the police. And this kind of culminates with a strange situation. Oh, so they had like a situation where in the building where Fred Hampton lived, which was supposed to be the headquarters for the local Black Panther chapter, there was an incident where a sniper was shooting at police on the roof, and that kind of led to a big shootout and a fire starting, and all sorts of craziness happened. But then, so like the whole year of 1969, I was reading this. I actually found randomly like a police report on this, and it has like all the different incidents between the Black Panther Party in Chicago and the police in 1969, and it basically culminated with a very crazy situation where the police department gets a call at 3 o'clock in the morning where a woman's saying that a guy has a gun and that men are coming to assassinate her or her husband or something. So a police officer drives up there, responding to the call, and as soon as he drives up there, a guy shoots him through the car with a shotgun.
Shoots the police officer.
Shoots the police officer.
Okay.
The police officer stumbles out of his car. The guy comes over and assassinates him when he's on the ground. Shoots him in the back of the head. With
Was
the
his
shotgun.
name Fred Hampton?
No,
Okay.
name was not Fred Hampton, but he was a Black Panther member. Did this.
Right.
This sparks a bunch of other police to show up, which starts a massive firefight between the police and various Black Panther people that are in the surrounding buildings.
Right.
All over this shooting.
Wow.
Another police officer ends up dying. He gets shot and then dies in the hospital, and a bunch of people end up being wounded. Now, I couldn't find a lot of clear information, so it's not clear to me like whether, because some people are saying that they called the police there with the intention of ambushing them, and I don't know if that's the case or not. The whole thing's very bizarre, but so that's the precursor. So the police are very, very mad at the Black Panthers after this.
Yeah, they killed 2
Obviously.
cops.
Right. So 3 weeks later, they get a warrant to search and arrest various Black Panther people at their main headquarters, who Fred Hampton is in charge of. Now, I didn't see any evidence that I could find that Fred Hampton had anything necessarily to do with the previous shooting that happened 3 weeks earlier, or not. The information is very spotty, so I have no clue. But this is where things get crazy. The FBI had a secret informant spy who they were basically coercing to spy on the Black Panthers, who was in the building with Fred Hampton, and was like one of Fred Hampton's bodyguards was actually an FBI mole. And this guy, this mole, drugs Fred Hampton that night with some kind of something that knocks him out, essentially. Just knocks him out cold. And when Fred Hampton is knocked out, the police bust into the place and they basically assassinate everybody.
Everybody?
Well, like they assassinate a lot of the males. I think some of the females they don't kill.
They don't assassinate the women and children.
Yeah, but they shoot a bunch of people. There was something like 99 bullets fired from the police. I think only 1 shot fired from the Black Panther people, and it was believed to be from someone who was shot, dropped their gun. Because there were guys, there were Black Panther guys with their guns in there. But I think they were mostly asleep or caught completely unawares, including Fred Hampton, who is like incapable of fighting back because he's literally drugged out, and the police just walk over and shoot him in the head, essentially, while he's, passed out. So that's an incredibly insane situation.
What year was this? 1969?
1969, yeah.
It's around the time period that they were rubbing elbows with the Weather Underground, if I remember right. There was the funny thing is like, at the time, a lot of those groups were literally being, like, their members would go to Cuba to be trained.
Oh, yeah, they were literally terrorists. Yes. Yeah. Right. Now, so the Black Panthers were not innocent at all. They were literally terrorists. In a lot of instances, they had to do with this shooting, 3 weeks earlier and all this other stuff. But obviously, the police do not have the mandate to just walk into a place and start assassinating sleeping people, regardless of what they've been accused of doing.
Right.
So,
the Weather Underground was actually founded in 1969.
Well, there you go.
That makes sense. Yeah, and it's I'm still working on my study on that one, but it's they were basically every bit of rhetoric that you read or hear, like, that sounds like it should be okay for us to have violent protests, literally is just like word for word, just like them. And then like the main symbolism of the fist you keep seeing everywhere is Weather Underground. But we talked a little bit about that last time I was on here.
Right. Well, that's what's annoying is that like you look back at all the horrible radical leftist groups from that era, and this is all just none of this is original. This is all just stealing from that
bunch of
that ideology. Yeah.
Right. And they keep finding themselves in positions of authority, like all the Weather Underground people, like I think I mentioned this last time, like they're all now teachers, they're in education or they're in law, and then like their kid was the DA in San Francisco who just got recalled because he wasn't arresting criminals or wasn't prosecuting them.
Right. So I guess because in 1969, the police in Chicago did a bad thing, that means that you should be able to violently coup the government 50 years later.
Not only that, it's like local government is not necessarily the federal government.
Yeah, I know. It's like ridiculous.
The local Chicago Police Department was like,
yes,
you got one of ours, we're going to get even.
Right.
Did they bring up any of these people on charges or?
So they did. No one was criminally no one was criminally found guilty.
Wow.
Which is, it's this,
wow.
69. But they did lose, I believe the city did lose
funding,
civil case.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
They were sued civilly and lost. But.
Right. So the city had to pay. Hilarious.
Right. But no, none of those.
There's your property. There's your property taxes going back to the federal government.
Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy situation.
government, and specifically the kind of government that you...
I hear that name and they still bring it up all the time. And I know there are some other people that were associated with that just engaged in just outright violent terrorism that are still like revered as heroes or something. And
they made a movie about it. That's probably why people talk about Fred Hampton.
That makes
it's
sense.
called like Black Messiah or something.
But, why do you have the Watch Together up, V?
Let me look. I believe I do.
Is it working for you?
It's there.
Okay.
It is not current. I could there's a button I could hit play on. Is that what you mean?
Sure, hit play. Let's see if it works.
Formally ended in many parts of the world. Former colonies were kept under the imperial boot in a series...
Are you not hearing anything?
No, it's just like plain white. Let me see. Learn more about this feature. Blah, 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 blah. I think I installed the thing it wanted me to install. So
did it open a pop-up in like a new window or something?
Let me take a look.
Because we didn't do that.
Experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by. No, I don't see anything.
I think
what happened the last time somebody did this, I ended up having to like watch the show and listen at the same time or something like that.
Oh.
It's all right though.
Well, you may have to do that because I don't know what.
I appreciate being on anyway.
Yes.
Removal of Fred Hampton in his sleep. Government, and specifically the kind of government that you most likely live under, is tremendously violent. It's not civil at all. It's just very efficient and formal with the way it conducts its violence. When politicians...
So, he's saying the government is not civil. It's just very formal with its violence.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's totally
ridiculous. It's so insane to me.
I mean, civility is the opposite of violence. Like how?
No, but that's what he's saying. He's saying the government's not civil. It's all a lie, Adam. It's all a facade.
But he's saying the government is civil with its violence, which is oxymoron. It's not. It can't be civil and violent.
Well, no, he's saying they're not. No, he's saying that they're formal. Like their violence is procedural, so it tricks us into thinking it's civil. Okay.
Right, but it's not.
Which, like, this is like a 12-year-old argument because, okay, if you live in a country that has a government and the government has the monopoly on violence, then yes, technically, at the end of the logic tree of every law is a potential violence if you don't follow the law.
Yeah.
Sure. But, like, I don't know how else is a society supposed to function.
Don't murder people or we're going to...
Right.
We're going to get you.
I don't know. Were we all just supposed to hold hands and sing songs around the campfire?
Don't murder people, or we're gonna kill you. We're gonna show you the violence.
I think I got it working, by the way.
Oh,
okay, good.
Confronted with this evidence, which
is it working?
Well, I can see it now. If I hit play, it plays. There we go.
Well, it didn't play for us.
It's not playing.
So let me try it again. Okay, it plays, then it stops.
Oh, you see at the top? It says there's a green bar. It says
yes,
play.
Yes, I see a green bar. Yes.
Hit that play.
Which frankly doesn't happen very often. Their last resort is to rely on the idea that this violence is legitimate. The violence may exist, and it may be deplorable, but it is ultimately publicly sanctioned. The way this violence gains its legitimacy in the 21st century is by claiming that all this awful stuff is just what the people want. At the end of the day, in liberal democracies, the government acts as nothing more than a mouthpiece for the will of the public. So if something bad happens, it's just because the people wanted it to, or they just didn't vote hard enough. This is how Obama recently explained it in an interview for a show that he produced. In this clip, Obama was just asked why the massive desire for change and an end to much of the state's violence in 2008 never materialized. Obama responds by saying,
"Except it turns out Mitch McConnell was elected too." Right? Precisely because the country is a big, diverse, complicated place. Look, here's the thing that
I find it hard to believe.
Here is that
Sorry.
I find it hard to believe that guy asked him, you know, when are we going to end all this state violence? And Obama's like, well, you got to understand, Mitch McConnell, he likes state violence.
Yeah, really? So are you telling me you think that No Thought here is possibly being dishonest?
I think No Thought is a lying piece of shit, to be honest with you. I have no faith in his ability to discern the world in a credible way and articulate it to us without lying his ass off.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you're right, because I went and I found this. It's on Netflix.
Okay, good.
And
So this person's like a major anarchist. Is that what I'm getting out of this?
I don't know what they are. I don't know what they are. I thought they were a communist, but maybe they are an
It's just
anarchist.
like the endless talking about state violence.
Yes.
And we don't need that. Like,
Yes.
they literally always leave out of the equation that there are violent people that organize to do things. Like that's what Neo and Realist stream today was about. Was specifically the cartel is literally just going to war with itself in Mexico, and the government literally can't do anything but tell people to like shelter
Is that what's
in place.
happening?
Yeah,
I thought they were
you
fighting
can't-
over I thought the police had arrested some people, and that's what they were angry about.
That was a while ago, but that
Mhm.
is an example of what happens. The cartel literally just said, "You will give us our mob boss back," and when they wouldn't, they just started attacking the Mexican government,
Jeez.
and the Mexican government lost. That's
I mean,
why.
this is how the Civil War in Sierra Leone shaked out. This is how it always
Right.
shakes out. It's always the government against the rebel forces, which is
Right.
basically the government against the anarchists. So
Why don't we start? I hate to agree with Scott Adams, but why don't we start drone striking the cartel? Why did the Mexican government ask us to do this?
Well, that unfortunately is what you would have to do. They're incredibly militarized, though. That's why, like,
Mhm.
in my own video about how silly the abolish the police thing is, I posted like clips of them with their armored vehicles and stuff.
Right.
they
Like, you think
only
that's your over militarized police? No, actually, that's the cartel.
isn't the only source of foreign currency coming into the country from the cartel.
It might be. I don't know.
That would be bad.
I look at it because like if you get on like the secret Antifa forums, they say stuff like they think that they're going to be able to fight the cartel, and like I'm just like, you guys are on crack, like they felt they were pretty tough when they went to the Wii Spa and beat up like soccer moms, but
Yes.
in that same city in MacArthur Park, MS-13 literally just straight up murders trans people, and there's no kids in hoodies doing anything about MS-13.
Right.
I think that's because they know what'll happen.
But so this clip this is the Adam ruins everything guy.
That's what I thought that was.
Yes.
Damn it, Adam!
And-
Stop ruining everything.
I know, Adam.
What's
your problem?
So was he? So that guy's kind of. I mean, he might have asked about state violence. I don't
So
know.
he asked, I'm trying to remember, he asked something about violence in a previous question,
Oh no.
but the question that he just asked Obama, that Obama is responding to with that answer that this guy dishonestly cut, was not about violence at all. It was about why didn't he do enough about climate change?
No way. It's not.
And he says, well, because, they voted for Mitch McConnell, and Mitch McConnell has different opinions on climate change, blah, blah, blah. And I want to read you Obama's quote right after that cuts off. Tell me if you think this is a horrible, horrible authoritarian thing. Obama says, look, here's the thing. I'm not going to do an Obama impression. He says, look, here's the thing. We have to remind ourselves by design, change is hard in this country. I guarantee you that there is no president who was ever elected who doesn't think at some point, make me king for a day and I can just issue my edicts. But we don't want a situation where an all-powerful, all-knowing individual or small sets of individuals are able to make decisions for everybody. So we're going to disperse the power, which means things happen slower, which means people have to compromise.
Yeah.
What
terrible.
an authoritarian dictator. I can't believe Obama said that.
He said all knowing, because I mean, if you're all knowing, then I mean, you kind of can.
Well, there you go. Adam's in favor of the all-knowing dictator.
Well, I mean, that's the problem.
Right.
Like being a dictator without the all knowing part is the root of the problem.
Well, I mean, even if you're all-knowing, you could have a complete different
yeah.
moral axioms in which you believe the society should be running.
True.
That would-
Yeah, you could.
So this is what. So I just think it's, to me, first of all, so not only does he lie about what Obama's responding to, but then to cast that in a negative light, to me, is just totally batshit. Like, he's simultaneously complaining about how the government has a horrible monopoly on violence and we should abolish them, and he's immediately criticizing Obama for saying one person or a group of people shouldn't have all the power.
Right. Yeah.
Like, there's no winning scenario here for anyone, essentially.
He's just crafting a narrative.
Yeah.
Because people are just different in this big country, putting an end to this violence is too difficult. We need to compromise. Except Obama's time in office was full of moments where he led the charge on increasing the state's violence without facing any
This is so dishonest. This is so dishonest. And then he's going to hit him with Obama was a big fat drone striker.
resistance. For a long time, Obama was called the deporter-in-chief because of how aggressively he pursued the deportation of, at the conservative end, 2.5 million people. His legacy is also...
So, I don't know, do you know the information behind this video? The deportation?
The part about the deportation, I've heard that claim before.
Right.
But I would have been more apt to point out, because I said this to the progressives when they were all happy about Biden. I was like, if you guys as protesters think you're going to get treated better under him, you're like, Obama literally just told them to just kick Occupy out of all those parks. It wasn't pretty. Like, I was like, the protesters were not treated with kid gloves at all. And he just openly said, I have no sympathy for them. Like, he was worse on protesters than Trump could ever be. And they just don't have any memory of it. That's the only thing that comes to mind when they talk about state violence. I mean, they're right about this much, at least. Right. So that he's the reason Occupy Wall Street ended. As far as like deporting, no, I don't. But I think it, like, we only started paying attention to it when we had this fictional, supposedly racist boogeyman thing going on, that the only reason why we deport anybody now is supposedly racism against Mexicans or something. But even Bernie Sanders used to be, anti-illegals.
So I found some report that required too much brain knowledge, too much brain power to me to read and decipher at like 2 o'clock in the morning when I'm trying to like understand this report. But basically the report was saying that this whole Obama deported more people than anyone else is kind of 100% fake news.
Really?
And it's basically because there's multiple terms for how deportations happen.
If he didn't let him in, they counted as a deportation.
I don't know if I have it open anymore because I was like, I didn't really fully understand the argument, so I didn't want to go deep into it. But basically, they were saying that there's deportations and expulsions and formal deportations and removals. There's all these different terms for all these different types of ways in which basically illegals are removed from the country. And like it was like, so while
undocumented workers.
I'm sorry, undocumented. But so while it's technically true that Obama had way more of this one type of deportation or something, if you add up all the total removals, like George Bush had like double the amount of removals that Obama did.
Really?
Right. So they're saying this whole narrative about Obama being the mass deporter is like not even true.
Why are they doing that? Why are they trying to sell that narrative then?
I don't know. Because leftist gonna lefty? I don't know what to tell you.
I guess my question would be like, it's one of those things where how much does the president actually have to do with any of that anyway?
Right.
Like, we always do the, the Trump administration did this, the Biden administration did that, even if it's stuff that it's not like Biden, signs all of the deportations with his own pen or something, right? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they probably have some influence, but.
Well, yeah, I'm sure there's some, like, it depends. If they pass some executive policy that has some influence, I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, it's like, when this guy's saying that the government can just solve homelessness and poverty. It's like Obama just has a button on his desk that says like deport illegal. And every time he presses it, it just summons an ICE agent to deport an illegal somewhere in America.
Right. Yeah, I don't get it. They always find a way to try to blame everything on whoever it is they want it to be the fault of.
Also one of over 540 drone strikes and hundreds of civilian deaths. Also,
there's the drone strikes.
There it is. I mean, based?
I mean, we were in the war on terror, right?
Yeah.
We're still trying to get at Al Qaeda. Isn't one of, I guess bin Laden wasn't a drone strike, so.
No. He was The Rock. Remember The Rock? And John Cena bust through the walls and they people elbowed.
I wonder how much information they got out of getting bin Laden, and that's why they knew where all these guys were. He's like, now we got some actionable intelligence. Didn't
he get like mauled by dogs or something?
Which one? Bin Laden?
Bin Laden. I thought they had like a dogs with titanium teeth that like mauled them or
Mauled
something
him on the
crazy
ship.
like that.
Well, I never heard that, but
They buried him
Could
at
have
sea.
swore.
I heard he wasn't armed at the moment. That was,
Right.
but there's so much. The problem is like trying to believe them on anything since it was pretty much done for political reasons, and he must have outlived his usefulness in some way.
Oh no.
It was all fake. I don't know what you're doing.
Are you saying Bin Laden was a CIA asset?
I'm thinking that whether or not he was a CIA asset, I do kind of lean in the direction of like, why did it take them that long? I get the feeling that they probably did it when they felt they wanted to, like whenever it was beneficial in some way. I don't believe that they really had that hard time of finding him. That's my view on it.
You think they knew he was there for years and they were just waiting for the right opportunity?
It's not something that I have looked at very hard, and as you know, I'm usually extremely careful about taking positions on things until I've very heavily researched them. It's just that just about anything surrounding all of that stuff, it's you're talking about the activities of a SEAL team. We're not even supposed to know anything that goes on there. So they're going to tell us. I mean, it's just like, remember when we rescued Jessica Lynch, supposedly from, in this terrible situation where we just had to go in and save her life, and it turned out that wasn't true either. That's why I
don't remember
hesitate.
the Jessica Lynch situation, but I mean, if they were planning for years and years, why did they wreck a helicopter and doing it? It's like,
I don't know. That's why I said I'm skeptical. I haven't come to a conclusion one way or the other.
Right.
It's one of those things I don't immediately listen to the government on. Might be Jesse Ventura's influence on me.
yeah, I haven't really thought about it.
Right.
But
Me
you're
neither.
the
Just-
one making the claim that they probably knew something for a long time and did nothing. So
it makes it a hard. I don't know. Like when they found him, it's not like he was in some super secret dark underground complex somewhere. He was like in a house. That's the reason why it just kind of makes me go, really? You guys didn't know where he was all this time? Or well, and then we're attacking Afghanistan, yet he's in Pakistan, or it's just the part of the problem is that like all of that whole war was done on false pretenses to begin with. So it's like, it's not necessarily in their best interest to find the boogeyman right away if their objective is elsewhere, like
that
making
makes
money.
sense.
Right. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's not, this isn't like going into 9/11 stuff or anything like that. It's more about just that I don't believe that that was in their best interest until it was to finally get rid of him. Because until then, until you have him, I mean, if you have him, then you don't have this justification for the never-ending war on terror that only recently apparently came out of fashion. And I think that's largely just because of all the other stuff going on in the world.
I think if George W. Bush could have got him, he would have got him, though, because it would have been a huge win for his reelection campaign.
Maybe. I mean, did you guys watch his Freudian slip about that particular?
Yeah, I did.
Invading Iraq. I was going to say, would it have been good for him? I don't know, because their vested interest was trying to justify, a continued war where they get to invade countries and, grab their oil rights. I mean, it's not just Republicans either. Joe Biden had like troops and stuff like literally in Syria. Like I think it was the second day he was in office. Almost immediately. So my problem is that the military-industrial complex inevitably has its hands in just about all of it, and then the oil interests are extremely powerful. So it's hard for me to simply just go along with whatever they're saying because they lied so often. But it isn't something that I really stamp my feet in the ground about, aside from obviously there were no weapons of mass destruction.
I don't think the Iraq war was a product of the military-industrial complex. I think that's the difference of opinion that you and I probably have. I think the Iraq war was the same reason why we want to help Ukraine out, that we wanted to establish a first world democracy in the Middle East, because then we believed all these other states would become democracies too, and it would be, they'd be useful trading partners, and also we wouldn't have to worry about terrorism anymore. So that was the play. That's what they said. That's what they did. And this whole idea that it's being run by, Halliburton and
do you know what the project for
wins.
the New American Century is? Familiar with them? It's a think tank.
No.
That's where the neoconservatives come from. So Cheney, Rove, Rumsfeld,
right,
Wolfowitz, like all those guys were part of it. And that's where, when you talk about the military industrial complex, Dick Cheney's company, Halliburton, basically took over construction for the things
I understand
that we were blowing up.
But you can look at that too. You can look at that two ways. You can look at it as we're going to invade a country so Halliburton can make a bunch of money, or you can look at it, we're going to invade a country to establish a first world democracy, and for rebuilding infrastructure, we want to go with someone we trust that can do the job. So you go with someone you know.
Well, here's the thing.
Sitch.
Here's the thing, is that because I don't buy this. Okay, like whenever something big happens, especially the government does something big, there's going to be multiple parties that have multiple motivations.
Of course.
So obviously, there are people involved in the government that want to go into Iraq because they want to increase military spending. There's people that want to go into Iraq because they want to be able to get oil, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But if the goal of George Bush and of the executive branch and of the government as a whole was just to get oil, the invasion of Iraq would have looked so different. They could have just literally gone in there, deposed Saddam, put in some authoritarian dictator 2.0, like we've done in other countries, but who would just be favorable to the U.S., and they would trade oil with us.
That's
and that would be the end of it.
Yeah.
But they didn't do that. What they did, it was horribly incompetently done because of rampant nepotism. If you read books like Life in the Emerald City and stuff, they talk about the attempted rebuilding of Iraq. And because of the incompetence of the George W. Bush administration, essentially allowing, all of Saddam's troops to basically take all the guns and hide in the hills, and that's who we were fighting for most of the war, that they actually did do. They did try to make this a functioning liberal democracy, even though it was horribly incompetently done. And that's what it looked like. It looked like a foolish attempt to do this.
Right.
So I don't believe. So I do think that the primary goal was, as Adam said, this kind of domino effect, that they had the hubris to think, and the naivety to think, hey, we're going to put this liberal democracy in the middle of the Middle East, and it's going to be so amazing, and everyone's going to know and say, hey, George W. Bush, tamed the Middle East, and it's going to make all these democracies bloom everywhere else in this region.
It's going
to
help
that was
Israel
really what he
in the
thought
long
was going to happen. Yeah.
Well, there was an insane amount of incompetence. I definitely don't disagree with that. There was a very good documentary about that called No End in Sight. And they go over what Bush's appointee did, and they just made a lot of catastrophic
So
failures.
we're all in agreement about the
It
incompetence.
reminds me actually a lot about trying to install the friendly dictator in South Vietnam. Like it wasn't going to work. I guess what I was going to say before Sitch, started talking was just to say that it doesn't have to just be any one thing. All of those things can be true. When you're dealing with money interests, everybody's got a different reason why they want something to happen. Doesn't mean that they're not going to work together.
No. They can't both be true. They can't literally be making the decision. Like Sitch said, the goal dictates the strategy. So if the goal is really just to make Halliburton a bunch of money, you don't do it the way that they did it.
Well, I don't think it would
completely
just
differently,
because the oil people are going to get what they want, and Halliburton's going to get what it wants, and Rumsfeld was with Monsanto; they got what they wanted. In other words, there's more than one way to profit off of what was happening over there, and I don't think there's any reason to believe that the people involved wouldn't work together to bring that about. I mean, when you look at the history of our foreign policy going back forever, it's almost always like some corporation that wants something done or it doesn't happen.
Right.
That's what the whole Marine Corps fight song is about. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, those are all corporate demanded, wars that were fought
Right. So,
by the Marines.
Well, I don't know enough to comment on
but if you're
specific instances, but
No, that's fine.
But if you're making the claim that we went in there to make Wall Street money, then if there is no Wall Street, we don't go into. You're basically inadvertently making the claim that if there is no money to be made in Iraq, that we don't go in.
Well, right. That's why we didn't go to Darfur, even though they were just rampantly killing people over there, because there's no money there.
But wait, Darfur is not. It's smack dab in the Middle East, where we have a problem with terrorism and also a bunch of autocracies.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to like grasp exactly what we disagree on, because I think there's some things we do agree on. And
Where
things we don't.
is Darfur?
Darfur, I believe, is in Africa, isn't it? It's been. I just know that there was genocides going on around the same time, and there was like zero
It's
interest
in the
doing anything
Sudan.
about it.
Why are we interested in Ukraine? Is it because we want to steal all their natural resources?
No, I think it's because we don't want Russia to have them. That would be my first assumption.
that's part of it. Sure,
Yeah.
we want that when we, as a liberal country, we want to have more liberal democracies, and we don't want autocracies to basically take liberal democracies over.
Yeah, I
But
don't disagree with that.
Yeah, I think the difference is it's like, if you know the war in Iraq was mired with nepotism, obviously, but there's a difference between saying something is mired in nepotism and saying, well, that's the reason that they went to Iraq in the first place, was just to make money. There's easier ways to make money than to just construct this whole false narrative about, fake WMDs and do all this like super complicated shit just to pay off some people.
Well, I guess then my question to you would be then why did they go through the elaborate ruse of WMDs and all of that?
We just said.
I said
you tell
why.
us. Yeah, we said.
I honestly feel it's because it was about making money. I mean, they only just got around recently to they only just got around recently to even admitting that Saudi Arabia had anything to do with 9/11. That's like, oh, now all of a sudden you guys will talk about that because you're not happy with Saudi Arabia. Even though like for the longest time people are like, well, wait a minute, weren't most of the hijackers from Saudi Arabia?
What do you mean by admitted? I mean,
Neil
said that very quickly after the incident.
It
didn't become official until recently.
What is the government line for why we went into Iraq?
Their line, the Bush administration line specifically, was weapons of mass destruction and supposedly links to terrorism.
Right.
Well, that was the rationale, but what was the upside?
Upside.
Come on, they had a bunch of Iraqis running around with blue on their finger. What the hell was that all about?
Blue on their finger?
Okay, never mind. Let's move on.
It was after but yeah.
Okay,
I don't. You don't remember any of that stuff?
No, I don't really remember anything about blue on their finger. No,
they had all this stuff when when we first came in and we got rid of Saddam, and they were holding elections for the first time, and people had like the ink on their fingers
to show that they had voted, so they couldn't
to show
vote
that they
more
had
than
voted,
once.
and it was like everyone was just jacking each other off about how amazing.
About what an amazing democracy we had started in the Middle East.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So what do they install those dictators for in the first place? Like, or even just bring in these new regimes? God. What do they do it for? You think that's crazy?
Wait. Who's they? What are we talking about?
Well, when we're talking about the United States.
Yeah. Now, hold on. Now, are you saying the elections that were held in Iraq were fake elections? That America held fake elections in Iraq?
Well, I don't. The citizens in question didn't seem to have a whole lot of favor with the people in question, but it's not the first time that we've done anything like that. I mean, how did the Shah get back into Iran?
This is so. I mean, you're just completely. The whole problem with Iraq was Saddam Hussein was Sunni. And there was a Sunni minority. And as soon as they held legitimate elections, the Shiite majority was obviously going to elect a bunch of Shiite politicians who were going to promise for being elected to get revenge against the Sunnis that had been oppressing them for fucking generations. Like, this is all laid out in many different books. About the situation.
What part
like
of that is
this
really
is hold on. This is part of the incompetence that they had in the Bush administration because they should have prepared for this.
Well, this is
But
what
this
I
played
mean.
out. This literally played out.
This is what I mean when I say if the goal was money, it would have looked differently because
Of course.
because America, when they, when the people were kind of elected in Iraq that were elected, and they basically didn't want to have a joint coalition government with the Sunnis. America didn't want that. America
course.
wanted them to have a joint coalition with Sunnis, and they said, "Well, fuck you, America."
Yeah.
And that's
This
kind
is
of
how we do democracy.
right, and that's kind of what sparked the whole, everything falling apart after Saddam left.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't believe this. If the goal was just America comes in, takes the money, takes the oil and all this stuff, everything would have looked so different. America would have dictated so much more, would have been so much more hands-on controlling after the invasion. And I mean, who knows? It could have even been more peaceful. I don't know the answer to that. But
So you believe then instead that the objective was like some kind of humanitarian, we need to get rid of this bad guy thing? You actually believe that?
no, not humanitarian. It
is
an
some
ego,
to some
well,
level
somewhat, but
humanitarian because first world
it was
democracies
ego. What do you
kick
mean?
ass.
It was, I mean, George W. Bush thought like God was speaking to him. Do you remember? He said all this weird shit back then. He thought he was going to
said
be
a
like
lot of weird shit. That's for sure.
he thought he was going to be the one to bring peace to the Middle East.
I'm sure that's what he told everybody publicly, but I don't
Okay.
really think that's what's
Then
going
why
on in
did
the
they
background.
even allow them to have these elections that ended up screwing over American interests in the first place?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, obviously, we're talking about incompetence at the time. I think that they just screwed it up. I don't think it was in their best interest, but generally what happens when we show up at these places is we ensure that whoever takes over afterwards is friendly to our interests.
But we can't ensure that if we have a fucking election.
Okay, well, if you are confident that that worked out, that would be fine. Like I said, that's why I brought up the example of the Shah in Iran.
But hold on,
we just installed that guy.
Yes, and which is a completely different situation, though.
No, it's the same motivation, though. They weren't playing ball. They weren't doing the oil the way we wanted it. So that's why their elected guy needed to be gone. And then we put their previous prince back in. We installed their royalty.
This makes the argument. This exactly makes the argument. And I don't know about the Shah of Iran situation as well as I know the Iraq stuff because I lived through it and I've read a bunch of books on it. So, but the Shah of Iran, we replaced because Iran we were running into resource problems, right? We had all the problems in the 80s. So it was a financial thing where Iraq was a completely different situation.
With Iran at that time, their elected leader was going to nationalize their oil and wasn't going to allow our corporations to have power over it anymore. So he needed to be gotten rid of.
Right, but this makes the argument that they had a different, that was motivated strictly for resource acquisition. So they went about it the way you would if it was for resource acquisition. We knock over their leader and put ours in charge. But Iraq is a completely different situation. And you're basically saying they had the same goals, but they didn't act as if they had the same goals. They acted as if they had completely different goals.
So I guess then it kind of comes back to I'm not clear what you guys then therefore believe were the goals and what were the motivations.
I said it was he thought he was going to start a liberal democracy that was going to create a domino effect of liberal democracies through the Middle East.
Yeah, the neocons always say that, but it never.
That's what they honestly believe. They honestly believe that. Yes.
No, I know, and they don't even hide it. When some of them think it's better for our national security if we do that to the
it would be.
Countries.
But you're saying though that that's just the cover story, and really it's all about the money. But in your situation and in your worldview, Neil, you only have one lens to look at both situations. They did it for the money. I'm starting to think maybe you have one lens to look at all the situations. It's always about the money, that's just a bad way to look at the world.
Well, it won't happen if the money interests are not interested. That's for sure. And I get that you feel that's a bad way to look at the world. I'm just, from my perspective, that's what it is. When you talk to people that have been involved in it, like when I worked for Senator Gravel, he had all kinds of problems specifically. Any anti-war candidate, for example, gets attacked big time, by the media or just removed from existence altogether as best they possibly can. If they're the most powerful lobby in the country, so I get it. I just for me, it's just they lied so spectacularly and so often to get us over there. I don't think that in the long run, I don't believe that they really cared about the end result. You know, they did manage to secure the oil. They got that done. They didn't rebuild
Did
any
they?
infrastructure, and well,
Saddam
if you look at it
Hussein
towards
set
the
the oil
beginning, they
fields on
certainly did.
fire. Yeah.
Well, no, they fixed that. It's been a really long time since I've been down this rabbit hole. That's why I would suggest watching No End in Sight, because they talk about the fact that literally their first priority was to go in there and get all the oil fields. When Biden sent troops into Syria, it was literally to secure an oil field.
Yeah, but why is that? There's a very logical reason for that, though.
For securing oil fields?
Yeah.
But that's oil interests.
No. If you're going to fund a government that you're trying to prop up and build in a new country, and you're going to try to prevent rebels from being able to finance the rebel movement, you have to take the resources that generate money.
Yeah.
So you're thinking all that money was just intended to go right back to the people?
What's the people's resources?
No, I'm sure that this is how it works in capitalism. The government was going to pay, presumably, a private company, or was going to say, hey,
Or sell the oil.
the U.S.
rights,
government was going to
actually.
say, hey, Iraqi government, here, create some oil contract with a private company where you guys reach an agreement about, you pay, basically they'll pump the oil for you and they get some amount of it and you get some amount of it.
Yeah. And you use the money to basically create security and positive
Create your
institutions
country,
in the region. Yeah.
So, America didn't just say, I could be wrong about this. I've never heard, I've never seen evidence of this, that we invaded Iraq and then we said, hey, Exxon, here's oil. Just take all the oil and just put money in the Exxon account.
Don't you remember Trump got in trouble? He said we should have just taken the oil.
Right, like that didn't happen to my knowledge.
I certainly remember that. A lot of it usually ends up having to do with making sure that whoever is in authority will do business like with us, with whatever it is that our corporation.
Right, but that's not okay. Wait a minute. Yeah. Doing business with America is not saying that we're stealing all their oil.
Okay, well, I haven't. Again, it's been a long time since I've talked about it, but I still think that it comes down to the fact that we didn't really have any reason to be over there. We worked really hard to manufacture reasons to be over there, and then we didn't find any of the things that we see. So I kind of tend to lean in the direction of so for example, Halliburton got no bid contracts to do all the things they did over there. So we're going to say that has nothing to do with money.
I know all the talking.
Is it again? I said there's a difference between nepotism and that's the motivation for why we're going over there in the first place.
Right.
Oh, well, that's why I said all of those things could be factors that lead to the same thing. We're talking about a big mechanism when you're moving the U.S. military.
Yeah, but
I think money has a lot more to do with it.
We're drilling into what gets the actual invasion going, and you're saying it's all about the Benjamins.
Yeah, I still feel that way.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So unopposed by the Republicans he's trying to pin the blame on. Obama also imposed, once again without staunch opposition, the brutal austerity politics that made the 2008 crash so violent for millions of Americans.
I don't know what he's talking about here. He says Obama enacted austerity politics in response to the crash, the housing crash. They passed a
bunch of stimulus bills. Yeah.
Yeah. Not only obviously they bailed out the banks, which everyone talks about, but they also passed a $275 billion stimulus bill that was supposed to help people do something, refinance their mortgages or something, supposed to help people try to hold on to their houses. What was the austerity measures that Obama enacted in response to the housing crash? I don't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't know either. I remember because I was trading at the time that Wall Street was really unsure if the stimulus bill was going to pass, and everyone in Congress voted against it, so it failed, and the market just tanked like 1,000 points. The next day, they all passed the bill.
Yeah, right. I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right.
It's like, okay,
You're right.
it looks like we all want to get reelected. Look, we should pass this bill.
Right, right.
And that bill was quite the opposite of austerity. I don't know if you remember, but is it Bernanke or Bernanke?
Bernanke.
Yeah, Bernanke was the head of the Fed, and he used the term like, we need a bazooka. They were asking, well, how big does it have to be? And they're like, well, it should be pretty big. Give us the bazooka.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. It says Obama unveils $275 billion plan to help U.S. homeowners. So I'm not, this guy always he just makes these comments and then he never explains whatever he's talking about.
They did the TARP program, the Troubled Asset Relief Program, where they bought up a bunch of the mortgage-backed securities that were, nobody wanted to hold. The guy who bought up these toxic assets that they called, the government ended up actually making money on them because, they just waited it out and then sold them when the market came back.
And you know who that was? We talked about this.
Yeah, I can't remember what the guy.
The BlackRock guy.
Yeah. So he managed the Troubled Asset Relief Program.
Yeah, that's what made him a superstar.
Right.
Probably what made him a superstar. So
isn't it funny? It's just, this is when they talk about auditing the Fed. This is what's on the Fed's balance sheet. They bought a bunch of shit that nobody wanted. They're like, okay, well, we can hold it indefinitely, right?
Right.
So they hold it until now it's worth something. Okay, now we'll sell it.
I mean, usually, I've always criticized Obama for not, that no one was held accountable for the housing crash.
Of course.
No one was arrested for the housing crash, for lying, committing fraud, which I think they should have 100% done. People usually complain that not enough help was given to the average person, which I completely agree with.
I totally agree, yeah. People got kicked out of their homes and they shouldn't have.
Right. But austerity, I don't know what he's talking about.
Banks were bailed
This isn't Greece. Come on now.
Yeah.
out, but many Americans were just left out to dry in sudden, brutal poverty. And it wasn't because Americans disagreed with one another, it's because their voice didn't matter as much as those of business interests. This is because, unlike what Obama is trying to convey, the government is not an impartial institution. The state is not a perfect expression of democratic will. It is the crystallization of class dynamics.
Oh no!
He's gonna go there, yeah.
The class dynamics, no!
It's all commie shit, man.
When they act, our capitalist governments do not exclusively consider the public's demands. Every decision, whether small or large, gets filtered through the long-term preservation of capitalist interests. While some decisions...
He's making your argument, Neil.
The capitalisms, no.
So, just so I'm clear, because we kind of paused it and we went down a different rabbit hole. So he's talking about the bank bailout? Like literally the thing that is the reason Occupy Wall Street happened? Is that what he was talking about?
No, he's not talking about the bank bailout. Well, maybe he is. I don't know what he's talking about.
It sounds like he is. If he's talking about housing and all that happened afterwards, like
but
that's
the opposite of austerity, though.
They got the loans deregulated so that they can give them to people that obviously couldn't pay them back, and then they went to the government and demanded that we give them the money, because if we didn't, then the economy was going to crash.
Well, no, he's using... Well, first of all, he said Obama enacted austerity measures in response to the housing crash, which is not true.
Okay.
And then he said that this is because the government does everything to protect capitalism and not people. They don't care about the peoples.
Capitalism is people.
Yeah, it is. But I think that we do have a pretty screwed up relationship between our corporations and our government. I'm sure you guys would.
I don't disagree with that.
So,
but at the end of the day, the government is not elected by corporations. They're elected by people, and they have to do what they can to follow how people vote.
Corporations are people. Didn't you hear Mitt Romney?
Well, the thing is, corporations can't vote. Corporations don't get 70 million votes in the next election.
Right. They just give you money to do ad campaigns. Really, that's
And
all
those
they can
ad campaigns, I mean, I don't know. I think there are many limits to gaslighting the public through advertising, through political advertising. So
do. Mhm.
I think a lot of people who are like, second thought the guy in this video, they believe that, corporations can just run an ad campaign and everyone will vote however they want them to vote. I don't believe in that world.
Well, I think
No.
there's a little more to it than that. I mean, like the way that they collude with each other goes a little deeper than that. In addition to the fact that they tend to kind of all revolve in and out of that world. Like, I mean, we were just talking about Rumsfeld was the CEO of Monsanto. Cheney was the CEO of Halliburton. George Bush's family is deep in the oil business. And then they all just kind of rotate in and out of these positions. The same thing with lobbyists. A lot of congressmen, for example, get jobs in the private sector becoming lobbyists as soon as they get out of Congress. So they have a system that coexists and they're all kind of, putting money in each other's pockets.
Yeah, but that's not what he's talking. And that's not what we're talking about, though.
Oh, okay.
We're
Well, you
talking about
said
individual corruption of government.
you're talking about as
officials.
far as like how it affects elections and all that.
Well, I'm talking about like the types of broader policies that are enacted. Whether at the end of the day is the government just following the whims of the corporations, or is the government actually following the whims of the voters, and how that plays out, and that dynamic that plays out between the two of those.
The desires of the voters.
Right.
Well, the desires of the voters is almost never even relevant, and the statistics show that.
I 100% disagree.
The statistics show that if something is extremely popular, it has a 40%
Oh no,
chance
he's
of
going to do it.
passing.
You're already quoting the Cambridge study that we were making fun of earlier.
Oh well, I wasn't.
I'm glad. I'm glad you're here, Neil.
But okay, but again, I guess I don't get it. So you're suggesting that we get everything that the people want in general?
No,
we get everything the voters want.
Right.
Some,
voters.
some
well, no,
nebulous.
That's fair because there's a huge portion of our population that doesn't even participate.
Right. They just sit around and bitch and moan and watch YouTube videos like that this guy makes, and they wonder why they don't get any of the policies they want.
Right.
Well, you know what? Because I want the policies I want, and I do vote. So shut the fuck up and keep not voting.
So you guys don't agree with said Cambridge study is what you're getting at?
Well,
the Cambridge study doesn't say what you think it says.
Yes, the Cambridge study says the opposite. I have screens.
This is not one of those things that I, because like, again, before I like make a video about something, I go really, really deep. So, but on this one, I've just kind of looked at it on the surface.
Neil, why are you parroting surface stuff then if you haven't gone deep on it?
Well, he just said he's not.
Well, he is though. He's here basically saying, the voters don't get what they want ever.
Well, I mean, I didn't know we were going to be arguing when I got on here. It doesn't bother me, but like, you want me to be prepared. That'll be a different conversation. I'll be happy to talk about Iraq with you or whatever you want.
You should be prepared to fight all issues to the death.
Why do you think we brought you on? Okay. Why do you think we brought you on here? Come on.
How dare you? How dare you?
Because your fans wanted you to, I guess. They did say it.
Someone did. Yes.
Just don't ask for an apology and we're good, Neil. We're okay.
I'm not going to ask you for an apology. Like I think one of the times you had me on, you were worried I was mad at you. That's not how I operate. We're fine.
Neil sounds like a very calm guy.
Well, he is a bit conspiratorial, which is interesting.
True.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. Listen, we'll just bring Dialogue Always on. He can yell at him.
They can conspiratorial out together.
So you don't think conspiracies happen at all?
No, didn't you yell at Dialogue Always last time you were on here?
I did a little.
Faraday and Dialogue Always.
Oh yeah.
Or did you know you yelled at Faraday?
Faraday yelled at me.
Oh, okay.
I
someone
yelled
at
him
someone
a little bit, and then Dialogue Always, they all flipped out because
that's right.
They just basically went around from blaming white people back to blaming white people.
Again,
and when I called it out, they got really mad.
That's right. That's what happened. There you go.
How does that fit into the? It's all about the money narrative.
So you guys really believe that money has no impact whatsoever, or is it only some impact, or is it?
I would never say that.
Okay.
Money has an impact.
You're making the argument though that we went the sole reason we went into Iraq, or the deciding.
We're off Iraq.
Reason.
We've moved on.
Right.
We're done with Iraq. We're not bringing up.
Well,
Iraq.
you're saying the deciding reason for it was money. Which
now we're talking about like general policy,
right?
That's enacted by the government. Okay. And so, yeah, money, plays an important thing. You have lobbyists, you have all this shenanigans going on. But I said, at the end of the day, and politicians know this, their power comes from the ability to get people to vote for them,
Yes.
not the ability to raise money from corporations.
Yes.
So,
I mean,
at
and
which
didn't we have the
level of
situation with didn't Bernie Sanders raise more money than all the other
yes, he did,
candidates or
but
something?
that's an anomaly. But that's also why they wanted him gone.
I don't know. Didn't Trump? I mean, it seemed like almost almost every institution in America was united against Trump, and he still won. So I'm very skeptical of these, institutional control narratives.
Trump's 2016 campaign, he did deploy money very efficiently, much more efficiently than Hillary Clinton, who had far more money. Right. In 2020, Trump had comparable money to Biden, but he deployed it completely inefficiently. So that's kind of how he got fucked up. Yeah.
So going into that, because I literally used to work, I was literally paid to work on campaigns at one point, was that I recognized early in 2016 that Trump was being underestimated, and so was Bernie, but it's due to an anomaly in that people were pretty fucking sick of the BS at this point. And as a consequence, any populist or person who could try to figure out ways to appeal to people was going to end up being more successful. And the system in place was not prepared to deal with that. And when it came to Trump, the Republicans would have loved to have done to him what the Democrats did to Bernie, but he just flat out told them, I'll run third party. And I know the Libertarians, they would have just fallen all over themselves to put him on all 50 state ballots. With the Democrats, it was a question of Hillary had all kinds of sweetheart deals with their directors, and they just decided to impale themselves on their sword for her because she was a terrible choice.
Yeah, we're drifting off topic here.
But wait.
What decides the election? The voters or the money?
Wait. Trump, basically in 2016, when Trump was running, it was the RNC and the Republican mainstream didn't want him to win the nomination at first. That was very, very obvious.
Yeah.
And Fox News didn't want him to win. No one really wanted him to win. But he kept winning in the polls pretty handily. And I remember that there was this thing where every week the Republicans would try to hold up some other candidate that would be the one to buck Trump off the podium, and none of them just worked. None of them ever materialized, and Trump just crushed them all.
Little Marco, Lion Ted.
I don't think there was some scenario where, the RNC is listen, we're going to do some shenanigans, Trump, that's going to somehow make you lose. And then Trump said, hey, if you make me lose, I'm going to run third party. And the RNC said, oh, you win this time, Donald Trump. That's not what happened. He just won in the polls, and they just had to capitulate.
Trump was quoted as telling people that publicly, literally making it clear that if they are not fair with me, I will run third party.
I'm sure he did say that, but that's irrelevant to what I said.
Yeah.
Okay, it amounts to the same thing. If they screw him over at that point.
Why doesn't? Well,
no, because there's a difference between
the deciding
Trump...
factor is people showing up and voting. That's what he's saying.
Right.
Which is immaterial in whether or not he runs third party. Okay, or threatens to run third party. The question, this is why I said you were kind of drifting off topic, is are you a TYT, money decides elections, the candidate that has the most money wins, or do you actually believe in democracy? The candidate that wins is the one that gets the most votes.
I think that this is why I mentioned earlier that 2016 was an anomaly. There's something changing in the way that people look at voting. Why
are you saying it's an anomaly? Are you saying it's an anomaly because your argument is the money wins, and for some reason it was a fluke, but the voters actually mattered in 2016?
No, there's more to it than that. It has to do with the way people were literally perceiving the electoral process at that point. Way more people felt that they had a vested interest in it. Whereas before, people just kind of took whatever, okay, well, who got into the debates, generally to determine who got any kind of exposure at all. Okay, and that used to you have to remember that's the other thing that changed. The internet made everything change.
I'm super confused by how this is at all relevant to the argument of what decides the election, the money or the votes.
Okay, because of, well, there's multiple reasons. First of all, you have to
First
understand
answer,
that,
just answer the first question. What decides
which
the
is
election?
the money or the votes?
Yeah.
Okay, with the exception of situations like Trump, or even Bernie Sanders being given the time of day, because there were candidates like him in 2008. They got him out of the debates as fast as possible.
But just answer the
Then-
question and then tell me the exceptions.
Okay.
It just sounds to me like you're trying to trap me in a really in a nuanced situation, and you want to have only a yes or no answer to something, like I'm being cross-examined in a courtroom, and it's way more complex than that.
This is Sitch's court.
That's not okay. You're not you didn't answer the question. Technically a dodge, but okay.
When you
I'm not
say-
trying to dodge it. I'm trying to elaborate so that you
When-
understand
when
why I
you
feel the
say-
way I do.
In 2008, that they got them out of the debates. What is? I don't know what that means.
The
Who's
media and the people who
I see.
own it. Yeah, that's why guys like Ron Paul would be told, "Hey, you can't be in the debates," and then he'd be like, "Well, why?" And they would say, "Well, you're not polling high enough." Yet they would stick Giuliani in literally every debate, even though Ron Paul polled higher than Giuliani literally everywhere. Stuff like that.
There
You know?
was wait. There was one that happened once, where he polled higher in one poll than Giuliani, but they were using a different poll. Okay, I whatever. We're gonna go back. I don't want to pick through every fact to get to the bottom
Why
of
don't
this.
you want to answer that question? Just out of curiosity.
I told you I would answer it, but I'm going to answer it with the whole package that goes with it,
Well,
not just
after
a yes or no.
Okay, so after you promise me when we get to this long 20-minute diatribe, we're going to get an answer.
Well, I got most of it out.
Okay.
It amounts to the fact that I have already referred to the fact
I
that
don't want to invest in the 20-minute diatribe if it doesn't end in an answer. That's my only
no,
apprehension.
that's fine.
Here.
I don't do that. I'm not
Okay.
Vaush.
Okay. Well,
Thank
okay.
Okay, it's
You
just
pinky swear?
I
You
actually
pinky
was
swear we're gonna get an
literally
answer?
working in that industry at the time. That's why I'm
Right.
saying I get
Okay.
it. So, but it comes down to the fact that literally something changed in 2016 that was not prevalent before that. That's what I'm trying to get at, and that's why I said Trump is an anomaly. You don't normally have people like that running for president in the first place. Okay, and when it comes down to it, I mean, when Ann Coulter told everybody this is who I think is going to run president, and everybody laughed at her, there's a very good reason for that, because it was completely crazy at that point for anybody to believe that. That's why Obama just arrogantly said, "You're not going to be president," et cetera, because there was no precedent before that to account for something like that. South Park, I think, did an excellent job of pointing out he just talks like a normal person, and that's what appealed to the people in question. But we didn't ever have a situation like that, at least not in recent memory, where we've had somebody who was such an outlier like that, who managed to seize and say a lot of the right things that put him in a situation where he was still a threat, in addition to the fact that he's independently wealthy. So regardless of whether any corporations approve of him or not, they can't get rid of him. That's also why it took them forever to get rid of Ross Perot. He had his own money. So those things play together to reach that point, but it's difficult when you're talking about 2016, because that's when everything changed. You can do it now, but even with Bernie, the only reason he was able to do it was because people did something they don't normally do. An enormous amount of people donated to him. He wasn't saying anything different than Senator Gravel or Dennis Kucinich back in 2008, but way more people donated to him, and that's why I said that I think a lot of it is about coming out of the recession. People were suddenly much more concerned about politics and felt that they had much more at stake in 2016 than they did in prior years. So that's why I said to you that Trump is an anomaly, and he was in a situation at the right place at the right time. And now he has a cult following, and is very powerful in the party for that reason, in spite of what the RNC would have wanted. Whereas the Democratic Party was still, they were willing to just scorched earth on it, and Bernie was not willing to run for the Green Party. He was not willing to burn everything down. That's where the differences are. So
hold on. This is not over because I don't have an answer yet, Sitch. I was promised, a pinky swear promise that we were going to get an answer on whether or not money or votes decide the election. But I'm scanning through, I'm listening here. I'm listening to this talk going, just waiting. Where's the part that's relevant to which is the one that decides the election, the money or the vote?
I said leading up to 2016, which is an anomaly, it has always been money. I mean, you just look back at all of the records of who, got the most fundraising, almost always wins the election.
Yeah, but that's correlation. That doesn't imply causation. It could be that the person that's more popular just gets more money. And they win because they're popular.
Two things happen on their own. That there's more to it than that.
So hold on, I just want to get your position straight here. You're saying that it has always been the money decides the election, and then in 2016, now we're in this new paradigm where the votes actually matter.
Yeah, the votes matter significantly more now than they did before.
Okay,
and they're doing their best now to try to figure out how to deal with it.
Could it be possible that you were incorrect about all those elections beforehand, and it's always been the votes? And it just so happens
correlation does not mean causation,
right? Yes,
it could be 99% of elections in human history that the wealthy person.
But let
me ask you this: when was the last time a poor person was president?
But that's completely immaterial to whether or not the votes decide the election or money decides the election.
Why would that be immaterial? We're talking about how much money somebody has. That's immaterial to whether or not money.
Well, it's very unlikely that. Wait. It's very unlikely that a poor person, however you're defining poor, would be in a position where they're charismatic enough and intelligent enough to, manage a president, to become popular enough to be president, but yet they are poor their entire life up until that point.
Yeah, they would make.
That seems very unlikely, at least in modern times.
The only way at that point to be able to get ahead is if you manage to make the right kinds of friends. And then they take you to the right kinds of parties, and then you get the right kinds of donations.
Now he's throwing meritocracy under the bus.
I know.
It's like, what?
It's not that I want it to be that way. That's maybe just how it is.
Maybe it's not that way, though, and you're just looking at it as if it is.
Okay, I don't agree with you. I think that anybody working in that industry would understand that, too. I don't think for a second that...
Do you know
there are no plutocratic effects going on.
What was the money? Did Bush raise a lot more money than Gore in 2000?
I don't remember.
It's been a while since I looked at that, but it was a pretty goddamn close election, wasn't it?
Yeah, because I'm like, does the funding thing only matter to inner party? Does it not matter to once it's cross party lines?
Well, what you're usually going to find, ironically, is that for some reason, in some cases, corporations tend to invest in people from both parties. And I think that's them covering their bases. So, basically, they need to look at it from a perspective that they do not want a situation where they're going to lose. So they figure if they have Hillary versus Trump, a lot of them are going to win. I don't know about Trump on that end, but they prefer elections that are like that. So Bush and Gore is pretty safe for them. Because either one of them likely would have supported NAFTA, like that, for example. They definitely have their finger on the scale. That would be my point of view.
Okay, I'm very skeptical about this, but
do you know about the?
It sounded like you were saying that basically, the only reason money was even successful was because people didn't give a fuck enough to actually vote.
Yeah, that has a lot to do with it.
Okay, well, I mean that seems to be agreeing with us.
A point in our favor. Yeah, exactly.
Right. That's what I'm just saying is the power ultimately lies with the votes. If people don't care, then yeah, I guess, sure.
Well,
people want to see their power away.
Things were definitely way out of control. Life was really hard during the recession.
Dr. Diddler wants me to ask you what would change your mind be. What evidence will we have to show you for you to change your mind?
He's been going off on these diatribes suggesting that my problem is that I must have some psychological issue this whole time.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I
honestly don't care what he wants to know.
Well, I want to know, regardless of what Dr. Diddler
What would change my mind?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question to ask.
It's from my perspective, having been somebody who is in the trenches in that situation more than once, working for people to get them elected. That's where my perspective comes from. It's not just out of nowhere. So you're going to have to, where are you going to give me evidence that somebody who had very little fundraising somehow won the presidency? I don't think you're going to do that because it doesn't exist. Like, so have information. You know, I'm pretty good on being an evidence-based guy. When you guys watch my videos, there's usually a page full of, you know, links to everything I say in them.
Well, no, so you're saying what the specific details of you working on campaigns, you're basically saying money funds advertising or get out the vote programs, or what exactly
All of
are
the
you
above.
saying?
You know,
Okay.
and again, part of this also is going to have to come down to what level of politics, because if we're talking about state level politics, those are almost all determined by whoever manages to successfully gerrymander that area. They don't, very few voters even know, in many cases, who their congressman even is. And if they do, all they really care about is the R or the D. Very few voters are very informed on their local politics. But it gets different when you move into the presidency,
Right.
which everybody still thinks is way more important than it really is. And they don't pay any attention, you know, and that's how you end up with these goofy situations like one party has the presidency and the other one has the House and the Senate. Like,
When people vote for a presidential candidate, though, aren't they voting based on the policy prescriptions of that candidate, not how much money that candidate has earned?
Well, there's more factors to that too. Some of it has to do with, do they think they could win? Like, there are people who will literally vote for somebody who almost holds none of their views because they feel like they threw their vote away somehow if they didn't vote for the person who won.
Those people can't be deciding elections, though. I can't imagine that the people who are like, I'm going to vote.
A lot of those people.
So you're telling me elections are decided by the people who are willing to vote for a candidate that shares none of their policy goals, but they think that person can win? Somehow I think that's like a strange situation.
That shouldn't happen, but that is usually what happens.
Right.
I used to run into people all the time. It would be like, well,
so
I'd really like to vote
person
for
is going to
Andrew
vote
Yang,
for,
but he just has no chance.
Wait,
so
you're
I'm
talking
not
about
gonna vote for
are you talking
Andrew
about the
Yang.
primaries, or you're talking about the general election? If you're talking about the primaries, I agree with you.
Yeah. Then I would, in that context, yeah, it would definitely be the primaries.
But
Nobody
a pro-life person is not going to vote for Hillary Clinton because she thinks Trump doesn't have a chance of winning.
No, it's a little different when we're talking about the general.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what we were talking. I was very confused. That's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah,
No.
well, the primaries, it's because they vote for who they think is going to win in the general.
But I would
win a primary.
Sure, that does definitely happen in the primaries. Sure. But they're weighing which candidate has the policy goals that they're most in favor of. Like, they do an equation, right? You know, does that person stand a chance of winning, and are they closest to my policy prescriptions?
You could say that also, but then you got to look at like the lesser of two evils argument, which is why
we're completely drifting off topic, though. The topic is you basically believe money decides elections, that the person who has the most money wins.
Wait. So it sounded like you said that basically you think people and votes control the election, but people historically for many years have been too uninformed or too apathetic for whatever reason, or too uninterested, and basically they've ceded the power of the vote to money interest who have now filled the void left by the voters. Is that your position?
That sounds pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, because if that's your position, I don't disagree with that, and I don't think Adam would necessarily disagree with that either.
Oh, there's one other thing I don't think I fully got you guys to get what I mean, is that you guys do recognize that the manner in which, say, for example, we decide who the president is going to be has changed drastically since the advent of the internet, right? Like, you guys know that.
Well, obviously the internet, the internet has affected, internet and social media has had a huge impact and will have a huge impact.
Because it literally just used to be, whoever the media decided to put on the debate stage was pretty much who had a chance, and anybody they decided was not worthy of being on the debate stage didn't exist.
Because you literally couldn't see them. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And who do you think made those decisions? And what were they motivated?
Well, this is a different question altogether. You're basically.
I don't know who was deciding.
You're saying
who was
because
on the
we
debate
can't.
stage in 1970, whatever. But
right. Well, in 1970 something.
You're basically saying because every single person in America doesn't have access to run and win the presidency, then therefore money decides the election. Which is, that's a completely different scenario than saying
that's only one
votes
facet of
don't
the effect
matter.
that money has. That's the problem. When you're discussing how much, like, when it comes down to how much money is involved in the elections, it was way more obvious back then. Nowadays, it's much trickier, and it's something that the establishment doesn't care for one way or the other.
This guy is making the argument, though, that
Mhm.
political prescriptions don't matter at all. That the politicians don't care about what the voters think or what they want. It doesn't figure into their getting elected at all. That's crazy.
So you don't think they care about it? Or rather, okay, what you're saying is he doesn't think that they care about it.
Why do they even have policy positions if that's the case? Why are the Republicans pro-life and the Democrats are pro-choice?
Right.
I think usually most of that is just kind of like it's something that they know would be important to people that they can make their main issue so that they can distract from other policies that the donors are more interested in.
Why do politicians try to deliver their campaign promises?
Wait. So, right. This is where the problem of the argument, because if it's just about money, it's not about voters, then, if a Democrat, president wins, why are there not just all these pro-life organizations just basically buying off the president, saying, hey, we're going to give you, millions and millions and millions of dollars to now pursue pro-life legislation? Like that.
I don't
that
think that corporations really have a lot of interest in pro-life versus pro-choice. I think they have more interest in things like how much power does the
Well, it's not just a question of corporations.
How much does
there's millions and millions of dollars in private funds that could be garnered in America for a pro-life or a pro-choice cause. That if you can just buy off politicians, I don't understand why they don't just buy off a politician from the other team.
On the matter of abortion?
On the matter of anything, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not interested in everything. They want us interested in those things.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those pet issues are just a distraction, spreading circuses. They want us focused on that kind of crap they don't even give a shit about. Like, they don't really care about abortion. Rich people don't care. They're going to get their abortion if they want it or not, regardless of what the law is. The people in that level, those are the things, like, that's why I said when I was on Adam's show the first time, you ever notice that our packages, like our politics are packaged? Like, there are certain issues that we are absolutely expected to fall on one side or the other about. I mean, you guys are both enlightened centrists. You get my idea. Well, they follow those lines because that's the script that's been offered to them. And if you don't follow one of those scripts, they're designed basically to try to facilitate that fight, which is why I've said from forever that fights between Democrats and Republicans are about as real as fights between John Cena and Randy Orton. At the end of the day, they all have kind of the same worldview.
This is the problem, is that we used to live in a world, like, this is completely opposite what's happening. We used to live in a world where Democrats and Republicans would fight each other on the stage in this sort of John Cena way, and then they would go behind closed doors at the cigar club and they would kind of try to figure out some legislation. We don't live in that world anymore.
So what do you think is happening now?
We live in the world where the stage persona is their persona, where the politicians fucking hate each other's guts with a burning passion. They think that each other wants to destroy America. This is part of why we've been in gridlock, for 10, 15, 20 years with our government. Just nothing, the gears just don't move anymore because they hate each other. They don't want to compromise because it's not, and the reason they don't want to compromise is because they realized, we can win elections by not compromising. That has nothing to do with money.
I don't know about that. You look back at, for example, like the pandemic relief stuff. They were both bipartisan in agreement of, getting out the pitchforks and just throwing tons of money at the corporations in Wall Street. There wasn't really a whole lot of interest in helping the average person. There certainly wasn't any interest in helping the small business. So, but they got together in that. They were all about that. They were all about, we got to save these corporations during the pandemic.
Small
Absolutely.
businesses do get a lot of loans. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, but then they were also said, well, we're going to give paid sick leave, but only to, the only people who have to do this are, companies that have 500 or less employees.
Okay, so if you're in charge of the government and there's this crazy pandemic that's threatening to basically destroy the economy because you want to shut down. I mean, like, this is the problem, is that, like, you're assuming all these motivations for things that just make logical sense for how a government is going to want to behave to maintain the country from basically falling apart, or the economy from falling apart.
Which aspect of it, as far as
In
with
terms of
economy
how
falling
they're
apart?
allocating funds to people and to businesses, and trying to keep these businesses from all melting.
Well, it's it's interesting how many of those businesses made enormous profits during the pandemic while others closed down.
But that's not the only businesses that really made huge profit during the pandemic were like Amazon and Netflix, things that would actually benefit from things being locked down. Most businesses didn't make a lot of money during the pandemic.
Well, no, I
survived.
definitely agree. Amazon and all those companies did extremely well. And Bezos happens to be one of the richest people in the world.
Right, but that's logical. You say, okay, well, if everything locks down, obviously the company that's built around shipping things to people is going to make shit tons of money, right? Like that's not. I mean, that makes sense.
Right. I don't think that's an accident.
Oh,
but wait a second. Didn't they make
shitloads
of money because they gave stimulus checks directly to the people, and people use those checks to buy things from Amazon? I feel
right.
Well,
I feel like the money.
Do you remember
did go
how
through.
the original legislation played out? Was that there wasn't going to be anything from the House Democrats other than that 2 weeks of paid sick leave I talked about, and then the Republicans were on board with stimulus checks that were supposed to be some form of like tax thing, like it was a tax, like in advance, and then it would be prorated down based on your tax. Burden, and it amounted to people who were ironically poor at that point were going to get maybe about the amount of one of their paychecks or a little more, and then other people would get 1,200, but that was literally it. There was nothing else until certain partisan people, not just Bernie but other people, pushed the idea that if you're going to be forking out money to everybody else, then you're going to need to actually help the people that you're expecting to survive through this pandemic while locked in their houses.
Let's move on.
Why didn't they just ignore that?
Why didn't they just ignore them?
Yeah, tell Bernie shut up.
Well, Bernie does a really good job of making deals with people. If they want something from him, then he basically gets what he wants as well. That's one of the reasons why it's frustrating when people like Jimmy Dore talk about him, is that one senator can only do so much, but when they do it, it's going to be in a like a partisan, almost guerrilla politics way.
Okay, that's not why that's not why it happened. It's because they wanted to get votes. They said, hey, if we give people, I mean, it's even why Donald Trump was like, I want my name to be on the check. They're like, if people get a check in the mail from the government for $2,000, it's going to help me win another election.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that, I'm sure that was probably part of the pitch as to why they agreed to it, but they're not pushing for that now, and it's because of the fact that it ends up hurting them in the long run, meaning the businesses, the ones who pay them, because if people are independently wealthy in any way, then they don't work for the wages that they offered before, which is exactly what's happening now. A whole lot of these companies that claimed that they had no means whatsoever to pay $15 an hour are suddenly paying $15 an hour because they have no choice. Because people during the pandemic were suddenly had money, whether it was through the enhanced unemployment or whatever, went and found better jobs, or they saved it, or any number of things. So in the end, it backfired. I don't think that they expected that to happen, but that is what happened. And now we can't be giving people money anymore, and we need to do everything we can. We're going to have to, create a recession so we can get these poor people back in line.
Okay, I mean they're trying to tamp down on inflation.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that they shouldn't, and I'm not saying they shouldn't do that, just to be clear. But the argument about like whose fault it was that there's inflation is always silly to me, because it's like, well, you just printed a bunch of money and gave it away to corporations and people. What do you think was going to happen? Flat screen TV?
Okay, let's continue with the video.
Many do not. And imposing that corporate filter is precisely what the appeal to civility is trying to do. By calling for civility, by insisting that the only legitimate channels for political change are those of the government, liberals and conservatives alike are intent on submitting every desire for change to the approval of the ruling class.
So I guess you agree with all this
I know.
craziness then.
V is an
Some of it.
anti-capitalist. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I didn't say I was an
Did you know-
anti-capitalist. You're going a little too far there.
Oh no.
Well, I mean, it seems
Listen.
like you implicitly agree with all this stuff, V. I mean,
We should only have change. Change can't go through our government because the government only serves the ruling capitalist class.
You agree
except
with
for
that,
the
V?
times where it doesn't.
How do you what do you disagree with, V?
Well, there was some noise in my house, so I didn't hear the last thing the guy said, so I'll give you that. But
Okay.
as far as like in question of like whether or not there's any plutocratic effects that may or may not have been intended when we wrote the Constitution, yeah, I'd say that.
Well, that was
party
not a point
politics were
that he
certainly
made.
not part of it.
Well,
Okay.
his argument sounds very similar to the argument that you just made about Democrats and Republicans don't really care. They work together to basically
Right.
Yeah,
hold
no, I
up
agree
the
on that. That's
ruling
for sure.
economic
Okay.
class.
So why don't you support what he supports, which is that now we need to just find solutions outside of the government.
yeah.
Because that's ridiculous.
Oh, okay.
you,
Well,
you can you
how-
should definitely have a government where
What is the
money
point?
has less impact on the outcome of elections. That would be good.
Impossible. Haven't you read Marx's conflict theory? Okay.
No, because I'm not a Marxist.
Oh, okay.
But you yourself said money decides elections and not votes. So I mean, isn't that pointless?
What?
Well, I mean, you're saying money decides elections and voting doesn't.
Okay. So what I was trying to get across to you earlier about what happens during elections, with the exception of the anomaly that was Trump and Bernie, was that generally what would happen is the corporations were involved in deciding who would even be on the ticket in the first place. So yeah, they'll vote, but the money's impact on it happens well before that. That's why you're going to get certain people that they don't want on the ticket and some people they don't. Like military companies definitely didn't like Ron Paul saying that they didn't attack us because we were free.
So you're saying every single
after-
candidate that runs in the primaries is vetted by corporations?
Everyone that's going to succeed, yes.
I
And there
mean,
are
I
certain
just-
things they definitely don't want said. Do not be anti-war. That's one of them. Doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat. Do not be anti-war. They hate those people.
So those people can't win. I mean,
No.
we've had plenty of anti-war people in the primary, like Bernie was anti-war. So he was
Yeah,
in the
he
primary
was.
and he did very
And-
well.
But remember what I said earlier, who were the two anomalies? Because Trump's also anti-war.
Well, I mean, okay. So you're basically saying that your theory is completely accurate except for these two situations, which are against the theory.
Were there any other anti-war? Well, for one thing, how much did Bernie talk about his anti-war stance in 2016 or in 2020? I don't know how much you watched him, but he did point out that he felt that Iraq was a mistake. He didn't really talk about it very much, not as much as he used to.
But
The same reason he doesn't
couldn't
talk about
perhaps be that
illegals
there are
and stuff.
people in the electorate that are also anti-war that an anti-war message would appeal to them.
Well, yeah, that's one of the reasons why they cheered when Donald Trump, pointed out Jeb Bush's brother lied and got us into a war.
I'm back.
I'm not saying that anti-war is unpopular with people. I'm saying that anti-war is unpopular with corporations,
Right, and the corporations decide
who
ultimately
we even
the
get
election.
to vote for
yeah.
in the first place.
Right. Okay.
I'm back.
Okay.
It sounds like some communist bullshit's being talked about.
It is basically.
That sounds a bit far. Consider this. Researchers have found that in over 20 years of congressional voting records, the preferences of the bottom 90% of the population have, quote, a minuscule, near zero, statistically non-significant impact upon public policy. Near zero. Almost nothing. That begs the question of who does have influence if not the public. And helpfully, the same study goes on to say, when a majority of citizens disagrees with economic elites or with organized interests, they generally lose. Our elected leaders can act in our interests, they just don't if it conflicts with those of capitalists.
Look at that smug little face.
Oh my god. Okay, Adam. Finally, you can talk about your favorite study in the entire world. Yes.
Well, do you want to? I mean, I have just a couple screen caps, but I don't
Bring
know
'em
how
up.
much you want to bring up.
Do whatever you want.
From the same study, it turns out, in fact, that the preferences of average citizens are positively and fairly highly correlated across issues with the preferences of economic elites. So it just so happens that those economic elites agree with the people most of the time, and they get what they want anyway. Yeah. Isn't it funny how everyday people, how the goals of them and the goals of the capitalists are the same because they both participate and benefit from the capitalist system? I also have another screen cap from the same, and this is what just completely blows me away, because this kid is an activist. What is the point of being an activist, right? It's to organize people into voter coalitions to get public policy achieved. Okay? So the study also cites organized interest groups. And it says organized interest groups have a substantial independent impact upon public policy. And if you look at the study, the organized interest groups have virtually the same impact as economic elites do. So these are your Black Lives Matter. These are your NRA groups. This is your AARP groups for the elderly. When they organize into these interest groups, they do sway public policy, and politicians do listen to them, which has nothing to do with money. It's not they're not bribing politicians. They're saying, listen, we have the interest of 4 million seniors who are going to vote however we tell them to vote. So you're either going to look at their interests and take their interest into consideration, or they're going to vote against you in the next election because we're going to send a letter to them telling them what a piece of shit you are.
Right. So basically you're saying that the study is saying that, like, compare, like, the way that this study is always sort of kind of BS talked about, or improperly talked about, I should say, is that it's always, they always fixate on the one line that he fixated on, which was like, you know, the interest of the majority of the people, you know, loses out to the organized interest, right? It's like, but of course that's the case, because the politicians don't have the ability to read the minds of the masses of the world, okay? And if you have a group like AARP or Black Lives Matter or some organized interest comes to the politician and says, hey, we're going to get a whole fuck ton of people to vote against you unless you do X, they're going to listen to that.
Yes.
Because that's what they're viewing as the voice of the majority of the selectorate, essentially, at the time. Right. And that part is completely left out whenever anyone talks about this study.
Well, he pitches it in this video as if voting doesn't even matter. And this is one of the reasons why we're going at you so hard, Neil, because you're basically making the same case this kid is making. You're saying, yeah, voting doesn't matter. Voting, nobody cares about voting. Voting doesn't affect the policy prescriptions that we're all forced to live under. It does. It totally does.
I don't think that we agree in that my version of exactly why it goes down that way is probably different than his. But that's why I said to you that your choices are limited, and that the people who make those decisions generally are the ones who hold the strings of the media. That's something you purchase.
But look, you use this lens, though, and this lens can give you misinformation. Like, you could look at, take the gun lobby, for instance, NRA, right? You can look at the NRA and you can say, listen, the NRA is being driven by gun manufacturers and Wall Street. They make all of this money and it's only about moneyed interest, right? You can look at it that way, or you can say, listen, Americans care about protecting their families and their businesses, and they want to be able to have unfettered access to buying firearms, right? One of those takes into consideration the actual voters, the people that want a policy that allows them to obtain firearms. The other lens just looks at it as if Wall Street just, wants to sell weapons to people. So, I mean, which of those scenarios is actually the case? We have to somehow discern.
Are you asking me that?
Well, I don't think you have enough information to discern the truth. And I think you have a lens that just is going to predispose you to thinking that it's Wall Street and the gun lobby and the money interests that just decide the policy.
That's not generally how I operate.
Okay. I'm glad to hear it. That's awesome.
No, but I would say that there's an awful lot of anecdotes that are going to impact my point of view because I was literally, like I said, working with people in that situation. I don't know if I ever really got an adequate answer. For example, when I said, "Why is it then that all of the people who fundraise the most tend to be the ones who win?"
Well, this is and I talked a little bit about this. Okay, there is a common example that they use about how, you know, there can be an invisible third factor that's really causal, and people think the correlation is causal when it's really not. They use the example of ice cream sales and murder. Have you heard this example before? When ice cream sales spike, murder also spikes. Now, do you think there's a correlation between ice cream sales and murder?
No, but I don't think that's. I think that's a pretty far stretch from what I'm talking about.
Well, no, it's not.
Well, no, because when you said why did, first of all, I'm not sure that is even true. That the candidate that raises the most money even wins. I'm not even sure that that's actually true.
Well, I don't have the statistics on hand, but I've seen them, and that is.
I would have. Well, I'd have to look at it because as I brought up the two examples that I could think of were, you know, exclusions to that idea. But then Adam's response to that was to say, well, the idea and the fallacy here is to assume that they're winning because they raise the most money, as opposed to the fact that these are candidates that are very popular that people like, and thus they're more willing to donate money to them, and that's why they're winning.
Yeah, they're winning the money game and the voting game.
So the causality is backwards.
For people who are listening on the ice cream
it's because it's hotter.
Scenario. Yes. Yeah, the causal factor is heat. The heat goes up, and the murders go up, and the ice cream sales go up. So the causal factor is this invisible third factor, and we're arguing that the invisible third factor here is popularity, charisma, you know, ability to speak.
Right.
I mean, there's all these different reasons.
I mean, I don't like to me, Donald Trump is such a good example because if the world worked according to the way which you sort of lay out that it does, I would think every corporation in America would be fucking doing backflips. They'd be so happy that Donald Trump won the election. Like, Donald Trump is a candidate who literally doesn't give a fuck about political ideology at all.
Yeah.
And I would think that the corporations would be perfectly willing to sell out positions for money. So I don't even understand why the powers that be, all the corporations, wouldn't be happy and ecstatic that Donald Trump won the election.
It depends on whether or not they can control him. That's going to be really a deciding factor on whether or not they're comfortable with him.
First of all,
for example, he wouldn't invade other countries. That's the reason why you have the Cheney types showing up.
But I'm sure. I'm sure you'll agree. Okay, corporate interest. Now we lump them together in our minds for conversations because sometimes these are talked about that way. But there's no such thing as a general corporate interest.
No, they're
all
often
the corporations have very different interests that very often conflict with each other.
Yeah,
and they're constantly fighting with each other.
No, that's true. That's why I've said sometimes, you know, you're going to run into situations where there's going to be people with different motivations, and in many cases those correlate.
Right.
Well, so and a lot of corporations donate to both candidates because they don't know who's going to win.
Right. Which is something Disney was doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I mentioned that earlier, if you remember, and it's because they're covering their bases. But they still, however, will have a favorite from the donkey side and a favorite from the elephant side, and a bunch of people that they don't like who are the others.
But this is why I think that the conception laying out just doesn't work, because like maybe the weapons manufacturers, you know, would be unhappy with Donald Trump because they think that he wouldn't want to and start a war or something or whatever. But all the other corporations should be totally ecstatic that Donald Trump won the election. The media, you know, a lot of the media and Trump's hostility is because the media was attacking Trump. If the media fucking started blowing smoke up Trump's ass, he would have been completely, everything would have looked completely different.
Yeah.
They all would have been so on board with him. Like, to me, the way that everyone treated Trump was so obviously based on their ideology and the fact that they disagreed with him ideologically. Like money, if it was just a situation of money, everyone, all these corporations, all these media outlets would have been so quick to jump into the bed with Trump. So quick to do it. And none of them did.
Fox did eventually.
Well, they have to because that's because of the Republicans. But
Right.
It's not because
exactly.
of money, though. That's because of their ideology.
But I think it kind of comes to, I don't know. I still think you guys have kind of underestimated this whole issue of Trump saying he would run third party, because he did. And then you run into an issue of, well, if that's the case, we kind of have to figure out how can we best weather this storm? You know, like what are our best options at that point? And I honestly feel some of them were probably hoping that Hillary would win at that point. But that's why, if you remember, this is what I was trying to mention earlier when I said that, you know, when I brought up, because this is actually what Jesse Ventura told me. He said that he was extremely surprised that Trump did not continue the foreign policy that is normally advocated for by specifically the Bush era Republicans. So when Dick Cheney's daughter comes out against Trump, all of a sudden the left is simping for her like she's just the greatest thing since sliced bread, as if she's not doing this entirely because that part of the GOP would like to be back in charge.
But they
turned on Trump a while ago because that's why they came out for Biden, you know, and I'm fairly confident that they're gonna get something for that support. But there's a reason why those people turned on Trump.
Liz Cheney didn't turn on Trump until like very late into the presidency.
Yeah, I know. That's because leading up to that, she actually pretty much voted, you know, along with whatever he wanted most of the time. But she has now, and it's not just her though. Don't forget Bush came out in for Biden. So did pretty much everybody in his administration came out for Biden. So those are major Republicans, former sitting presidents in one instance, out against Trump and in favor of Biden. Why would they do that?
Because they don't like that Trump has no respect for the institutions of our country.
I don't think that they care about that so much.
Okay,
I mean, you're talking about the people who wrote the Patriot Act.
Right. Liz Cheney wrote the Patriot Act.
No, she didn't do it by herself. Mm-hmm. She was involved. That was more of her dad, but yeah.
Right.
But she was involved. She was working in government at the time.
Okay.
And she helped her dad write a book stating that our foreign policy was fantastic and that she suggests that torture is bad is you know,
you don't think, wait, do you think that as much of a bad person as I think Dick Cheney is, okay, I mean, when I think of him as a neocon, I mean, I think he believes all the stuff that he's talking about. I think he believes in neocon ideals. He believes in the Hawk ideals. He's not doing this for some nefarious motivation.
With Trump, you're talking about?
No, for Dick Cheney.
For Dick Cheney, you don't think Dick Cheney has nefarious motivation?
I think he's nefarious, but I think he believes that what he's doing is for the betterment of his country.
Nah, I don't believe that for a second. No, Iraq would be the end of that for me.
I completely disagree.
Well, I'll send you a video of him lying about Iraq sometime, and come out the other side
lying
of that
about Iraq has nothing to do. It's weird because I don't know. I feel like I say a lot of stuff, and then you keep responding with non sequiturs. Like I explained why I thought. How is first of all, Dick Cheney lying about Iraq has nothing to do with whether he thinks it's good for the country or not. People all the time think that something's good for the country or good for people, but they're like, well, they'll never do it. You know, they don't understand it, so I'll lie to get them on my side. Like that's very common behavior.
It's very common behavior, but I don't even really think we even kind of correlated what it is we thought their motive was in Iraq. I never really got an answer for that. You know, other than you guys seem to think that they were doing it out of the kindness of their heart.
I said it like three times. I don't know.
We've told you three times.
And I laid out why the conception that this is all about money doesn't make sense to me with Trump, because I think Trump could have been very easily bought off by the corporations or the media. And your response was, well, you're not conceptualizing why it mattered that Trump said he would run third party, which has literally nothing to do with what I said. So I don't understand the connections that you're drawing.
I think their reasons for working with Trump were reluctant and the best that they could get out of the situation because they couldn't get rid of him.
No, what you're missing, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying if it's really true that all these corporate interests and all this money interest is really what's dictating policy, Donald Trump, in their eyes, should have been the godson. They should have seen him with dollar bills in their eyes, saying, "We can easily buy this fucking guy off." And that's not the way any of them viewed Donald Trump at all.
But they didn't get what they wanted from him. That's what I was getting at.
Because they didn't try to buy him off. They all attacked him and said he sucks.
Well, yeah, because they can't control him. That's what I said earlier. That's why I said he is an anomaly.
There's no that. Who's the they? There's no they.
Well, who's the they? The GOP does
I'm not
not
talking
have
about the
any
GOP.
control
I'm
over him.
talking about corporate interests.
Corporate
That's what I thought we were
interests?
talking about. Yes.
Well, they have less influence on him because he's independently wealthy. Pointed that out earlier.
Okay, so you think that it's just, oh, he's independently wealthy, even though he was getting all this money for his campaign and all that stuff. And, usually when politicians get money, they're not like literally getting the money, right? It goes in their campaign is getting the money.
Yes, I know.
Okay. So Donald Trump is not going to just bankroll himself, which I don't think he did for the most part.
When you're talking about that, you've also got to kind of put influence in with that in regards to, well, if you do this for me, I do this for you.
Right.
It's not always a direct monetary exchange, just like the congressmen who are wink, wink, nudge, nudging, getting their jobs in corporations after they made it, the moment they get out of Congress, or
right.
vice president.
It doesn't make sense to me that Donald Trump, the deal maker, the businessman, that if it was really just about money, and it's really not about ideology or politics or anything like that, that all these politicians, that all these media outlets, that all these corporations wouldn't look at Donald Trump, who very early in his presidency signaled that he would not be tamped down by team playing partisan politics, or at least at first, that they would all see him with big dollar bill signs in their eyes and think, this is a guy we can make deals with.
Yeah, why didn't they get rich building that wall? That seems like a very expensive project.
Right. That's a good example.
I think they would have rather played ball with the rest of the stuffed shirts that were on the stage during the primary.
Doesn't Halliburton build
president.
walls? Yeah.
Once he's president, there's no alternative.
Doesn't Halliburton build things? Why didn't Halliburton get a no-bid contract on building that big, beautiful wall so Trump could get reelected?
I don't really think the wall was in their interests either. I don't actually think either side is really interested in securing the border very much.
Okay. Well, but I thought it was about making money, though. Well, hold on a second. Let's make V Steelman our Iraq position just so it gets. I
don't want to.
You sure? I mean, we told him like
sorry, I'm getting on
circular
you guys'
conversation.
We told him 3 times, and I can't believe he's like the whole idea is that he at least has to get it in his brain before it can actually work on him. It's just like bouncing off of him.
And this is what Dr. Diller was bringing out. You've created an unfalsifiable worldview.
Yeah.
That I think is very similar to Second Thought's unfalsifiable worldview. The only difference is that he's advocating for some kind of crazy violence and you're not, which is commendable.
Which is great. Yeah, we're in favor of that.
Okay.
But it's still like at least
I have to say I've never encountered this much pushback on the idea that money has an enormous effect on politics before from Republican or Democrat.
It's not. Wait.
You're saying it has a decisive effect.
Yeah, we're not saying. Of course, money has. This is like I feel like we're getting mop and bucketed too.
We are getting massively mop and bucketed.
But no one is saying money doesn't have an effect on politics. Our position at the end, which what I said was, votes are more important at the end of the day than money. And that's what politicians have to do. Even when politicians care about getting money, it's because they think the money will allow them to secure more votes.
Correct.
Via ad campaigns.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Votes is what drives elections, not money.
How do you get votes?
By going out there and getting getting on board with policy issues that people like.
You propose policy issues that more people are interested in and willing to show up at the polls and vote for.
Right.
Do you actually fulfill those after you're elected?
You do your best to do that, but you got to understand the other party wants to prevent you from fulfilling those policy issues so they can, in the next election, say, look, Trump said he would build a big, beautiful wall and totally lied to your fucking asses and doesn't care about fulfilling his campaign promises. And therefore, you should vote for us because we do care about fulfilling our campaign promises, and we're offering universal basic income.
Yeah, or whatever.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
why is it then that none of those things that actually would do that or are not profitable for the people at the top ever seem to pass for the most part?
Like what?
Well,
I
Medicare for
just
all.
I just told you.
Nobody wants
Medicare for all is
all.
nah, that's not true. Medicare for all pulls very high.
No, wait. No, first of all, if you ask a person, do you want Medicare for all? No one knows what the fuck that even means.
Yeah.
Okay. They don't even
That's
understand
not my
what that means.
experience.
That in all the polls, whenever they break it down, whenever they say, and this annoys me because Jimmy Dore and other people bring this polling on Medicare for all up very often. So the most popular thing is a public option. Okay, it was not Bernie Sanders' plan to basically make
that was
private
Biden's
insurance
plan.
illegal. Yeah, it was providing a public option, which was the most highly polled liked thing. Okay, so on that alone, it makes sense why Biden is going to beat Bernie Sanders in the polls. And then secondly, in those polls, whenever it breaks down further about what exactly the specifics are for that and how it should be paid for, there's no agreement. And everything just breaks down and no one knows exactly how to pay for this or what it should look like.
Okay.
So it's just, but that's what it's like when you say like, well, Medicare for all is the answer. It's not, because no one even knows no one can agree on what Medicare for all means or how to
Every
fund
one
it.
of those
And
guys
not
had
only
their own
that-
plan on it that was detailed, but not all of them were the same. You're definitely right about that. But the idea of universal health care is popular.
Well, I already answered this because the opposition party doesn't want to give that party a win that they can go back to their electorate and say, look, we said we would get you this and we did, because that's going to hurt them in the next election. So you do have a party that's actively trying to make sure they don't pass their campaign promises so that they have a tough time getting reelected. I mean, this came
I
up
don't
earlier in the
disagree that
video
that
about the
happens.
climate
I don't
change.
disagree that that happens either.
Of
Party
course it
politics. I
happens.
never said that party politics.
But what
wasn't
does that
relevant.
have to do with money or corporations buying politicians off? It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the actual voters. The whole game plan is that we're going to prevent you from building your wall so your voters are disappointed, demoralized, and they don't show up in the next election, no matter how much money you have.
Okay, so I mentioned earlier why I felt that money is used to influence voters and that's what leads to them voting the way that they do. You made an argument to suggest, well, correlation doesn't equate to causation, despite the fact that throughout history, wealthy people and the people who've had more money and resources seem to always win, or at least come out in the top three for sure.
Well, you made two different arguments.
So, well, it's not necessarily different. Sometimes you're talking about something that literally multiple things can be true at once.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, you said, why is it that the candidate that raises the most money wins, which is one argument, and then the second argument was why is there no poor person that ends up becoming president,
which
is a
completely
because
different
they don't
argument.
have any money.
That's
they
a complete.
don't have any money.
Okay, there's.
But there is a factor that is
Donald Trump was like the first billionaire to I think to win. Like he is the anomaly. If what you're suggesting is true, then we would just have nothing but
why didn't
billionaires.
Why didn't Bloomberg win?
Yeah,
Because
or Ross
that guy has
Perot
the
or whoever.
charisma of a rhino.
Oh, so it is charisma. Charisma is a factor. Is it the decisive
I never said
factor?
it wasn't a factor. That's not the factor.
But we're trying to zero in on the decisive factor. That's the important one. And you're saying it's money, and we're saying it's charisma.
Well, I'm saying it's the ability to procure votes, which I don't think is
Well,
based on money,
charisma allows you to procure money and votes.
Well, let me ask you this, because this kind of plays into, again, earlier about how you get votes. How often do you talk to voters who seem to really not necessarily be actually that informed about the people that they support?
All the time.
You keep
all the time
making arguments
so then
in favor
who
of our
makes those
argument.
decisions? No, sometimes some of it, Adam, is I think you're kind of obsessed that you really want to fight me right now. So it's like you sometimes I'm not going to disagree with everything you're saying. I'm talking about what my views are. My objective is not to fight with you. It is to say what I believe.
My objective is not to fight with you either, V. So
okay, well that's good. So,
but I do. I mean, it's nice that we can argue, and it's
no,
fun.
I'm fine. I'm fine. No, I'm just saying is like I think that sometimes, like I told you guys, I'm gonna agree with some of the things you said, and not with all of them. And in some of the cases is like when you're talking about something as complicated as manipulating millions of people to do something, inevitably you're going to be dealing with not just one factor. But I do think that money, in my opinion, is the largest factor, but I don't think it's the only factor.
Well, you're saying by largest, you're saying decisive. You're saying it is the decisive factor. And I'm asking you what is the technical aspects of why you believe it's the decisive factor?
The technical aspects have to do with, first of all, the media.
Right.
I mentioned that earlier.
So
that's a
you're
huge
buying ads.
factor.
You're saying buying
not
ads.
Not just ads. Okay, so how do the candidates get received in mainstream media outlets? Generally, that has a huge impact. So for example, they bitch endlessly that Tulsi Gabbard goes on Tucker Carlson. Well, the reason she goes on Tucker Carlson is because nobody else will talk to her.
At the end of the day,
You
our elected leaders run on campaigns.
The MSNBC has been given instructions on who they will and will not feature. Like that's always understood. So there are people that they favor over others. It doesn't always end up being the one that they look for. And in some cases, their motive is going to be money. Like it was about, we need to have Hillary Clinton versus Giuliani 9/11, which is why they kept propping up Giuliani, no matter how unpopular he was. But sometimes the media has their own scam going on. But in other times, you're going to have a situation where the corporations have certain people that they feel line up with their perspective more than others. And then that affects how the pundits talk about them. They're given very specific instructions on, we like this guy, we don't like that guy. We make fun of this guy, we don't make fun of that guy. The kind of crap that Ron Paul got, like they flat out called him a 9/11 conspiracy theorist. That wasn't what he said at all.
They said Trump praised neo-Nazis every 30 minutes on CNN for 4 years. So
yeah, but that's the leftist media at that point. Because once you're getting into the general, then you're in a situation where they're going to fight, as far as who's going to be the manager at the top. Yes. But, in the same token, they say crazy stuff about Biden that isn't necessarily true either. And by no means am I a Biden supporter.
But they didn't do this for financial reasons. They did it because they didn't like Trump and they wanted people not to vote for him in the next election.
You don't think that they did that? Okay, so why? Well, what is the motive then as far as to which one of those two people that they want elected? What do you think the media's motive is?
But wait. Let me be specific with this question. Do you think that the reason MSNBC pundits don't like Donald Trump is purely for financial reasons?
So there's a reason for this. Mm-hmm. What makes media outlets money is saying the
viewership.
Things, right. And then the way the media is currently lined up is it's basically set up like, this is my flavor, and then Fox has their flavor. They have specific people that they're pushing for, an audience that they're trying to grab. MSNBC's audience, it's, this is a perfect example. Look at the coverage of the Kyle Rittenhouse incident. Okay. MSNBC's narrative was downright abominably inaccurate,
right?
Like in all levels. But on the same side, the conservative side of it was making the kid out to be this incredible, like Rambo hero or something. Right. Neither of those things are actually true. That's why when it comes to candidates, it's the same thing. They're going to manipulate the narrative in any way, that they feel will benefit them. In some instances, that's just going to be about ratings because that makes them money. But in some other instances, I mean, like I don't know if you guys watched Outfoxed forever ago, but it was a documentary specifically about how Rupert Murdoch will literally just write memos and say, "Okay, everybody," or something. Right. This is the position I want you to push, and because we deregulated how much of the media one person is allowed to own, that power has become considerably more powerful.
What was the financial incentive for MSNBC to have shit reporting on Kyle Rittenhouse?
Because that's, in that instance, it's because that's what their viewers want to hear. Like they literally really, really want to believe that there's an evil, white, racist, fascist kid who shot black people. Yeah, but I thought they dictate
what this is the problem, is that I thought the difference, and this is what I think what a lot of people get wrong. Okay. I don't think the media, especially now, I think they're chasing after viewers more than they're dictating
No,
the
the
reality.
media is
to
definitely
it.
in a lot of trouble. There's no
Okay.
question about
And so
that.
with Kyle Rittenhouse, if if they're dictating, if MSNBC or whomever is in this leftist media can dictate the narrative, they can dictate the Kyle Rittenhouse situation any fucking way they desire to dictate
Right,
the
but
situation.
well, let me
But that's not what happened. What
right, let me
happened was
clarify.
you had a
Okay.
bunch of journalists who all have their own biases that push them towards a specific worldview that happens to align with a more left-leaning worldview, which is based around, there's all these white racists running around, killing black people. And so they perceive a situation like Kyle Rittenhouse and they immediately jump to a conclusion about what the facts of the case are. And to me, that behavior, which we see in every person we ever interact with, far more explains the behavior of the media rather than they're on high getting notes from, Mr. MSNBC who's telling them what to say.
Yeah,
Well,
for,
this is the
for
thing.
financial reasons. No,
This is the thing I was trying to clarify. Okay, I use Kyle Rittenhouse as an example of how the media can drastically impact public opinion on individuals. Kyle Rittenhouse isn't running for president. He doesn't really present anything that's going to benefit anybody, aside from the fact that if they're really trying to push the hysteria against Trump, then maybe they can prop him up as the evil boogeyman a little bit. But for the most part, I brought him up as an example of just how screwed up you can make somebody, the perception of somebody, if you have the power of the media.
If you start doing
that to candidates, what do you think happens to those candidates when it comes to who people are voting for?
We don't disagree with any of that. The only thing I think that we're literally disagreeing on is the motivation that's driving everything. And me and Adam are saying it's people's ideology that's motivating the behavior. And it seems like you're saying ideology is irrelevant. It's all like a money scheme. They don't actually, that the people that are doing this, running the media, making decisions, don't actually have any ideology, and it's all just about making money. And that's the disagreement.
Okay, well, I believe, and this is to clarify what I was saying earlier, when it comes to elections, people gauge how much money this person is going to make me if they're in office, and that is going to have an enormous impact on how the media treats those candidates. That's my view. And I feel that, as I pointed out with Rittenhouse, they can just drastically alter somebody's view on somebody, or just make them disappear altogether, marginalize them. They do that all the time. They are certainly less effective at it than they used to be, which is why I brought up how the internet is really thrown a monkey wrench into their system. And that's
Biden
why
is terrible for their ratings, though. I mean, they should have been campaigning for Trump by that.
Yeah, well, he was a terrible decision on the part of the DNC. He was the absolute worst candidate to run, but they knew they could trust him. They knew they could control him. Honestly.
No, but what Adam is saying is, like, from the media's perspective.
Yeah.
I would assume
they should have been running free campaign ads for Donald Trump.
Yeah, like Donald Trump was the biggest boon to MSNBC,
and CNN,
ever.
Yeah,
and CNN. Like, I'm sure they just raked in, like, viewership for the news exploded under Trump because people disliked him so much because of the MSNBC and CNN telling all the reasons you should hate Donald Trump, so everyone watches these networks. So these networks, like, if the worldview was based around money, then we'd have a situation where these networks would be talking about how much they hate Donald Trump, but they'd be doing everything behind the scenes to get him reelected because it would help their own pockets. But that's not what happened.
I don't see that it isn't, but
do you think that, like, CNN and MSNBC were working behind the scenes to get Donald Trump reelected over Joe Biden?
When it comes to that it's just like when like the Roe v. Wade thing, it's to their benefit for their fundraising. Like, because the second that happened and they really did very little about it, you get a shitload of money when something like that takes place. And the same thing has to do with when your opposition candidate wins, because then you have a platform to say, well, you want to get that person out, right? And that's why I feel that they were motivated.
But that would be the motivation for Fox News. That wouldn't be the motivation for MSNBC. MSNBC would want to be the forever opposition candidate.
Well, both of like, as I said earlier, the media is hurting right now, and they don't always predict correctly what's going to happen as far as how it's going to impact them. That's why I said that in the long run, they were, there's going to be what we already said, competing interests, because not all of these corporations are necessarily going, hey, let's go have a deep cabal meeting at the Bilderberg
I know,
Club.
but I'm pretty sure I heard, like, I remember hearing many left-wing media commentators saying that they understood it was in their financial interest for Donald Trump to win the election because it drove their viewership. You know, like that wasn't something that people couldn't predict.
Yes, but if there are other, say, geopolitical interests involved, then in many cases, the people who own the media are going to do a calculus on, do I need to make more money with my media company, or do I need to make more money with what I will get out of manipulating public opinion?
I see. Okay. So whoever owns MSNBC, you know, they have their fingers in many pots, essentially. And so if they hadn't had their fingers in many pots, do you think that behavior would have been completely different, essentially?
Well, the media was definitely different before, when we had laws that one person wasn't allowed to own so much of it. There's a reason that used to be illegal, because it's not a good idea to give any one person the 1984 pencil.
Sure. Right.
So we've always been at war with Eurasia. But it's
right.
the less and less, you know, I'm sorry, the more and more of the media owned by the less and less people, the more power you have over the control.
Right.
It's also why they're trying to make everything disinformation, because then that way people like you and I and Adam, you know, they're trying to mitigate us, because we are damage to them too.
Okay.
I'm damaging.
We're fighting the system, man.
We don't have enough power to damage anyone.
It's not, but we're part of a larger whole, though. I mean, you may not have 1 million subscribers, but there are other, but you are climbing, The alternative media is something that they're still trying to figure out how best to handle. And back in 2008, we were worried they were going to.
This is so odd. It is.
How is this odd?
Well, Sitch is completely right, because I feel like when we ask you direct questions, you do kind of do this non sequitur thing, and then just
What's
in
the
random
direct question I haven't answered,
and then
time?
Just in random. Well, I don't want to make you angry. Okay?
No, you're not going to make me angry. I'm not trying to evade you. What is the question you didn't think I answered? I mean, it's like 2 a.m. here, so I'm doing my best.
Well, I'm also
I also
saying,
didn't log in here prepared to have a fight with you guys.
I'm also saying,
and
then we start talking about in other conversations, just randomly, you're saying things that completely line up with our perspective on the argument.
Because some of those things I don't necessarily disagree with you as much as I think you believe. That's why I said it seems like you're looking for something to fight with.
But
I don't. Go ahead.
We're just looping at this point.
Yeah,
we can move on and try to finish. We have 4 minutes left in this video, which I assume means that we'll go another 10 seconds before getting into a 30-minute argument.
Well, he began to talk about alternative media, and the reason why alternative media is a thing is because they have the power to deliver voters. They have the power to influence. They're literally called influencers. Like that means they say, "Hey, I think voting for Kanye would be cool," and then 100,000 kids think, okay, I'm voting for Kanye because my favorite YouTuber said to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But this goes to what we're saying about how the vote, it's not the money that matters, it's the votes.
Okay. I still feel I kind of communicated that money is how you get votes.
Right. Yes. And I do. This is why I asked you the technical aspect of that, because we kind of never got specifics, because you're saying like ads is part of. I understand that you need enough money to have like a ground game, and there's advertising.
Okay, I did give you specifics. Ads is part of it.
Right.
How the pundits treat you is part of it.
Right.
Whether the pundits talk to you at all is part of it.
Sure.
Whether or not the pundits make fun of you is part of it.
Sure.
Those are all very important things to public opinion, particularly to the people that still trust mainstream media.
That doesn't necessarily have to do with how much money you have in your war chest, though. Like the amount of money Hillary Clinton raised had nothing to do with the fact that she called half the country deplorables.
No, because the people that gave her that money are not like that. They're not concerned about that until it becomes a huge scandal, which is what it did. Just like Romney getting caught saying, I shouldn't care about 43% of the population. But
I mean, this is the thing. The thing is, that's why, you should think about, just as an exercise, what what piece of information could change your mind and think, okay, maybe money isn't the decisive factor in elections. And like our position really is, it's policy that's the decisive factor. We believe in democracy. Like politicians come out and they say, you know, I have policy proposal X, and if you like policy proposal X, vote for me. People vote for them. Part of the thing, the calculus that goes on can this person get elected? If they do get elected, can they actually deliver this policy? You know, are they a go-getter, or are they just someone who's, you know, blowing smoke up my ass? Obviously, these all weigh in, right? They get elected, they either get the policy or they don't, right? And then the next election decides where you go from there. But you're basically saying, and the guy in the video is saying, no, none of that really matters. The people who get the policy are the people who have the money, and the voters are just, you know, this thing going off on the side that is inconsequential. And I think that's not true.
Do you feel that Biden actually is attempting to deliver on the things that he promised to, say, Bernie's voter base in 2020? Do you think he's doing that?
I think he is attempting to deliver. Obviously, I mean, he's trying to get an infrastructure. Every politician wants to say.
The infrastructure bill is part of it, but he kind of openly just said, yeah, screw $15 minimum wage. Sorry about that. Not really going to be interested in dumping student debt. He basically just didn't deliver on anything he said he was going to do.
If he could do it, though, I think he would do it, obviously. Because he wants to win the next election.
Well, they basically treat the progressives like the abused wife that you smack around during the primary and then come back and with flowers and candy and say, will you please come back to us?
Well, I think the progressives are kind of the, you know, nagging wife that doesn't realize how hard it is really to get things done.
So wait. So Biden did, if you remember last year, they did pass an executive order forcing federal contractors to pay a $15 minimum wage.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just that.
Hilarious.
Right. Well, that was something that they could directly do, as opposed to passing a law, which I don't think would ever fucking pass, you know, in the current makeup of the Congress for a $15 minimum wage. And also, I would assume it would be very, very unpopular with inflation right now to push for a $15 minimum wage. But,
well, think about this, though, Sitch. Yeah. Who pays the federal employees? It isn't corporations.
No.
It's the government.
Right. So that minimum wage hike allows Biden to say, see what I did? And not actually deliver on anything in any meaningful way, in the way that they told the Bernie base that he was going to.
Well, no. So I missed the beginning part of your conversation, so I don't know what the point of this segue was. But what I was saying is that Adam was saying that he would deliver on that if he thought it was either A, feasible, or B, would appeal to voters, which I agree with. And I'm saying, okay, so he did, you know, he did try to do this in a way that was at least possible. And then regarding to making it a federal minimum wage for all jobs, I don't think A, they could pass legislation for that at all right now with Joe Manchin. I don't think he would be on board with that. And B, I'm not even sure people would be on board with that because of the inflation right now. That was my only point. I don't know what the broader point being made here is.
It was about that I don't feel that Biden actually delivered on basically anything he told Bernie voters he would do.
Well, I think Biden's biggest thing he hasn't delivered on was the public option. They haven't even attempted to work on that, and I think that's gonna hurt them. I think it's gonna bite them, definitely. But they've also been dealing with a lot of other shit at the same time too.
Yeah. Well, the way that they generally handle the progressives is usually the monster factor of you absolutely have to vote for this person because you don't want Trump. You know, that's why I got told things like, it doesn't matter that Joe Biden raped Tara Reid. You still have to vote for Joe Biden. It's literally conversations that I would have with these people. They're just totally out of it. But it was one of the things was point out. It was what was the documentary called? It was like an Unreasonable Man. It was about Ralph Nader. They had a insider who used to work for the Democratic Party who said that they will just continue to more or less kind of placate the progressives, but they don't really care about them in the long run because they have nowhere else to go. That's exactly what Bill Maher pointed out too, and he's usually a
Right.
voice for what the DNC.
I don't. Yeah, but that again. But this doesn't have anything to do with money. This just has to do with.
Well, no, I'm
how
saying
they're
that they don't
preparing
actually
votes.
really care about trying to, because it was a campaign promise on
Right.
Biden's part, and I don't actually feel that they do try to deliver on.
Yeah, I mean,
campaign
I
promises.
listen. I don't well, I think this is true of all of both political parties. Is that they're going to make, they're going to promise the moon, obviously, when they're running for president or when they're running for office, and then they're going like the whims of voters who they feel are going to stick with them regardless are obviously going to be shifted to the most, the bottom priority of the stack. Yeah. I don't disagree with that.
I don't disagree. Well, that's why I
Okay.
said I don't really think that they're motivated by it. When it comes to that, I would tend to believe that the corporate element, as far as to what is their priority, is inevitably going to be more important to them than what might be, say, popular with the people, but not necessarily as popular with corporations. That would be my perspective.
I mean, I didn't look at it. I heard all the people on the right were complaining. Wasn't Biden trying to pass some corporate tax thing that they're all complaining about?
I haven't paid attention on that end. I basically just looked at pretty much exactly what I predicted would happen when Biden was president, as far as like the progressives were told. Everything I figured would happen happened, which is the same thing that basically does happen. It goes back to like when Jimmy Carter lost, the Democrats suddenly went, "Oh crap, we need to rebrand. We can't let that happen again."
Right.
And their new version of it is this Hillary Clinton, Republican light version of the Democrats that you see now. And that, what is his name? Cavill Carver, that old guy that they listen to no matter what.
But why is that way though? That's
why is it that way? They think that well, there's multiple aspects to that. Part of it is going to be that the Hillary Clinton types are certainly much friendlier to the wealthy, than Jimmy Carter was.
No, why did Jimmy Carter lose to Ronald Reagan because Jimmy Carter was not friendly with the corporate types?
He was considered to be probably the most progressive president in recent history.
Yep.
I mean, it's been a long time since I've looked that up.
Right. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is that Jimmy Carter, who you're right, was one of the most, if not the most progressive president we've had in the last however many years it's been since Jimmy Carter was president, was blown the fuck out by Reagan harder than any Democrat's been blown the fuck out in like 100 years or something, maybe. Like the election was devastating. And, it wasn't, Carter had to deal with a lot of stuff. Obviously, there was the hostage crisis was a huge thing. Obviously, the oil embargo was a huge thing. Like Carter was just seen, whether it was fair or not. I would assume it would be unfair. He was seen as basically the failure of like left-wing progressive policies manifesting in America. And the massive inflation, rightfully or wrongfully, was seen as everything wrong with, classical Keynesian economics up until that point, after World War II. And so you have Reagan come along who says, fuck all this shit. We're going back to conservatism, baby, America first. We're going to make America great again like it used to be before all this hippie shit came in.
Had a lot of libertarian messages too.
When he had a lot of libertarian messages, true, that's true. And he utterly, knocks Carter out of the park. And then in the second election, when I forget whatever the guy he ran against, he utterly annihilated him too.
I think that was
it
Dukakis?
Mondale or something?
Or Quayle or Dukakis?
Or was it Dukakis?
No, Dukakis ran against Bush.
Was it Mondale?
Well, yeah, Mondale.
Yeah.
Mondale and Ferraro.
We're going to give you a woman vice president. Right. You're going to love it.
He annihilates Mondale, and then Bush strongly beats Dukakis. And so the Democrat, and up until that point, the Democrats were sort of trying to run on the same platforms they've been running on for the last 40 years or so. And they were losing handily.
Right.
And then you have Bill Clinton come along, and he's like, okay, I'm going to be a new type of Democrat. I'm not going to be seen as like a pussy. I'm going to be seen as more moderate economically, blah, blah, blah. And boom, suddenly he wins. So suddenly the entire Democratic Party shifts their strategy not based on, some elite from the top dictating how they should behave, but based on who exactly can get election results, which was Bill Clinton at the time. And that was my only point, is that it's the voters and the way people vote and the attitudes that shift in the country that dictates how the political parties shift.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why the Republican Party has completely shifted into this weird right-wing populism.
You're
which
torturing
they wanted
him,
somebody
Sitch.
that would vote for NAFTA.
But wait a minute, this is
torturing him, Sitch.
like we're living through, like, a lot of people were probably too young to live through that with Bill Clinton, but everyone just witnessed it happen before our eyes with Donald Trump. Before like the day before Donald Trump enters into the stage, the Republican Party is firmly the neoconservative, neoliberal party. And then suddenly now it's the populist party. Like, it's on like a dime. It's completely switched because of Donald Trump's ability to win an election on that platform.
Yeah, because now they know that's what the population wants.
Right.
They're like, holy cow, an electorate that's going to show up and vote if we give these policies? Okay. They just want to be in power. That's all they care about.
Okay. Well, and I mentioned why I think that the situation was right for that, when some of it has to do with the way that politics has changed due to the media.
Sure. I mean,
And
obviously,
not having
I
a stranglehold anymore. So
I
we
agree
on
that like the media landscape has changed drastically than it has in 20 years. So
right. When their control over politics has drastically changed, and they're dragging, kicking, and screaming, trying to figure out how to handle it. So
you would say, like, even 20, 30 years ago, like, the Democrats were totally unable to manifest wins until Bill Clinton came around with his moderate messaging.
Well, and flat out ignoring, if not being outright rude to progressives.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So, but that shows you that the public attitude in America was very anti-progressives at that time.
Well, if the economy is doing well in their perspective, then yeah, they're going to feel that way. Things tend to slide the other direction when it's not. That's what Yuri Bezmenov was trying to warn about.
Right.
The wealthy will sell the rope they will be hung with. The problem with people like Reagan is that the kind of damage he did didn't really get seen until well after he was out. It's the same thing with NAFTA. Ross Perot predicted what would happen, and he was right, but it didn't happen immediately. So people don't tend to think, well, okay,
sure,
that's Bill Clinton's fault.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Let's finish this video.
Yeah, let's do it.
That need to be funded by billionaires. They are personally invested in the stock market to the tune of millions of dollars, and they are consistently and overwhelmingly lobbied by business interests. The US government, like many all over the world, was founded by liberal thinkers who sanctified the private ownership of productive resources, and in so doing, created government institutions that would always protect this right, even when it conflicts with the well-being of the population.
What? So he's saying he's drawing this weird thing because he's basically saying, okay, all of our government is corrupted, and they're corrupted by money, and the reason they're corrupted by money is because they're based on liberal principles, and liberal principles believe in property ownership. Therefore, liberal principles are the problem. That's his argument.
That's
definitely a direction where we're going to go opposite.
Yeah, right.
I don't agree with that at all.
Right. Okay, because I don't know what is the alternative. I guess is this we all give up our private property if we become socialist, I guess.
Well, that's the direction they think will work.
Right.
But they usually don't really have an understanding of how that's going to work.
No.
That's beyond just the issue of any of the evil stuff as far as people getting killed. What I tend to notice when I talk to socialists is that they seem to think they're going to be sitting around collecting checks, and that's not actually how it works. In the only successful commune I know of that's been there for like 40 years, there's work quotas, and if you don't do it, you don't get to stay.
Right.
The government owns the land, and you work on it.
Right.
Well, they do collectively own it, but if you can't contribute, then if you can't contribute, then well, sorry. Now, mind you, there's differences for that. Like if somebody's disabled, they'll figure out a way for them to contribute. But the issue is that there's nobody who just gets to sit around in their house and collect stuff at Twin Oaks Commune. You're so what is it you're going to be doing today? Are you working on the hammocks? Because they sell hammocks. You know, are you doing childcare? Like, they literally have meetings on it. What would be different is that there's no dictator in their system, and everything's kind of handled by like town hall meeting. And that just doesn't really necessarily translate very well to really large groups.
Like a country.
Right, exactly. That's why, like, probably the smartest, like, you get a guy like Russell, was it Russell
Crowe?
You know, I guess he's supposed to be an anarcho-communist, but he believes in decentralized, like, small communities that might work together in certain things, but then can kind of handle things on their own. And that's, so, like, if socialism is going to work in the small scale, it just functions like a family farm. It's like, okay, this family owns this land. I don't know if you guys have ever been out to the country where you have like a couple that literally had like 12 kids, you know, and they all own the same land and they build their houses on the same land and they all work the same land. It's the same concept. But what's wrong is that these kids don't seem to get that it's not picking up a welfare check. There's actually a funny story about Bernie Sanders when he was younger, showing up at a commune, and he was just so into talking to the philosophy with them that the guy who ran the place said, hey, look, we like what you're saying, but you're going to have to leave because while you're here, people are distracted from planting the crops and doing the work. It's like, oh, okay, sorry. But you know, they don't understand that if it's going to work, that the work doesn't just magically happen. It still needs to be done.
Well, that's what's funny is that all these YouTube socialists think like they think they're going to be the Bernie Sanders of the commune. They're going to skate by just philosophizing as opposed to actually doing all the manual labor, which
and that doesn't happen either. And that's one of the reasons why so many of the 60s hippie communes failed, because you remember
they all fell apart.
Those are the weather underground style of communists who play a really good game when they're in college, and they go, man, this milking cows every day is not as much fun as I thought it would be. You know, like, can't we just go get stuff from the supermarket? Isn't that where food comes from?
Well, I mean, that's a great point. And I mean, the proof is in the pudding, is that if people wanted this communal living so much, I mean, we'd be swimming in these communal living. We live in a free country. People could go set up fucking, you know, whatever commune they want. And the fact that it's like very rare shows that people are not choosing to do this.
Well, consider though that, like, why is it that the family farm is dying? I don't know necessarily that it's unpopular in so much as values have drastically changed. That doesn't happen.
Well, if the values change, it becomes not popular because the values change, right?
Yeah, but you can do certain things to affect how those things change. That's what Edward Bernays did.
Sure, and that's like, if I asked the socialists this question, they would probably give me some cultural hegemony answer about this. That the evil capitalist class, they're basically controlling society and brainwashing the population into not wanting to live in communes, blah 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 blah. But I think the real answer to this is like imagine a world of America where everything was broken up into small communes. What that means is that there's no Amazon, there's no Target, there's no large anything. Like these massive corporations that everyone hates and yet everyone loves wouldn't exist.
Sitch, I don't get an iPhone. This is depressing me.
That's the problem, is that like the real rub here isn't the cultural hegemony of brainwashing. The real rub here is that everyone is biased towards convenience. Convenience is the ultimate thing in which everyone is biased towards. And Amazon and these big corporations, they're just way too convenient for way too many people.
Yeah, I love it. Give me convenience or give me death. That's what I say.
I think something like that could still exist, but you're definitely right that it would be very different.
It'd be very difficult, yeah.
The more reasonable people that I talk to about stuff like this kind of advocate for that we should become more of a federation, which is actually kind of what we were supposed to be anyway, of independent communes or capitalist communities, whatever, that can trade and interact with each other, and perhaps only they band together on things like mutual defense pacts, stuff like that. I mean, it's like Star Trek is literally like that. You're looking at, there's all these different cultures and they do, handle themselves very differently, but they have some basic agreements on things that you have to do in order, say, to join the Federation. Right. It's the same concept. And they think that would work a lot better. And I'm starting to honestly agree, especially as divided as we're getting. When I think this is the last time you guys had me on, I was like, do you think that things are really divided? And I don't think that's artificial either. I think there's social engineering involved with that, but some of it by accident, some of it may be intentional.
It's the Russians, right?
No, I don't think it's the Russians. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, but it honestly, like, to just blame the Russians is kind of absurd. It's like, it's like acting like Israel is specifically a boogeyman, like they're not just another country that does things in its best interest like others do.
Who's doing it? Who is the man behind the curtain?
Well, as far as destabilization in this country, I would go with Yuri Bezmenov's warnings, and I would say that China is probably just continuing exactly what the Soviet Union started.
So you're saying Xi Jinping
China.
Yeah.
Is the one that's causing this? It's all coming through the TikTok app.
I mean, that's what Scott
I wouldn't
was
say
saying
it's all
today.
coming from the TikTok app.
Was he
no.
really?
Yeah, he was saying how insane it was that TikTok is legal in America.
No, I do think TikTok is an issue, but no, I don't think that's the only thing.
Right.
I mean, we'll just look at. But again, you guys are fans of Yuri Bezmenov. What did he say that they were going to do?
We are not fans of Yuri Bezmenov.
You're not?
We watched one of his videos.
Yeah,
I think. Didn't we cover it?
Yeah, we did one of his videos.
I guess maybe we haven't talked about it again. I know I talked to you about Yuri, and I thought it was
I
positive
never
before.
once said I was a Yuri Bezmenov fan or that.
Okay, well,
yeah.
Yuri Bezmenov talked about all the stuff that we're discussing right now.
No,
Where
I
does
know.
critical race theory come from? Where does
I know.
gender theory come from?
I know it well. People have been sending us the video for 4 years now. Okay, we covered it. We finally covered it once, but I mean, I think there are other explanations. Like the thing about Yuri Bezmenov is you have to hypothesize that there is a man behind the curtain driving all of this. And everybody has different motivations at play. And I mean, I understand what you're saying about China, but I don't know that I agree with China having that.
Sargon then? Because I know Sargon was pretty open on saying Yuri was right.
Well, yeah,
but that sounds like a Sargon position.
Yeah,
like everything that was going on in that situation, but the reality is that this is everything that Yuri said was going to happen.
It's in our back catalog. You can go back and listen to the live stream if you want. I mean,
it's been a while.
I'm just
if I had to point a finger, it would be at
Xi Jinping. You already said TikTok.
In terms of what Yuri Bezmenov was saying, I think it's somewhat. It's like, first of all the stuff that we're experiencing now with wokeness all derives from socialism.
Yeah.
So this is all things that he presumably would be very aware about, all these social mechanisms. So if he says like, so he's accurately able to predict all this socialist garbage is going to manifest, which it did. But I guess where me and Adam, struggle with is I don't think that the socialist stuff is manifesting right now because there's a secret plot from the USSR or from China that's made all the social stuff manifest. What I think happened was, because of the Vietnam War, because of the Civil Rights Movement, you had an entire generation basically lost faith in America and the American values. A lot of them became radical socialist. Then when the liberals basically defeated both the segregationist and the socialists in the Civil Rights Movement, all the socialists, as you talked about, kind of retreated to the academic fields and academia. And they kind of burrowed in and they kind of nested like this, like locusts for decades, slowly, getting more and more people on their side. And then when the housing crash sort of cropped up, I think it sort of allowed a lot of young people once again to sort of be more open to a lot of these crazy ideas.
They got their shot. They saw their opportunity.
One thing certainly makes it easier. That was the point Yuri was getting at, is if you allow if you allow the wealthy to just continue to sell your economy to another country, inevitably capitalism will break, not because capitalism should break, but because they're doing things that are not healthy for capitalism. The enormous amounts of outsourcing, undercutting all of that, that's not good for capitalism at all.
Yeah, no, I mean,
and so that creates, well, I'm not necessarily saying that this is a disagreement point. Again, my point is that
Yuri Bezmenov covers outsourcing. I don't recall that.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
Yeah, he talks about, the wealthy will buy the rope that they will be hung with.
And that's him talking about
he
specifically
elaborates a
for
little further. He
outsourcing.
goes into specifically, if you continue to do business with these countries, this is what's going to happen. And then now there is no Soviet Union, there is China, and we do an absurd amount of business with them, and in a way that is extremely detrimental to our economy, which then makes people more ripe and more interested in listening to communist ideology, because they go, oh, see, you're right, capitalism doesn't work. So that's where that comes from. But one of the things that somebody in the chat pointed out, was kind of right, and it kind of reminds me, is like one of the analogies I would point out here is that it's not necessarily even that China has got a direct line to some of these people. It's just like the World War II mines that are still sitting in the ocean, sometimes planted by the Japanese hundreds of years ago, that are still doing their job, even though the war is over.
Right.
You know?
Someone might still trip a mine or something.
Well, right.
Is
so
Yuri
it's the same
an
thing.
anti-capitalist? I can't remember.
No, he was very capitalist. He was very big on America.
Right.
But not outsourcing.
Well, in excess. If they become so obsessed with profits that they don't care about the health of the economy in their own country, that's when you're going to have a problem. And we do. That's where the problem comes from. You know. Okay, so just to finish, I was just to say is that, I mentioned this earlier. The Weather Underground, for example, were taken to camps to be trained, in communist countries, and now those people are influencing our education, and the way that our activists conduct themselves right now. Now, does that necessarily mean that Xi Jinping, picks up his phone and calls a member of Antifa? Not necessarily, okay? But it does mean that those mechanisms are in place. It's certainly not in China's best interest for communism to be unpopular over here, and in some cases, they may just literally be kind of letting the machine that was already set into place do its job.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that you just said, and I agree with the talking about, like, if neoliberal economic policies allow wealth disparity to grow too out of control, then obviously you're weakening the stability of the country, and people are going to be way more on board with, like, turning to alternative systems of governance or the economy, like socialism.
Well, if the communist argument is that capitalism doesn't work, and capitalism literally starts to not work for a large portion of the population, then their argument seems sound.
Yeah, right. No.
So going along with that, if the way to fight that, there were two things. Yuri said, for one, a major part of it is patriotism, is the way to try to counteract this, make people care about their country. That's actually something that Lynn Wood and I talked about, was that, there were a couple of missing cogs in the machine of American capitalism. One of them was religion. There was a time when people who were wealthy still had a really serious moral fiber, and they wouldn't do something like closing down a plant right before Christmas and destroying a bunch of people's lives. Like, it wouldn't even think about it. But they put the Bible down and they picked up Ayn Rand. And Ayn Rand tells you, oh, your workers are all parasites and evil, and you should just do whatever you want to them. That's the new moral backbone for the super elite, and she's not good for anybody.
Yeah, no, and I think the lack of even the companies, even when things were bad, I mean, there's so much patriotism that kind of grew up around World War I and World War II. You had to do so much for your country. You had to ration things, you had to collect tin, buy American, all this stuff. And that's all gone away, unfortunately. I think so much of it's just gone away because of the Vietnam War. The Civil Rights Movement was just such a clusterfuck for America that, like, patriotism was seen as, like, gauche almost. It was uncool to be patriotic.
That didn't just evolve on its own, though. There were people that were pushing that, and they still are.
Of course.
Why Black Lives Matter is all founded by 3 Marxists.
Right. I agree completely. And you had, the Marxist goal at the end of the day is to basically, like what Second Thought wants, to overturn liberalism and destroy our country and replace it with communism.
Right. And those forces are still at work, and unfortunately I think that I don't think they'll succeed, but they're gaining more ground than I really wish they would.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, people like this jackass, or like the teacher that they literally caught who had Antifa flags and a picture of Chairman Mao on his wall in a high school. Veritas uncovered that. It was funny as hell. who was just gushing about China, talking about how he's going to move there. And or
Who is this guy?
Veritas literally went undercover, and they caught a high school teacher who literally had a picture of Chairman Mao on the wall in his classroom, along with an Antifa flag and a pride flag, and he was giving extra credit to his students for attending protests / riots.
Nice.
But yeah, the guy was a total nutcase. And unfortunately, there's more and more people like him. You just don't always get lucky enough to get them to say the quiet part out loud.
Sure.
And so what Yuri were concerned about was the idea of infiltrating the education system, which is why I said earlier about whether underground, why is it that they're all professors now or in law, like they're in one or the other. So that's where you end up with, these people just pushing Marxism indirectly and then finding different ways to rebrand it in things like critical race theory. You guys are already totally familiar with that. And just different ways to piggyback. It's also not the first time the communists have piggybacked on the race issue either. They know they could do that. And like, I never finished the study, but there's like some guy, black gentleman, way back in like the 50s, who was talking about the communists making overtures towards the blacks at the time.
Oh yeah, they definitely were trying to do that. Yeah, they saw that as a huge inroad.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And so yeah, I just the problem with the guy, people like this is, as I said, is that there's a difference. Is that as far as like I'm not a communist. I think that people like him don't really have a full grasp on what it is that they're going to get themselves into and how it would actually work. And they're going to find out the hard way. But the way Yuri Bezmenov would put it is that people like him are actually usually the first people who are shot because they're ideological. And they expect that they're going to be in charge. And when they're not, then they go, oh, wait a minute, you're a corrupt, evil regime. We're going to protest and riot you. And China doesn't put up with that.
Right. The teacher that you were talking about, his name is Gabriel Geip, and he has a giant the hammer and sickle tattooed onto his chest.
Oh, that's not obvious.
And he has a bunch of like socialist tattoos up and down his arms. So.
Total fruitcake. And then when you watch the Veritas video, you're gonna just be like, "Holy crap!"
Yeah, right. Well, they have the pictures of. I see the pictures of he's got the Antifa flag and Mao in his classroom.
And he said he likes Xi Jinping because he's bringing things back towards the Maoist direction of
Jesus. And he's a Kim Jong-un. He's one of those guys who denies, all the horrible stuff that's going on in North Korea.
Xi Jinping is an autocrat. He's going to be president for life, right?
Right.
I mean,
as far as I know.
God, what an idiot. Anyway.
But yeah, but you have to remember, like what you just said about that they're teaching that in college too, that all of the bad things that happened in the Soviet Union is all propaganda. That's why I run into college kids literally every day who honestly feel that everything that was bad that happened in Russia is a lie. And the Maoist stuff that's bad is all a lie, so it's just silly.
So I didn't look into this. I saw people in the Laser Discord were discussing it. I don't know if it was a troll. I don't know what was going on, but apparently our good friend Quackademic was tweeting out a bunch of pro-Stalin stuff. So
Jesus Christ.
I don't know. And he was saying basically all the stuff about it was like a lie, all the anti-Stalin stuff was a lie. So I don't know if that was a troll. I don't know if he's gone full horseshoe. I don't know what's going on there.
Well, there's another really weird disconnect that's happening like in Antifa circles, because Antifa is theoretically supposed to be anarcho-communist primarily. And then now there's all these tankies hanging out with them. And I remember discussing with some of the anarcho-communists that I'm friends with, I'm like, why are you guys tolerating them? Because Stalin helped Hitler slaughter anarcho-communists in Spain. And they get quiet for a moment and they go, that's a good question. But, yeah, it is a pretty good question. Why are you hanging out with these people? Because if you're worried about Nazis, I don't see why authoritarian communists would be cool to you either.
Right.
And I don't know.
Well, they're not. I think a lot of these people, they basically just like America bad, and then they view communism as all like one big pot of like goodness, essentially.
Sure. and maybe they've decided that they'll work that out after they've defeated capitalism. Then they can fight amongst themselves or which version of communism is going to be in charge.
Once we defeat the capitalists, then we can work out whether it will be authoritarian or anarchist.
Right. And in the Weather Underground, when they had an FBI guy like who infiltrated them, and he was just asking them pointed questions like, so what happens if we win? And they didn't really have very good answers.
Of course.
And one of them was like, we project that we'd have to kill about 4 million people.
Right.
Ouch.
Well, I mean, I think unfortunately a lot of people just like to play. Like a lot of these people, they just like to play at revolution. They're not actually interested in like creating a better world or anything of that nature.
They want the high of changing the world.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they don't really. In many cases, they don't really think it through. Like I made a mistake in one group that I infiltrated and just asked the question of, so what do you guys do about the cartels when you abolish the police? And they got pretty mad, and that's when the conversation was about they feel that they're going to fight the cartels, that these kids and and then it doesn't take long before they block you. Mm-hmm. You cannot question the ideology even in the slightest, or they get rid of you. So it just becomes a self-isolating cult-like atmosphere.
True.
Interesting.
True. Listen, I believe that Antifa super soldiers will be able to dissuade the cartel. Listen, the cartel only is the cartel because they've been lied to by the bougie cultural hegemony of the pursuit of materialist goods. Okay, but when they've been preached to the proper words of Marx and they experience the joys of living on a commune, they'll throw down their weapons and their drugs and they'll join right along.
Is the cartel driven by ideological capture or cynical money?
The cartel is capitalist.
Cynical money.
Yeah.
Well,
they're
I'm not
hardcore.
sure. I think capitalism requires people don't gang warfare shoot each other like the way that
there's no reason. I mean, you can have authoritarian capitalists.
Can you? I'd have to go back to the
Why
original source of
Well, I mean, that's something I remember. I think it was back when first time I came on Adam's show. I pointed out that people tend to think, for example, that authoritarian can only happen in the opposite of their worldview. So they don't believe if they're on the left, they literally actually in Marxist books it just openly says that authoritarianism can only come from the right. Like they're that brainwashed.
Well, no, but usually my understanding is that usually when you talk about people who the conceptions of capitalism generally require voluntary exchange of goods.
Yeah, that's the opposite.
And competitive markets and, people choosing to work. Like it generally involves a lot of liberal ideas of choice and it doesn't involve
most
the
of
cartel.
What you just
individual
said, however,
rights. Yeah.
Most communists believe about communism too. They think that they're going to be more free, have choice of what they want.
No, wait, we're talking about two different things.
Right.
So you can say that driven by profit motive can lead people to like unfettered go into crazy behaviors like the cartels. I 100% agree with that. I'm just saying, like, in terms of the theoreticalness of what capitalism is supposed to be, I don't think that's, I wouldn't say that from a theoretical perspective, what the cartels are doing is capitalism.
Right. Well, when you say what is supposed to be, that's exactly what a communist would say too. This is what I'm trying to get at, is that both sides could be authoritarian. To be authoritarian is a corruption of whatever system that you're in. There's no question, but both of them can fall to authoritarianism. That's why I point out to people usually is that they tend to forget, for example, that George Orwell was a socialist and he wrote the books that he did because he was trying to warn other socialists, by the way, be on the lookout for this. This can happen if you don't pay attention.
Right.
And he was right, but he was right about authoritarianism in general, not just in communism. But that's you can totally have authoritarian capitalism. It would be different, but I mean,
I guess
how are you just what's authoritarianism? Because
no. I guess the question would be how is capitalism being defined here? Because it sounds like, is it just private ownership? Because private ownership existed before capitalism.
Well, if you're looking at the way, look at the way the cartels run Mexico now. Okay, I don't know, if you guys have been watching it, but there's this show on.
How are you defining authoritarianism first?
Okay, so authoritarianism means that the government has an enormous amount of control over what the people in question do. The cartel definitely has that, but they are profit motivated.
Okay,
No.
I mean, I think of authoritarianism more like a mindset of individuals. So you're using like a completely different definition.
Well, I would say authoritarian
Well,
means that people don't have control over the means of their governance.
right.
right. And libertarianism being the opposite of that, because that can
Sure.
also exist in both of those economic systems.
That's
It's
like
just considerably
autocracy,
harder to maintain.
autocratic, I would call it, because it's to deal with government. Authoritarianism is usually like they did this.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Right.
They have like the RWA, which is the right wing authoritarian personality study. Authoritarianism is usually studied as a personality trait, not as a government structure. They don't look at that's autocracy or autocrat.
Okay, well, we
Yeah.
might be using different terms, but I think you understand what I mean. The cartel is absolutely, I guess you would use the word autocratic, but I would call them but that's what I was saying. I don't know if you guys had watched the show about the anarchists that HBO is doing right now, but like they went to live in Acapulco because there's a lot less laws, and so they assume that means because the government is weak that they would do better. Then they ran headlong into the cartel. And
Right.
it's like the cartel's
Sure.
like, nah,
You do what the
it's not that there's no
cartel
government,
says.
it's that we're kind of the government, and
Yeah.
you better do what we say. Right.
The only thing I guess my only contention here is that why I'd be hesitant to call cartels as acting within capitalism is because I think what you actually said is more apt, which is that they're obviously being driven by a profit motive.
Right,
obviously.
but they will steal
Yes.
from you rather
But-
than
Like I would say that before capitalism ever existed, many kings and tribes were all motivated by a profit motive. So
right.
to me, being motivated by profit that doesn't necessitate that something is capitalism.
Well,
That's
in the
all.
terminology that I use,
Right.
like the kinds of kings you're talking about, I mean, monarchy is authoritarian.
Sure.
Yeah,
The stationary bandit, they actually called a bandit. Like he stole from you. He
Right.
Like the idea behind capitalism is people are going to produce for the free exchange of goods. I mean, you nailed it, Sitch, when you said the profit motive is not necessarily. I mean, obviously,
The profit motive is part of capitalism, but I wouldn't say that anyone acting according to the profit motive, I would not describe
the profit motive is also
capitalist.
part of larceny and fraud
Sure.
and theft,
Right.
right? Which are not.
And I understand the argument is like, well, technically communism, dictates like not to be authoritarian, like in theory. And I guess
Right.
my response to that would be, well, the difference is that capitalism works all over the world without being an authoritarian dictatorship, and communism doesn't really seem to work.
Right.
generally.
Yeah.
Well, I think, here's the question that you'd have to ask yourself is
Mhm.
that in a capitalist system, if there was authoritarianism going on, would you really know necessarily? If it's the criminal cartel style, yes. If it's I kind of control the media, so therefore I control the narrative and I have huge sway over what people think, you could wield a lot of power over people. I think when both ends, basically when both are corrupted, you end up in a situation where both capitalism and communism have had situations of a small group of people who seem to be doing the least amount of manual labor, who seem to be making most of the money, and people who are starving somewhere else.
Sure,
I'd say
yeah.
communism is local usually. In capitalism, at least in the United States, we externalize all of that to places like Africa or whatever. They both have it if they've been corrupted. That was one of the things I said that, is why I brought up Lynn Wood earlier. Is like, people used to have a certain sense of morality that they don't have anymore. So
Right.
when you corrupt anything, you can end up with authoritarianism. It's not necessarily that's what would have been envisioned. I'm not saying that that's what
I
they
understand.
want.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
Right.
it's like a
Right.
computer virus, I guess.
Yeah, no, and I agree. I think well, I agree and I disagree. I agree that obviously capitalism can produce results where the top has everything and the bottom has nothing. I mean, we talk about this all the time. This is Jordan Peterson's always warning about the
Yeah,
Pareto
Pareto.
distribution, and that all systems tend towards corruption, or rather, all systems tends towards a minority sucking up all of the resources unless you actively fight against them and regulate them. So I agree with that. I guess what I would disagree with is I wouldn't call, in the example that you laid out, I wouldn't call that I wouldn't call the example of like the elites having to quote unquote control people through messaging or the media or anything. I wouldn't call that authoritarian because in my mind, authoritarian is a flat out like we put the gun in your face and we dictate what you do. If
Yeah,
the
that's a really
government
sloppy way to go
or
about it, for sure.
well, but to me, it's not just sloppy. That's what authoritarian is. Like if the government or the media, which first of all, in our country, I mean, maybe I think you disagree with to some extent. I think the government and corporations are at odds with each other. I don't think they're I don't think they're always cooperative. But if the government and the corporations and all the various interests of elites in America all have to convince people to do things, then that proves that we don't live in an authoritarian country because they're literally only like the fact that they have to persuade people is proof that that's not authoritarian.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a
No,
great
and
point.
well, there's definitely layers to it, and it's not all the same. What I was getting at is that if you're in a capitalist country and there's a small minority that wants to exude their authority, there will be a filter. It's not as outright as a gun in your face or tanks rolling down your street, but they can still wield a lot of authority. Like the communists, even like the members of the Politburo or whatever, like didn't always necessarily have the direct authority to do things they wanted, but they had an awful lot of sway with the right people to make things happen.
Right.
That's why you have to be on watch for authoritarianism. You have to be on watch for hierarchies. You have to be on watch for all of those things. And, you know, I mean, you brought up Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson openly says the right and the left need each other if you're going to have a functional society.
Of course. I agree.
Right.
Of course.
And that's why you're centrist.
Enlightened centrist.
Enlightened centrist.
Right.
American government is not neutral. By constructing it as the only civil way to do politics, those critical of protesters are intent on keeping politics in favor of some over others, and shutting up those who speak out. If all that wasn't...
This guy's such a pussy, too. He's such a coward, because he's leading people to the edge of violent revolution, but he like, won't say what it is. He's like, the government shouldn't be the only way that, like, that how politics is enacted. It's like, okay, well, what's the alternative? Well, he doesn't tell you. You know, he just keeps saying, oh, they're complaining about protests. It's like, well, no one cares about protests. They care about like violent protests.
Yeah,
they care about riots.
Yeah, they care about riots and arson, and looting, and blah blah.
Destruction
blah, blah,
of private property.
Which second thought pretends doesn't exist or doesn't care about.
Right. So. Oh, he cares if it's his private property. I'm sure of it. He cares if it's that nice studio of his.
Yeah, right.
It's important to remember what's being asked of protesters here. In real terms, protests never begin as violent.
The giant dong, yeah.
What was that?
Legislate the penis.
Legislate, and there's just a sad penis with this dribbling too.
I don't know. Why are you legislating our vajayjays when you could be legislating this big blue dong?
I see. Okay,
that's Dr. Manhattan's dong. You can't tell.
There you go. There you go.
As violent. Almost every protest movement that's had any element of violence or generic uncivility has come after decades of by-the-books peaceful protesting being casually ignored. Decades of state-sanctioned, pre-approved protests that do not produce even the mildest discomfort. People...
I don't think that's... I mean, I don't know how you'd calculate that, but I think he pulled that directly out of his ass. I don't think that's based on anything factual.
Did a whole video on the science about how this works, and he's totally wrong.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, but I could get you the studies. Ryan Chapman, actually, you guys like him, right?
Yeah, he's great.
You should watch his video about what works better, violent or peaceful protest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've seen that video. Yeah, I know that like all the studies show peaceful protests work 1,000 times better than violent protests.
Well, right,
1,000
exactly.
Times, like whatever.
And in my video, I was covering that in addition to the fact that rioting has a horrible detrimental effect on your local economy.
Right.
Yep.
And as a consequence, that's why I've said for a while that while I don't have a direct way of saying like connection, you start to study and you go deep down that rabbit hole and you start to wonder, is whoever's manipulating BLM to do this, are they like really diabolically racist? Because there's so much stuff that they're pushing right now that absolutely destroys people of color and it just doesn't make any sense.
Can't they do it inadvertently without knowing what they're doing, though?
It's possible. Well, certainly the people on the ground, and that's why I said this is something I haven't. Like I said, I don't have a full on that. It's just there's an awful lot of funky coincidences, like so many different things that the civil rights movement fought for. Like we shouldn't have segregation, but now we need to have spaces away from white people. We should be allowed to marry whoever we want, but there are people in that activist group who don't like anybody who marries white people. It's this strange thing of like, I'm going to take all of your civil rights away, but I'm going to make you feel like it was your idea. That, again, like I said, this could be wrong, but it's kind of strange. In addition to the fact that encouraging them to riot, as science showed what happened in LA, really just ensures that there's always a whole lot of poor black people for them to continue to be fighting for, because it's just a spiral.
I don't think they know. I don't think they know the science of rioting, lowering property values, or any of that stuff. I don't think
No, I don't know. That's why I said the foot soldier types, or maybe even some of the students certainly don't. This is the question. I haven't answered the question. This is the question that I haven't answered yet, but it's like, I read these studies. These studies are public knowledge. We've known for a long time.
If you brought these studies up, they would argue against them. They would. They would.
Well, yeah, they have their own versions.
This is bullshit.
More or less
this is how
wrong.
We're going to get political
ask
change.
Ask them to cite studies that say that violent protests work, and they usually can't.
Right.
Not good ones. Anyway.
This guy, his thinking is so simple. He thinks violent protest is going to scare the politicians into doing what the people want.
Right.
That's ridiculous. That's never going to happen.
I agree completely. But I want to go back to the BLM point for a second, which is the segregation stuff. I mean, that you're right. Like at first you look at it, and you're like, this doesn't make any sense. But then when you start to look at it through the lens of like, oh, this is all Marxist dogma, it all makes sense all of a sudden. Like everything that's being advocated for, everything's being pushed for. So I don't think there's a secret like anti-black racist person controlling BLM. If that was the
like I said, it's possible that's not the case.
I think it's just Marxist dogma, which basically leads down all this group nonsense, this group-oriented thinking.
But you don't think they know the science, though, right?
But when you think about it,
I'm not talking about the rioting. I'm just talking about the segregation aspect.
If you asked a member of the Ku Klux Klan, would you like black people to burn their own communities? They would say, of course. Would you like black people to not have to get an education? In fact, like we're going to lower the test score requirements for them so that they're more ignorant, because that's another thing black people had to fight for. The civil rights movement was to have an education at all, right? That's why I said that's where I'm coming from. Like I said, I'm not 100% on that. I'm not, like
now you're
totally
saying that the
KKK
has infiltrated black.
No.
He's just saying that their interests a lot seems to align.
If you were a racist, you'd be in love with all this.
No, exactly. Right.
There's a whole series of really funny cartoons from Babylon Bee, where it's a group of Ku Klux Klan members talking to each other, and there's this one guy who keeps pointing out, "Oh no, we don't have to do that anymore. CRT did that for us. CRT did this for us too." And he's right, and that's he does it in a very compelling way. If you guys haven't watched that shit,
it's just my point is that when you read CRT literature, when I read Kimberly Crenshaw or when I read Derek Bell, like I don't think they're secret racist or that they're secretly being controlled by racists. Like
I don't think they are.
Yeah, I think they're true believers in the crazy shit that they peddle, and I think it's because Marxism is, and I said this before he came on, communism and fascism are more aligned or have a lot more more similar to each other than either of them are similar to liberalism. Right. Because both communism and fascism are basically revolving around the idea of group rights over the individual rights.
Sure.
And so it makes sense from that lens, that understanding that, okay, if you have a bunch of people that are basically promoting anti-liberal ideas, which is anti-individual ideas, from a Marxist lens, so from a group lens, that even if it's coming from the left, it's basically going to align with, the anti-black racism that exists in the country, coincidentally, as opposed to being intentional.
I'm willing to believe that that's possible for sure. It just when you watch how they're, especially because to get to where they are, they had to overthrow the peaceful protest view and then now just openly lie, for example, about what Martin Luther King said. Like I literally got in an argument with Martin Luther King's daughter because they just
Wait, you got an
lied.
argument with Martin Luther King's daughter?
Well, I'm sorry, that's a misphrase. It was her Twitter. I didn't talk to her directly. It was her followers. I responded to something she said and they freaked out because they really want to believe in a world where Martin Luther King was okay with riots. Like that's really important to them.
Right.
But the reason I say that also is just that you remember, like I was kind of in ground zero when Occupy was at its zenith. We were doing really well, and there was none of this nonsense. Everybody was the unified 99%. Then all of a sudden, the woke shows up, and Occupy just starts to destroy itself because then it's are you black and gay and trans? Well, then you're more important, you know. There's actually both Crystal Ball and Ryan Grimm have both done things on this because this same crap is happening in all of the other progressive movements where wokeism shows up. Is that they start eating themselves, like it's going on in the Sunrise Movement, it's going on like in just all kinds of different places.
Right.
And it's because, and that's where you start to look at it and you're going, how the hell was this ever a good idea? Who does this serve? Because it certainly isn't us, you know. And in addition to the fact that all of the things that they're doing discredit, like any momentum, for example, that Bernie might have made is basically over because the face of the left is now burning down cities.
Right.
You know, and the racists that they're so worried about that are, you know, were seriously on the decline. Like when I talked to the head of the Nazi party in the United States, he was like, oh yeah, we love this stuff. They're finally getting to see the truth, you know, that these people are all just violent criminals. We've been warning you about, you know, it's like, that's why, you know, unfortunately, Daryl Davis looks like he's getting ideologically subverted. But,
I know,
you know, he agreed with me that, no, you can't show up. Like, he's like, I wouldn't bring Black Lives Matter people with me to a Klan rally. It'll never work.
Sure.
You know, and that's how you end up with these people that are just, they don't care if it's effective. Their activism doesn't have to be effective. It just needs to make me feel good.
Right. No, I agree. My only thing I'm saying is I think, you know, when I look at like the woke stuff kind of tearing the left apart and itself apart, to me it's crabs in the bucket. It's not, you know, I don't think there's a mysterious hand that's putting subversive woke crabs into the crab bucket.
Well, in the nature of the way that it is executed, it looks like what happens when a religion starts, you know, inquisiting, and if you run out of witches, then you start looking
exactly
for
right. That seems to be a natural phenomenon.
So again, it's possible that could happen, but it seems a little strange to me that because a lot of these things are directly contradictory to what the left believed even 5 years ago. Like, we wouldn't be having these weird discussions about trans athletes in sports. We wouldn't be, like, all of that stuff would have been absolutely outlandish, you know, maybe a little longer than 5, but not by much. It's radically changed and very rapidly and things like that happen.
Right.
It tends to make me worry a little bit more on the line of, is this really organic or not?
Well, I think basically the way that I conceptualize this is that there's always, at all times, there's an elf Adam that's a vampire. But beyond that, that's watching you sleep. At all times, there's various forces in our society that are constantly trying to pull society in their crazy political direction. And it's just that certain things happen that allow certain forces to suddenly actually start to successfully pull society in that direction. And I think, you know, to simplify things, part of what allowed the woke virus strain to be successful was that the Democrats, you know, when Obama was president, they found a lot of political usefulness of being able to call anyone that didn't like Obama racist. And so they really started hitting people with the racist stick. And once you start hitting people with the bigoted stick, the group of people who wants to make everything racist suddenly has this massive inroad into like purity spiraling the left out of control. And I think that's kind of why woke stuff started to sneak in, or part of why woke stuff started to sort of sneak in and just take over everything. Because it's like, oh, if you're so used to calling everyone a bigot, then the person says, well, you're a bigot if you don't accept, you know, trans athletes. And you're like, well, wait a minute, I can't be a bigot. I've been calling Republicans a bigot for the last 5 years. So,
well, yes, I did a video specifically about what happened in the media around the time that all of this started happening. And there was a moment in particular when Hillary Clinton was up against Bernie, and she made a statement. She said, well, Bernie wants to break up the big banks, and we could do that tomorrow, but what would that do for the LGBTQ community? What would that do to fight racism in this country? And she literally got them shouting, nothing, nothing, nothing.
Right.
And so in other words, she didn't want anybody talking about the wealth gap. She didn't want anybody talking about classist stuff. She wants them fighting each other over, and then when you watch the media trends, there's statistics for this. All of a sudden, articles about Occupy Wall Street, the bank bailout, all the things they don't want us talking about stop coming out. And instead, we have this huge upsurge in concepts like white privilege, trans this, all of those concepts like just start shooting up in the media as being the most important thing. And that's why it's also now, you talk to these activists, it's the most important thing to them too. Like nothing else matters as much as that.
Yeah. No, I mean, and I've said this very often. I do think that a lot of people on the left and the right fixate on culture wars because it allows it, like, it's very easy to win. It's very easy to pass legislation based on culture wars, and it's very difficult to pass legislation based on economic issues. And so it's very easy for politicians to rack up these, culture war wins by passing, useless legislation and not actually passing, economic stuff. So I definitely think that's happening. I think politicians are responding in taking advantage of the woke trend as opposed to being the people that started the woke trend.
Okay. I'm not opposed to that being the possibility. That's why I made a distinct point on,
right.
I'm not 100% sure on this, but some funny coincidences going on. But anyway, I definitely think none of that stuff is helping anyone, and that's one of the biggest frustrations I have. There was a point I didn't get out when we were arguing about CRT with them, was like, it's, can you tell me how any of this has improved anybody's lives in those cities? And they don't have an answer for that, nor are they interested.
What's dogma to them?
Right.
It's like religious reflex.
Right. And it's not well thought out, but they think that they're doing something. And one of the other things, like, I don't know if you guys ever watched that clip, John Cleese versus Extremism, where he talks about, well, it provides you with enemies, and then he goes to the list and he points out this is a bipartisan effect. He's like,
right.
Don't worry if you're on the right. Well, we have separate enemies, and they're these people, and this gives you the justification to go around being a complete asshole to people and think that you're doing it for the greater good, that you're such a great person, and the right and the left both do this. And the internet has made this problem so much worse, because now you can do that from the safety of your keyboard. So people who would not have had the balls, say, to go to a protest or something and act like that back when John Cleese made that clip, well, it doesn't take any courage at all to be a shitwad on Twitter, so, and couple that with now the way that people are fighting each other, just
Sure.
formula for dystopia, that's for sure.
Well, listen, I think you need to stop trying to control Wyman. Whoa,
Right.
mine. Whoa, mine. There you go. Whoa, mine.
I think Adam just decided to come out as flaming.
Wyman. The Wyman.
Listen, when Adam accepted my marriage, he came out as flaming. Okay.
Flaming.
Flaming.
Did we just ruin the fire for you, Raj?
He's like, oh, gotta turn that off.
What do you mean?
No longer is Adam on fire. Now
Came
he's
out
flaming.
Came out as my demon.
Oh, now he's Twilight.
People protested to enshrine abortion
Sitch is
for
an Edward
decades.
fan.
Well, they're both really bad choices. I don't know.
Sitch likes
They're
Edward.
both terrible choices. Your choice is 100-year-old pedophile or spousal abuser.
Sitch
So
likes
I don't
the
know.
keto.
I don't know what you do in that situation, but
Before showing up in Kavanaugh's house, the movement for Black Lives was not only overwhelmingly peaceful, the few instances of violence only appeared after generations of black suffering being systematically ignored. People asking protesters to remain peaceful at all costs are doing so knowing full well that they have had their chance to hear them out. Think
What?
Yeah.
Such bullshit.
That doesn't make any sense. It's not like, okay, I don't know what world
He
is. Like,
basically
he's like,
said
okay.
you had it coming.
Well, I mean, he's what he's saying is like, he's claiming, he's not claiming this, but what he's making it sound like is that from like 1900 to 1960, you know, it was nothing but blacks peacefully protesting for their rights. And then, you know, suddenly the protest became violent because 50 years of protest like ignore. It's like, no. There was not, like, there was very little protesting.
We
All
just
these
suddenly
things
reached a critical mass, and then all of a sudden it was violent.
Yeah, like it's like no. That's not how any of this works. It's like something happens, attitudes shift, people start protesting for, you know, a change, and then there's always people that are like, this change is not happening fast enough, or you're being a pussy about this. We need to become more active, you know, blah blah blah. People have different, you know, opinions on how protests should be, you know, put forward into society. Like, this is just, his worldview is so fanciful.
Yeah. No.
It
of it like
definitely-
this.
This is a common problem because, like, I was actually just talking to a few like older leftists because they want to do a panel, like reaching out to say, please stop being insane. And one of them is that there's just no sense of history at all,
Right.
and there's also really no respect for older leftists whatsoever, like
Right.
zero. If you're not willing to go 100% on everything, then you're just gone. And this is one of those things. That's why I said that. You know,
why are there old
Occupy
leftists? I
Why
thought
are
you were
there
supposed to
old
grow out
leftists?
of that. Yeah.
doesn't actually happen.
What?
But
What?
Well,
the
some
people
people
that
do, but-
you would consider to be old leftists are probably considerably more reasonable than what you probably
Then,
expect.
you know, young leftists, yeah.
We define
and what-
leftists as communists, though.
Well, okay. So is leftism only communism, or is there's layers to that? Obviously.
Well, we define it as anyone who is anti-capitalism.
Anti-capitalist, yeah.
Right.
anybody who is anti-capitalist
On the
Okay.
left, yes.
So Bernie Sanders actually believes in capitalism, but he
Mhm.
believes in capitalism with extra safety nets. So is he
That's
not
not
on the
leftist.
left?
No, he's not a leftist. He'd still be within the liberal framework.
Oh, okay. Well, no, if I'm not opposed to that.
Right.
Those words. It's just that's usually what I run into when I discuss this is they say, you know, we can't have, you know, universal health care. That's socialism. And then I bring
Right.
up Denmark, and they'll go, well, Denmark's not a socialist country. Bernie's lying about that. And then I go back to, okay, but you said that any country that has free health care is a socialist country.
Right.
You know, and then they usually at that point you watch them short circuit and the smoke comes out of their ear.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, even though I'm not in favor of, I'm in favor of a public option over like a complete socialized healthcare model. I'm not sure how that would function in America. But even if we had a complete socialized industry, I don't think having specific industries in your country be, you know, run by the government means that suddenly you wake up and you live in a socialist country. I don't think that's how socialism is about the abolishment of private property. So.
Okay, well, yeah, you guys are centrists and not, you know, right-leaners who think that everything to the left of you
Everything is socialism.
Right.
But we should stop saying leftist. I was actually thinking about this the other day because leftist means too many things to other people. We should just literally start calling people, should just say communist or socialist, period. Because that's really what we mean when we say leftist.
Well, I said that a long time ago, but you were like,
yeah. Did I? Well, I was wrong.
You were really into the leftist term, so I just went with it.
Listen, I'm never wrong.
I know other people.
Okay.
I know other people think leftist means all kinds of things.
Right.
If the purpose of a protest is to force the government to act on something, and the government is the one telling you what is an acceptable protest, do you really believe they'd allow a protest that would actually make them uncomfortable or force their hand in any way? Of course not. The people calling for
The government isn't... The government is made up of, especially right now, two political parties that are at opposite ends with each other. Like you could have a protest that I mean, look at January 6th. Like you could have a protest that one political party is very happy about, and the other political party is not happy about it at all.
Yeah.
Like he's acting like, oh, the government is just this unified entity that says these protests are acceptable and these protests are not acceptable.
Right.
Like that's not really how this works.
I thought the government was totally behind the BLM protest, but not so much behind the January 6th.
Well, that was the thing. I mean, you saw a lot of people on the left would run or carry water for the BLM protest, and try to, pretend like the bad elements of it didn't exist. And then, but the right was all on board saying, BLM protests are nothing but the bad elements. So,
it's always going to come down to like which one is more useful to them.
Yes.
I've kind of felt that the January 6th thing is just the big whataboutism to distract away from everything that happened in 2020, which that Carville guy, whatever, pointed out was horrible for the Democrats, but also at the same time to really, really nail down this anti-Trump stuff. And I will say it's starting to work. I know some Trumpers that are abandoning Trump specifically because of the January 6th hearings.
Yeah, I think it was more. I think whataboutism is an element to it. I think it was more to really try they want this to be the nail in the coffin for Trump, essentially.
Well, yeah, I think both things are true. If you bring up the riots, the first thing they will say is, what about January 6th?
January 6th. Yeah, right. But here's my question is, you would ask No Thought here. How does he square the circle? Like under his worldview, why would the Democrats or anyone on the left, like, shouldn't they all have been denouncing the BLM protest and the BLM riots? Instead, it was the opposite. They were trying to downplay any of the violent elements to it.
Well, they were creating fictional versions of it, but it comes back to, I think I said that here. It might have been. I was in a really long stream debating somebody earlier today, so pardon me. They were also, the riots were being used as a tool. Like, how many times have you seen pictures of fiery burning buildings and then they would put it as Trump's America? Like, they felt that they had a strategy to make this look like it was Trump's fault.
They were doing both sides of the coin, because they'd say, oh, the violence isn't happening, and then if it was happening, they'd say this is Trump's America.
Right. Well, yeah. And then when Trump does something, which is go ahead and try to send federal troops, there's the proof of fascism we needed. He's got his Gestapo headed out there, to go to Portland, because obviously everybody in Portland is a peaceful protester, clearly. But it's interesting how it ended up going down. That's for sure.
Sure. But my only point is that, like, this guy, like, part of the, like, this guy's worldview is so bullshit, because he's making it sound like all the Democrats were denouncing BLM, which, like, that's not even remotely what happened. It's literally the opposite.
It didn't happen until after they got what they wanted.
Yeah. Well, even then, it was very soft to denounce, very soft.
Right.
Civility in a society with this power distribution recognized that the outcome of their proposed civility.
All right, why does he wait?
Wait, what?
Anyway, of course not. The people calling for civility in a society with this power.
It's funny. He's saying people calling for civility. Okay, he's got Megyn Kelly up here. Megyn Kelly, who was fired for her blackface comment.
She was calling for civility?
I just, like, these are like the worst examples ever.
They're not.
I don't know if
examples.
he even thought about it, other than just the fact that the headline says uncivil discord, protesters confront politicians in public.
I guess.
But Megyn Kelly's kind of her own thing, so especially now that she's successful on YouTube, she doesn't even need that.
Now she doesn't. But I mean, Megyn Kelly was fired for, like, a horribly innocuous comment. It's like, well, is
cultured.
She said, is it wrong if you're dressing up like a black person for Halloween that you like and admire? Is it wrong to, darken your skin color to match the costume? And that's what she was fired for, essentially. So
right.
Distribution recognized the outcome of their proposed civility would be the maintenance of the status quo. The status quo that benefits them, those at the levers of power, and the violent state apparatus they wield.
Look at this. You're for violence if you're for the
as
status
much as
quo,
we can.
Sitch.
Do you think Greg Gutfeld is in favor of the status quo under Joe Biden?
Greg Gutfeld? No, hell no.
Yeah, like
He
this is
fucking hates the status quo right now.
like this is insane. This is
I
so
also
divorced
think
from reality.
I deal with these people on both the right and the left who seem to think that some kind of uprising of the people even has a hope of succeeding in our current environment. They don't
Uh-huh.
have any, they're not linked up with reality at all.
Right.
Especially since you need, in order for it to happen, you need the military at least, and preferably also the police to support you,
Yeah.
or at least some faction of them.
Right.
That's why when people talk about the Civil War, I'm like, what do you think that's going to look like? Because I don't think it's going to look like what you think it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they don't have, it's the same situation. Like in the original Civil War, military was available to both sides,
Right.
and then they went at it. We don't have that. And if
Yeah.
anything, especially the way that a lot of the activists are acting, they're making it so easy to convince soldiers and cops that all activists are terrorists. It's literally playing into their hands. Like it's getting easier and easier. And that's why I said, like, if anything is coming out of all this violent activism, it's making people more and more comfortable with draconian measures to be taken against activists. It's
Very
this
true.
is
Very
this
true.
is all stuff Martin Luther King completely understood that now they're just denouncing and saying isn't true.
Yep. I mean, that's why these activists they have their heads so far up their ass that, most people will choose to give away their rights, and they'll choose extreme order for safety at the end of the day over, being the crazy, anarchical terrorist running around.
Well, right. And because my kids are involved with the sport of wrestling, for whatever reason, there's a crazy amount of conservatism there. I have a lot of friends who are conservative, and I'm watching very moderate Republicans who would have been aghast at the idea that you might send like federal agents to Portland to start rounding up Antifa and arresting them, would have never been okay with that, say 4 years ago. But now they're like, God, this is just over. Just get rid of these people, round them up, take them off somewhere.
Exactly.
That's why it just doesn't work.
That's just the status quo. Okay. Just you're a dirty libtard.
Yep. That's why, have you ever listened to Chris Hedges argue with Antifa advocates? No. Chris Hedges is an outright socialist, and he said that you have to peacefully convince people to go along with the change that you're going with, and you need to get the support of the people. You're not going to get that as some kind of violent faction. And this is why he opposes Antifa, especially if you think you're going to try to be an anarchist. The best way to convince people that they don't need the state and don't need police is not to be a roving gang of people who reserve the right to bike lock anybody that they don't agree with.
Right.
You just did a fantastic job of convincing people, wow, we need more police to round up these kids in black hoodies.
Kurt Metzger likes Chris Hedges. He's always pitching Chris Hedges.
Yeah. Chris Hedges wrote an article called How Antifa Mirrors the Alt-Right.
Yep.
So there you go. Nice.
Can wish that asking nicely for things will solve all our problems. History has shown us that simply won't be the case. In every era, it has been the actions of countless ordinary people working together to force the change they want to see. Throughout history, protests, demonstrations, and mass movements have always been the main drivers of real change. If you'd like to learn more about one of the most iconic of these movements, I highly recommend you check out King, a Filmed Record on CuriosityStream. This two-part documentary follows MLK and the Civil Rights Movement from 1955 to 1968.
Can you imagine what, like, this video is called Why Peaceful Protests Won't Solve Anything, and he ends it by saying you should follow Martin Luther King Jr.
It's ridiculous. He totally undercuts everything. He just
this is like so insane. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Through all the state violence and repression, it's a fantastic watch. CuriosityStream is an established streaming platform with a solid track record of carrying.
So there you go. The rest of this is just an ad, I think.
Yeah. He sneaks the ad in like a dirty capitalist. Look at that.
All of the science says that he's wrong. That at least all the credible ones. That's why Martin Luther King didn't advocate. He knows it doesn't work.
Well, I'm assuming
it's just a matter of morality. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's not effective.
Well, I'm assuming King didn't have access to the science. I'm assuming he just, from a moral perception, understood, as he said in that thing I always quote a million times. The means don't justify the ends. Means become the ends, or whatever he specifically
Well, I think
said.
he had a fundamental understanding of what the science later proved.
Yes,
Which is to
or
say
intuitively. Yes, he
you're
intuitively.
not, he's like, what did he say? He said it will cause more problems than it will solve.
Right.
He mentioned financial problems as well as sociological problems. Like, he had different ways of pointing it out, but everything he said just agreed with what the science that I rounded up said. And it's true. And it's the reason why Gandhi was more effective. It's the reason why MLK was more effective. And it's like, especially if you're trying, one of the things I remember pointing out when I was talking to Daryl Davis, I was like, if your concern is that there is a group of people who are being profiled as violent criminals, I would not think that the best way to fix that is to go behave like violent criminals.
Yeah.
The reason that Martin Luther King was so effective, and like, I haven't been able to find these videos. When I was a kid, you could watch them. The videos of the peaceful protests where you got these, black people in business suits dressed like Martin Luther King getting the crap beat out of them, while peacefully protesting, like just brutally being attacked.
Yes.
Like, it was so evident who the bad guy is at that point.
Right.
But when you do this crap, all the waters are completely muddied. Like,
Right.
okay, I'm not really sure who the bad guy is here.
No, you know who the bad guy is. It's the protesters.
Right. But no, I mean, you're so right. And part of it, what isn't talked about too, is that, I mean, they were very aware of the visuals. You have a bunch of people who are wearing suits, right?
Right.
Or who look like they're trying to do everything they can to fit in with society, and they're getting beat by the police. Like, it's just, it creates such a strong visual image.
Right. And it worked.
And it worked.
And what we're doing now is not.
The opposite, right?
That's why Black Lives Matter went from like 70% to 30% approval or something like that over 1 year.
So this is funny. Curiosity, first of all, it's insane to me that Curiosity streamed, or I don't know enough about Nebula, but that basically someone who's advocating for a violent revolution gets the pass to be on like the shill for these things. It's like very strange to me, and gets a pass on YouTube. I can't imagine, like, if
it got age
restricted. If this guy, it did get age restricted, which is a good sign. But if this guy was on the right, he would have been banned from YouTube a very long time ago, because he's been basically touting the same garbage violent revolution message for months, or not years, because we've been covering for him a long time. But here's what's funny. Curiosity Stream is a publicly traded company.
Really?
On the NASDAQ.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
So our great anti-capitalist socialist warrior here is shilling for a publicly traded, privately owned company.
That really disappoints me. I didn't realize, because I never looked at it close. I was like, oh, there's a streaming service for watching documentaries. That sounds cool. I didn't look at it closer, so I didn't realize that it was straight up anti-capitalist.
Well, I'm assuming Curiosity Stream, the platform, is an anti-capitalist. I'm just like, it's funny that this guy.
Okay. I misinterpreted what you said.
Yeah, like this guy specifically, this anti-capitalist second thought guy is shilling for a publicly traded private company.
Well, yeah, they're all whores in the end.
Yep. I mean, that's really the size of it. They're all whores in the end.
Wow. Secondhand thought.
There you go. We made it through the video. Let's see.
Did we finally?
We did.
Holy cow.
Moo.
Mystery guest 01 for $50 says Adam and Stitch, and they put it in all caps to make sure I saw that.
Said it correctly. I saw that.
First of all, thank you for the $50. Mystery guest says Adam and Stitch, this guy is based, and you two will stink for 1,000 years. Well, there you go. I guess he likes you and doesn't like us. So I don't know why he gave us $50 then.
Is that what's going on?
He was just paying for the privilege of telling you guys you suck, and then I'm awesome.
Course.
Team V all the way.
There you go. And mystery guest for another $50. So he gave us $100. Thank you. Says Sitch and Adam don't support communism. Thus begins your 1,000 years of stinking. Wow. Well, there you go. But you don't support communism either.
What?
Nope.
Hold on.
Oh,
Is
maybe
that-
when he says this guy's based, he meant not you. He meant second thought.
right.
Well, it came up when I was in there, but you might be wrong. Right? Or right, I meant to say.
Yeah.
Did he gave us $100 to say?
No, I've seen Mr.
Capitalism
Guess. I'm
is-
assuming he's joking, but
Okay.
Mr. Guess has been around. So thank you, Mr. Guess, for the $100. Curiosity Stream and Nebula both feature essentially no right of center individuals if they frequently speak on political matters. Sad, yeah, it's not surprising. V Radio, how are you still awake? There you go.
Well, I mean, I'm just a Guy Fawkes mask. I don't actually have a body.
That's right.
So
You don't actually have a real form.
no,
You're not
I just
human.
kind of float. You know,
I
that's the
see.
reason you guys don't see me on camera.
Oh,
Cameras can't
okay.
actually completely perceive me properly. So
You're like an eldritch horror. If you're perceived in your fullness, people will just become insane.
well, I mean, when the hot chick grabs my mask and wants to see my face, I tell her that beneath this mask, you know, it's not me. You know, it's a product of all the horrible things that have happened to me.
Right.
So,
Have you been streaming all day? Because we started at like 1. We're going into hour
at
12.
1
here.
o'clock, I had a debate with somebody about Kyle Rittenhouse and militias, and he was on for about 3 hours. And then after that, I
Wow.
went back into research mode, which is pretty brain draining, but that's why I said I'm usually extremely careful about what I put on my stuff, and that's
Mhm.
why my stuff doesn't always come out as fast as people would like. But
Well, we
my-
had a good little debate going there. That was fun.
There you go.
no, I'm good with that. I just, you know, and I mean, again, I'm not angry with you guys.
Are
at
you
all. I
angry?
mean,
Are you
if
angry?
you like had
Are you
known
upset?
like what I was like
Why are you so
before, as
upset?
people used to
Are
call
you
Why are you
angry?
getting so
Tommy
mad?
Friend.
Yes.
I'm mad because they canceled my favorite
Parks and
TV
Rec?
show too fast.
What was your favorite TV show?
Actually, I was joking because it's a
Oh.
common one, but no, Dollhouse should have had another season at least.
Oh,
You know,
never
Eliza
watched
Dushku is a
that.
very underrated actress. No, that's just one of them. But
I watched the
No,
first
no.
4 episodes of Sandman.
I don't know if I watched that.
Kind of
one.
mixed on it. They made fucking Brienne of Tarth Satan. It's a very poor casting choice.
She
She's-
just keeps getting killed with casting choices, which is really too bad.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think she's a bad actress at all, but like she, like when I think of the devil, like there's literally a scene where Morpheus is like, you know, I knew Lucifer when he was Samuel, the most beautiful, powerful, wisest angel under only God. And then it cuts to Brienne of Tarth, and you're like, the most beautiful, wisest, most powerful angel. All right, sure. You're like, I don't know, man. I don't know what's happening here, but okay. So, but I still hold out hope that Sandman. I mean, it was I liked it, you know, casting aside, it's been okay. Anyways, Renora Zorof was here for $5. Says, how do liberals stop leftists / communists from activating fascists? It's very easy, very, very simple.
Is it?
Yes,
That's
super simple.
easy,
It's so easy.
right?
Liberals have to do one thing:
Get rid of all the commies.
strongly denounce leftists and commies.
Okay.
That's all they have to do. That's literally all they have to do. Strongly say, fuck commies. We're not commies. We're liberals.
And be
Right.
patriotic.
And be patriotic, yeah.
But then you still
They don't
have
even need to be
people-
patriotic. They just need to denounce commies. That's all they need to do. That's
Well,
literally
I think
You still have
patriotism
people
would
on the
be kind of
right
part of
though that are
yeah.
blaming liberals for wokeness. They're saying because we're too weak. The people on the right are saying the exact same thing. We're too weak, and that's why we won't make wokeness go away.
That's what that's what I'm saying, because the liberals are not denouncing the commies. That's the problem.
I mean, we denounce them all the time.
Yeah, but we're like, we're weird.
You guys,
But we
think
still
you're-
have
yeah, I was
tons
going to
of
say you're not
people.
exactly standard Democrats. That's for sure.
No, we're enlightened centrists. That's why we're enlightened centrists.
But this is the whole the failure of liberalism argument is liberalism doesn't have the tools to deal with the commies.
But that's a different question. The question was, how do liberals stop leftists and communists from activating fascists? And that's the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Now, will that actually manifest? I don't know.
I don't think it's going to
think
work.
so.
Yeah.
I don't think it will manifest.
Denounce
I'm just
them
saying
all day
that's how
long.
you would actually do it.
It doesn't help that the fascist problem is kind of a nothing burger boogeyman anyway. Like,
Yes,
fascists are not
that's
exactly
true.
popular.
Right.
They
Well, I
are.
don't know. They could become more popular in the future if
Depends
woke
how
shit
bad
doesn't go away.
wokeness gets. Yeah.
But I mean, right now, yeah, they're not that popular.
Well,
I agree.
what I think will be a problem is they won't realize, because that's something Ryan Chapman pointed out in his video about fascism, was that
Mhm.
leftists can be fascists too. You know,
Yeah, I know.
They don't realize it, but
Right.
but unfortunately, the leftist understanding of fascism is totally screwed up, and what they're teaching the kids.
They think it's just
Like
Nazis.
James Lindsay talked about that. James Lindsay said they're being taught that functional capitalism is fascism, even if it's benevolent.
Right, which is crazy. Yeah.
Right.
And they also, in America, especially now, they say when they think fascist, they literally use fascist and Nazi interchangeably. Like, well, Nazis was a type of fascism, right?
Right.
It's not. There are. That's not the only type of fascism.
Well, and what's a Nazi? Well, anybody I disagree with.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Right.
Wow. Are we all caught up on super chats?
Yeah, I was going to say something very important though.
Oh, okay.
What was it?
Did you read my super chat from earlier?
No.
I said that if we have a purge, that I am going to go on a rampage of ripping tags off of mattresses that I did not pay for. Because that's a federal crime. And I am really naughty.
You monster.
Yeah, since you're a comic book artist, you have to help me with the skit I want to do, where it's like a group of really ineffective villains that team up together, and they're all like basically specialized in one specific, like whether it's the Flasher or the Jaywalker.
Right, they'll have
really
really
innocuous.
Stupid powers.
Right, and like the idea is the villain is looking for a new team because he got kicked out of his team, and like they're all kind of revealing how lame they are, and then eventually it gets to, and then finally the Ripper, and then he goes, "What? Oh, what does he do?" Well, don't get too excited. He just rips the tags off of mattresses he didn't pay for.
You have like the Ripper, and you see him, and he looks like super badass. He's got like Wolverine claws. Yeah, he's got scars all over his body. He's like, oh my god, it's Jack the Ripper, like reborn. It's like, no. He rips the tags off mattresses.
Mystery Men
like,
is
oh
one
my
of
god.
Mystery Men is one of Sitch's favorite movies. So this sounds very close to Mystery Men.
Mystery Men this is the opposite of Mystery Men.
This could be Mystery Men Part 2.
No. Stop it. Stop.
I paid you guys $5 and you didn't read that. I feel
well,
so
we
bad.
we generally only read the $20 ones on Sunday. We read the other ones on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Oh, so Tuesday you guys are going to be
I
talking
thought you were a
about
fan of the show.
ripping the tags off of mattresses.
Yeah.
I am the fan of the show. I'm also broke.
Oh,
okay. Fair enough.
So
well,
if
I mean,
I'm
you
giving
still
you a
know
super
that.
chat, it probably means that somebody else gave me a super chat sometime earlier today, which is why I have the
Well,
money.
don't give us $5.
Don't do
What
that,
are you
especially
doing?
if you're broke. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
Nah, I kind of feel like if you're going to sit and listen to somebody stream, you should drop a tip in the bar.
Well,
But I ain't
thank
giving
you.
them
Yeah, I
$50.
don't. You don't have to.
Thank
Especially if you're broke. Don't do that.
You do have to do that unless you're broke,
Right.
or we're gonna yell at you on
Be
stream.
quiet. There are a bunch of people that might have tipped you $5.
I mean, it was
that are not
more
going to.
fun. It was more fun yelling at you on stream, to be honest with you. I mean, it's kind of, I figured our politics are very, very different. So I just, the one question I have is like, what would be the smoking gun? And you don't have to answer now, but just think about it. Like, what would change your mind?
I'm a
'Cause I
very
do-
evidence-based guy.
Yeah, I do. Well, I do think the evidence is against you in the whole, like the money and politics thing. I just don't. It's such a.
We can
I
go
don't
over that
understand.
again sometime. I mean, I'll get you some research. Maybe you can come on my stream for once. Imagine that.
Well, I don't understand why anybody would even be an activist if what they're saying is true.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say I don't know why anyone would go on your stream, and I was like, Adam, Jesus Christ.
I know that's too harsh.
Yeah, that's
but
fucking vicious.
I was
I
thinking
know.
it, but I wasn't going to say it.
It's really strange actually with my stream because I get really big guests and
Mhm.
the
And
algorithm
and-
clearly doesn't care for me.
Oh
Yeah.
no, Doomer, come on! We have someone blaming the algorithm.
Oh yeah, don't tell Dylan.
Yeah. Watch out.
Anyway,
There's one thing. Remember, I said Destiny and Doomer thing I wanted to say before the stream ends.
oh, what was that?
Destiny made a comment on one of his streams, and they were talking about like how everybody wants to be a YouTuber, And Destiny said something that made me think of Doomer immediately. Destiny said, and this seems accurate. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm kind of testing it out. Maybe it is true. Destiny said everybody wants to be a YouTuber until they get that first comment section that's against them. And then they realize this is really not for me. And did that happen with Doomer? I feel like maybe it did happen. Like it happened. I feel like maybe it did happen on his like Chappelle video. And then maybe again on what was the other video? The Django video, yeah.
Mm.
And it was just like Doomer's like, this is too much. I don't want to be a YouTuber anymore.
I think it helps that I was already a podcaster and I participated in the precursors to YouTube. Like, you guys remember Justin TV?
Yeah.
So like,
wasn't that Twitch before it was Twitch?
Kind of, yeah. Almost completely unregulated though. So like the reason why my original handle was VTV was because I would literally find a documentary, play it, and hang out with my chatters and, talk about it. You can't even do that anymore, obviously, because you'll get nailed. But back in those days, we could do that. So, and it's still my handle, like for Facebook or whatever. I'm still VTV, but V Radio was okay. I guess I'm going to switch to podcast now that I don't have that advocate. And then I came back to doing it on YouTube, but my YouTube channel is still pretty much what my podcast was like, but now I've learned some video editing so I can do presentations of my own instead of having to play other people's documentaries.
Right.
Yeah.
I think what helps me is I stop reading the comment section. Twitter is fucking with me. I don't know what's going on here. So earlier I look at Twitter and Twitter says trending Hebrew. And I'm like, what? And I click it and there's no central theme here. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is Twitter fucking with me? And now, according to my Twitter, what's trending is the Jews. So
no way.
I feel like Twitter's becoming more and more like aggressive.
You do know that it's becoming in season once again to bitch about Israel versus Palestine, right?
I know there's conflict arising, sure, but it's just it feels like Twitter's becoming aggressive. Like at first it's like, hey, Hebrew, and you're like, oh, okay, that could be innocuous, but then it's like the Jews. You're like, oh no, Twitter, what are you trying to tell me? Like tomorrow, I swear I'm gonna look up at tomorrow. It's gonna say trending, like PSA Sitch is a kike. Like I'm like, oh my god, Twitter's after me.
Wow, I haven't heard that word in a while.
There you go. It's a fun one. Well, I don't even understand that. I think I tried to look up the derivation of it, and it was never even clear
where it came from. The etymology.
The etymology.
Yeah, I don't think the Germans even called you guys that. It was Juden or something like that.
Yeah,
they have their own word.
It was their word came from Juden, like Judean or something, I think.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not sure. Yeah, where the term comes from.
Nazis. Yeah, like I mean, character Nazis in movies use the word, but they're speaking English when they shouldn't be. So like.
Oh, okay. So apparently, it's supposed to come from like a lot of Eastern European Jews. Their names, because a lot of them were like Russian or Polish. They had a name that would end in a KI sound.
You just got our stream demonetized for using the K word too, by the way.
This stream we're literally watching a age-restricted video, Adam. So,
I mean,
why does it got to be all about money, Adam?
There you go.
What about like the will of your viewers?
That's true.
I mean, we don't.
What about what your viewers care about?
We're not. This isn't an election, okay? We're dealing. This is a capitalist business, okay?
Right.
I'm just messing with you.
Anyways,
you got to bounce already. I mean, it's kind of early.
It's only 3:30 in the morning.
No. Come on, I'm starving. Let's go.
See, look at you. You try to play with me, Adam.
I'm playing with your emotions.
Okay. Don't fucking tempt me.
But thanks for coming on, V. It was great to argue with you.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
No problem.
Don't soy out next time.
Don't what out?
He said don't soy out.
Oh, what does that mean?
He was mocking.
I'm joking around. Come on.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. You're just being a meanie.
He's being a meanie.
Can you hear the harmonica, V?
No, I can't.
Oh, wow.
I told you, Zoom cuts it out, yeah.
What the fuck, Zoom? I'm playing a masterpiece here.
No, we can't hear any of it. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, V-Radio, for being a good sport, coming on, talking to us. And thank you, chat. You are the true heroes for making it to the end of the stream. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true enlightened centrist. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye!